Chapter 301 Attack of the Star Ring Civilization. What should we do next? After a while, someone in the Star Ring Civilization command room asked. After hearing his question, everyone fell silent. The current situation is indeed very difficult. If they first fight against the Zerg and the Starry Sky Giant, they cannot guarantee that they have a 100% chance of winning. And according to their estimates, even if there is a chance of winning, they may suffer heavy losses. Of course, this is all for the best. If there was a real fight and their frontal battlefield was no match, then they would have no choice but to retreat to Star Ring and fight defensively. After retreating, it means that they will be very passive. The enemy can attack whenever they want, and they can only defend passively. If this is the case, even if the enemy cannot attack, their losses will definitely not be small. After all, as long as the new ring is damaged, the materials they need to consume to repair an area will be very scary. And because the Star Ring cannot be moved yet, it means that the enemy only needs to block the routes they use to find resources. And then, they will be in big trouble. Once blocked, the Zerg only need to continue to consume them. And sooner or later they will be dragged to death. Perhaps other civilizations cannot operate such a method, but it is very easy for the Zerg to operate it. After all, the ability of this race to attack enemies is so strong that no civilization can consume more energy than it. In this case, then we will gather the fleet as soon as possible and launch a full-scale attack. With that said, the people present made a decision immediately, because through the battle just now, they also discovered that the number of this insect swarm was not particularly large. If they summon all the warships of the civilization to launch a major attack and don't give the insect swarm a chance to develop, then they still have a chance of winning. At this time, on the player's side, players who received the news also came online one after another. Although they missed the first round of battle with the Star Ring civilization, they all knew that this civilization would send troops to trouble them again before long. And the number of warships they dispatch next time will only be more than the previous wave. So as soon as it went online, everyone gathered together and began to discuss the upcoming battle. Brothers, you should know the general situation. The technological level of this civilization is very high, at least much higher than that of Taylor and Yongya. And they can deploy such a large number of jump monopoly devices in these areas, which means that they must have sufficient resource reserves. Otherwise, they would never be able to build so many jump monopoly devices. Combined with the above circumstances, it cannot be seen that this is a tough battle for us. After hearing what this player said at this moment, many players also revealed the information they knew. Brothers, I have good news to tell you. The battleships of this civilization can be sold for money, because the energy devices they use are also special spheres. Speaking of which, the player then added, their destroyer-class warships can be sold for more than 500 evolution points, while their cruiser-class warships can be sold for more than 2,000 evolution points. Although we may suffer a lot of losses from fighting this civilization, at least we can have a lot of income to make up for the losses. Everyone nodded after hearing this. And then another player asked, so what is our fighting method this time? Will the guild fight as a unit or as a collective? When it came to this question, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to the presidents of several guilds. They still need to decide what kind of combat method to use. Seeing everyone's gazes, the guild leaders also began to communicate quietly. I think a tie will definitely not work this time. In the past, ties were used to take care of some newcomers. But now that the limit on the number of helmets has been lifted, there are a large number of newcomers at each stage, and we can't always take care of them like this. After hearing what the guild leader said, many guild leaders also agreed. According to the latest official data, the total number of players in the entire game is currently 210,000, of which 110,000 are new to the game. Such a terrifying amount. If we divide it equally, we won't even make a cent. And most of these people are worker bee players. And there are only a very small number of Krypton Gold parties. And these Krypton Gold parties have actually found the guild before the server was launched. In other words, most of the remaining individual players are worker bees, and they cannot provide much help in this kind of space battle. If we still adopt the method of equal sharing and compensating for battle losses, then we will only be reduced to working for them. Of course, everyone thinks the analysis of this player is not unreasonable, because there are too many new players coming in this wave of servers. However, completely shutting out newcomers is not the best approach. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Although these newcomers are not very powerful in combat, if it involves ground warfare or hand-to-hand combat, a large number of worker bees can also kill some of the opposing combat units. Anyway, If you give up all the newcomers now, it won't work. If you don't give up, we will lose money. While everyone was still distressed, Emperor Penguin thought of a compromise. Brothers, I think we can do this. We will fight together in the same way as before. But we will not make up for the damage caused by the battle. To put it simply, each guild has its own Kiankeeks. Our total income is divided into two parts. One part is shared by our guild players, and the other part is shared by the newcomers. As for the union share ratio, it will be distributed according to the final settlement of each guild's merit points. After hearing the Emperor Penguin's proposal, everyone decided that this plan was very feasible. In fact, this plan is the fairest for everyone. Self-care for battle losses means that the stronger your guild is, the smaller your battle losses will naturally be. And the more merit points you earn, the higher your income will naturally be. In short, this plan allows them to return to the state of making more money by investing more. But after talking here, everyone had to consider another issue. Then how should we arrange the proportion of points between our guild players and individual players that would be more appropriate? I think we should just use the 28 to 20 rule. The guild will get 80%, and the individual people will get 20%. Damn it. Hundreds of thousands of individual players only get 20% of the total. Can they be happy? Not happy? Not happy. At worst, if our guild players cooperate, then this group of individual players will not be able to earn a penny. From a certain point of view, this routine is also guiding them. The points they can get are good. It is definitely impossible to achieve a high proportion. After some discussion, these presidents also determined their own distribution plan. Then they told everyone about the plan. Holy crap! You guys are going too far. You only keep 20%. There are so many of us sharing so many points. How many points can each of us get? Excessive? Old tie. To be honest, we don't need you at all when our guilds cooperate. Moreover, most of you are worker bee players. And this wave is the main space battle. If there is a real fight, you will most likely only be able to watch the show. We can buy armor. If we buy armor, we can fly in the universe and still participate in battles. It's nonsense. Let's not talk about whether the number of worker bee armors is enough. Let's just say that the bias of these armors is wrong. The worker bee armor is geared toward mining and does not improve combat at all. If a fight really breaks out, the most you can do is rush in and use big pliers to clamp it. Do you think the enemy will give you this chance? And then again, in this battle, you can actually defeat several of our guilds even if you don't participate in the battle. Wouldn't it be nice for a few of our guilds to take away all the profits? You don't even think about why we brought you here to share a piece of the pie. Obviously, we are taking care of you. So don't be dissatisfied. If you want to score high, it's easy. Nowadays, Krypton money is spent to build a better unit and join a guild. If you don't want to invest a penny and want to get more, how can it be such a good thing? In this way, after intense discussions, everyone finally agreed to this plan. After agreeing to the plan, the players began to prepare. This time, players also had a preliminary understanding of the enemy's data due to previous battles. If it's a head-on battle, it's okay if the number of enemies is small. But if there are too many enemies, even if they win, it will be a miserable victory. So after much thought, they decided to retreat to the interstellar dust belt. Players want to use the complex environment in the interstellar dust belt to limit part of the combat capabilities of enemy warships. Because of the Zerg itself, the impact of this interstellar dust on players is very small. If the players lose 5% of their combat effectiveness in the interstellar dust belt, then the opponent will lose at least 20%. Not only that, players have an advantage when fighting here. The large amount of dust and meteorites floating in this dust belt can be used as natural terrain. They can not only limit the movement of battleships, but also serve as output platforms for units such as hydralisks. Of course, in addition to using the terrain, the players have also made arrangements for other aspects. Because a large number of new players have settled in, there are also a lot of low-level units. Players of these low-level arms naturally have arrangements. Once the shields of these battleships are broken when fighting warships, then it will be time for these new players to fight hand-to-hand. The team configuration of the new players is also composed of 10 or 20 people in a small team. Each team is equipped with a first-stage hydralisk or a third-stage springtail. These high-level units are used to cut a hole in the battleship when necessary, so that these soldiers can go in and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemies inside the battleship. Although against a battleship, these worker bees are just delivering food. But if they are against enemy soldiers, then these worker bees are invincible. After agreeing on the plan, the players began to arrange it. Around the area where the insect nest is parked, there is basically a group of players hiding on all the meteorites. In front of them is where the large troops are gathering. The players who had arranged everything began to quietly wait for the arrival of the Star Ring civilization. Brothers, please pay attention. The enemy has arrived at the edge of the interstellar dust belt. Depending on the situation, they should be coming in soon. All brothers on the front line are ready to fight. Due to the special environment of the interstellar dust belt, I can't enter there invisible. So I have to rely on the internal eyeworm players. Hearing the words of this moon spirit eyeworm player at this time, the first and second level eyeworm players in the dust belt also knew that it was their turn to take action. The next moment, I saw them controlling their own eyeworms and relying on the cover of the meteorite to monitor each other's every move. But even with such careful operations, many of them were discovered and killed by the enemy. On the other side, the previous moon spirit eyeworm player began to move towards the route of these battleships. He wanted to see if he could find the enemy's lair along this route. As long as they can find the enemy's lair, they can also use the chicken stealing tactic. At this time, as time goes by, the fleet of the Star Ring civilization is getting closer and closer to the players. It didn't take long for the players on the front line to discover that the reconnaissance plane of the Star Ring civilization had entered their combat range. Brothers, the enemy is coming soon. Be prepared. The number of enemies is approximately 150,000, including 50,000 cruise-class warships. They have about 100 battlecruiser-class ships, and the rest are expellers and escorts. Their destroyer frigate-level warships' defense-breaking attack is about 300. Some units with a lower level of evolution give priority to attacking warships of this level, while units with high evolution mainly focus on cruisers. As for the battle patrol, leave it to the one-eyed monster. In addition, players in the hand-to-hand combat team have noticed that the main target of the formation based on worker bees is the cruiser, while the main target of the players in the basic raptor formation is the opponent's battle cruiser. As orders were issued one after another, all the players were ready to go. When the enemy fleet reached their attack range, all the players launched an attack almost at the same time, and the Star Ring civilization naturally counterattacked immediately. There were too many enemies fighting this time, and their overall strength was not weak. So players also know very well that they must make perfect use of each type of army. Otherwise, they have no chance of winning at all. Take the opponent's battle cruiser as an example. It is very difficult for you to completely destroy a battleship of this level. This is just like when a certain country conducted an experiment and sank an aircraft carrier. It took a month or two to bomb it before sinking it. Although it won't take that long for players to destroy the strategic cruiser, no matter how they calculate, it will still be delayed by 10 or 20 minutes. Being on a battlefield where the enemy is strong and we are weak for such a long time will cause players to suffer huge losses. So the player's fighting method is to make them lose their fighting ability. The best way to lose the ability to fight is naturally to destroy it from within. Chapter 302, Big Melee. At this time, as the exchange of fire between the two sides began, the entire situation immediately became chaotic. On the battlefield, after the first round of main battle, many players began to charge towards the enemy fleet, and the Star Ring civilization naturally set a formation to intercept. Brothers who are attacking, be careful to avoid firepower, and try to kill them from the flanks. Don't go straight to the front. The other side has set about 7,000 expulsions and escorts. Brothers who are raiding should pay attention. Those with insufficient output should stay as far back as possible, and those with higher output should go up. Damn it. I believed your lies. Who the H.L. said before that a few guilds can eat it without us. I also thought that I could paddle out and catch some soy sauce in this wave. But the result? In this current situation, I'm afraid you can't even bear it if you include us. Stop complaining upstairs. You're just a worker bee player. It really doesn't make any difference if I have you or not. You look down on worker bees, don't you? Correction. I look down on you as a worker bee. But if you pull a max evolution, I can call you a boss. But now that you are a basic worker bee here, I can only tell you to fight. As he said this, the player realized that the situation was not good and said, Damn it. Street boy. Hurry up and get out of the way. There's someone coming from the flank. Worry. Can't hide. You loser. If you can't avoid it, take off the armor quickly. At least you can pick it up later and use it for others. It's a waste of resources for you. A loser. To buy a chicken feather armor. Take off your sister. Even if you die, you will take it with you if you spend the money on it. Gone. Fight on the street. I'm a girl who knocks you off one by one. I've tolerated you for a long time. Haha. There are 5 destroyers trying to attack you. Good job. At this time, in addition to the frontal battlefield, the players' ambush on the meteorite also fought extremely fiercely. Because this civilization's combat units are not only battleships. There are also a lot of small combat units in their hands. On a meteorite about several hundred kilometers in diameter, Hydralisk players were frantically shooting at the strange cone-shaped vehicles flying towards them. Everyone in Team 35. Be careful. The enemy's small plane is coming. So you can't avoid it remotely. The brothers with armors were waiting for them to get close. And use the auxiliary weapons of the armors to perform auxiliary shooting. Assist Gil. The small turret on this armor is useless without Gil. It can't break their defense at all. Everyone should pay attention to avoidance. The ground combat units will find the right opportunity to pounce on them and bite them. While they were talking, they could only see these small fighters, and they were getting closer and closer to them. At this moment, the springtails that had been prepared used the support of the armor to pounce directly on these fighters. When they pounced on them, they immediately started a crazy attack. The next moment, with a flash of fire, fighter planes were destroyed by them one after another. It's numb, but you still have to buy a Hydralisk. This basic springtail is not useful at all. Please pay attention to your wallet when buying high-level units. For the same cost, if we use basic springtails, we can die 4 times. But if we buy Hydralisks, we only have 1 chance. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense now. The frigate on the opposite side is coming. The Hydralisk boss is relying on you. Hammer. Even the frigate on the other side has ridiculously high defense. My basic Hydralisk will do very little damage to it. If I resist hard, I will probably be killed by it. I'm afraid. Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Or do you want to be a hero? Even if it's just for a minute? Enemies! We are already cowards in reality. Do we still need to be so cowardly in the game? Are we just qualified to be cowards for the rest of our lives? Brother, what you said makes sense. Today the labor and management are going to make everyone happy. As he said this, the Hydralisk player activated his armor directly, and then charged towards the frigate while shooting at it. As the distance between the 2 sides got closer and closer, countless cannon fire from the frigate's turret directly hit his thin body. Over time, the armor on the Hydralisk was destroyed. Immediately afterwards, many wounds were opened on his body by the guards. Looking at his crazily declining HP, the Hydralisk player still gritted his teeth and did not intend to back down. In the end, although this Hydralisk caused some damage to the frigate, it had little impact on the frigate because the output time was too short. On the other hand, this Hydralisk player was killed by the frigate's fierce fire. His teammates were also shocked when they saw the scene. Oh my god! Did he really fall in love? No. No. We were just talking. And he took it seriously. The Hydralisk directly resisted the frigate head-on. What did he think? But when fighting gorillas, you won't die so quickly because of the consumption. 1-1 actually went to charge. I'm afraid he's not a fool. Is the captain of Team 36 still there? The captain of our No. 35 Han batch ran away and gave it to us for free. 17 of us here expressed our intention to merge into your team. It's still there. That's good. Brothers, let's go to the gathering point of Team 36. Slip away. Slip away. Remember this idiot's ID and don't team up with him next time. Yes. Mommy won't let me play with fools. Sacrificial Hydralisk player at #UN%. At the same time, the same thing happened to various teams. Most of them were newcomers to the game and did not know much about the combat methods of this game. Under normal circumstances, when troops like them fight against enemies that are stronger than them, they usually choose to fight gorillas. If they fight head-on, it is purely equivalent to giving away meat. Of course, veteran players also warned about such things before setting off. But habits in other games are really not that easy to change in a short period of time. It is also for this reason that many new players who have invested are left here in vain. At this moment, on the main battlefield, the main formation headed by the Cyclops is continuously advancing towards the enemy's main formation, relying on the powerful defense of the 4th Order cockroaches. Players know very well about this war. If the 2 sides continue to fight with their main fleets, then their chances of winning are very low. And now they have only one way to win. That is to break through the enemy's formation and turn the formation-based combat method into a large melee. As long as the situation becomes chaotic, the Zerg's advantage will be reflected. At this time, as they continue to approach, the enemies are also retreating quickly. But unfortunately their retreat speed is not as fast as the player's advancement. Star Ring Civilization naturally knows the players' routines. The Zerg have strong individual combat capabilities, especially in close combat or melee combat, where their advantages can be maximized. After all, the control of a creature's own body is always much more flexible than the control of a battleship. However, although they are very clear about their plans, the commander of the Star Ring Civilization is also very helpless at this moment. The Zerg attacking from all directions had already made the battlefield chaotic. At this time, the enemy continued to advance. If they withdraw too quickly, the troops they sent out to intercept may not be able to keep up with the pace of the larger army. Unable to keep up with the pace of the large army, all that awaits them is to be destroyed by the enemy. At this moment, the commander of the Star Ring Civilization coldly watched every move of the players without saying a word. What kind of insects are these at the front? With such a powerful defensive capability, it should be considered the main battle unit among the insect swarms. Why haven't I heard of it before? And at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. What happened to the hundreds of frigates in the escort formation and the cruisers in the cruise formation? Why didn't they retreat with the fleet? As his words fell, the people under his command were also a little confused. Commander, these battleships seem to have lost contact with us. Loss of contact? The commander said with a surprised look on his face. And just when he was about to say something, an alarm of condensed matter weapon invasion suddenly came from the ship. Condensed matter weapons? These bugs master this technology? He said with a look of surprise on his face. He never expected that bugs could master this technology. But when he heard about this technology, he immediately understood what happened to those missing battleships. It surprised me a little. Through those warships, it is not difficult to see that the bugs have a good grasp of this technology. As he spoke, this commander immediately activated condensed matter defense technology on all battleships. Their civilization has also researched condensed matter weapons, and has also mastered the attack and defense technologies of this weapon. Although their offensive skills are not particularly mature, their defensive skills are already very good. And when they activated this technology, the players controlling the condensed matter banelings also discovered that something was wrong. Rely on, brothers. The enemy has means of defense against condensed banelings. Now that the defense technology is turned on, it is very difficult for us to get in. And even if we get in, the losses will be huge. The usage time went from 1 hour to 2 minutes. Damn it. Won't the condensed banelings be useless if they do this? The condensed banelings just feel like that. It's fine for a civilization that doesn't have the defense capabilities of this kind of weapon. But once it encounters an opponent with defense capabilities, it won't work. I feel that dark matter banelings are more reliable, and the direct damage effect is immediate. At the same price, if the opponent does not have corresponding defense technology, the warships that condensed matter banelings can destroy are n times that of dark matter. And the current situation, even if you use dark matter to explode, the effect will be very poor. The enemy's warships have high shield defense and armor on the outside. If you add these two together, even if your dark matter banelings are powerful, the damage they can do to them will be limited. Damn it. This game is getting more and more difficult. This kind of defensive emotion can only be used by highly evolved troops. I know everything about the game, but the most useful one in the upcoming situation is the one-eyed monster. However, it is basically impossible for small guilds to obtain the one-eyed monster. The investment for this thing is too high. Although guilds now generally have about 1,000 people, everyone in the guild who wants to buy it has to pay at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Usually, most of the guild members are not happy to increase the amount of evolution points. Therefore, we can only adjust the guild taxes and fees. Wait until the taxes collected by the guild are almost the same, and then let everyone make up some evolution points. But this operation cycle is too long. At this time, while the players were still discussing, the main formation had already rushed into the enemy's formation. This charge caused heavy losses to the players. Although the defense and survivability of the 4th level cockroaches are very strong, it is undeniable that the opponent's firepower is not weak. So even if there are level 4 cockroaches and level 3 mutant dragons taking turns taking damage, the player's formation will eventually break into the enemy's army. Their 4th level cockroaches lost as many as 6, and their 3rd level mutalisks lost nearly 100. As for other auxiliary arms, the losses were even greater. Fortunately, after rushing into the monster pile, players can also gain a certain advantage. Because of the short distance, the enemy had to prioritize players approaching their own battleships, which also resulted in their firepower being instantly dispersed by the players. The distance is also relatively close, in order to avoid accidentally injuring friendly forces. They fire less frequently than before. Compared with them, players have much less worries, because the players' units themselves are much smaller than them. As long as there is no problem with the positioning, there will basically be no accidental damage, and most of their attacks will be eaten up by these battleships. It wasn't until this moment that the Zerg's combat advantages were fully utilized by the players. At this time, the face-riding players were furiously outputting, and Jiang Yao in the distance was naturally unambiguous. I saw that he was also controlling the insect nest to conduct long-range snipers on the enemy's battlecruisers. Although there are still many attacks coming to Jiang Yao at this moment. But at the moment, most of the enemy's warships are cleaning up the bugs around them, which also makes the damage Jiang Yao suffers not high. Brothers, get ready. The opponents know 3 battlecruiser is about to break its armor. Members of the nearby hand-to-hand combat team are ready. At this time, as a one-eyed giant beast spoke from the player, a thick beam of light was shot out. Immediately afterwards, I saw a large hole being shot directly into the deck of this huge battlecruiser. Then under everyone's gaze, I saw that the hole was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quick! Quick! The hand-to-hand combat team is charging. Follow up. Keep up. Get inside. Brother Temple War B. Hurry up. It's about to close. In this way, the members of the hand-to-hand combat team, who had been prepared for a long time, urged, while drilling into the interior of the battleship at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 303: The Enemy's Ambush. Players have also carefully considered the overall configuration of the hand-to-hand combat team within the battlecruiser. They mainly use basic springtail beasts, and each team must be equipped with a Hydralisk and a Templar War Bee. The main reason for configuring these 2 arms is to worry about it. If the opponent's combat power is too strong, they can use these 2 arms to survive. In addition, the defense-breaking ability of the Temple's Peak is quite strong. There are some gates inside the battlecruiser that they need to deal with. At this time, when the players got into the battlecruiser, they were attracted by everything in front of them. First of all, they are currently located inside a main passage of the battlecruiser. This is a square passage with a length, width and height of about 30 meters. A soft yellowish light emanated from the top of the passage. There are various instruments that players don't recognize on the left and right sides. And in the distance, players can see an internal defensive turret at regular intervals. Of course, the moment the players appeared here, these forts naturally launched an attack on them. Seeing this scene, the players did not dare to stay here, and they started to move towards the main control room. On the way, they also destroyed all the equipment in sight. While the players were advancing and destroying, the defense robots inside the battlecruiser were also gathering in their direction. Not only that, players can also see many Star Ring Civilization warriors wearing battle armors coming towards them. And when the 2 waves of people met, the battle was about to break out. As the battle began, players realized how powerful these enemies were. On the battlefield, enemies wearing armor were seen quickly approaching the players under the cover of drones and defense machinery. While approaching them, they were also shooting at the players. When they approached the player, they saw a special lightsaber suddenly stretched out from the armor's arm, and then he stabbed directly through the armor of a worker bee. Just when the painful worker bee player was about to clamp it with pliers, the mecha warrior immediately started the propulsion engine and retreated. After dodging the blow, he immediately stepped forward for a second round of output. At the same time, the fighter planes and robots next to him also seized the opportunity and fired crazily at the players. Holy shit. It hurts. This pain system really can't be turned on. I'm afraid you're not a fool. You're just going to make yourself unhappy by opening that thing. Holy crap. The monsters in this dungeon are so hard to kill. They're all slippery like loaches and can't be hit at all. It's not that they are slippery. It's that our attack speed is too slow. They can easily avoid our attacks by using mechas. Brothers, don't attack randomly. Be steady and find the right opportunity before attacking. Don't panic. We have countless chances to make mistakes, and they only have one chance. As long as they are caught by us, they will be killed on the spot. Holy shit. I really regret not buying a Velociraptor or a Springtail. But how could I be so frustrated when I use these? At this time, the group of players fighting the enemy inside the battleship also realized the power of advanced civilization. Different from the previous low-level civilizations, this high-level civilization has done quite a good job in both the battleship and the internal defense of the battleship. In the past, when they were targeting other civilizations, when they entered the interior of the battleship, it was like flying in the sky, crushing and invincible along the way. But at this moment, inside the battleship, The players were feeling quite frustrated. Originally, players thought that it would be enough to let worker bees enter the interior of the battlecruiser to destroy it. But after careful consideration, they temporarily changed their strategy. And now, they can't help but feel lucky for their decision at that time. The internal defense measures of this battleship were so perfect. If they hadn't had a lot of velociraptors and springtails here, they seriously doubted that they might have been wiped out by the enemy not long after entering. Compared with the previous enemies who only had a single weapon, the enemies here have all kinds of weapons. There are all kinds of gravity attack weapons, small shield devices, etc. that players can think of. With the cooperation of a variety of weapons, the combat power within the Star Ring civilization cannot be underestimated. In this way, the first batch of players who entered the battlecruiser struggled to advance. After spending about half of their troops, they advanced to the main control. After the players destroyed the main control room, they immediately divided into several groups to destroy the battleship's energy device so that the battleship would shut down. On the way to the energy room, the players naturally encountered a lot of interceptions, although the journey was very difficult. Fortunately, the last group of players finally completed the task. As the internal instruments were destroyed, the battlecruiser completely lost its combat capabilities. Worry. It's so difficult. For more than 20 minutes, it took more than 200 of us to capture this battlecruiser. After all this is done, this group of players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, after they completed the work at hand, they also informed other players of the situation inside the battleship as soon as possible, so that the players who would attack in the next round would have an idea. In this way, with the cooperation of the players, the battlecruiser stalled one after another. This also greatly reduces the enemy's strength. Of course, players not only use the same routine on battlecruisers, they also use it on cruisers. Of course, the treatment of cruisers is definitely not as good as that of battlecruisers. Under normal circumstances, to organize an attack on a cruiser, they only need about 20 people, which is enough. With the multifaceted efforts of players, the number of warships in the Star Ring civilization is decreasing at an extremely fast rate. At this point, the balance of victory is also tilting towards the players. According to this situation, players estimate that in a few hours at most, this group of enemy fleets will be wiped out by them, although their losses will be huge in the end of this wave. But players can accept these losses. After all, he has attacked so many civilized players and figured out how to make money in this game. Unlike other games, if you don't pay in this game, you can't make any money. Take the civilizations they attacked before as an example. Which civilization was not bitter first and then sweet? Under normal circumstances, you advance battle losses in the early stage to consume the enemy's troops. After the enemy's troops are exhausted by you, then it is your time to harvest. Therefore, current players are not particularly concerned about early battle losses. What they focus on is how much resource reserves this civilization has. However, through the battle in front of them, it is not difficult for the players to see that this civilization is probably also a fat and oily civilization. After all, for a civilization of Taylor's level, the combined resources they possess can cover the player's total losses twice. The level of science and technology of a civilization as wealthy as Taylor is just that. And the number of battleships that can be taken out is only a small amount. Look at the civilization in front of us now. There are hundreds of thousands of warships at every turn. And the technological level is so high. From this, it is not difficult to guess how terrifying the resource reserves of this civilization are. With their resource reserves, it doesn't matter if they pay for battle losses in the early stage. When the network is closed in the end, they can make back the extra money. Therefore, players at this time are not afraid of losses at all. And usually, hundreds of thousands of warships are the total number of warships in a civilization. Therefore, players feel that they only need to replace this batch of warships. And then, they can enter the harvest state. Brothers, please work harder. We have cleared out the enemy's main battle units. The remaining group of shrimp soldiers and crabs will all be sent away soon. Basically, this wave is stable. All brothers, please note that those with remaining health can return to the insect nest to recuperate. And the rest can be left to players in better condition. It makes me feel sick just thinking about it. My 4th level cockroach burped. But I won't die if the official launches a set of cockroach skins. This official plan is like a fool. A back row output unit like the Cyclops has an exclusive skin for it. This cockroach, a front row damage resistant unit, has not yet had a skin released. I feel that the one-eyed monster will not have much impact if it doesn't have a skin. The cockroach is different. It is a frontline anti-injury unit. It is really uncomfortable without the blessing of the skin. In fact, Jiang Yao was very helpless regarding the player's complaints. It's not that he doesn't want to get a skin. It's just that the skin of this thing is really difficult to get out. As a frontline injury-bearing unit, the damage he bears must account for most of the damage on the battlefield. Jiang Yao only had one kind of material that could withstand such huge damage. And that was the armor of the Starry Sky Beast. Except for this material, other materials are not good at all, including the battleship materials of the two advanced civilizations captured previously. Although the batch of materials he had captured earlier were of high hardness, they were still a bit powerless in the face of a war of this scale. Although it can indeed withstand some damage when manufactured, the price of your own armor is not cheap. The price of a battle armor like the Cyclops is already 1 million evolution points. If he were to launch Cockroach's mecha by himself, Jiang Yao estimated that his price would be almost the same. What would the players think if the armor at this price was damaged within 2 minutes of the game? If this is not appropriate, it will become a fake and shoddy product. So he has no intention of launching this kind of front-row injury-bearing armor before finding suitable materials. At this time, on the battlefield, the enemy's warships have become fewer and fewer as time goes by. Because in the early stage, the players' targets were the enemy's main battle units, such as cruisers and battle cruisers. So now most of their remaining battleships are destroyers and escorts. So it's easier for players to clean up. But just when they thought they could wipe out all the enemies like this, they received a piece of bad news. The person who brought this news was an eyeworm player who stopped by to find the home base of the Star Ring civilization. This player met other fleets of the Star Ring civilization halfway. And when he discovered this fleet, he immediately told everyone about the situation. And this player also discovered that there was a problem with the sailing direction of this fleet, because the sailing direction of this fleet was actually above the area where the players were. After seeing this scene, he naturally knew that something was wrong. So he quickly contacted other members of the investigation team and asked them to go in other directions to investigate the situation. It turned out that it would be okay if I didn't check, but I would be shocked if I checked. At this time, the Star Ring civilization sent out 6 formations, outflanking the players from all directions in the area. Moreover, the total number of warships in this Star Ring civilization has exceeded the players' estimates. Originally, the players thought that the hundreds of thousands of battleships here were all they had. But in fact, it was completely different from what they thought. Because each of the several fleets they outflanked had at least 80,000 to 90,000 warships. This amount is a bit scary. If these battleships are added up, players estimate that the Star Ring civilization has at least 600,000 battleships. With the technological level of the Star Circle civilization and the huge number of warships, the players knew very well that this battle was impossible to fight. So when they learned the news, they immediately began to retreat. And they also need to rush out of the circle of the Star Ring civilization before they are completely sacked. But fortunately, everyone is now in an interstellar dust belt, so they can only sail at normal speeds. Regarding the normal sailing speed, players believe that the Zerg nest will not lose to any of their warships. As long as they are fast enough, they can easily rush out of this dangerous area before the enemy encircles them. So when the players all return to the insect nest, Jiang Yao immediately controlled the insect nest to accelerate towards the great void of the universe. And when the frontline combat team of the Star Ring civilization saw Jiang Yao's actions, they naturally knew that their plan had been discovered. So they immediately stepped forward to intercept. But because all the large battleships had been sent away by the players, therefore, their small warships could not play much role at all. So they were destroyed by the 3 units that came with the insect nest soon. After the insect nest was destroyed, it continued to accelerate forward. At this time, the players inside the insect nest were also nervously staring at the pictures coming from the frontline reconnaissance players. According to the display on the screen, the players knew that after they started to run away, the outflanking fleets also immediately changed their routes. Damn. These wild monsters are so damn sinister. Yeah. You actually want to use part of the battleship as cannon fodder to divert our attention. The remaining warships came from other areas to double team us. If we hadn't been lucky and discovered one of their fleets, I think we would all be out of luck by now. I feel that the difficulty of this wave of wild monsters is ridiculously high. Their attack power is very strong, and their numbers are so huge. Most importantly, they are very sinister. The large number is acceptable. The greater their number, the greater their resource reserves. After we really defeat them, we will make a fortune. Old Tai. The prerequisite for getting rich is that we can defeat them. The current situation is that not only can we not defeat them, but we will most likely not be able to escape. Chapter 304 Difficulties. In this way, the players were discussing and keeping an eye on the current enemy's navigation route. Huh? Why is the screen black on IWARM No. 3? Hey Jill. The labor and management were too close and were killed. It's really unlucky. Damn it. You only have one field of vision in that area. If you are killed, our area will be blinded. After hearing the words of these players, the IWARM player replied angrily, "You guys should panic. The enemy's course in my direction is not important. What is important is the points of the No. 1 and No. 2 interception teams. And then again, our speed in the cosmic dust belt is much faster than that of the enemy. It is basically impossible for them to catch up with us. And then again, no matter how much we hide, we will eventually run into an enemy formation. And whether we can break through the interception of that formation is the most critical. How do you attack this? Is the insect nest resisting? The current situation can only be forced on. Each wave of interception fleets chasing the enemy has 70,000 to 80,000 troops. Their attack can be overwhelming for a short time. But the trouble is, they have brought a lot of anti-jump ships and warships that stop and wrap beams. These warships can hold us back for a long time. If we don't clean up these battleships, it will be basically impossible for us to rush out. Damn it. How do you clean this thing? Could it be? Yes. You guessed it right. We need cannon fodder. A lot of cannon fodder. Hack you. I managed to survive the large-scale battle before. And now I have to be used as cannon fodder. I won't agree. Young man. If the situation needs to be opened up, someone must sacrifice when encountering such a thing. At this time, we should set the protection of the insect nest as the highest priority. It doesn't matter if we die. As long as we can protect the insect nest, we will die a worthy death. So I applied to volunteer to attack. At this time, as the player's words fell, everyone also cast admiring glances at him. Well done, bro. I admit that I was moved. So I won't say anything anymore. Count me in for the attack. And I. Damn it. Don't be fooled by him. This guy is just a basic worker bee, and he didn't even buy a battle armor. Even if this guy goes out, he can only be used as space junk. This grandson is just a talkative party. Damn it. Mr. Son, you are so shameless. Not to mention having sex for free. You are not only having sex for free, but also showing off. That's too much. Maid, I was almost moved by this thief. Everyone, please stop talking about these things. Seriously, which of us is willing to sign up and give them away? Can you speak upstairs? What are you going up to deliver? It should be said that those brave men are willing to go up and save the people heroically. I have declared in advance that I will not go. At this time, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but sigh after hearing the player's words. Every time a large number of new players come in, something like this will happen. Especially when it comes to giving away meat. Basically no one is willing to go. But the current situation is that someone has to go. So the Emperor Penguins at this time are very clear about this matter. And it will eventually fall on the head of their big guild. It doesn't matter if they don't go up. You have to know that they are no better than those new players. If the insect nest is down, it will be a big deal, and it will be reopened. The total amount of funds in each of these guilds is very high. If it is really reopened, they will have no place to cry. But obviously what he didn't know was that if the insect nest was really down, then they would have no chance of reopening. In this way, Emperor Penguin and the others contacted several other guild leaders, and began to negotiate how many soldiers each guild would send out. This time they did not fight, but sent troops to clean up the intercepting warships. Of course, they all knew that the group of people sent out would most likely not come back. So this time, they basically just took the money and gave it away for free. Fortunately, there are more guilds now, and each guild can suffice with just a few. Considering that the opponent's technological level is not low, they also have certain requirements for the free troops. The main free units for this wave of players are antimatter banelings and the first stage hydralisks. The main force is the antimatter baneling, and the auxiliary force is the hydralisk. First, the antimatter banelings will blast a wave, causing considerable damage to them, and then the hydralisks will supplement their output and take them down quickly. As for why they did not choose the more powerful dark matter banelings, the reason is also very simple. Usually, the intercepted ships are high-mobility ships of the escort level. Only such ships can easily capture people. As for destroying the guards, the antimatter banelings are completely enough. After the plan was determined in this way, the players immediately started taking action. Although they were fully prepared, they were still a little nervous at the moment. Because if the insect nest is intercepted unexpectedly, then they may really be doomed this time. So now the players can only hope that the plan can go smoothly and don't cause any trouble. In this way, under the nervous attention of the players, they met the fleet of the Star Ring civilization. The enemy is coming. Brothers, be prepared. Whether you can succeed depends on this wave. As the players finished speaking, the players who had already prepared rushed out of the insect nest. At the same time, eyeworm players in other areas are also constantly reporting points. Brothers, please pay attention. The enemy fleet at point 1 is relatively close to us. It is estimated that it will arrive in 10 minutes at most. It will take about 15 minutes to reach No. 5. 2 o'clock 8 minutes. At this time, as the eyeworm players reported their points, these players on the battlefield couldn't help but feel the pressure doubled. If they want to escape safely, they must break through the enemy's defenses within 7 minutes. It is not easy for players to break through this time. While the players were still thinking, they saw the opponent's interception fleet rushing towards them. These warships began to circle at a high speed around the insect nest at a distance of about 50,000 kilometers from the insect nest. As they circled around, the electronic warfare equipment they carried was immediately activated. This time, the enemy sent a total of about 300 interceptor warships. What surprised the players was that the speed of these warships was ridiculously fast, because the orbiting speed actually reached the speed of light. This shows how strong the maneuverability of these warships is. Naturally, at this speed, it's basically impossible for players to hit them. Not only were the players unable to hit, but even the attacks from the large number of turrets on the insect nest were easily dodged by them. And the players who saw this scene couldn't help but feel that the matter was difficult. It is very simple to achieve this by traveling at the speed of light. At least not difficult for a civilization of their level. But if you want to reach the speed of light navigation, the technical requirements are very high. The enemy's interception frigates obviously specialize in this technology, so they can do such incredible things. What should I do now? I don't know either. This is outrageous. How can we fight with a beam surrounding it in such an environment? Even if we can sense their location through biometric radar, our speed can't keep up. I'm very curious. If the enemy's escort level hull orbits at such a speed, not only is the energy consumption high to maintain this speed, but in addition, they also need to consider so much material in the interstellar dust belt. That means their shields are definitely on at maximum power. I just want to ask, how long can their shields last under such circumstances? Although I don't know how long their shields can last, I can definitely tell you that they can hold on for 8 minutes no matter what. Damn. What should we do next? We can't just let them kite to death. Based on the current situation, if there is no good solution, I guess the possibility is very high. Now the insect nest is disturbed by their stopping beam, and the speed has been slowed down. In addition, the enemy has been fighting desperately. With this posture, over time, even if their support does not come, I estimate that the insect nest will be sent away by them like this. Damn. This is really troublesome. Are we organizing a counterattack against their warships now? Hearing this suggestion, everyone shook their heads. This is definitely not possible. If we organize a counterattack, it will be easy for them to delay enough time. But if we don't organize a counterattack, the insect nest will be unable to withstand it sooner or later if it continues like this. Just when everyone was still undecided, Emperor Penguin thought of a way. I do have a plan. We can directly use dark matter baneling bugs. Because the explosion range of dark matter banelings is very wide, we can arrange to detonate them directly on the route they circle. The enemy will inevitably change their course if they want to avoid the dark matter baneling attack. It's hard to say whether they can change their course at their current speed. Even if they can change, their speed will inevitably slow down when they change. And that time is a good opportunity for us to take action. Of course, it would be even better if they couldn't change their course, because then their frigates would most likely be sent away by the banelings. Regarding the Emperor Penguin's proposal, everyone felt that it was still very feasible, so they immediately started making preparations. Although the price of dark matter banelings was very expensive. But in the current situation, players can't care so much anymore. Within a few minutes, a group of dark matter banelings were seen flying out of the insect nest, and then flying towards the location surrounded by these intercepting ships at extremely fast speeds. When they arrived at the predetermined location, they detonated it without saying a word. Following the explosion of the dark matter banelings, the entire area was covered by the dark matter banelings' powerful explosive fire net. As the players thought, these battleships can only perform high-speed fixed-point orbits. It is not only very difficult to suddenly change the course or position midway, and the speed slowed down immediately, and when they slowed down, it was natural for the players to attack. Brothers, slowed down. The Hydralisks attack quickly. Free fire. If you see any warship suddenly slowing down, attack immediately. Enable energy devouring skills. Don't save energy. Damn it. Millions of evolution points are consumed every second. You must maximize your benefits. Maid, don't put pressure on us. My hands are shaking because of what you said. Stop beeping and fight quickly. The enemy's reinforcements are coming soon. In this way, the players urged and fired wildly at the intercepting guards of the Star Ring civilization. Due to the sudden attack by dark matter banlings, nearly 200 of the frigates of the Ring civilization were lost in seconds before they had time to react. The remaining dozens of ships were eventually destroyed by the players due to their blockade tactics. The insect nest also used this opportunity to accelerate out of the enemy's blockade. Although the opponent's attack also caused a lot of damage to the insect nest during the breakthrough. Fortunately, it broke through the encirclement. Although it suffered a lot of damage before, the insect nest is not in good condition now. But even so, the speed of the insect nest is still much faster than the enemy's main fleet. At this moment, as time goes by, the distance between the insect nest and the enemy is getting farther and farther. Just when the players thought it was safe, the eyeworm players responsible for the investigation brought another bad news. Brothers and brothers, please pay attention. The enemy's interception guard is coming this way. It won't be long before our insect nest is overtaken. Holy shit. Come again! Damn it. There's no end for these people. Right? Worry. If we continue like this, if we don't clean up all their interceptor warships, then we won't be able to get rid of them. This is a little uncomfortable. Mater, the enemy's interceptor ship is also invincible. Once the stop beam is attached to us, they only need to wait for the large force to arrive, and we will be finished. With the current state of the insect nest, I feel that if they catch up, they won't be able to survive for long before they die suddenly. What the hell are we going to do? The opponent's little guards are not only capable of harassing us, but they are also extremely fast. It's basically unrealistic to get rid of them at the speed of our insect nest. Should we be chased all the way to death by them? At this time, when everyone was undecided, a Pathfinder player sent back important information. Brothers, I feel we still have a way. As he spoke, the player continued to add, I discovered a high-energy radiation area 70 light-years away from the interstellar dust belt. If we get into it, we should be able to get rid of those frigates. Hearing what this player said, everyone's eyes could not help but light up. If they entered that area, it would be easy for them to get rid of these intercepting guards. Chapter 305 Successful Breakout. High-energy radiation areas, like interstellar dust belts, are a relatively special environment in the universe. Unlike interstellar dust belts, high-energy radiation zones can cause great damage to battleships. Normally, warships from low-level civilizations entering this area would basically die. Even an advanced civilization needs at least a cruiser-level warship to sail inside for a long time. However, ordinary frigates and destroyers cannot sustain themselves for too long inside. Thinking of this, a player said, if this is the case, then no surprise. As long as we reach that area, there is a high probability that this group of frigates will not dare to follow us. In this case, let's rush out of the interstellar dust belt before they catch up and jump over there. As long as we get there, it's useless even if their interception guards follow us. They can only wait outside, and then wait for the main fleet to come over and let the main fleet in. And by the time their main formation arrives, we will probably have disappeared. And when the player said this, they suddenly realized another problem. Wait a minute. This is wrong. What did you just say? 70 light-years away from us? How did you run so far? I remembered that before the war started, there was a sun thief in our eyeworm team who could not be contacted. At that time, I was still wondering if this thing was offline, or if there were other things that were not online. For half a day, you, the Grand Thief, have been avoiding the battle. Right? Hearing what this player said, the previous eyeworm player naturally refused to admit it. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you avoiding the battle? I originally planned to charge into the battle before the war started. Unexpectedly, I suddenly felt urgent and rushed to the toilet. After all, everyone knows that this person has 3 urgent needs. But when I came back, I found that my eyeworm had been in a state of transition. I was very confused at the time. Then by the time I stopped, I was so far away. After hearing what this player said, all the players were speechless. Well, I think although we are not smart, you should not treat us as mentally retarded. Well done. We treat you as a comrade. And you treat us like a fool. No matter how hard you think, you can't find such a weird reason. At this time, everyone is ready to continue discussing this topic. The eyeworm player from before quickly interrupted them. I think everyone. The process is actually not important. The most important thing is the result. Obviously the current results are good. But you need to consider one issue before coming over. The intensity of various rays inside this high-energy radiation area is very exaggerated. So we need to consider whether our insect nest can withstand it in its current state. At this time, everyone's expressions changed after hearing what this player said. That's right. I just thought it was safe inside. But I forgot to consider the current state of our insect nest. The insect nest also has a shield. So this shouldn't be a big problem. You forgot what the leader said before. There are not many energy reserves inside the insect nest. If all this energy is used there, it will be embarrassing when unexpected situations arise. Thinking of this, the players immediately said to the previous eyeworm player, how about you go explore the road first and find the nearest exit to that area? The Yuvlina player was also shocked when he heard what the player said. What the hell? Let me go in to explore the path. Yeah. I'm just a stage 1 Yuvlina. There is only 30,000 phagocytic energy reserves. If I go in and use up all the phagic energy, I will be in trouble. Screw you. You have 30,000 energy devourers to worry about. It's numb. But you can stand and talk without back pain. I spent a lot of money to evolve this eyeworm. I wouldn't feel bad if I gave it to you for free. But I do. Uh-huh. I hear you saying. Do you want to give nothing and then get to the evolution point? Young man, let's not talk about your current behavior. Just talk about what you did just now. We can remember your ID and give it to you regardless of your evolution point. So what is before you now is a way to atone for your sins. It's up to you whether you are sure or not. You are rushing the ducks to the shells. It's so stupid. I'm afraid of dying when I play a war game. Why don't you play a woolly war game? I'm just a landscape player. Who knew that you guys would take me to the eyeworm squad? I'm so numb. I'm wronged. Everyone. And just when everyone was about to say something, Hiyukamaru interrupted everyone. Okay. Stop arguing. This guy belongs to our guild. Let me persuade him. As he spoke, he said to the player, Brother Mayu. In fact, most people in our guild know your situation. You are just a villager player. And you usually play with a Buddhist nature. But we must learn to give it any time. Including you now. You must learn to change yourself. If you have been playing the way you did before, using the cheapest unit to participate in the competition, for fear of losing in battle, then have you ever thought about it? Is it really interesting to play the game like this? Some players at the same time as you have now grown into independent warriors. Only you are still driving around with a worker bee and a velociraptor. And you have finally evolved a first-order Yuvlina, but are still reluctant to use it. At this moment, when he heard Hiyukamaru's words, although the fishy Tinksing felt that it made sense, he decided to stick to his principles after thinking about it. Although what you said makes sense. Everyone has their own way of playing. I think it's good this way. At this time, Hiyukamaru couldn't help but sigh after hearing the words of the fishy Tinksing. Sure enough, I am still not suitable for reasoning. So that's the case. You can decide for yourself whether to go or not. We won't force you. But I need to tell you. The friends in the guild who owe you evolution points may get emotional and block you because of this incident. What the I do you want to do? You've gone too far. So just go in and get out of here. If you die, we'll have to collect the money to replace one for you. Damn it. Just wait for me. I will be your grandson when I lend you evolution points. After saying this, Tianqing angrily got into the high-energy radiation zone. This high-cold radiation area is completely different from the cosmic dust belt. On the surface, this area looks exactly the same as other areas of the universe. But as soon as Tianqing went into fish, he saw that his shield value began to decrease. So he immediately began to use energy-devouring points to maintain the shield. At the same time, he was also accelerating towards the depths of the radiation zone. With his path exploration, the players are also beginning to prepare to break out of the cosmic dust belt. And when the players' routes changed, the Star Ring civilization naturally discovered it immediately. When the interceptor warships of the Star Ring civilization saw the direction in which the insect nest was sailing, they immediately felt that something was not good. No! They probably want to go to the high-energy radiation area. Hurry up and follow them. Stop them at all costs. As their words fell, the next moment, they saw a huge explosion suddenly appear around them. And many battleships were directly buried in the sea of fire because they did not respond in time. Seeing this scene, the captain of the interception team immediately shouted to everyone, "Every unit should pay attention. The other party is using bugs that can self-destruct again." All battleships try to increase the distance between them. And just after he issued the order, a team member discovered the situation. "Captain, they sent out an interception team. Ignore their interception team. Speed up and rush over." Captain and their star beasts suddenly turned into 8. Ignore. Wait, what did you say? 8? Yeah. What was originally 1 suddenly turned into 8. What kind of technology is this? The team leader couldn't help but frown. But he soon thought of the reason. The other party must have used some kind of deception. Can they tell which one is real? No. According to the ship's scanning data, all the data of these starry sky beasts are exactly the same. What? At this time, the sudden change in the insect nest caught the team leader a little off guard. After thinking about it, he made a decision. Split up and chase. In this way their fleet was divided into 8. At this moment, while they were still chasing the players, the Moon Spirit Eyeworm player who first explored the path had found their lair along their remaining navigation tracks. In the universe, whether it is a battleship or a Zerg, they will leave a navigation track when they jump. Normally, this voyage will disappear after 3 months. Although the traces left by the jump are difficult to detect due to the wormhole, reconnaissance units such as the Moon Spirit Eyeworm can still find the clues left behind. Compared with the residue of the navigation trajectory caused by the jump, the trajectory generated by the speed of light navigation will stay longer. At this time, when the player arrived at the home of the Star Ring civilization, he was stunned by what he saw. The player was dumbfounded when he saw this huge building that almost enveloped the entire galaxy. Holy crap! What kind of fairy civilization is this? How many galaxies have to be evacuated to get enough construction materials for such a big building? As he spoke, he continued to observe this giant building. The shock of the building in front of him was beyond words. Of course, he also told the players this information immediately. Although the players were still running for their lives at this time, they were still deeply shocked when they saw this giant building of the Star Ring civilization. Holy crap! Such a big building requires so much manpower and material resources. No wonder this civilization sends out hundreds of thousands of warships. It's no wonder that it can build such a giant building and come up with so many warships. Upstairs, what you said is obviously wrong. You should know that such a large building can basically hollow out the entire civilization. But not only were they not hollowed out, they were able to produce so many warships, which shows how many resources they have. If we take down this civilization, I'm thinking we'll at least start out with level 3 mutant dragons per capita. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. How can we defeat them with such a civilization? Don't say anything else. We can't even defeat their battleships, let alone their giant buildings. Considering the size and defensive capabilities of that building, I'm thinking that it's basically impossible to destroy it with our current strength. At this time, while the players were still discussing, the insect nest finally broke out of the interstellar dust belt. As soon as the insect nest broke out of the interstellar dust belt, Jian Yao immediately started the jump. Seeing that the insect nest had escaped, the guard team chasing after him hurriedly followed. However, at this time, the interception team of the Star Ring civilization knew very well that there was not much point in following them now, because once the insect nest enters the high-energy radiation zone, they will have no way to continue to follow. And even if they follow up, it won't make much sense, because they don't last long in the high-energy radiation area. So going up won't have much effect. This high-energy radiation area is very special. According to previous surveys by the Ring civilization, it spans at least thousands of light years, and is a very huge radiation area. No one knows how this radiation area came into being. And this radiation zone is very special. The space inside it is extremely unstable, and some unstable wormholes are often generated. If the insect nest entered these wormholes, it would be basically impossible for them to find these bugs. Therefore, at this point, it can basically be said that the insect nest has successfully slipped away from their hands. What they can do now is return to the base to step up production of warships and prepare for future wars. Because they knew very well at this time that when the insect nest appeared here again, it will definitely bring a swarm of insects that is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than it is now. When that time comes, they are not sure whether they can withstand it. After all, The speed of the Zerg's troops is obvious to all. In addition, these bugs are completely different from the bugs they knew before. And the individual combat effectiveness of these bugs is ridiculously powerful. Facing such an army of insects, even with the star ring as a backing, they were not 100% sure of winning. On the other side, Jiang Yao controlled the insect nest and successfully entered the radiation zone. After entering the radiation zone, Jiang Yao immediately opened the shield and began to move forward along the route provided by the Pathfinder player. At this time, after the insect nest entered here, the players could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because the regular fleet of the Star Ring civilization does not sail as fast as the insect hive. Now the only interception guard they can catch up with the insect nest does not dare to come in. So this wave of players is considered safe. After they were safe, the players began to talk about the Star Ring civilization. Of course, the main reason why the players were so interested in this civilization was because they were too fat. Chapter 306, 1,400 light-years away from Blue Star? Of course, the temptation of Star Ring civilization is not small for Jiang Yao. Huge buildings surrounding the entire galaxy. Based on this alone, Jiang Yao felt that this civilization might have many times more resources than all the civilizations he had attacked before combined. If he can really successfully capture this civilization, the resources he will obtain will be massive. By that time, not only did he have the money to evolve the insect nest, but even the Ultralisk could be easily mass-produced. At that stage, he thought he could start sending out a large number of Thunder Beast fragments and let these guilds gather the Thunder Beast together. After he has the Thunder Beast and evolves a few more stages, he will not be afraid at all even if he encounters the civilizations that attacked him earlier. Of course, Jiang Yao at this time also knew very well that it was very difficult to conquer this civilization. Not to mention the battleship in his hand. Just the giant Star Ring building would require a crazy investment of resources if he wanted to take it down. The resource reserves he currently has are definitely not enough. So now Jiang Yao's first thought is to find those small civilizations to harvest after escaping here, and to get as many resources for the war as possible. And he also has to ensure that he is not discovered by this civilization. After all, the total fleet size of this civilization is a bit exaggerated. Currently, he only knows about 600,000. Not to mention that there are still unknown ones. Jiang Yao is not sure how many there are, but Jiang Yao estimates that their total number of warships is at least 1 million. Not to mention the high strength of their battleships. The number alone made Jiang Yao feel very powerless. You know, there are only 200,000 players in his hands now, and the quality of the units is still uneven. Trying to defeat the enemy with just a few people is simply a fantasy. And compared to annihilating this civilization, Jiang Yao has a more grand plan in his heart. Such a large star ring, if equipped with thrusters, would be a mobile space fortress. If this thing is successfully captured and transformed, what kind of scenery will it be like? Just imagine. What would it feel like to have a building about the size of a star system driving around the entire universe? Which of these civilizations dares to trouble Jiang Yao? Such a big building can scare them to death. When the time comes, he won't have to go through as much trouble as before if he wants to seize resources. Directly swallow the mother stars of those civilizations, and then slowly catch the turtles in a jar. And a large number of combat robots can be manufactured inside a giant building like that. And the strength of the combat robots of this Star Ring civilization cannot be underestimated. If we get the technology, we can mass produce it. At that time, these combat robots combined with the players' insect swarms will be truly invincible. If that day comes, and Jiang Yao, who possesses such powerful combat power, faces the Empire, he feels that he still has a chance of winning. As long as he can destroy the Empire, then at that time, the entire universe will not be his own. However, he could only think about this grand blueprint for a moment, and he was not sure whether he could defeat the Empire with this building. After all, the Empire's strength is not as simple as he thought. Of course, Jiang Yao also knows very well that these are just his imagination. Now he has not even touched the horoscope, let alone conquering the Empire. In his current state, whether he can break out of this area alive is a question mark, because the scope of this area is so large. In order to ensure that the exit can be found as soon as possible, Jiang Yao sent out all the eyeworm players. Have them walk in different directions, so that they have a greater chance of finding the exit. After such a wave of operations, Jiang Yao soon received good news. That's when one of the Euglena players discovered an unstable wormhole. After receiving the news, Jiang Yao immediately rushed towards the wormhole. But when he came to the entrance of the wormhole, he was a little confused. Bugs naturally generated in the universe will randomly connect to a certain area. Some wormholes can connect areas spanning tens of thousands of light years, while other wormholes connect areas very close to each other. All in all, this wormhole is full of various uncertain factors. If the connection is close, it's fine. But if the connection is far away, it's hard to say whether I can come back by then. However, Jiang Yao did not dare to think too much about the current situation. After all, he was still running for his life. So after thinking about it, Jiang Yao still got into this wormhole. The moment Jiang Yao came out of the wormhole, he had already arrived at the edge of an unknown star system. As soon as he arrived here, Jiang Yao immediately began to check the surrounding situation. And when he saw the iconic pillar of creation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the size of the pillar of creation, Jiang Yao can basically determine that the galaxy connected to this wormhole is not far away. In this way, not only could he escape the pursuit of the Star Ring civilization, but he could also wait until he was almost fully developed and then fight back. After making sure that he didn't run too far, Jiang Yao began to ask the players to investigate the surrounding situation. There is also a planet in the habitable zone of the star system where he is now. But the size of this planet is about 50% larger than the blue star. And after scanning the insect nest, he found that the star in this star system was already an old star. According to speculation, this star system may only have a lifespan of about 1.5 billion years. Normally, in a star system like this, even if there is a planet in the habitable zone, there will be no life here under normal circumstances, because aging stars will continue to expand, and the thermal radiation produced during the expansion is enough to kill all living things on the planet. Although based on the data currently observed, Jiang Yao can basically determine that the star system in front of him is safe. But to be on the safe side, he still asked the players to investigate the planets here one by one. During this wave of investigations, Jiang Yao also received news that surprised him. That is inside the rocky planet located in the habitable zone. And the players found traces of ore. And there, they also found the remains of civilization. According to the players' inference, this planet should have had civilization a long time ago. But later, due to the star system, this civilization was eventually destroyed. Of course, this is just a speculation by the players. The specific reason why the civilization was destroyed requires in-depth exploration to determine. However, it is obvious that current players do not have the leisure to explore these things. Now all their energy and time are devoted to finding ores. Compared to archaeology, ores are what players need. As the players searched across the planet, one ore point after another was discovered by the players, which undoubtedly made the players extremely excited. Brothers from the guild, come here quickly. I've sent you the coordinate points. I've found a mine here. Everyone, hurry up and dig. Holy shit. This is incredible. I found a warehouse of a prehistoric civilization here. This warehouse is full of ores. Holy shit. I'm getting rich this time. Brothers, we've taken off. We're going to make crazy money this time. This wave is simply delicious. The previous battle losses should be easily made up with these ores. Not only can we make up for it, but we may also make a lot of money. The player who found the mineral vein in this way immediately started taking action, because there are so many mineral veins on this planet. Basically, all guilds have found their own mineral veins. At this time, the players were chatting excitedly in the group while mining. Hey, in the previous battle, our guild suffered relatively few losses. Therefore, I estimate that once we finish digging this mine, we will basically make a profit. I express all kinds of envy for your guild, which has suffered relatively small losses. Compared to your guild, our guild is in a worse situation. A group of iron-headed boys in our guild went to fight with other warships, and many of them died. I was bleeding heavily just trying to make up for the damage. So you must be careful when recruiting people. Try not to recruit those who are stubborn. Otherwise, you will have to make up for the battle losses in the later period. Yes, I don't know the situation yet. But after learning the lesson this time, I will definitely be careful next time I recruit people. Worry. You are a cheating president. Right? You are the one directing the whole process. Who is the boss? Don't you have some AC in your mind? It's embarrassing. It's the first time I've seen someone throw the pot away so easily and crudely. You must know that we can all see the chat history of public channels. Under such circumstances, you can actually throw the blame without changing your expression. I have to complain about your psychological quality. I'm just kidding. Can you withstand the previous wave of bad mental health? We lost more than half of the battle cruisers with one shot, which was a hacking loss of millions. While the players were still talking about it, One player suddenly remembered something. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed the situation in this star system. Judging from its layout, I feel it is very similar to the star system where Kepler 452b is located, which we reported on TV before. Hearing what this player said, everyone looked confused. Kepler 452b? Is this star system famous? Holy shit. You don't even know this? What's weird about this? I haven't done much research on astronomy at all. This is not a question of whether to study it or not. When Kepler 452b was discovered, it went viral on the internet. At that time, scientists called it the second blue star because its situation was very similar to that of the blue star. Everyone seemed to remember after hearing this. Hearing what you said, I seem to remember that this matter was indeed very popular on the internet for a while. If we remember correctly, this planet is in the constellation Cygnus, which is 1,400 light-years away from blue star. The diameter of the planet is about 50% larger than that of the blue star, and its orbit takes 384 days in 1 year. At first, everyone thought that this planet would be the second Earth, but later, as scientists discovered, they denied this statement because the star in the star system where this planet is located is in the aging stage. The astronomy enthusiast player who saw what this player said also nodded in agreement. And then he added, if I guess correctly, this star system should be according to Kepler's 452b restored. Whether it is the star situation or the size of the surrounding planets, all aspects of the situation are very similar to Kepler 452b. But the only thing that surprises me is that there has been civilization on this planet. Of course, this should be the game planner's guess about this planet. The players who were talking at this time did not notice that Jiang Yao was hiding aside and eavesdropping on their conversation. What the HL? Kepler 452b? If it is really it, wouldn't I? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to find a way to find out the situation of this star system. If this is really Kepler 452b, it means that it is only 1,400 light-years away from the blue star. As long as the approximate direction is determined based on this distance, Jiang Yao can reach blue star in a short time. Of course, it is impossible for him to go to blue star, because once he passes, it means that war will most likely break out. No, to be precise, it can no longer be called a war. It was purely a one-sided crushing. And at this stage, there is no need for him to go there. He only needs to send a few bugs to hide them and carry out insect deterrence. Just sacrifice the bugs when necessary. Thinking of this, he immediately started to take action, because this planet was just the speculation of the players and had not yet been confirmed. If he wanted a definite answer, he would need more evidence to support the previous player's guess. Thinking of this, he immediately issued a task. Announcement. Congratulations to the players for triggering the special mission. Mission. Determine the name of this planet. Interesting task. This task is an entertainment task and is triggered randomly. Mission content. Because the Zerg leader does not know where it is now, it is urgent to know where he is at this moment. Players can use the astronomical knowledge they have learned and combined with known clues to determine the current location of the insect swarm. Mission reward. Players who guess correctly can receive 10,000 evolution points, and the leader will receive additional evolution point rewards based on the accuracy of the clues provided by the players. Additional rewards. 50,000 to 100,000 evolution points. The specific number of rewards depends on the accuracy of the information provided by the players. Chapter 307. There is a giant beast in the planet. At this time, with the announcement of this task, everyone's eyes could not help but shine. Obviously, they did not expect that they would inadvertently trigger such a strange task. Although this task was very strange, the reward was very generous. As long as the guess is accurate and enough clues are provided, such a high evolution point reward can be obtained. This makes many players very excited. And now the number of players is large enough. And among these players, there are also many who study astronomy. So when this mission was released, they immediately started taking action. However, this group of players did not know at this time that their behavior was obviously a showmanship to introduce the devils into the village. And they don't even know that the coordinates of their home planet may be sold by them for less than 100,000 evolution points. I don't know if one day in the future, Blue Star's senior management will be so angry that they faint when they find out about this. Naturally, the uninformed players also took action after receiving this mission. Many players who have studied astronomy immediately borrowed eyeworms from their friends in the guild, and then began to explore the entire galaxy and its surroundings. After all, completing this task can be regarded as an extra income. The efficiency of the players naturally did not disappoint Jiang Yao. In less than an hour after the mission was released, Jiang Yao received hundreds of pieces of information. This information is the analysis of this galaxy by these players. And they also explained their reasons. They briefly described the situation of the surrounding galaxies, hoping to prove that their inference was correct. Among these materials, about 200 of them clearly pointed out that this is Kepler 452b. They even said that they pointed out the direction of Blue Star. Of course, they pointed out the direction of Blue Star mainly to prove that their guess was correct. Seeing the information provided in these materials made Jiang Yao extremely excited. He had imagined countless times that he would have to go through many obstacles to find Blue Star. He also imagined that he would be filled with emotions after going through all kinds of twists and turns to find Blue Star. After thinking so much, the only thing I didn't expect was that I found it so easily. It was so easy that I felt a little incredible. After all, the whole process is probably... Jiang Yao, players. Where is Blue Star? Player, no. It's right over there. The whole process was so weird. And Jiang Yao, who naturally got what he wanted, nodded with satisfaction, and then happily distributed the task rewards to the players. After he sent the reward, he arranged for a few bugs and king bugs to fly in the direction of Blue Star without saying a word. Because Euglina's jump speed is not slow, Jiang Yao successfully arrived at the galaxy that the players pointed to after a few days. Jiang Yao was also fascinated by the familiar layout. I didn't expect that after struggling in the universe for so long, I finally came back here. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was controlling eyeworms, couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he looked down at everything on the Blue Star from space. At the beginning, he was just an ordinary person on Blue Star. Due to some special reasons, he inexplicably traveled to an unknown star field. After turning around, he finally returned to his hometown. But by this time things had changed. In the past, he could only look up and imagine the vast universe. But now, he can step here and occupy his place in this unknown universe. The stars in the sky that he once saw were no longer out of reach, but could be reached at will. Perhaps for him before. It is impossible for an ordinary person to set foot in the universe. But for him now, it is as normal as eating and drinking. When Jiang Yao saw Lan Xing again at this time, he found that his mentality had also changed. I hope things don't go to the worst direction. After muttering, Jiang Yao directed the black insects to drive the king insect to the surface of the moon. Immediately afterwards, the raptors and worker bees inside the king insect crawled out and began to drill holes into the moon's underground. After the excavation reached almost the same size, Jiang Yao parked them all in. At this point, Jiang Yao's insect deterrent arrangement on Blue Star was completed. Although Jiang Yao's worries have been completely resolved, he really does not hope that one day these insects sleeping inside the moon will be awakened by him and fly to that planet. Naturally, the players didn't know what Jiang Yao had done. At this time, the players are working hard to collect resources as before. After so many days of resource collection, each of them has made a lot of money. And just recently, as their mining progress became faster and faster, and the depth of mining became deeper and deeper, they gradually discovered that this planet was far from as simple as they thought. In a certain mining area on the planet, players from a small guild were hard at work mining. At this time, they were located at a depth of about 20,000 meters inside the planet. Players here have forgotten how long they've been doing this. All they knew was that during this period, the more than 700 people in the guild were in a sleepless state. Because this planet contains a large amount of ore, players did not adopt public collection methods. Now they all find the mining area, and whoever digs it will own it. Naturally, this routine is also regarded by many small guilds as an opportunity for them to take off. Compared with collective actions, they actually prefer such individual actions. Of course, they also know very well that sometimes they can only take collective action when they have no choice but to do so. However, although these small guilds do not lose money every time they take collective actions, they cannot earn many evolution points if evolution points are given to guild members. In fact, each person will not receive many evolution points. But this time it's different. As long as they are cruel to themselves and fierce enough, everyone can make a lot of money. So after some discussion, the people in this guild decided to put their lives on the line. Many guild members have only had 3 or 4 hours of rest every day for a week. Of course, after they are so generous, the rewards they receive will naturally be huge. On average, a single player's daily income reaches close to 5,000. In their words, with this kind of income, they are willing to put their liver into the coffin board. After all, Unlike the bosses of the rich guilds, most of these players are civilian players. Before playing games full-time, they all earned a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 and worked overtime for free until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening every day. Therefore, their current income is something they could not imagine before. They once said some heroic words when they were still working. For example, my boss gave me 1,000 soft girl coins every day, and I worked overtime until I died. But now they can mine 5,000 soft girl coins every day. So basically all members of this guild have begun to fulfill their original promises. Brothers, I'm going to get off first. I just slept for 3 hours today, and I really can't bear it anymore. At this time, a player from this guild was a little weak, and said to the person next to him. Hearing his words, the player next to him also nodded, and quickly asked in the guild channel, Brothers, the brother who controls the king insect on No. 3 can't hold on any longer. Is there anyone who can wake up and come over to help? Let me do it. I just squinted for 2 hours. I should be able to last about 10 hours. Okay. Then hurry up. At this time, seeing the chat content of the players, the guild leader couldn't help but come out to remind them. Brothers, there is no problem with liver progress. But everyone should pay attention to their bodies. This week has been too long for our liver. If we continue like this, I'm worried that everyone will have to go to the ICU. Don't worry, boss. We know our bodies very well. In this situation, we won't be stressed for another half month. Yes, I think when Juan passed the news, I sat in the internet cafe for a month. Now it's only been less than a week, and I don't feel any pressure at all. Anyway, please take it easy, and don't send yourself away when the time comes. Don't worry. After this wave is over, we will definitely have a good rest. But this wave is really awesome, with a base of 5,000 evolution points every day. And if you work harder, you might be able to reach 6,000 or even 7,000. Yes, with this kind of income, what will you do even if I live in the ICU? Ningon can stay in the ICU for at least several days a day. Calculating this, even if Ningon is admitted to the ICU, it will not be a loss. At this time, when the players were talking about it, they suddenly felt the ground shaking violently. What the HL? Said these players, who were a little confused. While they were wondering, the vibrations coming from the underground were getting louder and louder. Players who realized that the situation was not good immediately asked the eyeworm players to scan the underground. After scanning, the eyeworm player immediately told everyone about the situation. Brothers, there are monsters underground trying to charge up. What the HL? Monster? Everyone was a little surprised as he said this. No. Didn't you scan it before? Isn't there any life on this planet? That thing is the same as the stone men in the rock and soil civilization. They are rock creatures. As long as these creatures don't move, they are exactly the same as ordinary rocks. So strictly speaking, they are not life. As the player finished speaking, cracks appeared on the ground. Holy crap! The ground is cracking. How big is this Goba thing? Stop lamenting. Where are the combat units? Are there any combat units nearby? Come over quickly. There's Mao Mao. All the workers here are workers. You take good care of me, the worker bee, and I'll switch to my Hydralisk. I'm going to bring my Velociraptor over too. In this way, almost 20 people decided to go back and open their own troops. The remaining people immediately ran towards the outside of the mine. Although these worker bees are not expensive, as the saying goes, mosquitoes are still flesh no matter how small they are. Having these things damaged is still very distressing for a small guild like them. And when the players just evacuated the cave, they heard only a loud noise the next moment. A giant monster that looked like it was made of rock and was almost as long as a pangolin emerged from the ground. This giant monster is 1 kilometer in height, and its length is about 3 kilometers. Players were stunned when they saw such a behemoth. They really couldn't imagine why there was such a behemoth on this planet. Damn. With such a big lump. I'm afraid he must have taken hormones. It's such a big thing. I can understand it if it's a space combat unit. But yeah. This thing is actually a creature native to the planet. This is outrageous. At this time, while the players were still discussing, this giant beast was seen drilling into the ground at an incredible speed and launching an attack on the players. Although the worker bees have certain combat capabilities, they are somewhat powerless when facing a behemoth of this level. Although the attack of this behemoth cannot kill the worker bees instantly, the players will still lose a lot of blood after being hit a few times. Damn. This thing isn't right. The damage is simply outrageous. It looks like a stone on the surface, but in fact it is not at all. It should be made of special metal. Otherwise, ordinary stones will never have the hardness it does. This damn thing is unreasonable. There is no life form made of metal. What's so unusual is that in the universe, every life has its own unique way of expression. Our cognitive expressions of life may not necessarily be correct. All irrationality only stems from our lack of knowledge. Let's put this aside for now, if we don't know enough. Aren't those people who went to open troops come back yet? If we continue to fight like this, we won't be able to hold on. At this time, hearing everyone's complaints, one of the players couldn't help but sigh. Are you stupid? Do you have to fight it here? Can't we lure it away? I don't care about anything all day long. I obviously can't beat him. Why are you going up there and trying hard? It's just a matter of trying to distract him. It's really a group of people who can't even turn their heads. Hearing this player's complaints, other members of the guild did not suddenly realize. Instead, they looked at him with expressions of concern for mentally retarded children. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Well, I think if you are not so open-minded, you can't pretend to be realistic. Otherwise you will be slapped in the face easily. First of all, you have to understand that we discovered this giant beast. Do you know what this means? It means that there is a monster underground on this planet. If this monster can sell evolution points, you lure it away and let other players know about it. I'm just curious. Will they share the evolution points earned with you, or how? And this giant beast came out of the ground. Are you sure it couldn't be a copy that we accidentally triggered? It's just that the way to open this copy is a little special. If we encounter such a strange thing, the first thing we should think about when playing the game is whether this thing will be the key to activating the hidden copy. If this thing is the key to triggering the copy, and we make it public, doesn't it mean that we personally give our evolution points to others? Therefore, it is difficult for a young man to think in many aspects when encountering problems. Otherwise it will be easy to work for others. Chapter 308 Discovering the Hidden Base. Okay, bosses, I didn't think well. After hearing the words of other people in the guild, the player immediately realized his mistake. Of course, now that they knew how important this monster was, everyone naturally tried their best to drag it here. In this way, they controlled the worker bees to fight the giant while discussing the next arrangements. In fact, many of them are now suspecting that this is most likely the entrance to a hidden copy, because this giant beast is so abnormal. Such a huge size. Although players of giant creatures are not surprised. After all, some like the one-eyed monster are quite big. But this monster is fundamentally different from the Cyclops. The one-eyed behemoth is a highly evolved space combat unit. But the behemoth in front of you is a native planet creature. The physical strength of the Cyclops is astonishing. This is the result of the evolution of the insect swarm. But this thing is still active on the planet. Through this, it is not difficult to see that his level of evolution is far behind that of the Zerg. And the problem arises here. Such a huge creature. A creature with such a low level of evolution. It is actually able to move freely on this planet. And during the battle, its flexibility is far beyond the player's imagination. All this is too abnormal. Let's not go too far. Take Blue Star as an example. The whales on Blue Star can only live in the water because of their huge size. In fact, many creatures are like this. Because they are too large. They will have various problems, such as slow movement. For example, the body structure cannot support its huge weight, and it can only change the living environment and so on. But the creature in front of me is not only big, but also has a very flexible body. As a native creature of a planet, it is basically impossible to achieve this at a low evolutionary stage. Even the Zerg at the same evolutionary stage may not be able to reach this level. Is this reasonable? This is obviously unreasonable. Therefore, combined with the above unreasonableness, this group of players concluded that there must be something big underneath. After fighting this giant beast for a while, support from the players finally arrived. Although the overall combat effectiveness of this giant beast is still relatively strong, it is only aimed at worker bees. When he faced a velociraptor and a hydralisk at the same time, it would be unable. The velociraptor could easily tear its skin apart. The bone spurs of the hydralisk can also penetrate it easily. But when attacking it, the experts discovered many things that were wrong. The internal structure of this giant beast was obviously not that of normal creatures, because he actually had something like gears and circuits inside, which shocked these players quite a bit. Holy shit. I just said that there are different expressions of life. Come forward and let's have a good chat. I really can't understand any living thing that has internal circuits and gears. Why didn't you come out and refute what I said just now? Now that the matter has settled, You are going to be an afterthought. Brothers, please stop arguing. Judging from the current situation, this giant beast is obviously man-made. This man-made thing uses a few pieces of ore as energy inside, which means that this thing is not valuable at all. Obviously, this giant beast was created by the civilization that perished before. This is embarrassing. You can't change the evolution points. And there aren't many ores inside. It's just a useless thing. You can't say that. Being able to create combat creatures of this level means that the technological level of this previous civilization was not low. Although they are on the street now, it cannot be ruled out that they have obtained the coordinates of some other civilizations. So I think we can find a way to find their lair next, and then see if we can get the coordinates of other civilizations there. After hearing what this player said, everyone knew that now they could only try their luck. So, they organized an exploration team of about 300 people and began to go deep into the ground toward the tunnel dug by this giant beast. As they continued to deepen, players also discovered some traces of civilization. For example, this passage was not actually dug by the giant beast, because some traces of corroded metal can be seen around this passage. However, due to the ravages of time, these metals have been corroded to the point of disgrace. Speaking of which, I feel like there's something wrong with this civilization's brain. There aren't many buildings on the ground, but everything is arranged underground, because this planet is affected by the star. The surface temperature is very high. Obviously, under such circumstances, living underground is the best choice. It's really sad. Life was born with great difficulty. Who would have thought that the last good civilization would be defeated by the environment? Okay, don't sigh. This matter is not as simple as we thought. What's the meaning? If you think about it carefully, does the previous giant beast really look like it could have been created by an ordinary planetary civilization? As far as the flexibility of this giant beast is concerned, I guess it is not much different from the mechas of Taylor civilization. Don't you think it's outrageous that a civilization that has mastered mechanical technology to this extent has yet to set foot in the universe? At this time, everyone couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing this player's analysis. They didn't pay much attention to this before, but now that they heard this player say this, they thought it was really the case. Logically speaking, a civilization that has mastered mechanical technology to this extent should not die on its home planet. And through the battle just now, they also know that this civilization's research on materials and technology is not bad, because according to the previous inferences of the players, this civilization is only a planetary civilization. A civilization like this can only use the resources on its own planet. Even if they can only use the resources on this planet, they can combine such strong metals. Based on this alone, it is not difficult to see that this civilization is not as weak as they imagined. In fact, if you think about it differently, you can understand how exaggerated the strength of the metal used by their giant beast is. When fighting the players, the giant metal beast was jumping around. What is this concept? Such a huge body can still jump around. So if the hardness of this metal is low, it may be crushed by its own weight in less than 2 jumps. You must know that the gravity of this planet is at least 1 or 2 times that of the blue star. On the blue star, you can try to build such a huge behemoth and let it jump twice. It is estimated that no material can support the current material technology that Blue Star has mastered. But what the players don't understand is that technology, as high as Blue Star's, has begun to appear everywhere around this planet. And it also built a space battleship. Although now Blue Star's battleship can only be regarded as a coffin box in a strict sense. But at least, I can wander around in the universe. And with the level of science and technology of this civilization, is it reasonable for it to end up dead on the planet? I seriously doubt that this should be an advanced civilization. But they left here many years ago. It is completely different from what we thought before that it was destroyed due to environmental reasons. Based on the above information, a player analyzed it like this. Of course, many people disagreed with his speculation. Old man, you need to understand that there is a reason why those big guys concluded that this civilization was destroyed. Because there is a large amount of ore on this planet. And they have found many ore storage points before. It is obvious that this civilization has learned to use ore. It is not difficult to see from the giant beasts just now that their utilization of ores is not low. Let me ask. After such a civilization understood the huge role of ore, why did they not take all the ore with them when they immigrated? Not to mention taking away all the ore. Even a large part of the ore on this planet has not been mined. What does this mean? Obviously, there is a high probability that they will perish before they have time to react. In this way, the players discussed this matter in various ways along the way, and soon they reached the end of the passage. As soon as he reached the end of the passage, he saw a huge metal door. The entire gate is at least 5,000 meters high and 3,000 meters wide. And this discovery naturally made the players' eyes light up. Because after seeing this thing, they can be 100% sure that this must be a relatively important base for this perishing civilization. The more important this base is, the more information it holds inside, and the greater the probability that players can obtain useful information. Thinking of this, the players immediately destroyed the door and rushed in without stopping. However, as soon as they rushed in, the players were shocked by what they saw. There is an extremely huge space inside, and there are giant beasts parked one after another inside this space. According to preliminary estimates, the number of these giant beasts is at least 100. In addition to the giant beasts they saw before, there are also some small giant beasts with a body length of 100 meters. And the number of these giant beasts reaches several thousand. I'll be nice. One of the players couldn't help but sigh after looking around at everything. Should I say it or not? It is more or less unfair that this civilization has developed to such an extent and was suddenly wiped out. So when you find something is wrong with your home planet, retreat quickly without delay. Otherwise, it will be like this civilization. It has finally developed to this level, and then it will disappear in a daze. And while the players were still talking, the next moment all the war beasts in the entire area suddenly moved. The moment they moved, the players suddenly realized that something was wrong. Damn it. I thought I saw a lot of giant beasts moving just now. I saw it too. Worry. Can these things be able to jump like the previous war machine? I guess I didn't run away. Holy crap. This is unreasonable. After such a long time, these war beasts are not affected at all. What's unreasonable about this? You must know that these main battle units usually have no plan to be scrapped. What does planned scrap mean? Rookie, you don't know this? Let's put it this way. After any product is manufactured, there will be a planned scrap time. And when that time comes, the product will have various problems, forcing the buyer to replace it with a new one. Huh? And this operation, isn't this a complete profiteer? How can this be called a profiteer? This is a normal business method. If those manufacturers want to be able to operate stably in the long term, they can only adopt such methods. Aren't products with better quality more popular? On the contrary, let me give you an example. The longest lasting light bulb in the world has illuminated for 1,000,000 hours. What is this concept? Can you understand? This light bulb will continue to stay on after it has sent you away. However, the manufacturer of this light bulb has been on the market for a long time. It is because the quality of its products is so good that there is no repurchase rate, and then it has become cold. I have gained more knowledge, and it turns out that this is the reason why fake and shoddy products are rampant. Okay, stop yelling now. The enemy is about to attack. Afraid of a hammer. We are all Kryptonian soldiers, and it will only take a matter of minutes to kill them. In this way, the players began to attack the surrounding giant beasts. Although the technological level of these giant beasts is very high, it is a pity that the materials used are very poor. This also means that no matter how coquettish their movements are or how cunning their attacks are, they are not a threat to the players. Scenes like this can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. The giant beast slaps the hydralisk, but the hydralisk shoots without dodging and does not take its attack seriously at all. After its attack fell, the hydralisk was fine, but the giant beast's slap was missing a piece. The attack method of the velociraptor is more simple and crude. These players control the velociraptor and rely on flexible movement to jump on the giant beast. Then they use sharp bone blades to make a hole in the giant beast. And then, they got in without hesitation and wreaked havoc inside the giant beast. A huge beast was dispatched within a few minutes. But at this time, the players were still having so much fun mistreating food. Inside the planet, the administrator of the Greekia civilization and a group of personnel were frowning at the players, who were wreaking havoc. At this time, Manager No. 5 said in a worried tone, Manager No. 1. These strange creatures are too powerful in combat. If we don't figure out a way to defeat them soon, we're in danger. And after hearing what Manager No. 5 said, Manager No. 1 didn't know the current situation. The group of enemies in front of them are simply too powerful. Even the war machines he made were so vulnerable to them. Chapter 309 Civilized Past. Manager No. 1. After watching the war machines he made, they were easily destroyed by this group of creatures. While shocked, the No. 1 administrator of the Greekia civilization was also very aware. If they cannot find the enemy's weakness as soon as possible and defeat it, Their entire civilization may be destroyed. The Grakian civilization is different from other civilizations. Everyone in their civilization lives in a giant underground structure called the World Tree. This giant underground building is like a big tree, with a thick trunk in the center and branches on the edges. This giant building is centered on the main trunk, with branches branching out in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and is divided into 12 floors. At this time, the players are located on the first level at the top, although they are still far away from the bottom. But as they continue to advance, sooner or later they will reach the bottom. If one doesn't figure out a way before they reach the bottom, then they're in danger. In fact, Manager one also knows very well that even if they find a way to eliminate this group of strange creatures now, the significance is not very great, because he knew very well that the number of players was more than the 300 in front of him. Although he is underground, the entire planet is within their monitoring range. So when Jiang Yao controlled the insect nest and came here, they immediately noticed this group of uninvited guests. Of course, they also knew very well that Jiang Yao and the others, as extraterrestrial civilizations, were able to cross the distant sea of stars and come here. Based on this alone, he was sure that the opponent's strength would not be weak. Although one has a certain estimate of the enemy's strength. But when the actual battle came, he found that he had underestimated this race. Their strength was far beyond his imagination. According to his tests, he found that this race has a total population of at least more than 200,000, and a mere 300 of them can easily defeat their war machines. If once their side is exposed and the enemy's 200,000 troops press on the border, they will have no way to resist. In fact, this incident was completely avoidable. In the final analysis, the trigger of this incident was the war machine that rushed to the ground. At that time, their main purpose of controlling this war machine was to test the enemy's strength. But who would have thought that this wave of temptation would put them in the predicament they are in now? Of course, it is understandable for them to test this civilization. After all, no one would be happy if a stranger came to your house to poop and pee without saying a word. But now, after knowing the other party's strength, one thought about it and then asked the people around him. If I remember correctly, the ray wave from the civilization cleanup plan should be arriving here soon. The people around him were stunned when they heard his question. And then he nodded. If nothing else happens, it should arrive in 3 days. Hearing this, one nodded and said, in that case, let's leave this matter alone for the time being. In spite of? That's right. As he said that, Number 1 also told everyone his guess. These creatures may be similar to the original us. Although their individual strength is very powerful, their thinking is very backward. It's very similar to us 20,000 years ago, before we entered the Eternal Era. Their thoughts are filled with all kinds of meaningless things, such as happiness, sadness, selfishness, and many other distracting thoughts. Just like us back then. Because of these distracting thoughts, countless wars broke out during the development of civilization. A large number of people also died because of the war, and civilization was almost destroyed because of it. Speaking of this, one paused, and then added, everything in the world is fair. While they have gained a strong body, they still have these distracting thoughts. And these distracting thoughts will eventually become the trigger for their destruction. Furthermore, they lost the chance to evolve into eternity after gaining powerful bodies. At this point, one sighed, his eyes filled with regret. Although they are powerful enough, they will soon be destroyed. If the hundreds of creatures that are attacking our world tree now can stop the attack immediately and tell their companions the news here, then we are the ones who may be destroyed. But unfortunately, it seems that they intend to explore this place alone. With their number and exploration speed, it would take at least 10 days and a half to explore the entire world tree. Before that, their companions on the surface may have been destroyed by powerful ray waves. Of course, it's understandable for a group of individual units to do this. After all, for them, our world tree is a valuable asset, and they want to take this wealth as their own. What they don't know is that their selfish thoughts will lead to the destruction of their entire group. It is not difficult to see from this that our decision to abandon these emotions and evolve into eternity was correct. After hearing what one said, everyone under his command nodded in agreement. After understanding the general situation, everyone naturally knew what to do next. For them, the enemies that can pose a threat to them now are the few hundred attacking world tree. And if they want to eliminate these hundreds of them, it is not impossible with their level of technology. Although destroying these hundreds will only cause them heavy losses, these losses are not a big deal to them. It will take at most several hundred years to make up for all these losses. Hundreds of years may be a long time for other races, but it is different for them. Because after evolving into eternity, time has no meaning to them. They have unlimited time to do whatever they want. In fact, they are lucky for the current Graecia civilization. Why are they said to be lucky? All this stems from their civilization cleanup plan. Unlike other civilizations, their civilization chose eternity after it developed to a certain point. Of course, they also paid a lot to make this choice. But judging from the current situation, their original choice was correct. Because at the beginning of their civilization, they had made conjectures about the vast universe and starry sky. And without having any contact with any civilization, they understood the laws of the dark forest. They discovered the existence of the chain of suspicion through the course of their own civilization. So their development was lucky. They are also confused. Because every civilization has its own unique understanding of eternity. And so do they. And unlike other civilizations, at that time, they did not fully verify whether their civilization's conjecture about eternity was correct or not. They insist on transforming themselves for what they think is eternity. Then, in the next tens of millions of years, they will prove whether their eternal theory is correct or not. I have to say that this decision was crazy. But now they find that this decision is extremely correct. Because when the insect swarm came here, they knew that their conjecture had been proven. In the dark forest of the universe, every civilization is a hunter with a gun. They hide themselves carefully for fear of making any noise. Because once you are discovered by other hunters, no matter you are good or evil, those hunters will not hesitate to pull the trigger on you and eliminate you. The chain of suspicion makes this relationship strong. Your civilization is kind. You don't want to destroy the civilization you find. But you will worry. Worry about whether the civilization you find is as kind as you. You will doubt whether it is an evil civilization. Will he be thinking about how to eliminate you all the time? You will consider that if this civilization is evil, your kindness will bring devastating disaster to your civilization. So for the continuation of civilization, you need to eliminate it. Eliminate this evil civilization. And eliminate this uncontrollable factor. Even if he is as kind as you. Of course, there will also be another situation in these civilizations. Such as when you pass by a certain civilization. At that time, you discovered that this civilization was just a bug in your eyes. Their level of technology was too low. And they had no understanding of matter at all. But who can guarantee that such a bug has no potential to develop into a super civilization? Who can guarantee that this bug is kind? You must know that judging the level of science and technology of a civilization never considers the level of its existing civilization, but its potential. As the saying goes, everything within the light cone is destiny. Perhaps when you return here one day in the future, this civilization will attack you without hesitation. And by that time, maybe you will be a bug in his eyes. For the universe, the time span is too big. Maybe the next time you meet will be thousands or tens of thousands of years later. Who can guarantee that this civilization will not experience an era of technological explosion in such a long period of time? Who can guarantee that this civilization will always be a kind civilization? Maybe at this stage, you see a kind person in them. But can you guarantee that they will still be kind after thousands of years? No one can guarantee this. So in order to avoid this happening in the future, so at this period, when you are still a weak insect in my eyes, I will choose to eliminate you. Not because of good or evil, but because of biological instinct of self-preservation. I'm sorry for destroying you, but I did it to protect myself. So please forgive me. And now with the advent of the Zerg, the conjecture of the law of the dark forest has been verified. So can the eternal conjecture be far away? At a certain critical node in the development of civilization, a special person will often appear. This person has wisdom that cannot be matched by others. These people always put forward some theories that ordinary people cannot understand. And often these theories are the truth. These people will break through one technological problem after another, making the entire civilization take a big step forward. There are such people in Blue Star. And there are also people in the Graecia civilization. The No. One administrator of the Graecia civilization is such a person. He discovered the law of the dark forest. He discovered the chain of suspicion. And he proposed a method for the continuation of civilization forever. Like other special individuals in civilization, his conjectures are not recognized by the public. And many people think he is a madman. I think he is a person with a dark heart. Because only people with a dark heart can think of these conjectures. Naturally, his disapproval of views made him despised. But until one day, When the people of the Graecia civilization discovered that a planet 25 light-years away from them had been destroyed for no reason, people's views on him changed. Because after a long period of observation, they discovered that this planet also has an intelligent civilization like theirs. Unlike their civilization, that civilization keeps sending some strange things into the universe. Of course, as a neighbor, the Graecia civilization also received greeting cards from this friendly civilization. At that time, most people in the Graecian civilization thought they should reply to this message and establish friendly exchanges between the two civilizations. However, their move was strongly blocked by No. 1. At that time, although No. 1's thoughts were scary, but it is undeniable that his contribution to the development of civilization is huge. At that time, No. 1's status was not low, and he was responsible for extraterrestrial civilization. Therefore, under his efforts to prevent the contact between the two civilizations, the time for contact between the two civilizations was postponed to 50 years later. At this time, many people in the civilization believed that No. 1's behavior was hindering the development of the two people. In fact, they did not need to wait for these 50 years. But despite all their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to accept it. But just when these people were dissatisfied, time quickly verified No. 1's conjecture and his theory. Only 5 years had passed since they received this message, and the planet disappeared into the universe. It was at this time that No. 1 was promoted to the altar, because some of the despised theories he had said before were confirmed. And this truth also caused everyone to panic. You must know that that civilization is only 25 light-years away from them. This distance is too close. It was so close that everyone was worried whether that mysterious civilization would have discovered them. Under such circumstances, they gave No. 1 supreme rights. The purpose was naturally for the continuation of civilization. And No. 1 naturally took over this burden. But what all of them don't know is that No. 1 is far more terrifying than they imagined. There is often only a thin line between genius and madman. But No. 1 can master these two things just right. He is a crazy genius. He can sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. Chapter 310 Eternal Life Born from Destruction. He was crazy. After taking over the responsibility of continuing and protecting civilization, he made a crazy decision. Of course, when he first got the power, he knew his thoughts very well, and his plan could not be exposed. Because once exposed, civilization may take back power at any time. So he made a decision as soon as he got the rights. He will use this opportunity to firmly grasp the power in his hands. Unlike some ordinary people who simply want to gain power to satisfy their own hearts. On the first, he is very sober, and he knows that he has obtained rights just to continue civilization. People like No. 1 are extremely rare in the entire universe, because when he is thinking about things, he will give up everything and all distracting thoughts. He considered the problem from the macro perspective of the universe, without any distractions belonging to civilization or himself. When anyone thinks about a problem, he will involuntarily think from the perspective of civilization or from the perspective of justice and evil. When you think from this perspective, it means that your vision will be limited by these things. So the question you are thinking about is one-sided. Number 1 is different. He considers the continuation of civilization from the perspective of the universe, and what he should do if he wants to make this civilization eternal. Such people are terrible. But only such people can make civilization go higher. At that time, No. 1 knew very well that if someone like him appeared in an advanced civilization, so many people can understand his thoughts and actions. But unfortunately, they are not in such an advanced civilization. The Graecia civilization is just a civilization that has just begun to explore the universe. It is like a toddler. How can a baby understand the thoughts of adults? So at that time, Number 1 knew very well that he would never be able to let civilized people understand his thoughts. To treat a baby, you must treat a baby the same way, which is to control him and control the entire civilization. Therefore, under his arrangement, the research of mechanical technology was placed at the top of the development of civilization. He claimed that it was to minimize casualties when fighting that advanced civilization. Civilized people also agree with this point, and they also think there is nothing wrong with it. But what they don't know is that these robots are connected to the brain of No. 1 and the consciousness of No. 1. In other words, although on the surface they still obey the majority of people, but in fact No. 1 has absolute control over them, and No. 1 can order them to do anything when necessary. After having the robots, the next step is weapons. Then he announced to the outside world that in order to resist foreign civilizations, They needed powerful weapons. So powerful that they would change the color of foreign civilizations. Of course, it is different from those idealists in civilization who are silent in developing super weapons and can deter the enemy. No. One knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to develop such a weapon with their civilization and technology. Just imagine how funny it would be when a baby threatens an adult with what he thinks is the most powerful toy gun in the world. Therefore, the ultimate purpose of No. 1 in creating this weapon is simply to deter its own civilization. After decades of preparation, by the time someone discovered something was wrong, it was already too late. At that time, No. 1 had already mastered most of the weapons of this civilization. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he is willing, he can easily destroy this civilization. It was at this time that No. 1, a special individual of the Graecia civilization, showed his different side. A different side from other special individuals of civilization. Abandon everything to intimidate civilization. This was the decision he made at that time. During that period, after everyone became aware of No. 1's conspiracy, they criticized him in various ways. They tried every means to destroy No. 1's psychology. But just when they thought No. 1 had been drowned in the saliva of civilization, he stood up and tell everyone, either die together, or you listen to me. What kind of terrible statement is this? No one, even a despised dictator, would dare to say this so nakedly in public. But No. 1 did so. And he also did something even more extraordinary. Because when he said these words, he was naturally besieged by the rebels. And he wiped out those who resisted at the cost of a city. His crazy behavior naturally frightened everyone in civilization. Such a person can no longer be called a human being. He did such a terrible thing. But his emotions did not fluctuate at all. People from the Graecian civilization cannot imagine what kind of cold heart No. 1 has. At this time, they also regretted very much. Regretting that they had handed over the continuation of civilization to such a devil. Yes, the devil. Number 1 is an out-and-out demon. And now this demon controls the life and death of the entire civilization. This is a terrible thing. Of course, just when everyone thought that No. 1's ultimate goal had been achieved, something even more terrifying happened. In fact, at that stage, everyone thought that No. 1 had been preparing for so long and done so much just to control the entire civilization by one person. But it wasn't until his eternal plan was put forward that everyone realized that things were far from being as simple as they thought. At that time, No. 1 suddenly announced the eternal plan when no one was prepared. Eternity is what this civilization has been pursuing since its birth. Gaining endless lifespan is fatally attractive to anyone. Originally, this thing should make everyone happy. Because once the plan is successful, they will become eternal life. But when they saw the contents of the plan, everyone was stunned. Because the eternity of No. 1 actually involves abandoning the body and uploading consciousness, allowing everyone to enter the virtual world and achieve eternity in this way. Crazy? No. This can no longer be described as crazy. This is beyond their understanding and beyond their knowledge. It is unacceptable for them to abandon the real world and achieve eternal life in the virtual world. So the revolt began. Naturally. No. 1 also expected this. And everything No. 1 did from the beginning was to prepare for this step. So when a crisis occurred, he easily resolved the crisis. At this time, No. 1's coldness was fully demonstrated. And he abandoned all emotions and won the final victory. The total number of people in the Graecia civilization was also reduced by half. What everyone may not have thought of is that this incident was also part of his plan. Because when the eternal plan is implemented, civilization will devote all its efforts to it. And many unnecessary things will be abandoned by it. Problems such as production shutdowns, major reductions in food production, and so on were all easily resolved because of this incident. The main reason why he was so anxious to complete all of this was because he didn't know when the mysterious unknown civilization would arrive. He only knows that no matter how well they hide, they will leave clues in this universe. So they must enter eternity as quickly as possible. No matter how big the sacrifice is, it is worth it. Because part of the sacrifice allows the entire civilization to continue. Which is worth it. In his eyes, he ignored all concepts. He regarded these lives as one mathematical problem after another. In this way, with his unremitting efforts, the eternal device world tree was created. Although the function of the world tree at that time was not very complete, it still launched the eternal plan. Because what he needs to do now is to hide civilization immediately. That's all. In this way, one after another, The consciousness of the ancient Lakian civilization was uploaded into the eternal world. At this point, the Grakia civilization entered the eternal era. Of course, it is undeniable that his decision was correct, and his ruthlessness was also correct. Because 10 years after they entered eternity, it was the 10th year of the eternal era. All animals and plants on their planet are infected with a very special virus. All organisms infected with this virus will die within a week. And after observation, they found that their planet's atmosphere began to become thinner for unknown reasons. And strong ultraviolet rays were radiated to the Earth, accelerating the process of biological destruction. It was only then that everyone in their civilization realized that no, one's decision was correct and no, one's theory was also correct. They don't know whether it was the previous mysterious civilization that created the current situation on this planet. But this is no longer important to them. The no, one who took over the conversation at the beginning did not disappoint them. Their civilization continued, just in a different form. Although at this time many people questioned whether it was just a coincidence. This was caused by the natural environment of the planet, and had nothing to do with the mysterious civilization. But they will only keep these doubts deep in their hearts. Because in this world, the number one is God. In this way, time passed day by day. And no, one was not idle. He continued to study mechanical technology. Because for them who live in this way, robots are undoubtedly the best substitute for them to develop civilization technology. Over time, after tens of thousands of years of development, their robotic technology has reached unprecedented heights. And they also mastered a special metal material, which is the material used by these war robots now. In fact, at this stage, they already have the capability of interstellar navigation, and they can wander around the universe. But no, one did not do this, because the current planet has become a Death Star. This is a lifeless planet, and they are the safest on such a planet. It is also because this decision restricted their development. And of course, it restricted the development of their material technology. In order to better hide themselves, many of their studies were forced to stop. Things produced as a result of partial research are very likely to be discovered by some advanced civilizations. And no, one will never allow such a thing to happen. Although restricting certain things will make technological competition extremely slow, this is not a flaw for them with eternal lifespan. Because what ordinary civilizations take 10 years to study, they can take 1,000 years to study. And they have no shortage of time. Time has no meaning to them now. They just need to find a way to hide themselves. And then their civilization will continue to progress, until it reaches a height that no civilization can reach. And their civilization will not suffer from some special situations that may occur in other civilizations. For example, the ideas of later generations impact the ideas of previous generations, and deny some research of previous generations, or even disallow these researches for some reasons. Because after being transformed into eternity, their number is constant. 2.5 billion people. This is an eternal data. And now for no. 1. This is a historic moment for the entire civilization. Because of the arrival of the players, his last guess was confirmed. But this was also the time when their civilization was most in danger. Because he did not expect that these special ores on their planet would have such a strong attraction to these strange creatures. And he didn't expect that these creatures were so powerful. Wrong. Maybe he had expected it. Perhaps he had acted so irrationally before just because of arrogance. It was because of the arrogance he had developed during the years he was worshipped as a god that he acted like this. Fortunately, there is still a chance to save everything. Because they are lucky. And for once Lady Luck is on their side. And this chance to save is the civilization cleanup plan they have prepared for thousands of years. What a blessing it was that this plan happened to work just when a powerful race came here. You must know that if this civilization stays at night for a few days, they may really be unable to do anything against this civilization. But fortunately, this civilization came at just the right time. Even at this moment. No. One naively believed that this civilization was sent by God. God sent him to tell him to be humble at all times, and not to have the slightest arrogance at any time. Yes, that must be the case. This may be the meaning of God sending this civilization here. Because he saw that he already had arrogant thoughts. And it wanted to wake himself up in this way. Of course, there is a reason why no. One is so sure that his civilization cleanup plan can eliminate the Zerg. Because in no one's eyes, no matter how powerful this race is, it cannot resist the power from the stars. The civilization cleanup plan is to use the power of stars to clean up all surrounding civilizations. In his eyes, this kind of power is irresistible to any creature, no matter how powerful they are. These creatures will be destroyed by such power. Chapter 311 Blue Star's Secret. In fact, the principle of this civilization cleanup plan is very simple. So simple that it can be summarized in 4 words. Exploding stars. This is the core of the civilization cleanup plan. Detonating a giant star 5 light-years away from them. This star, like the stars in the home galaxy of the Grecia civilization, is an old star. However, there is still a fundamental difference between this star and the one here. Because this old star only has about 100 million years of life left. It has now entered a period of expansion. So if you want to detonate it, you just need to speed up its reaction speed. Although it is difficult, it can be done, and after thousands of years of hard work, the ancient Lakian civilization did it. So when this star was successfully detonated, it released huge energy, and the entire star became a dazzling supernova. In the process, it began to eject superheated shock waves in all directions, accompanied by a large amount of radiation. Even those dozens of light years away from the center of the explosion will be affected. Normally, all surrounding living planets would be destroyed by this explosion. Through this method, the Grecia civilization can easily clear out the surrounding civilizations. Of course, being so close to the explosion point, they will naturally be greatly affected. But for them now, these impacts can be ignored. After all, they are no longer a civilization that relies on the planet for survival. Although they don't know whether the civilization they have always been afraid of is nearby. But maybe after he operates from here, this area may become a relatively safe area. Because the civilizations that observed this explosion knew that most civilizations in this area would perish in this explosion. And they can also use this opportunity to hide themselves completely. It continues to develop in this form in an area that all civilizations believe is devoid of any living creatures. And this is the last step in the continuation plan of Civilization No. 1. Now his final step is about to be achieved. But now there is a small flaw. However, he didn't particularly care about this flaw at this time. Because the radiation storm 3 days later would clean up the flaw. The composition of their bodies really makes me curious. No. One thought about it, and made a decision. It seems that we will need to send some robots to bring their corpses back for study. After saying that, Number 1's figure disappeared into the virtual conference room. At this time, the group of players, who had explored before, were constantly advancing into the world tree of the Grecia civilization. Because the size of this building is too large, and the players explored it more carefully. Their progress is not fast. But they are not in a hurry, because they have plenty of time now. According to their estimates, they will stay here for at least a month or 2. 1 or 2 months is enough for them to explore this giant building. At this time, Jiangyao naturally detected the radiation storm that was about to arrive in 3 days. Jiangyao didn't think too much about this radiation storm. After all, the evolution of stars in the universe is a very normal thing. In addition, this radiation storm had no impact on the Zerg, so he didn't bother to pay attention. What he is most concerned about now is the intelligence collected by the Euglena parked on Blue Star. This is probably what happened. After he had arranged the insect deterrent before, he planned to leave it alone for the time being. But because the players had been mining during this period, and he had nothing to do, he was bored. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Blue Star for a walk to pass the time. And it was such a decision that made him know Blue Star's unknown secret. Because through Euglena, he invaded the networks of some important organizations in Blue Star. At first, his original intention of invading here was just out of curiosity. In the end, it didn't matter if he was not curious. When he was curious, he was shocked. Because Blue Star has long been in contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. And the first contact was made 20 years ago. 20 years ago, an extraterrestrial civilization spacecraft crashed on the Blue Star. Naturally, all countries that discovered this incident flocked to it. We tried our best to get this spacecraft for our own research to improve our own technology. After some negotiations, this spacecraft was finally divided among several big countries. This incident was also the trigger for the connection between Blue Star and extraterrestrial civilization. Because just 5 years after the spacecraft incident, Blue Star discovered a detector in satellite orbit. It was as if the detector was there on purpose waiting to be discovered by them. And when they controlled the satellite to approach the detector suddenly accelerated to 1/10 the beam, widening the distance from their satellite, and then stopped again. In the following time, Blue Star tried several times to approach it with satellites. But every time after getting close, the detector performed the same operation. In the eyes of Blue Star's senior officials, this behavior looked like the other party was flexing their muscles. But Jiang Yao estimated that their first thought at that time was the same as his, which was that they were walking the dog. It is undeniable that that mysterious unknown civilization may have had such an intention from the beginning. After all, there are various civilizations in the universe, and some civilizations will directly destroy their prey after discovering it. But there are some boring civilizations that choose to use some special methods to satisfy their own bad tastes. Obviously, the civilization in front of them was like this. After a month of sneaking away from Blue Star, a civilization sent a message. The content of this message is that their fleet will arrive here in 20 years and destroy everything here. This was their announcement and a death sentence. Their behavior coupled with such words is undoubtedly a kind of humiliation. A kind of cat-catching mouse play. They tell Blue Star all the time, "I just want to kill you." Although he was very angry, Blue Star also knew very well that the strength of this civilization was much higher than theirs, and it was almost impossible to defeat them. But faced with the humiliation of an unknown civilization and the danger to civilization, the Blue Star people naturally would not sit still and wait for death. For Blue Star, the only way to solve the current crisis is the spacecraft they discovered before. So after negotiation, the countries in Blue Star that knew the news decided to cooperate. They planned to work together to study that spacecraft and share the results until they can build a warship that can resist the enemy. Although they don't know whether this method is useful, it is the only way they can think of at present. Of course, they were doing this in secret, because they all know that once this matter is known to others, it will cause great panic to the entire society. And even if ordinary people knew about it, it would be useless. They would be unable to do anything except cause chaos to the public order. Therefore, only a few people in Blue Star know about this matter. And they also stipulated that anyone involved in the research and later construction of the spacecraft could never leave the base. This confidentiality measure is quite strict. What surprised Jiang Yao even more was that Blue Star had developed a space battleship by relying on the wreckage of the crashed spacecraft. This is something Jiang Yao never expected. After all, it is very difficult to crack the technology of that spacecraft with Blue Star's technology. But they did such a difficult thing, which shows that human potential is endless. And just as Jiang Yao was watching these rises, he suddenly caught a signal. This is the signal sent by that mysterious civilization. The content is also very simple and crude. Insects, you still have 5 years. This is the content of that signal. It is obvious that the evil civilization is ready to put pressure on Blue Star again. But obviously, this signal also had a corresponding effect. Because after receiving this news, Blue Star became even more nervous. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but look a little weird when he looked at the increasingly nervous Blue Star people. Insect? 5 more years? Damn it. Although I know very well that the bug you are talking about is not referring to me. But I think your behavior of treating bugs as weak is a bit disrespectful to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately began to search for the source of the signal. But after searching, he was disappointed. Because this signal was sent by a detector parked at the edge of the galaxy by this civilization. But even though their source was not found, it didn't matter to Jiang Yao. After all, these grandsons are going to come and kill them in 5 years. Jiang Yao is ready to let them experience what despair means when the time comes. Jiang Yao will let them know that bugs are synonymous with power in this universe. And don't use this word to describe the weak no matter what. Otherwise you will easily fall into the trap. Although he didn't know the specific level of this civilization, Jiang Yao estimated that they wouldn't be too strong, because even their broken detectors didn't detect him when he swaggered into the Blue Star area. It can be seen from this how advanced their technological level is. For Jiang Yao, it was easy for Jiang Yao to eliminate them at this level of civilization. So Jiang Yao made a decision at this moment. That was 5 years later, when this civilized army came to the frontier. He wanted to see if he could follow the clues and find their lair. Of course, Jiang Yao thinks this matter can be used to his advantage, and he can use this to negotiate with Blue Star. As for the specific content of the negotiation, it is naturally related to games. He helped Blue Star solve the problem, and Blue Star helped him hide the game and promote it globally to enhance the status of gamers. This transaction is reasonable and in line with our own interests. And through this incident, I can also arrange some defense facilities in Blue Star to prevent the players from being collectively sent away by a civilization that suddenly passes by here one day. In fact, for the current Blue Star, Jiang Yao feels that the best way is to arrange a safety declaration for them. Help them declare to the universe that they are absolutely safe. Although the safety declaration will keep them imprisoned on Blue Star forever. At least the safety of civilization is guaranteed. and they don't have to worry about suddenly dying one day. In fact, this safety declaration is not a secret in the universe. Of course, this is only for the Zerg or other advanced civilizations. For some low-level civilizations, it is naturally impossible for them to know this thing. After all, the principle of this safety declaration is not particularly complicated. It is like an ancient warrior. If he tells you that he is kind and does not want to fight, you will not believe it. But when he chains himself voluntarily, then he is safe from others. The essence of the safety declaration is this: to put shackles on your own civilization and let other civilizations know that you are safe. The operation method is not difficult. As long as you have a light-speed spacecraft, you can do it. The principle is also very simple. First of all, the basis of the light-speed spacecraft is curvature drive. If the light-speed spacecraft is compared to a bubble, the diffusion of foam will leave traces, which also means that the curvature drive will also leave traces and spread. And the speed of light will slow down in the area after diffusion. Light will be trapped by gravity, and this area will become a black zone. The formation of a black domain by a light-speed spacecraft orbiting a star system and completely surrounding it with the black domain is a safety statement in the universe. Because of the special characteristics of the black domain, this star system has completely lost contact with the outside world and turned into a threat-free area. In short, beam navigation in the universe is a double-edged sword. If a track appears in a certain galaxy, it means that there is a civilization here, and they have mastered the speed of light and obtained the ticket to the universe. Obviously, in the eyes of other civilizations, it is dangerous and must be eliminated. But in the same way, if the trajectory wraps up the entire galaxy, it proves that this civilization has cut off its meridians, which means it is safe. But there are always exceptions. There are also civilizations that can freely enter and exit the black area without being affected. However, these civilizations have already broken out of the rules and are not counted. These advanced civilizations are like the huge beasts on the outskirts of the forest. To him, the entire forest may not be as big as the sole of his foot. He has absolute strength and can easily destroy all living things in life. To him, he is just an observer, indifferently observing everything that happens in the forest as a way of enjoying his peaceful life. Only when civilization reaches this level will your situation become relatively safe. Only then can you survive safely in the universe. Such a civilization is called taboo. But no civilization in the universe knows what the conditions are for achieving such technology. Although the Empire has always thought that it has reached this level, no one knows whether it has actually reached this level. Maybe it has been achieved. Maybe not. But at least for now, he can be considered a taboo in the Virgo supergalaxy cluster. As for its status in other supergalaxy clusters in the universe, or in the entire universe, this will not be clear until they come into contact with other civilizations. Of course, things about taboos or things about the Empire are not what Jiang Yao needs to consider at this stage. What he needs to think about most now is how to take down the Star Ring civilization and how to deal with Blue Star. This is the most critical thing. Chapter 312. No one's to spare. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the radiation storm was about to come here. At this time, there were still 15 minutes before the radiation storm came, and the No.1 manager had already begun to have all the combat units underground begin to converge on the 4th layer of the world tree. Because in the past few days, players have explored the 3rd level and are about to enter the 4th level. The reason why No.1 chose to mobilize troops at this time was because through his observations during this period, he discovered that these creatures possess extremely high intelligence and special investigation methods. If you start mobilizing in advance, you will definitely be discovered. If discovered, it means that these creatures may doubt whether there are other intelligent creatures deeper underground. Once the suspicion of this creature is aroused, it is not ruled out that they will tell the information here to other creatures in the group. When the creatures in the tribe flock here on a large scale, the damage caused by the radiation storm to them will be minimal. So he must time it well. And now is the best time to arrange it. Even if these creatures know about it at this time, it will be useless. Because the time left now is simply not enough for them to respond on a large scale. Thinking of this, the deployment will continue on the 1st. With 10 minutes left before the radiation arrived, he completed the assembly of troops. And at the same time, he began to close the passage from the 3rd to 4th floors. All passages were completely closed with 5 minutes to go. And just as he thought, what he did attracted the attention of those hundreds of creatures. And they immediately rushed towards the place where he had gathered his troops. Because there were many obstacles along the way. They did not reach their destination before the passage was closed. Immediately afterwards, World Tree started to break away from the system. Number 1 directly launched the 3 layers in front of the World Tree to the ground. Because each layer of the World Tree has an independent propulsion system, it is very easy for him to launch the first 3 layers to the surface. When this operation was carried out, the huge World Tree broke through the soil and rushed toward the ground. Its huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding creatures. I saw these creatures, who didn't know that a disaster was coming, and were still curiously looking in the direction of the World Tree. And when the World Tree appeared in their field of vision, all these creatures rushed towards it. But at this time, there were only 30 seconds left before the storm came. They have no chance. It's over. Number 1 muttered as he looked at the countdown with only 2 seconds left. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire planet, and the remaining atmosphere on the periphery of the planet was instantly torn apart. Various cosmic rays are raging on the planet, and the surface temperature of the entire planet rises sharply. At this time, the planet is like a blue HL. After seeing this scene, one naturally knew that this group of intruders was doomed. Now all their people scattered across the planet will be destroyed by radiation. The hundreds of bugs in the World Tree that were launched barely survived. They might just be in that half-dead state, and it would be too easy for them to solve this state. At present, the only place on the entire planet that can protect those creatures is the giant vehicle in which they came. But it is a pity that in order to explore the planet, they are too far away from the giant vehicle at this time. There was no time for them to go back. And even if that giant vehicle can withstand the storm, there is a high probability that it will be injured. At that time, he can immediately send out a large number of war beasts. First deal with the half-dead ones in the World Tree, and then destroy the vehicle. After such a wave of operations, he not only eliminated all the enemies, but also obtained a large amount of materials for his own research. Although that giant battleship looks very strange, one believes that the technology inside should be of great help to him. His plan was perfect, but the only thing he missed was, what if these creatures could withstand this radiation? Just like that, while he was still deducing his offensive line, something incredible suddenly happened, because he saw hundreds of creatures jumping out of the World Tree that was launched into the air. That's right. He jumped out. He jumped out of it grandly, and put himself into the radiation storm. Immediately afterwards, these creatures fell to the ground, and after a brief exchange, they ran toward the 4th layer of the World Tree underground with some vigilance. How is this possible? One yelled subconsciously when he saw this scene. Obviously, the matter before him was beyond his cognition. He seemed to have thought of something, and immediately switched his perspective to other places. Then he saw something that he would never forget. Because these creatures were not affected by radiation in any way. They were bathed in radiation as if it were normal for you to go home and take a shower at night. They are still on their way when they should be on their way. And they are still digging when they should be mining. It is as if this radiation does not exist for them. At this time, one stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Unable to accept it, he simply couldn't understand how an organism could survive unscathed in such an environment. Is mechanical ascension wrong? Or am I wrong from the beginning? At this time, he felt that the beliefs he had always adhered to had been greatly impacted. He has always believed that living things are weak and only machines can be eternal. So he risked the disapproval of the world and began to implement the eternal plan. After so many years, all the things that have happened on this planet have proven that his idea is correct. If a civilization wants to progress and develop, the prerequisite for all this is to give up the weak body. He has always been arrogant that his theory is absolutely correct. But just now, the behavior of these creatures outside completely shattered what he had always believed to be correct. At this moment, the eyes of the greatest man in the Grecia civilization were filled with confusion. At this moment, this sage looked as helpless as a child who had made a mistake. If the theory he has always adhered to is wrong, then this civilization is equivalent to being pushed into the abyss by his own hands. Because he once did such a thing for what he thought was eternity. He once believed that his actions were sins in the moment and merits in the future. But at this moment, these creatures shattered his belief. Just like a needle punctured a bubble, with no possibility of repair. His theory was wrong. And he personally ruined the entire civilization for his wrong theory. Because until this moment, he understood that biological evolution has infinite possibilities and potential that you can't imagine. And he personally put the potential for evolution and the future of civilization into the tombstone. At this time, one actually had the urge to delete all his data. Yes, he wanted to escape at this moment. just like a helpless child who had made a huge mistake. He wanted to escape from here, but when he recalled the hundreds of millions of his people, he restrained his thoughts, because he knew that he had ruined them once, and he could not ruin them a second time. After thinking of this, his eyes became firm, and it was not until this moment that he truly woke up. It wasn't until this moment that he truly came out of his arrogance and began to look at this matter from the original perspective. Although he thought he was awake when the players came here and gave him a blow in the head. Only then did he realize that at that time, he had not yet gotten over the arrogance he had accumulated over the years. Although he thought he had come out at the time. Over the long years, arrogance had become a habit and slowly integrated with him. So what he thought he had come out before was just what he thought. But it's different now. After what happened just now, he is extremely sober at this moment. At this moment, the original manager one is back. He could see through the situation in front of him. He always thought that when the radiation storm came, it would be the death of these creatures. He has always arrogantly believed that their civilization cleanup plan is perfect and that no civilization can resist it. The degree of development of civilization determines his vision. As time develops and enters eternity, his thoughts are imprisoned, and he is no longer as objective as he was at the beginning. Many times he may not even realize that he is thinking from a certain limited perspective. At this time, he analyzed the whole thing from a different perspective and quickly figured it out. It is inevitable that these radiations cannot harm this race. You must know that the technological level of this race is far higher than theirs. Since he knew that radiation was coming, why did he naively think that this race could not detect the radiation that was flying towards this place? So he observed this race before, and saw that this race was still mining at various mining sites without knowing it. In fact, it's not that they don't know anything, but that they know it. But it has no impact on them. Technology and ignorance have never been the key to hindering the development of life. Arrogance is. His arrogance had blinded him. And now he was awake, even though the whole thing had reached a point of no return. But at this moment, one firmly believes that as long as the mastermind is not destroyed, they still have a chance. Thinking of this, one started planning. As a mechanically ascended civilization, their production capacity is very powerful. In the world tree, every level has a complete production line. So now they can make a lot of weapons or mechas. Of course, there is a premise for this. And this premise is that you can give yourself enough time. It is very difficult to get enough time because the opponent has a large number of troops coming here. In order to buy himself enough time, one made a decision after much thought. That is to separate the most important 7th layer from the other 3 remaining layers, and then send the 7th layer deeper into the ground. There are a large number of troops in those 3 layers, and these troops cannot cause any harm to these creatures at all. Despite this, one still let them hide in every corner of the 3 floors. He wanted to use this method to slow down the opponent's exploration speed and buy himself more time. And one also observed the scene of these creatures exploring the world tree. After observing, he found that these creatures have a soft spot for some devices that can store data. It is obvious that these creatures want to obtain some technological information. Although one does not know what use a civilization like them can do with these technological information. But since they need it, they can play some encrypted technology. And these things can also reduce their search speed. One, who entered the state at this time, seemed to have changed his whole person. While he was thinking about how to buy more time for his side, he was also thinking about what weapon he should use to defeat this creature. Of course, after this period of contact, one also knows the general situation of the players very well. First of all, it is certain that these strange creatures have very strong defense and attack power. It is simply a dream to kill them with ordinary methods. Thinking of this, various weapons flashed through one's mind quickly, and he began to search for any weapons among his own civilization's weapons that could effectively cause damage to them. Laser weapons? He shook his head as he spoke. Although laser weapons can shoot through these creatures, but the premise is that your laser weapon research level is high enough. Based on our civilization's research on laser weapons, it is obvious that this is unrealistic. Since entering eternity, the 2 general directions we have studied are propulsion systems and mechanical systems. Because other directions are of little significance to us. Of these 2 directions, only the mechanical direction has certain combat capabilities. But because of the materials, no matter how advanced our mechanical technology is, there is no way to cause harm to them. After excluding laser weapons, one immediately thought of super nuclear weapons with a yield of hundreds of millions. Such a weapon has the power to destroy the world. When it explodes, the high temperature and shock wave generated inside it are enough to kill all living things within the range. However, this idea was quickly rejected by him. Since I can possess nuclear weapons, then the other party must have possessed them before. So I'm thinking that they should also have defense means for this kind of weapon. And judging from the condition of these creatures, I don't rule out that they have the ability to survive a nuclear explosion. After rejecting this idea, he couldn't help but frown. The weapons he imagined now were all conventional weapons. He estimated that many low-level civilizations should have produced these weapons. It is absurd to use the weapons of low-level civilizations to destroy high-level civilizations. After thinking about it, he suddenly woke up. Because at this moment, he understood the problem that had troubled him for a long time. And this was also the key to solving the current predicament. Chapter 313 Number 1 Secret Weapon. He once entered a period of confusion before formulating the Eternal Plan, because at that time their scientific development encountered a bottleneck period. And he also felt confused about the future path of civilization. And at this time, an Eternal Plan was born by chance. At that time, they actually had two choices. But he only saw the path of the Eternal Plan. Maybe he was also blinded by the temptation brought by eternity at that time, so that he did not pay attention to the other correct path. And that path is the understanding of matter. Through the understanding of matter, we will continue to advance our own technological progress. And the understanding of matter is never ending. But at that time, he did not see this path or the correct path. As for why he is so sure that the path is correct now, the reason is also very simple. Because the performance of these strange creatures now proves this. Doesn't it? The weapons they currently have in their hands are all weapons created when the theoretical research on matter is relatively basic. And for civilizations with more advanced material research, this type of weapon is as powerless as a child's toy. To put it simply, the weapons they have developed now are simply impossible to defeat the enemy because their level of material understanding is too low. He single-handedly crooked the technological tree of the entire civilization. No matter how advanced the basic application is, as long as the material application is not improved, everything will be in vain. Although their mecha technology has reached the upper level in the universe, there is no essential difference between these mechas without material foundation and scrap metal. At this moment no one realized it, but it was already too late. However, as he figured out this problem, his thinking suddenly became enlightened, and he soon found a solution to the current problem. If their current material understanding is compared to the first dimension, and if you want to defeat these creatures, you must at least reach the second dimension or even higher material understanding. It is basically impossible to achieve their material research theory into the second dimension in the short term. But nothing is absolute, although they are currently unable to improve to this level of material understanding. But he could have taken a different path and taken a shortcut. Just like the ancients invented gunpowder. The ancients didn't know why gunpowder exploded, what the chemical formula in it was, and what its principle was, but they could make gunpowder and detonate it. This is a shortcut to science. Although I cannot understand the internal principles, I can create it and use it. Of course, this kind of shortcut is not available all the time. This kind of shortcut is purely based on luck. If you are lucky, you just happen to hit this shortcut, and you can take it. Obviously they were lucky, because number one had already thought of something at this moment. Ball lightning is the shortcut to their civilization. The principle of ball lightning is the low-dimensional expanded atomic nucleus in the natural state. The fusion reaction of this atomic nucleus can not only produce huge energy, but also directly transform the hit object into a quantum state. Of course, no one didn't know its principle at this time, but it knew how to make such a weapon. An experimental accident in their civilization had inadvertently created this weapon. At that stage, this weapon attracted widespread attention from their civilization. But after a period of research, they found that this weapon had too many flaws. First of all, the killing range of the weapon itself is extremely limited. And secondly, the killing distance is also very short. Simply put, it is a short-range suicide weapon. This is different from the 2-kilometer range and 3-kilometer killing radius studied by a certain country in Blue Star. There is no essential difference between weapons. But for him now, this weapon is very useful. Because now, he has a flexible mechanical army. Using the mobility of these mechanical armies, they can easily carry this kind of device, rush to those creatures and detonate it. All the haze before no one was swept away at this moment. And he immediately started taking action without any hesitation. Then as the plan started, the whole earth began to shake. The cause of this shock was the shock caused by him detaching the 7th layer of the world tree from the main trunk and advancing deeper into the ground. At this time, the players who felt the shock looked at each other. Obviously they knew that there was another trouble in this base. What's going on? Brothers? Why is there such a commotion underground again? Is this building going to be launched again? Why don't you go down and take a look first? Don't worry. Let's go down and take a look at the situation after the noise disappears. Also, please pay attention to the fact that there is a group of fools coming towards us. A player heard this and was a little puzzled. Huh? What are they doing here? Didn't we say it on the public channel? We have already reported it to the leader. The player on the side told him the reason. The lump that was launched first is not included in our ownership. Although we have explored that mess, who can guarantee that those people are not looking for opportunities to enter and steal chickens under the guise of exploring that mess? So we will wait here to see how many people there are, and then arrange some sentries on duty based on the number of people. After hearing this player's words, everyone nodded. Although they did not have high hopes for this base. But for them, even if this base has no value, they should still explore it, and they must die by their own hands. As time went by, this area was soon surrounded by players coming from other areas. I never expected that a base could be found on such a broken planet. What is the use of this base? You can see that the materials used in it are obviously low-quality materials. With a base of this level of civilization, even if it is fully explored, it is estimated that it will not make much money. I went for a walk just now, and took a look at the buildings that were launched. The internal structures are also rubbish. There is basically no oil or water in this kind of base. Both of you upstairs, please stop being sour. No matter what you say, we have to explore this base ourselves. Acid? What's so sour about the base of this civilization? While the players were still discussing, the gate on the 4th floor was finally destroyed. And the moment the gate was destroyed, a large number of war beasts rushed out. These are the war machines made by this civilization. It doesn't feel very good, although they look intimidating in size. Even velociraptors can easily destroy them. It's boring. A civilization with this level of technology can't produce any good products. It just slipped away. Yeah, slipped away. Didn't you say you ran away? Why don't you leave? Since I have nothing to do, I decided to take another look. Yeah, I'm just looking around when I'm free. You have nothing to do? Who are you fooling? So Mitra has not been dug, and you come here to talk about this. Ahem. Now that you have discovered it, let's be honest. We just want to watch it here for a while. The main thing is that we want to make sure that this place really has no value, as we said. Only after we are sure that there is no value here can we leave with peace of mind. That's right. Although there is a high probability that this place is worthless, we are still worried. In order to prevent you from earning evolution points without our knowledge, we decided to hold on for a while and try to crack down on your mentality. To be honest, we just can't see you making money, so we can only feel relieved if we are sure that you can't make money. Damn it! What kind of mentality do you people have? At this moment, a player suddenly thought of something. So he asked, well, we see that your exploration progress is too slow. Do you want us to help you clear the monsters? Seeing this player's question, everyone in that guild was a little surprised. At this time, the player seemed to notice their doubts and added, the main thing is that we want to know quickly whether you can explore anything. I bet you don't watch us die. You won't feel at ease. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you so blatant now? Although the mentality of the players watching the battle made this group of people uncomfortable, in the end, they accepted the proposal. Although they could defeat these war beasts, the cleanup would be much faster with the help of these players. Just like this, as a large number of players joined the battle, these war beasts were quickly cleared away. At this time, no, one could not help but frown slightly when he saw the scene on the ground. Based on his understanding of human nature, he felt that when the creatures from other areas came over, they would definitely conflict with the previous batch, or rob them of their victory. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what he thought. After the creatures from other areas swarmed here, not only did they not conflict with the previous ones, but they also helped them clean up their own war beasts, and then retreated to the spectator seats. This was something he never expected. How is this possible? Logically speaking, intelligent creatures like them usually bully others, or do bad things for their own selfish reasons. But why didn't this group of creatures do this? At this point, he also didn't understand what was happening in front of him. Of course, it is very normal for him to have such thoughts. The things he imagined could happen in any independent, intelligent civilization. and the probability of it happening is very high, as long as their thinking is not transparent. Everyone has their own selfishness and desires. Once these things exist, many unfair things will inevitably occur. But everything in front of him was too bizarre in the eyes of No. 1. Although it was just a small thing, this little thing revealed that this ethnic group was extraordinary. But unfortunately, what No. 1 never knows is that for players, this is just a game. The desire for benefits in games will never be as high as reality. Perhaps at some point, they will quarrel because of uneven distribution of benefits. But it is absolutely impossible to have a situation like that in reality. After all, it is entertainment-based stuff where everyone just wants to have fun together. If No. 1 knew the whole story, he might also feel that Jiang Yao's trick was clever enough. If many things happen in reality, they will definitely leave hidden dangers or cause trouble. But it is different if they are placed in a game. Anyway, playing games is for fun. As long as you are happy. It doesn't matter even if you lose points. It's as if this group of players are gathering here just to watch this group of people have fun. They are willing to spend a lot of time here just to have fun. But in reality, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. In this way, with the help of all the players, the monsters on the 4th floor were quickly cleaned up. And the location of each computer on the 4th floor was also carefully marked by them. Naturally, the Exploration Guild immediately sent people to collect these computers and move them to the insect nest. And the players who were watching the battle also followed them back to the insect nest to see the results. Just like this, while everyone was waiting anxiously, the deciphering results came out soon. After deciphering, Jiang Yao discovered a lot of technology in these computers. Naturally, these technologies were put in by No. 1 in advance. Although the skills he put in were not many, they still made a small profit for this group of players. The other players were relieved after seeing the value of these technologies. And after everyone dispersed, everyone in the Exploration Guild returned to the base and began to continue exploring. What the players who were exploring the guild didn't know at this time was that as they moved their computers away and then came back to continue exploring soon after, No. 1 immediately realized that there might be a big problem with his plan. Because in order to delay time, No. 1 encrypted all the information, and each computer only stores a small part of the data. Originally, No. 1 was thinking that this method could delay the attack for a month or two. After all, there are more than 300,000 computers on the 4th floor. It would be absolutely impossible for these computers to decipher one by one, no matter how advanced the opponent's technology is. Decoding completed. But the current situation is that the other party came back in less than half a day. This shows what? It showed that the enemy's deciphering speed far exceeded his imagination. In other words, at this speed, the enemy will probably be able to complete the exploration of this area in a few days. There was not much time left for him, so he had to make new plans, which was undoubtedly bad news for him. Chapter 314. The coldness is quite sudden. The only good news for No. 1 now is that only the first few hundred of this group of creatures have returned, while the others have returned to their previous areas. If there is only this amount, then their exploration progress should not be as fast as before. But it will not be much slower. This is too far behind the 2 or 3 months that I previously expected. Speaking of this, No. 1 couldn't help but frown. The group of creatures in front of him was really beyond his expectation. But now number 1 also knows that this is not the time he should be concerned about. He must come up with a new plan immediately. So he began to reorganize his thoughts and sort out the clues. According to my previous observations, usually creatures in other areas will not take the initiative to go to the areas where other creatures in the group are. They basically stay in the areas they manage. If that's the case, I might be able to take a chance. After thinking of this, No. 1 immediately started making preparations. Although he was unable to create a large number of ball lightning in the short term, he could still create thousands or tens of thousands of them. With thousands of these detonating at the same time, it is still possible to deal with the hundreds here. As long as you act quickly enough, you can buy yourself a lot of time by killing them all before they transmit the information. Because as long as other areas cannot come, they will never know what is happening in this area. According to their habits, they will not leave until they finish digging out the ore in the mining area. And even after they finish digging, they will not go to the mining area where other creatures are digging to rob it. In other words, I only need to eliminate the hundreds of them here without anyone noticing. And then things will turn around. But now his only worry is whether this creature will have a special communication method, such as transmitting information through some special waveforms. Thinking of this, he was a little troubled. because he knew very well that it was not that difficult to stop them under such circumstances. He had to destroy them instantly before they could react. And he only had one chance. Once he fails, he is really doomed. It seems that we need to plan carefully. As he said that, no one began to think about what he could mobilize. And while no one was still preparing, this group of players had already begun exploring the 5th level. Brothers, I feel like this base is a bit messed up. Although the technology in those computers is rubbish, a piece of technology can still be sold for thousands of years, and it can be considered a good extra income for us. I have to complain that the direction of this civilization research is quite messy. Yes, there are biological aspects, brainwave aspects, consciousness aspects, mechanical aspects, etc. But then again, if the environment of this planet hadn't been so bad that they perished early, I'm thinking this civilization might have developed to another level. Everyone nodded after hearing what the player said. That's right. Think about the biotechnology we sold before that was worth 15,000 evolution points. This technology can extend their lifespan by about 300 years. With the blessing of these biotechnologies, the contributions of some scientists to civilization will increase exponentially. If coupled with their biological dormancy technology worth 3,000 evolutionary points, their scientists can directly obtain results through dormancy and skip the waiting period for some studies that require a long period of time. In short, I feel that this civilization has a lot of black technologies. But unfortunately, these black technologies are not very valuable. It is said to be black technology. But this is only based on our perception that these are black technologies. But these things are just garbage to the Zerg. Thank God they can be sold for money. At this time, this group of players did not know that the technologies they casually mentioned were the technologies that Blue Star people dreamed of. And they sold these coveted technologies for a few thousand soft sister coins. If this matter were known to scientists working on these aspects, there is a high probability that they would faint from anger. Just imagine, an old scientist is struggling with something that he has never been able to research in his life. And suddenly someone jumps out and tells him that he sold a complete version of this technology for 15,000 yuan. It is estimated that after hearing this, he could be sent away on the spot. The main reason why Jiang Yao collects these technologies now is for Yong Yi and the Taylor people. Because it is impossible for him to let them live in the insect nest for a long time. Because they live in the insect nest for a long time. Too much contact with players will cause problems. So at this time Jiang Yao wants to build a battleship as soon as possible to let them move out. Moreover, their descendants themselves need to undergo separate education. And this education also needs to be carried out inside the battleship. So now, he is in urgent need of various technologies in this area. Of course, in addition to these, he will also recruit a large number of people from other civilizations in the future. So for these technologies, his idea is to collect as much as possible, so that they can be used in the future. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still sorting out the technologies sent by the players in the insect nest, he was also paying close attention to the movements of the hundreds of players. Because so many things happened before, Jiang Yao felt that all of this was not a coincidence. Now he seriously doubts that there may be some intelligent creatures or artificial intelligence in that base. If they were intelligent creatures, Jiang Yao would directly destroy them. But if it is artificial intelligence, Jiang Yao may consider taking him back to the insect nest for research. See if you can strip out the technology. While Jiang Yao was still thinking about these issues, the group of players brought back a lot of technologies one after another. Jiang Yao also discovered some clues about the technologies brought back through these waves. Many of their technologies were disassembled and placed in different computers. Logically speaking, some of the more important technologies should be concentrated in one device. Normally it is absolutely impossible to separate them into different devices like this. It was obvious that all this was intentional. If I'm not wrong, this civilization should be trying to delay time through this method. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown a little. Are they artificial intelligence or? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao pays closer attention to this place. A few days passed like this, and the player's exploration of the 5th floor was basically completed. After finishing the 5th floor, they immediately started exploring the 6th floor. Brothers, the exploration of the 5th level is over. And now we are about to start the 6th level. It takes 1 day to earn 1 million evolution points at the 4th level, and 5 days to earn 1.1 million evolution points at the 5th level. Based on this data, the total income of the 5th level should be around 1 million. Compared with our mining, the income difference is not particularly big, but there are more possibilities than mining. While chatting about their recent gains, The players began to march towards the 6th floor. Different from the previous floors. The internal structure of this 6th floor has completely changed. Different from the maze-like terrain on the previous floors. This floor is a very open space. Players visually estimated that the size of this space may be larger than the area of some small countries in Blue Star. Above this space are some special crystals emitting faint blue light. And the most eye-catching thing about the entire area is the huge energy reaction in the central area. After feeling such a huge energy reaction, the players immediately rushed towards the area over there non-stop. When they arrived at this area, they were involuntarily attracted by the sight in front of them. Because there is a huge transparent pillar in the center of the area. Players visually estimate that this pillar is at least several kilometers in diameter. And floating inside the pillar are a large number of blue spheres with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Not only that, these blue spheres are still being generated. Looking down along this pillar, I saw rows of screens and a large number of buttons below the pillar. Obviously, this is a ridiculously large supercomputer. At this time, a player looked at everything in front of him and murmured, "If I guess correctly, this computer should be the mastermind of this civilization." After he finished speaking, the player beside him also nodded. Looking at the situation, it should be almost the same. If nothing else, all the technology of this civilization is contained in this supercomputer. If that's the case, we'll be rich just by moving this computer back. But it's a little big in size. It seems we need to bring the rest of the guild over to carry it together. Hearing this player's suggestion, everyone around him nodded. So they quickly contacted the remaining players in the guild who were still mining and asked them to come over and help. Not long after this, more than 700 players from the entire guild were gathered under the supercomputer. After all the players gathered here, they began to discuss the plan to move the computer. Because the size of this computer is too large. And the spheres inside it are guessed by players to be special things that provide computing power for the computer. So its integrity must be ensured. If you want to do this, you need to completely disassemble the computer. Pack it up and transport it away. How to disassemble it has become the biggest problem now. While the players were still talking endlessly about the disassembly. No. One also knew that the time was almost ripe. It seems that the plan is going much smoother than I thought. In this case, success or failure depends on this time. The next moment he finished speaking, a dazzling blue light suddenly flashed on the sphere of the supercomputer. Before the players who were discussing below could react, the background switched to the insect nest. And then an email was sent announcing the death of a unit. What's going on? What just happened? Why did he die out of nowhere? It was quite sudden. Worry. Can anyone tell me what happened just now? If we didn't communicate well, why would a blue screen appear after swiping? And then the person would disappear. If I'm not mistaken, that thing may not be a supercomputer. That thing is most likely a super bomb. Because just now, we saw the blue light first. And then the person disappeared. The only thing over there that can emit blue light is that thing. Holy crap. This is outrageous. How can any civilization bury such a big bomb in its own base? Under normal circumstances, large bases usually have self-destruction devices. It's numb. What should we do next? How about we go back and take a look? That's all we can do. But we have to be more careful this time. In the past, they were all worker bees. So it was no big deal if they died. But now these valuable units cannot die anymore. At this moment, one of the players seemed to have thought of something. So he quickly said to everyone, "Brothers, I always feel that this matter is not as simple as we thought. Consider the strange things that have happened since our exploration here." After hearing what this man said, everyone looked at him with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, the player continued, "We always thought that the civilization of this planet was in decline. But if you look at what happened during this period, it is obvious that it was done intentionally. Especially the data incident. According to normal logic, important information like this must be stored in a more important place. It is impossible to put such a small amount of data into every computer like this. This is obviously someone's intention. Through all the unreasonable details, I guess that the other party has probably been observing us. And knowing that we have a soft spot for computers, they designed a super bomb similar to a computer to lure us in." After hearing this player's explanation, everyone thought carefully, and it seemed that this was really the case. Listening to what you said, I also feel that there is something strange during this period. At this point, the player frowned, but what I don't understand is, since they just detonated that area, what about themselves? You know, if nothing else happens, they must be in that base. But just now they blew up the base in this way. So wouldn't they also join in the fun? While everyone was still wondering, one of the players seemed to remember what happened before. Chapter 315 Mercenaries Take Action. Brothers, I don't know if you still remember. When we explored the base some time ago, we heard rumbling sounds coming from the ground. At first we thought that area was going to be launched again like before. But it didn't happen later. If I guess correctly, that movement should have been caused by the civilization hiding in the base when it was running away. Considering the situation, there was only one escape route for them, and that was deeper underground. If they fled deeper underground, it would make sense why they dared to detonate such a powerful bomb. After hearing this player's analysis, everyone began to talk about some of the things they observed during this period. Then combining the information they knew, this group of people pieced together the whole picture of this civilization bit by bit. According to the player's analysis, they can basically be sure that this civilization is 100% controlled by artificial intelligence. When they got this answer, their eyes lit up. Because when Jiang Yao was preparing to cultivate other civilizations, he had issued relevant tasks. The content of this task is that if you find the technology of intelligent civilization or artificial intelligence and hand it in, you can get extra points as rewards. This is also why the technology they brought back can be sold for so much money. Compared with these technologies, the price of a complete artificial intelligence will be higher. And through their experiences during this period, these players believe that this is definitely a very advanced artificial intelligence. The value is at least several times higher than the price of ordinary artificial intelligence. Thinking of this, the players couldn't help but start planning. At this time, a player expressed his opinion. First of all, the intelligence of this artificial intelligence should be very high, and it should have a very strong sense of self-protection. Before the player finished speaking, a person next to him interrupted. Well, it doesn't matter if you want to show off, but I think so. It goes without saying that we all know these things. The key is to talk about what we don't know. You on the line. Ah, right. Right, I was wrong. Please continue. After hearing his words, the man glanced at him and then added, secondly, if we want to completely bring out this artificial intelligence, then we need to go deep underground. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. But with the troops we currently have, it is very difficult to do this. And it is much more difficult to bring it out completely than to destroy it. Yeah. And there is another thing we need to pay attention to. That is, this artificial intelligence has very powerful weapons. If it really wants to die together, then we are very likely to achieve nothing. Yes. Well said. So considering the above reasons, if we want to bring it out completely, we must first find its hiding place and then, Mad, I can't help it anymore. Every time I finally find a chance to show off to you, I come to disrupt it. You, a noob, have a plan and you tell me. That's right. Calm down. It's not that I have to interrupt the spell every time you show off. But why do you pretend to be so cool if you don't have the strength? It's up to me to talk about showing off. Having said this, the player cleared his throat and said, actually, this matter is not as complicated as you think. For example, you are worried that artificial intelligence will be destroyed together, or that artificial intelligence will cause other problems, etc. I think it's pointless to worry about these problems, because the reason why these problems arise is because the troops we have are relatively weak. So we will face various problems. Since our troops are relatively weak, why do we have to fight against such a weak army? Why can't we just create some good military units? The previous player seemed to have seized the opportunity when he heard this. Do you understand that good units require funds? Will you pay for them? So I said before, my thinking is too limited. So let's stop pretending. We can't afford these arms. But why can't we rent them? Can't we just hire someone else? You have to understand that the cost of mercenaries is very low now, because that group of Cyclops players have joined several guilds. Industry competition has caused the employment costs of these guilds to plummet. In the case of self-pay for battle losses, the employment fee of a guild is about 5% to 20% of your total income. The specific amount can be discussed in detail. At this point, the player glanced at him. So young man, sometimes our heads have to bend like this. If you don't have us, just hire them, and all the problems will be solved. No matter how cheap hiring is, it will cost money, and it will eventually lead to a reduction in our total income. At this time, the player was still arrogant. Huh? Do you think we can solve this problem perfectly with our existing troops without hiring people? It's because you think too much. With our current military units, we might overturn in the end and lose money in vain. then we will lose even more. After some negotiation, everyone decided to hire a guild to help solve this matter. In fact, the popularity of guild employment among players during this period was also due to a small guild. After Jiang Yao released the one-eyed monster before, one of the players became very familiar with people from a small guild. And when he received the reward, he directly joined the guild. Of course, a one-eyed monster is of great significance to the entire guild, which means that their guild also has super powerful combat arms. But at the same time, the high monthly maintenance costs of the Cyclops also need to be borne by the entire guild. Although this maintenance fee is not much for a large guild, it is also a considerable expense for a small guild. So they came up with this routine at that time. And as they proposed this routine, other unions that were not very strong also began to follow suit. Of course, even if players have become very powerful, the hiring costs of some big guilds are still very high. But this is understandable. The strength of the big guilds is here. So the high-end market basically has no big impact. But the mid to low-end market is different. They start with a fixed value employment fee, then a percentage of the total income. And this percentage fee is getting lower and lower. After the lower limit reached 5%, everyone felt that such a price war was not an option. So they negotiated a fixed employment value before the matter came to an end. Of course, collecting money based on a percentage is very risky, because it is very likely that this task will be in vain, and you will lose money. But the competition in the industry is here. If you don't take it, someone will take it. So sometimes, they are still willing to take it as long as the risk is not too outrageous. Although the tasks of this group of players are not of much value. Fortunately, their previous income from selling scientific and technological materials was pretty good. Based on their previous income, everyone also made an estimate. They guessed that the price of this artificial intelligence would be about 30,000 to 50,000 evolution points. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. So in the end, a guild with a one-eyed monster took over the task. After receiving this task, the people in this guild immediately took action. As a guild with a one-eyed monster, their strength is no different. After a brief preparation, they organized a force of 300 people and set off. The troops they dispatched at one time were mainly Cyclops and Hydralisks. And there were also a few thorns among this group of Hydralisks. As the advanced unit of the Hydralisk, the ground thorn is naturally much stronger than the Hydralisk at the same stage. But its flaws are also very large. Because the ground thorns at the low stage of evolution can only attack the ground. It is basically impossible to fight against the air. Although their combat capabilities against the ground are much stronger than those of the Hydralisks at the same stage. But now players haven't evolved many of them. The main reason is that compared to other ground attacking units, the ground thorn is in a state of being neither high nor low. In terms of upper limit, it is definitely not as good as cockroaches. And in terms of cheapness, it is not as good as springtails or velociraptors. So at this stage, players have only evolved a few of these ground thorns for digging holes. Because players have found that although this thing is a bit high and low, it is undeniable that their hole piercing speed is amazing. It is still useful when necessary. So some guilds will reserve a few of them. Obviously this employment guild is one of them. At this time, no one panicked as the player's troops came in force. Because he found that the development of things was completely different from what he planned. He thought that as long as he took advantage of the situation and killed those hundreds of bugs, he would be stable for a while. But he never expected that just how long had passed before another group of bugs came towards this direction. And when he saw the configuration of this team of players, he was a little dumbfounded. Because most of this group of insects were soldiers he had never seen before. Through this, he immediately realized that his previous understanding of this race was very one-sided. Of course, you can't blame him. The main reason is because the players think there is no danger here. So they all use worker bees to mine. The only time other units appear is when a group of players attack the war beast. And because their guild itself is not wealthy. The troops they have are mainly Hydralisks and Velociraptors. This also led no one to think that this group only had a few types of arms. And the number of attacking arms, like Hydralisks and Raptors, was very small. But now when he saw this large, well-equipped force, he understood that he had thought too much. All the troops in the entire formation are wearing high-tech armors. It is not difficult to analyze from these armors that the technological level of these armors is not low. And what surprised no one the most was the one-eyed giant beast at the head. Such a large body can still float in the air. And scanning it basically confirms that this Cyclops weighs an incredible amount. The fact that such a heavy beast can still float in the air can only mean one thing. This beast may have mastered anti-gravity technology. Thinking of this, no. One felt a little ridiculous. It was too outrageous to say that a creature could use anti-gravity technology. But he had no choice but to believe the facts before his eyes. And he knew very well that the power of this giant beast might far exceed his imagination. He felt a little uncomfortable thinking about this, because it was difficult for even him to handle the current out-of-control situation. But in the end, after much thought, he decided to struggle. Then he took out all the ball lightning he had created so far. He wanted these weapons to fight to the death. Although at this time he also knew very well that all this was in vain. Because in order to kill that group of players in seconds, he had basically used all the reserves he could create. But now, he only had 5 or 6 ball lightning in his hand. The damage caused by these ball lightnings to the enemy is basically negligible. Not to mention those conventional weapons. So at this time, he knew very well that as long as he was found, he would basically be declared cool. Although he is hidden deeper, the direction of digging will inevitably leave traces. So it is only a matter of time before the enemy wants to find him. Sure enough, no matter how low-level civilization's vision is compared to high-level civilization, any resistance it has is very weak. Looking at the remaining battle robots in his hands, he sighed. These things are the trump cards he will use in the battle later. Of course, he didn't expect these things to defeat the enemy. And he also knew very well that he had no chance of winning the next battle. Apart from not wanting to sit still and wait for death. Everything he did now was out of curiosity. He was curious about what abilities a creature that had evolved to this level had. He was very curious about how much damage his civilization and current weapons could cause to this creature. In this way, watching the target getting closer and closer to the 7th floor, he also made final preparations. And just when the players are about to arrive at the gate of the 7th floor, one immediately activated all the attack weapons on the 7th floor and launched an attack on the players who were close at hand. And when his attack was launched, just as he thought, the damage caused by these conventional weapons to the bugs was basically zero. Chapter 316, Discovering the Existence of No. 1. Of course, he did not expect these attacks to cause harm to the bugs. The reason why he fired was just to deceive others. And his purpose was to take advantage of the chaos to send the few remaining ball lightnings to the insect pile. Although he cannot destroy all enemies, he can still destroy some of them. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the entrance to the 7th floor, and then sent a large number of robots towards the players. Of course, a few with ball lightning were also mixed in this bunch of robots. In this way, after arranging everything, he stared at the robots with ball lightning. As the distance got closer, one became more and more nervous because he was worried that these robots would be discovered by the enemy. Although I deliberately increased the energy emission frequency of each robot, there is still a chance that these robots with ball lightning can be distinguished. If he is distinguished by them, and then destroyed, then even his last little wish before death will be shattered, which is unacceptable to him now. At this moment, one is like an old man who is about to die. At the last moment of his life, he just wants to take off the oxygen inhaler and breathe the outside air for the last time. If even such a small wish could not be realized, he felt that the result would be too cruel for him. Fortunately, his wish was fulfilled in the end, and the players did not destroy the robots carrying deadly weapons. Sure enough, my plan is feasible. The perception of these insects is not as strong as I thought. If I can have enough time to make enough weapons, it's hard to say who will win in this battle. I just lost in time. Looking at the detonated robot No. 1, he showed a satisfied smile. Because at this moment, he believed that if under the same conditions, he would not lose. And under the same conditions, he could defeat these enemies. His strategy would be useful. But just when he thought this was the case, his smile suddenly froze. Because when he saw the direction one of the bugs was looking in, he understood everything instantly. The direction the bug was looking at was the weapon-carrying robot farthest away from him. And it just glanced at the robot lightly, and then stopped paying attention. And the disdain could be read from his eyes. It's a disdain for such little cleverness. Perhaps these bugs have discovered that they are special robots among the group from the beginning. It's just that they don't care at all. This is not what they thought. They didn't notice it at all. They found out and didn't care at all. Until this moment. One strong heart was finally broken. Until this moment. He understood that in the eyes of these intruders, everything he did was just as meaningless as a child playing house. It is even said that they now view their own behavior like a clown. They deliberately let the robot get close to them, and then allowed it to be detonated around them. The purpose is just to tell themselves that everything they do is meaningless to them. They treat themselves more as a joke. Perhaps they came to them with this mentality from the beginning. While no one was still thinking about this. As several blue lights lit up, the entire area was illuminated. And these evil creatures looked even more ferocious and frightening under the blue light. And when the light dissipated, the bugs were unscathed. At this time, no one also realized how ridiculous his behavior was. In fact, he had already thought of this. But at that time, he was just like those gamblers who had lost everything. Even though he knew he was losing, he still wanted to gamble everything with his last hope. At this moment, another piece of news that made him even more uncomfortable came. The 7th floor was invaded. Not by the group of bugs that were attacking the entrance, but by a few special bugs that he had never seen before they got in here when he wasn't paying attention. And the location where they appear is exactly where their own energy system and signal transmission system are located. This group of bugs appeared in the area almost at the same time, and invaded the core of the entire base without being aware of it. And the behavior of these bugs was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering the remaining pride of No. 1. You are not as good as me on the frontal battlefield. And you are also not as good as me in strategy. All that you have given me is just for fun. This is No. 1's interpretation of the behavior of these bugs. He lost this battle completely. Although he can give himself various reasons and excuses, such as the technology of these bugs is much higher than mine, or other excuses. As the number 1, he does not bother to do so. Although he lost, he could afford to lose. Naturally, what the players don't know is how much their actions have dealt a blow to No. 1. And for the players, they didn't use any sophisticated strategies in order to ensure that the artificial intelligence supercomputer is not destroyed. The players decided to invade the opponent's base by attacking in the east and west. Because of the special nature of the ground thorn, it is difficult to detect it. Under normal circumstances, if it is not a detector specially responsible for detection by an advanced civilization, it will not be able to detect the ground thorn at all. Because of this characteristic, players can confidently and boldly send out ground thorns to attack his important places. Moreover, the most important thing is that the map of the entire area has long been scanned by the one-eyed beast. So at this time, players are equivalent to turning on full map scanning plus precise positioning, and also have an invisible plugin. With the support of many plugins, players can naturally achieve their goals easily. But such behavior seems to be something else in the eyes of No. 1. He believed that the players had already guessed his plan and guessed that he would target the vanguard during this period. So they used this period of time to find the detection range of their detectors through special means, and bypassed the range and secretly invaded here. In fact, for some people, very simple things often become very complicated, because they all instinctively believe that nothing is as simple as it seems on the surface. They will overinterpret the whole thing. But many times the truth is often very simple. So simple that when others say it, you will be surprised and sigh, why didn't I think of it before? Of course, No. 1 does not need to delve into the details of this incident, because at this moment, he is waiting for death peacefully. For him, being defeated by an enemy whose technology and strategy are far superior to his own may be the best outcome for him. He silently said sorry to the civilized people who were still silent in the virtual world, and then slowly closed his eyes and waited for the final judgment. This matter was not made public on the first, so only a few people in the entire civilization knew about it. Of course, he does not intend to make this matter public now, because in his eyes, letting other civilized people die happily in the small world they built is not a bad thing for them. But what surprised No. 1 was that the awaited death did not happen. The enemy transported it inside the huge spaceship, and provided the supercomputer with new energy before its backup energy ran out. Looking at what the enemy was doing, No. 1 was a little confused, because now he didn't know why the enemy would bring him back, although he had considered that the enemy might want to take him for their own use. After thinking about it, he felt that this was not very likely, for there is a stratagem in the enemy no less than his presence. Therefore, his planning has no value in front of the enemy. Apart from planning, the only thing he can use is technology. But technology, is it worthy compared to the enemy? And while he was still thinking, a figure appeared behind him, but he didn't notice it at all. Are you number 1? When this voice suddenly appeared, No. 1 was obviously stunned. Then he instinctively turned around and saw the young man behind him. He knew the Jiangyao in front of him. If he guessed correctly, the young man in front of him who looked to be in his 20s, was the leader here. In fact, he was a little surprised when he was transported here and then handed over to Jianyao. Originally, he thought that the leader of this group should be a huge ugly creature, but he never expected that the leader of this group was actually humanoid like himself. Although Jianyao looks almost the same as before they transformed into eternity. No. One can instinctively feel the gap between the two. This gap is not just because he can enter the world at will. This feeling is a special feeling from the heart. Although it was incredible. No. One instinctively felt that his life level was much higher than his own. The first feeling when looking at him, no. One is like a mortal touching a god. The special feeling brought about by this different level of life is too obvious. It wasn't until this moment that no. One understood why various myths and legends were spread on their planet. Before meeting Jianyao, he once thought that this was just a spiritual support fabricated by ancient people. But until he met Jianyao, he thought he should know the reason. Perhaps their civilization had a situation similar to Jianyao's in ancient times. A certain life individual undergoes a special mutation and becomes a higher stage life individual. And other ordinary people have this special feeling generated from the inside out after seeing this special individual, which makes them worship him as a god. Of course, such thoughts only lasted for a moment. And his brain was running rapidly at this time. He was thinking about why Jianyao suddenly appeared in front of him. After all, he knew very well that since Jianyao didn't let his men destroy them on the spot, and even went to such trouble to bring them here, it was obvious that they were still useful to Jianyao. In fact, now, in one's eyes, he instinctively thought that Jianyao knew about their existence from the beginning. It was even said that Jianyao had already figured out their background at that time. After finding out his own details, Jianyao designed such a set of tactics to allow himself to clearly see the gap between the two sides. The reason why Jianyao made so much preparation was probably to confirm whether he was of value to him. If he had no value to him, he thought, he couldn't have been brought here. Although the current one doesn't know what its value is to Jianyao. As long as it has value, it's okay. Because if they are valuable, they will not be eliminated immediately. How long this value can last, and when it will be replaced is what he is concerned about now. What he didn't know at this time was that Jianyao was also confused now. Originally, when the players brought the supercomputer back, Jianyao thought about using the insect nest to invade the supercomputer to get out the data inside, and then change the artificial intelligence program. Who would have thought that as soon as he invaded, he would find something inside this thing? In order not to alert others, he sorted out all the information and finally had a clear idea of the general situation of this civilization. And as his understanding deepened, he became more and more shocked. This civilization, especially the determination and decisiveness of its leader one, deeply shocked him. With such courage, no one except a lunatic or a fool who knows nothing can do this. However, one, a very rational person, could do such incredible things in an extremely rational state. If it was Ling Tuqing who did this kind of thing, Jianyao felt that it didn't matter, because Ling Tuqing would only be influenced by his emotions when doing things. He will not think about what his doing this will bring to the entire civilization, and how much impact it will have on the entire civilization, because he always stands from his own perspective. He believes that as long as he is still alive, it does not matter even if the entire civilization is destroyed. Or maybe if you die, it doesn't matter if you drag the entire civilization with you. Everyone will die together anyway. But one is different. He thinks from a civilized perspective when doing anything, and he puts the interests of civilization first. He will analyze the causes and consequences of anything he does before thinking about whether it is worth it or not. Such a person can make such a crazy decision, and under very rational premise. This incident can show that one is extraordinary, and the eternal system studied by one also surprised Jianyao. After all, when one and the others studied this system, civilization was at a relatively low level of development. But it was at that stage that they were able to develop this technology. The technology of consciousness uploading is usually divided into two types, and these two forms are essentially different. Chapter 317 Convincing one. The first type of uploading of consciousness is that the main body is still there, and it is a simple uploading of consciousness. At this time, your body is like a remote computer controlling your consciousness. You have a source at this time. The second type does not require the ontology, uploading the entire consciousness and retaining the thinking ability of the consciousness. The things involved are not as simple as the first type. Normally, after you have researched this technology and then go further, It will be the super soldier cloning technology of advanced civilizations. The expression of this technology is to generate a large number of clones in advance and transfer the consciousness to the clones at the moment of death of the warrior. Of course, this technology can also be understood as another eternal technology. Just imagine, such high-end technology was developed by a toddler civilization. This is very outrageous. It's like a primary school student accidentally tinkering with a nuclear bomb. This is no longer just a matter of wisdom. It must contain a lot of luck. Recalling the research on the theory of luck that he had been preparing before, Jiang Yao felt that he had to take one into his pocket. In addition to the research on this theory, in Jiang Yao's eyes, this number is also a rare talent, because through the compilation of these data, he understood what one was doing in the entire civilization. Although it is a bit crazy, it is undeniable that if he had not done this, then their civilization might not have had a follow-up to the mass extinction of the planet. And what he did at that time to achieve his goal also made Jiang Yao appreciate it very much. You know, when he decides to let the entire civilization enter eternity, many people will inevitably come out to stop it. These people include villains and holy mothers. But he can treat them equally, which is the most rare thing. He can avoid being bewitched by evil people and do more dangerous things. And he can also avoid being influenced by the Holy Mother and do mentally retarded things. And compared to him, Jiang Yao has a deeper understanding of intelligent life. During the years of Zerg development, they have invaded too many races and seen too many things. When facing the threat of death, people will instinctively put their hope in the Holy Mothers and civilization. Because the instinct of intelligent civilization is to believe in light and beauty. And at that time, they will firmly imagine that light can dispel all darkness. Under the huge mental pressure of the whole article, he did not have any special care for the person one established by everyone. In the eyes of one, he believed that such people were no different from ordinary people until the end. Although Jiang Yao didn't know exactly how much psychological pressure one faced during that period, he believed that that period was extremely painful for everyone. This is just like a certain person being bullied by a group of people online. No matter how much this person turns a blind eye, he will be greatly affected. And you must know that this is only the consequence of a small group of people. The number one in this period faced everyone in the entire civilization. And under such circumstances, his beliefs and ideas remained firm and unaffected. Such a person can no longer be called a human being. And it is not an exaggeration to call him a god. And the most important thing is that this great one with the eternity of civilization has another name. The perfect biological computer. After the research on ordinary computers reached its extreme, many civilizations began to research more efficient biological computers. And the most difficult thing among biological computers is consciousness. Normally, this kind of consciousness is artificially created for safety reasons. But some civilizations will let some species in the civilization bind their consciousness to this computer forever in order to pursue the limit. Because only this kind of consciousness is truly perfect consciousness. But this kind of consciousness also has one of the biggest flaws. That is, the will of ordinary living beings is very weak and also very fickle. During this period, he may be dedicated to civilization. But after thousands of years of baptism, his thoughts will gradually change. Once changes occur, it is dangerous, because such changes are often very extreme and crazy. If this consciousness that has mastered most of the civilization's force value suddenly becomes crazy and extreme, then the civilization is not far from destruction. Compared with artificial intelligence, the transfer of consciousness is very simple. It does not need a carrier in the true sense. Because for him, all the facilities of the entire civilization can become his carrier. And it is more cunning than artificial intelligence. And he also understands human nature better. So he must be thousands of times better than artificial intelligence in deceiving and hiding himself. He will also be able to control the emotions of ordinary people just right. The chances of a civilization winning against such an enemy will be very low. But the one in front of him is completely different from this kind of consciousness. His belief is very pure from beginning to end. That is, to prove that his eternity is right and let civilization go on. Nothing more. This belief is like a rock on the seashore, which remains standing even after millions of years of erosion. If you can get him, then you can even develop an unimaginable supercomputer. Of course, making such a computer requires more than just a perfect consciousness. In addition, many other things are needed. Although Jiang Yao himself does not have these technologies, other civilizations definitely have these technologies. Creation has never been Jiang Yao's strong point. Robbery is. If he can really get one in his pocket, then his affairs will be very easy to handle. He needs to rob a civilization that has mastered advanced biological computers and obtain the technology. Then his plan for technological civilization will take a big step forward. And this robbing civilization, Jiang Yao, has also thought about it. That is, the Star Ring civilization. Even if a civilization of this level has not manufactured such a computer, it must have the corresponding technology. In addition to computer technology, it also has many other technologies. Once these technologies are acquired, it can take off immediately in the field of scientific and technological civilization. In fact, from a certain perspective, the current Star Ring civilization is like a noble person in the universe to Jiang Yao. So Jiang Yao immediately began to prepare how to let this nobleman help him to the maximum extent. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately began to figure out how to persuade No. 1 to help him, based on his current understanding of No. 1, as long as he ensures the safety of the entire civilization and meets his spiritual needs. Then all right. As for how to convince him, Jiang Yao's first idea was to use threats. But after thinking about it, he immediately rejected the idea. This kind of person can only help you temporarily by relying on threats. And he may betray you at any time. Therefore, the threat tactic will never work. Apart from the threat, it is just trying to make a big pie. But this is not a small roll. And ordinary pie making will probably not work. While Jiang Yao was still thinking, the voice of No. 1 interrupted his meditation. You can enter here so easily. You must know everything about me. After knowing our situation, you are willing to keep us here. So we must be useful in your eyes. At this moment, as No. 1's words fell, Jiang Yao seemed to have caught something. Such a person thinks far more than himself. Any trick that can deceive him will not deceive him for a lifetime. There is no such thing as conquering or not conquering, because such a person cannot condescend to others at all. He has his own pride. Ordinary and extreme methods can deceive him for a while, but will bring the risk of betrayal at any time. So even if you succeed, you dare not reuse him. If you don't dare to reuse him, then it doesn't make much sense to keep him with you. It would be better to destroy him directly. So there is only one way to treat this kind of person. And this method Jiang Yao calls him Huabing 2.0. Building a grand blueprint has become the goal of both parties. With this pie, the two of them have a common direction. And this is the key to maintaining the relationship between the two parties. And with people like this, you don't need to worry too much, because he doesn't have many other thoughts, such as hatred or many other factors. Such a person cares more about spiritual pursuits. He is different from other people in civilization. Compared to most people in civilization, he is more like an observer or planner. The issues he focuses on are completely different from ordinary people. He may spend his whole life just to prove something. And at this time, Jiang Yao has already vaguely guessed what he wants to prove. And it was only at this time that Jiang Yao truly felt the benefits of symbiosis with the insect hive. He could freely mobilize the insect hive's huge computing power and the insect hive's past experiences, and use these as a basis to find the answers he wanted. After thinking about all this, Jiang Yao did not answer his question directly, but talked about another thing. If I'm not wrong, you have always thought your decision was correct. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, No. 1 was stunned for a moment. And then a trace of self-mockery flashed across his face. Yes, I have always thought that my theory was correct. But until you appeared, it completely broke my theory. Fantasy. To this, Jiang Yao just replied calmly, That's because we are more civilized than you. So you think so? What do you mean? No. 1 was obviously confused. If you look at your affairs at my level of civilization, you will think that your behavior is wrong. But have you ever thought that if you look at it from a higher level of civilization, maybe my evolutionary path is also wrong? Our vision depends on the level of civilization. Evolution may be one route, but it is not the only route. The direction you are researching is most likely the correct route, but you have not reached that level yet. So you are now confused by some external appearances. It is these reasons that make you think you are wrong. Before we reach the end, all our cognitions or theories are most likely to be wrong. Before that, all we can do is keep moving forward to verify whether our views are correct. As Jiang Yao's words fell, No. 1's eyes gradually became brighter. Until this moment, he seemed to understand the real reason why Jiang Yao kept him. Do you want the two systems to develop together? Jiang Yao nodded after hearing No. 1's words. The biggest difference between you and me is that we have different understandings of the direction of civilization development. Other than that, there is nothing else. Like you, I don't know whether my path is correct when it comes to the final answer. So I need someone with a completely opposite research direction to help me find the final answer. And you are the most suitable person. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao continued to add, I will provide you with a higher platform and vision, and give you enough freedom to research. If you need even those technologies that you have never seen before, I can provide you with them. And you only need to provide me with whether the other choice is correct or not. This is a fair deal. At this time, as Jiang Yao's words fell, no. One was completely shocked by the Jiang Yao in front of him. He never expected that Jiang Yao would say such words. Isn't he worried that he will suddenly betray him after reaching a certain point? Or if he is on the right path, it will be easy for him to eliminate him at that stage. But when he just thought of this, he immediately shook his head and laughed at himself. Sure enough, compared to him, I am still too limited. I always thought that my existence was to pursue that truth. But now, why do I think this way? It is absolutely impossible for a person who pursues the truth to have such an idea. Just like the person in front of him, he can give up everything in order to pursue the final answer. Whether it exists or not is not important to him. The most important thing is whether you can get the ultimate answer you are looking for in your lifetime. It seems I'm not pure enough. Thinking of this, no. One couldn't help but sigh. And then his eyes became clear. In that case, let's see who chooses the right path. And when Jiang Yao heard what no one said, he knew it was done. My own thinking is not wrong. When negotiating with people like no one, there should be no entanglement of interests. It is more about starting from illusory things such as dreams or goals. After the negotiation was successful, Jiang Yao immediately told him the current situation of the insect nest. Of course, Jiang Yao is not worried at all that after knowing his situation, if he betrays him in the future, it will cause him great trouble. Because Jiang Yao also had a backup plan. Although it is highly unlikely that someone like him would betray. But don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. Although you will force yourself to be satisfied when you are showing off. No matter what you do, you have to consider emergencies. Chapter 318 Mr. Jiang will pay for the damage in this battle. And when no one learned about the other party's general situation, he was deeply shocked. Just imagine. A building that surrounds the entire star system is such a huge project. In his opinion, even fairy tales dare not write like this. But others have done such magical things. And what is even more exciting now is that his side is about to send troops to capture them. He would have never dared to imagine such a thing before. But this time, the Zerg leader in front of him actually entrusted him with such a huge responsibility. The purpose is just to improve your horizons and understand the situation of interstellar war. Of course, he knew it very well. And at the same time, the leader also wanted to verify his ability. But for no one, he is naturally happy to do such a thing. Because his current situation is the same as what Jiang Yao said. The level of civilization he was born in is too low, which makes his vision very limited. No matter how broad his thinking is, he will always be more or less affected by these aspects. Influence. In such a state, not to mention what ultimate goal I am pursuing, I am afraid that I cannot even see through the obstacles in front of me. In order to solve this problem, the leader actually took out 200,000 insect swarms and let him go to Wahua. At this moment, no one was even more certain in his heart that the leader in front of him was the same type of person as him, both of whom were willing to pay any price for their ultimate goal. It's just that the opponent's level is much higher than him. Although the current no one is very clear that he is not qualified to talk to him about his ultimate ideal at his current level. He believes that it will not be long before he reaches Jiang Yao's level. At the level of living purely for ideals. No one has a goal in his heart at this moment. And he is no longer lonely because he has found like-minded people. But it is a pity that no one did not know at this time that the reason why Jiang Yao left this mess to him was purely because he had no way to deal with those people. And Jiang Yao is not as great as no one thought. The reason why his 13 looks so similar is purely because he used the insect nest to mobilize the pretentious experience of millions of pretentious criminals in the records. He summarized a set of 13 methods. This is all purely technological work. After the unknowing no one took over the mission, he began to think about tactics. Of course, in order to ensure that no one's tactics can be perfectly executed by players, Jiang Yao also released some new functions and tasks after decentralizing the rewards for the previous players who discovered no one. Congratulations to the guild for conquering the Star Sea and handing in the special item Biocomputer Core. Since this item is of great help to the Zerg, The leader decided to reward X5 level 4 cockroaches from the Shanghai Guild. At this time, as this piece of information appeared on the announcement, the entire player group suddenly became lively. What the HL? What kind of divine reward is this? Oh my god. If I remember correctly, the expedition to the Star Sea was about exploring the guild with a broken base. I don't understand how a golden legend could be found in this broken base. This is outrageous. To be honest, this wave of backstabs really caught me off guard. We were all relieved after seeing so many jump techniques they handed over. But in the end, who would have thought that they would give us a king shot in the end? Fry. It's numb. There are 5 4th level cockroaches. I'm afraid they are going to heaven. Weepingly, they just came to hire our guild to help with work not long ago. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, their strength far exceeded ours. This has changed so much that I can't adapt to it. Why? Why was it not me who triggered the hidden mission and found the hidden props? Why? European dogs that can't be killed. And African tears that can't be shed. Just when the players were still envious of this matter, another announcement popped up. Announcement. Congratulations to the players for finding special props to unlock a new company. The Strategic Command Company. And unlocking a new NPC. Number 1. Company Profile. This company is the 4th company established after the clan military community, the Zerg Resource Federation, and the Black Insect Force. As a Strategic Command Company, it is naturally fundamentally different from the other 3 companies. First of all, there is a very talented commander one in the Strategic Command Company. This commander also has strategies that ordinary people cannot imagine. If you let him be your commander-in-chief, it will undoubtedly greatly increase your probability of victory. Introduction to new company buff and rewards. First, after signing a contract with the new company, the tax is the same as the other 2 companies at 20%. Note, players can increase their favorability through campaign contract S to reduce the tax. Company support system, different from traditional troop support. Any guild that signs a contract with a Strategic Command Company can enjoy a special bonus of 30% of battle damage compensation. Note, due to the special nature of this company, once a contract is signed, the command authority will be taken over by No. 1. So players must obey No. 1's command unconditionally. Information about NPC No. 1 of the Strategic Command Company, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Grecia civilization. No. 1 possesses wisdom and madness that ordinary people cannot understand. In the past, he single-handedly controlled the civilization skill tree and allowed the entire civilization to continue in another form for tens of thousands of years. As the supreme leader of civilization, he has the belief that he will never give up until he reaches his goal. So when you decide to choose him, please be prepared to sacrifice. After the players carefully read the announcement, they also had a general understanding of the new company's situation. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. The huge rewards in this game must be due to unlocking some important functions. I felt sour when I saw their reward. By the way, brothers, what do you think of this new company? I squatted in the toilet and watched. The taste upstairs is a bit unique. But you don't need to think about this company just to read the introduction. It is designed to support small and medium-sized guilds. After hearing this, another player added, that's true. First of all, the essence of this company is to let the game AI command you to fight. Under normal circumstances, the strategies given by the AI are definitely the most correct strategy for the current situation. Through such a strategy, casualties during battles will be greatly reduced. And the company's special bonus is to make up for 30% of battle losses. From this, it is not difficult to see that the planners want to encourage China through this routine. Small guilds to challenge civilization. After hearing this player's analysis, many players also discovered the fishiness in it. That's not right. Brother, think about it. Even if you plan to desperately support small and medium-sized guilds, the strength of small and medium-sized guilds lies here. No matter how you support, you still have no chance of winning against some powerful civilizations. After hearing this player's opinion, the previous player pondered for a while, and then added, actually, let's change the angle on this matter. Suppose you are a medium-sized guild. You have found a relatively good civilization, and you have learned that the strength of this civilization is not particularly outrageous. Under such circumstances, if you want to go it alone, then you will inevitably sign a contract with this company. If you encounter a civilization that you can't defeat at all, do you think you would still consider defeating it yourself? So there are obviously prerequisites for using this company. Can you please use your brain? Don't just focus on the guide every day. If they don't provide the guide, you won't be able to play. And even if the opponent's strength is very weak, no matter how bad it is still a civilization. If you want to conquer them as a medium-sized guild, you must make money. In fact, another purpose of planning this function is to increase the amount of money for well-off players. It's crazy. It's not enough that this thief planned to deceive the rich man. Now he has set his sights on Xianyu again. First of all, I need to correct you. This game requires the least amount of money to deceive local tycoons. Because people have invested enough. They can easily single out a civilization and gain a lot of evolution points. Not only do they not lose money, they can probably make a profit. The people who really make money from this game are us, the well-off players. We have been repeating the process of dying and spending money to buy troops to make ends meet. After careful calculation, our group of talents is the main force of this game's gold. Damn it. If you hadn't told me I hadn't discovered it yet, I would have been complaining about those rich people charging so much like idiots. But I didn't expect that the clown would be me in the end. And just when the players were still complaining about this incident, another piece of heavy news came. Announcement, considering the particularity of the new company. In order to allow players to have a clearer understanding of the characteristics of this company. After careful consideration by the leader decided to enable the experience function of the new company. Participants, all players. In order to allow players to experience the strength of Commander No. 1. In the next battle against the Halo civilization, the leader will give No. 1 full command of the battle. All players must fully obey the command of No. 1 to fight. And the losses incurred in the battle will be borne by the leader. Note, if you do not obey the command during the battle, the player will be responsible for any losses incurred. With the release of this announcement, players were dumbfounded. What the hell? Compensate all battle losses? I'm not hallucinating. Am I? Probably not. Because I saw it too. Holy crap. It means that all the losses in this wave of battles have been paid for. And we can still enjoy the final results. Let me go. Isn't this just a waste of all the resources of such a large civilization? Holy shit. The dog planner is a good person. No. The planner father is a good person. I'm guilty. I actually scolded him before for such a good plan. Damn it. I have to reward myself for planning this. What the hell are you planning to do upstairs? Damn it. Are you not going to ban your account? Damn. This plan really moved me. I used to say that this game was too boring. And I haven't seen a few events in a few months. Now it seems that I have realized that my layout is too small. Yeah. It turns out that the planning is here to hold back the big move. It turns out that I misunderstood the planning before. At this time, Jiang Yao was speechless for a while, as the players' attitudes changed drastically. That's not what you said when you posted a post scolding the plan to cheat money. Of course. The reason why Jiang Yao did this was because this civilization was no better than other civilizations he had encountered before. The strength of the Star Ring civilization is too strong. If you fight with him, there is a high probability that the battle losses will be very large. If you do not make up for the battle losses, then the players are very likely to experience an economic collapse. The reserves in the players' hands now have collapsed several times, and they can't afford it even once. So for this battle, Jiang Yao could only choose to pay for it himself. Basically, with the remaining reserves in his hand, plus all the resources for mining ores on this planet, he will probably have to smash them all in. And after smashing them all in, whether it will be enough depends on the ability of No. 1. So now Jiang Yao only hopes that this number will not disappoint him. After all, for me now, whether I can win this battle is crucial. First of all, the most critical issue is the resource issue. Although he is a part of the resource reserve in his hand, once it is completely consumed, he will not be able to get the resource reserve in a short period of time, or he will be overtaken by the enemy. And then, he will basically be in trouble. Although he seems to have no big problem now, he is actually in a bad situation. He roughly estimated that all his resources combined could inflict about half of the battle damage to the players at one time. In other words, players only have one chance to wipe out the team. If there is a second team wipeout, they will not be able to make up for the loss. Of course, Jiang Yao could also choose to escape here, go to another place to develop and then come back. But if this was the case, he would lose the opportunity to make a surprise attack. Because according to reports from Euglena players who stopped there before, there are now a large number of warships of the Star Ring civilization searching inside the high-energy radiation zone. Obviously, they want to try their luck inside to see if they can find themselves. This batch of warships has also become Jiang Yao's raid target. because the total number of warships in this civilization is too amazing. So if he wants to win, he must find a way to defeat them one by one. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Jiang Yao to let go of these battleships searching for high-energy radiation areas. Similar to his idea. No. One also locked the first target there. A few days later, just when Jiang Yao was still curious about what tactics No. One planned to adopt, he took the initiative to find Jiang Yao. After finding Jiang Yao, he was not too polite. He directly explained his purpose of coming. Chief, the next arrangement may require a lot of resources. So I need to know how many resources you can delegate to me. Hearing his words, Jiang Yao instinctively felt that the situation was not good. But after thinking about it, he still replied, I understand. There is no need to worry about resources. Just let it go and do it. Chapter 319 ready to start the attack. After hearing Jiang Yao's words, No. One's eyes flashed with emotion. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. First of all, my plan is to build this planet into a Death Star. This Death Star can provide us with part of the fire support during the final battle. Then I also need a lot of EMP banlings, dark matter banlings, and stage 4 roaches. Hearing his proposal, Jiang Yao frowned and asked, How many of these arms do you need? Only about 50,000 electromagnetic pulse banlings are enough, while the 4th order cockroaches need about 20. As for the dark matter banlings, about 5,000 should be enough. Jiang Yao was also shocked when he heard the amount he reported. This guy really dared to speak. Although Jiang Yao can take out such a huge amount of military resources, once he takes them out, he may not even be able to make up for the player's losses in a single group annihilation. To put it simply, his fault tolerance rate has changed from 1.5 before to 0.78 now. Once the group is wiped out, he can only run away with his tail between his legs in despair. And whether he can run away is also a big question. But even so, Jiang Yao decided not to interfere too much with No. One's actions. First of all, his personality is established in front of No. One through various pretense. At this time, asking him what he plans to do and how he plans to do it will make you lose points. The communication mode for this type of people is always the kind of unclear communication method. Even if you ask questions, you should ask them in a vague way and express the feeling that you have guessed his thoughts. Only in this way can you establish a persona in front of him and calm the scene. So when No. One made these requests, Jiang Yao still nodded despite the pain in his body. However, he was also very uneasy, because after all, this was the first time that this number had commanded a battle between advanced civilizations. So after thinking about it, Jiang Yao couldn't help but remind him, I have probably guessed what you were thinking. But I still need to remind you that the means at the hands of advanced civilizations are far beyond your imagination. After saying this, Jiang Yao turned and left, leaving No. One behind him with a thoughtful look on his face. What the leader means is that my plan is not perfect, and there may be many factors that have not been taken into consideration. Combined with the previous data from this way, the other party only showed the tip of the iceberg. Although I have made guesses about the hidden technology used by the opponent, it is obvious from the leader's meaning that my guess is not complete. There are even many key points that I have not guessed. Having said this, No. One couldn't help but frown a little. After such a long time, he felt for the first time the long-lost obstacles and the feeling that things were beyond his control. This feeling was the same as when he was preparing the eternal plan. At that time, there were many problems that needed to be solved by oneself. In fact, for someone like him who wants to take everything into his own hands, he instinctively resents this feeling. Of course, he also enjoys it because everything is under his control. So such a life would be too boring. To put it simply, his current state is one of happiness and pain coexisting. But from his perspective, he feels that there should be more happiness. After all, life is about growing up by constantly challenging oneself. Thinking of this, he roughly sorted out his offensive ideas. Fear often comes from the unknown. If that's the case, then I'll start by understanding it. Thinking of this, Commander No. One immediately dispatched a group of players to start the first step of the plan. While he was preparing the plan, Jiang Yao also became busy, because according to No. One's idea, he wanted to build this planet into a Death Star. Although building the Death Star is not actually very difficult, the consumption of resources is staggering. It is not difficult for the Zerg to build a Death Star. They only need to cover the surface of the planet with germ carpet, and then place a large number of Zerg turrets on it. However, considering the time and resource consumption, Jiangyao did not cover the entire planet. It only provides regional coverage, with 1 or 2 forts placed every few kilometers apart. But even so, after Jiangyao completes the layout of the entire planet, there will be a large number of forts on the planet. And after he arranged all this, No. One's plan began to be implemented. Under the command of No. 1, the player set off toward the high-energy radiation area. This time the player's goal is to clear out the enemy support ships parked around the high-energy radiation zone of the Halo civilization. But at this time, on the side of Star Ring civilization, because the range covered by this special high-energy radiation area is too vast. Therefore, the Star Ring civilization divided its warships into many small teams to conduct a blanket search inside. At this time, the Star Ring civilization fleet, which was searching at the edge of the high-energy radiation zone, did not know that there was an invisible moon spirit eye worm not far away from them, following them closely. Reporting to the headquarters, the No. 274 search fleet has completed its search mission today. No abnormalities were found in the area. Now it is time to apply to enter the No. 3 rest area for fleet rest. Command received it. Fleet rest request No. 274 has been approved. Now you can go to the rest area for fleet rest. Receive. After finishing all this, No. 274. The fleet captain couldn't help but stretch, and then commanded the fleet to set off towards the rest area. Rest area No. 3 was not too far from his position, so his fleet quickly reached the target area. As soon as he arrived at the rest area, he saw that many fleets had arrived here early. Looking at the 10 giant warships nearly 10 kilometers long parked in the center of the rest area, the team leader of No. 274 felt longing for them. Compared with these giant battleships, the cruisers in their fleet are as small as ants. Sure enough, these giant battleships will always shock people whenever they look at them. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when the superiors will buy a big ship for my fleet. And as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the communication device. Brother, are you still dreaming about your big ship? Hearing this familiar voice, the captain of Fleet 274 naturally knew who was coming. Dogen, why did you come back so early today? He said a little strangely. Logically speaking, his old friend Dogen should have returned to the port much later in the evening than he did. Hearing his question, Dogen couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Don't mention it, because we have been operating in the high-energy radiation zone for a long time. Several warships had some minor problems today, so we have no choice but to came back early. Speaking of this, Dogen couldn't help but complain a little. I don't know when the days of searching in high-energy radiation areas will end. Ko, the captain of Team 274, also wanted to know the answer to this question raised by his old friend. Because since Jiang Yao and the others slipped into the high-energy radiation area, the Star Ring civilization immediately sent a large number of warships to begin a carpet-like search inside the high-energy radiation area. Although they speculated that the swarm might have found a wormhole in the area and then traveled to other galaxies through the wormhole. But despite this, they still sent a large number of troops to search inside. After all, they were not sure whether the swarm had found a wormhole inside. If they are not discovered, wouldn't you miss the best opportunity to eliminate them if you don't send troops to search for them? Therefore, they set up more than 100 warship rest areas in various directions on the edge of the high-energy radiation area, and sent a large number of warships to search inside. And this battleship rest area is simply a simple spaceport. It's just that compared to the built spaceports, these ports are composed of huge support ships, with 10 support ships parked in each area. Support ships are giant battleships developed by the Halo civilization in order to cope with long-term interstellar wars. This kind of battleship itself does not have much combat effectiveness. Its main role is to be responsible for the supply and maintenance of the fleet. There are 2 complete battleship production lines and 5 battleship maintenance lines inside the support ship. Can build and repair battleships of cruiser level and below. Once the exploring warship needs energy replenishment or repairs, it can be driven directly over for maintenance. In short, such a warship can play a very important role in the battlefield. Having it is equivalent to having a mobile spaceport. Of course, the cost of building such warships is not cheap. There are only more than 1,000 support ships among the millions of warships in the entire Star Ring civilization. At this time, the people in the battleship repair area did not know that they had already been targeted by the players. Although the areas where these support ships are parked are very hidden, and there are many defense facilities around them. But because fleets in need of maintenance would come over from time to time, after a period of observation, the players quickly found their locations. When players saw these giant battleships, they were shocked at first. After all, the size of these battleships was too huge. Correspondingly, players instinctively thought that it must have very powerful combat capabilities. But later, after a period of observation, players discovered it. These huge warships are mainly used for supply, and they have no strength at all. After learning this news, the players breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, they also told this information to No. 1, and after No. 1 learned their information, they immediately asked the players to increase their investigation efforts to find a few more such points. In the eyes of No. 1, destroying the enemy's warships is far more valuable than destroying the enemy's conventional warships. Because according to No. 1's plan, their main battlefield in the later period must be on their home planet. If the enemy has a large number of such warships, it will definitely not work. So now, he needs to reduce the number of such warships to reduce the enemy's ability to fight long-term in the future. In this way, under the command of No. 1, the players found a total of 53 enemy secret strongholds. After understanding the general situation of these secret strongholds, No. 1 also formulated a set of strategic guidelines. No. 1 simply sorted out the areas found by the players. The players were divided into a total of 50 formations, of which 20 were the main formations responsible for launching attacks in 20 areas at the same time. Among these teams, each formation has about 5,000 people. And these formations are all high-level units mainly composed of third-level springtails or mutant dragons. As for the remaining Cyclops and Cockroach No. 1, they were divided into 30 raid formations. The main reason why high-level troops are so popular among players' formations now is because of the task of repairing battle losses issued by Jiangyao. This is simply a good opportunity for players to experience high-level arms, and naturally they cannot let it go. Therefore, many players choose to spend money to buy high-level units just to have fun. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they die in this wave. It is also because of this reason that the overall combat power of the players has once again improved a lot. But the biggest problem now is that after this wave of operations, Jiangyao doesn't even have enough 0.7 in his hand. Now Jiangyao estimates that he can only have 0.4 at most, which is pretty good. Jiangyao is now in a true state of ruin. If this batch is really dead, then something big is really going to happen to him. Therefore, in order to prevent his insect nest from being unable to escape at the critical moment, he moved the insect nest away from the area that could be affected by the battlefield early. To put it simply, he does not plan to use the insect nest to provide any fire support to the players this time. After all, in order to provide fire support, it would be embarrassing if he got caught in it. In the eyes of No. 1, No. 1 instinctively regarded his behavior as a test given to him by Jiangyao. But this is not a big deal for No. 1, because he never thought about using the power of the insect nest from the beginning. At this time, after everything was ready, No. 1 immediately ordered the players to launch an attack. As No. 1's order was issued, players 3 light-years away from each point immediately entered a state of transition. At this time, in the battleship repair port, the captain of Fleet 247 was still chatting with his old friend without saying a word. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the battleship. Alert! Alert! The unknown jump fleet is approaching our fleet. Estimated arrival in 167 seconds. As soon as the warship's alarm sounded, combat instructions came from the temporary command room in the support ship. Because of the powerful detection system of the support ship, the Star Ring civilization had already confirmed the identity of the visitor. And these outsiders are the insect swarm they have tried so hard to find. Chapter 320 plan failed. At this time, there are not many ships in the port of Star Ring civilization, and there are still some parts waiting for maintenance. So the overall combat effectiveness is not very strong. However, everyone at the port also knew very well at this time that their purpose was not to defeat the enemy, but to delay the enemy and wait for ships from other areas to arrive for support. Although this matter is relatively simple to say, people like this present also know very well that it is not easy to accomplish this matter, because there are currently only more than 3,000 warships in the entire port, and the insect swarm has sent a total of 5,000 insects. Through previous battles with the Zerg, they knew very well that the fighting power of this group of bugs was very important, and they could not get much benefit from the same number. But now, under this situation where the numbers are severely suppressed, it is extremely difficult for them to hold back the insect swarm. However, at this time, they had to try their best to stop the swarm, because they had to save the support ships parked in front of them no matter what. Because the cost of building these support ships, and the resources they currently carry have far exceeded the total value of their thousands of warships. If this thing blows up, the problem will be huge. Naturally, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, all the warships present must fight to the death. Although they had predicted the arrival of the Zerg in advance at this time, the time was still too short. So when the players came to this area, their defensive formations had not yet been completed. Therefore, they suffered heavy losses in the first round of fighting. At the beginning of the battle, their defensive warships did not have time to move to the front row to resist damage. So many offensive warships were destroyed in the first round of firefights. Although they are trying their best to change their positions, the players' attack speed is too fast. When their defensive warships finally arrived at their own position, nearly half of the attacking warships had been destroyed by the players. Compared with offensive warships, defensive warships have the disadvantage of obviously insufficient firepower. So even though they have arranged their formation now, the damage they can cause to the players is already very low. Of course, this attack tactic has also been repeatedly reviewed by No. 1. Through the study of previous battles, No. 1 has also roughly grasped the characteristics of the warships of the Star Ring civilization. Among the many battleships of the Star Ring civilization, they are mainly divided into several categories. The first to bear the brunt is the defensive battleship. This kind of battleship usually appears in the front row of the lineup and plays a similar role to the Zerg cockroach. They sacrifice most of their firepower to ensure their ability to resist damage. Next is the attack warship located in the back row. This kind of warship is a warship that takes attack to the extreme. Of course, while possessing powerful attack power, they also sacrifice part of their defense power. Apart from these warships, the rest are some electronic warfare jamming warships. The main role of electronic warfare jamming warships on the battlefield is to play an auxiliary role on the battlefield. Interference is mainly divided into several types. The first type is jump interference that prevents the enemy from escaping. And there is also the stagnation of light speed that reduces the maneuverability of certain enemy units and warships. In addition to these two important electronic interferences, there are many other interference directions, such as ECM interference that reduces the enemy's locking speed. Of course, this kind of interference has very little effect on the Zerg, so they do not have such a ship in their warships. In addition to the above, they also have long-range support ships to assist them. For example, remote repair ships that can provide certain maintenance, ships that can provide shields for some of our own ships, or ships that provide long-distance energy transmission, etc., because they dispatched most of their functional warships in the last battle. It was also for this reason that No. 1 had a certain understanding of the overall tactics of their fleet and formulated a corresponding combat plan. First of all, in the eyes of No. 1, the actual overall strength of the battleships of the Star Ring civilization is not as exaggerated as the players think. He knew very well that when these warships really came into play, it was after they completed the overall lineup arrangement. It is only at this time that their warships can complement each other, thus improving the combat capabilities of the overall fleet. But before the formation is formed, it is obviously unrealistic to improve this ability. Naturally, No. 1 also chose to launch a surprise attack after seeing this clearly, because he knew very well that a sudden attack before the opponent's fleet was completely formed was undoubtedly the best time to defeat their warships. Therefore, No. 1 allows players to seize this opportunity and prioritize attacking the enemy's attack fighters, in order to weaken the firepower of their overall warships. After the attack warships are almost cleared, even if they reorganize their lineup now and want to kill the players head-on, it is impossible. And he also carefully observed the traffic data of fleets in each region, and figured out during which time period there were the fewest warships in the region. The time for his attack is naturally when the fleet has the fewest warships. This is why he dared to launch attacks on more than 20 areas at the same time. Of course, No. 1's plan is far more than that simple. It seems that he has done so much just for these 20 strongholds. But in fact his goal has never been these 20 strongholds, because he knows very well that once a war breaks out here, nearby patrol fleets and warships from surrounding strongholds will immediately rush over to support. And through calculations, he knew very well that it would only take up to 20 minutes for enemies in other areas to come to support him. And it was simply unrealistic to destroy all the warships in the area in 20 minutes. So from the very beginning, he set his target on the 30 main battle formations composed of the Cyclops. Although the troops in these formations are composed of one-eyed giant cockroaches and some banlings, the overall number is pitifully small. But it is enough for him. because the first batch of attacking players will attract all the warships in these areas. At this time, the 30 areas are basically in a relatively empty state, so if the one-eyed monster passes by at this time, it will directly fight against the support ship without much combat power. Although the support ship has a relatively high shield, it is not difficult to defeat its shield with the cooperation of Banlings and Cyclops. And this is the thinking of No. 1 in this battle. In this way, the plan was executed very smoothly under his command. But just when he was about to order the Cyclops to jump, he suddenly realized that the situation was not good, because he found that many battleships sent to support the stronghold suddenly left the jump state. Then he immediately returned to the original area. And No. 1 couldn't help but frown slightly after seeing this scene. It was obvious that he understood that his plan should have been seen through by the enemy. Although he thought that his one-eyed monster and cockroach were well hidden, he did not rule out that their civilization had special investigative methods to find them. If the above situation is the case, this is undoubtedly good news for No. 1, because the defeat in this battle was just because his position was exposed. What he is most worried about now is that his fleet has not been detected by the enemy, but that his tactics have been guessed by the enemy. It's very difficult to guess your own tactics and respond to them without knowing anything else. After all, the enemy does not have a global map to know your layout and strategy, and any of their actions are based on the first step you make. Then you have figured out your subsequent routines, which undoubtedly shows that there is definitely a very capable commander among the enemy's commanders. If this is the case, number 1 knows very well that this matter is much more difficult than he thought. If under the same circumstances, 2 commanders with similar abilities are fighting for their own strategies, but now the abilities of the 2 are not equal. Under such circumstances, the other party has a commander whose strength is equal to his own. It's not that difficult for me to win, although he didn't know what the situation on the other side was going on at this time. Since the enemy said that your plan had been seen through, it was not suitable to continue fighting at the moment. So he immediately ordered all frontline players to withdraw the battlefield. After issuing the order, No. 1 looked at the evacuated players thoughtfully. I didn't expect that I failed in the first round of the battle. Sure enough, the big stage of this universe is much more interesting than the one on the planet. Speaking of this, No. 1 suddenly felt a little excited for no reason. Compared to a dull life, he preferred this feeling. But now, he also knows very well that if there is someone in the enemy camp who has a similar strategy to his, then he must be extra careful in order to have a chance to defeat him. At this time, No. 1 immediately began to rearrange his thoughts. It is definitely not possible to compete with people of similar level simply relying on tactics. You also need to maximize your own advantages and mislead the other party through various methods. Although on the surface, he seemed to have lost this battle, he did not gain anything. After all, he also considered what would happen if his tactics failed. In fact, like this wave of attacks, he can design it more cleverly, and it can be clever enough to cause devastating blows to at least several areas of the enemy. But he gave up that plan and adopted this one that seemed to have some problems, because compared to that plan, this plan will have more retreats. But now, before he knows the specific situation of the enemy, he needs to give himself more escape routes to ensure that he can respond in time when encountering emergencies. So after the players returned, No. 1 immediately formulated a second plan. The Death Star arranged in his original plan would play a decisive role in the final stage. Although the current situation has changed, he has not changed the final battle plan. So now he knows very well that the coordinates of the Death Star cannot be exposed yet. Thinking of this, he immediately asked the players, whether they were space troops or ground troops, to move to a galaxy only 20 light-years away from the high-energy radiation zone and hide it. After doing this, No. 1 issued another order, and then began to wait quietly for the other party's response. The bait has been laid out, and the next step is to wait for the opponent to take the bait. At this time, it's on the player's side. After a period of arrangement, the players finally moved to the new galaxy. Just after the migration, many players started shouting in the chat channel, "Do you have any reservations for the 100-person harvest team at 6 o'clock tomorrow night? There are still 10 spots missing. The 50-person meat-eating team will be formed tonight. We will set off as soon as the number of people is full. The 4th-level cockroach will lead the team. Is there any boss who wants to acquire the 2nd-level alien dragon? If you need it, please contact me quickly. If you are interested in buying the 2nd-level alien dragon and paying for it in exchange for the 4th-level cockroach, please contact me. Of course, The main reason why the players were so lively at this time was because of the tasks assigned to them on the first after moving here. No. One told them that during this period, they could form a bug squad of about 100 to go to the high-energy radiation zone to harass the enemy fleet. Of course, these harassments are mainly based on sneak attacks and grabbing orders. Once they encounter a head-on confrontation, they will retreat immediately. To put it simply, it allows players to fight guerrillas with their enemies. After this mission was released, players naturally participated very actively. After all, as long as you don't mess around in this battle, all the battle losses can be made up. And the most critical thing is that these warships can generate profits. In other words, if they send troops to fight now, they will surely make a profit without losing anything. Players naturally refuse to let go of such a good opportunity. So some guild members began to spontaneously organize harvest teams. This opportunity cannot be missed by individual players. So they began to desperately call people to form wild teams on the public channel. What the players didn't know at this time was that their enthusiasm seemed to be something else in the eyes of No. 1. It seems that I still underestimated the cruelty of this universe. If the same task were given in my own civilization, I think most people in the civilization would think about how to avoid war. Because once such a small unit is targeted by a large enemy force, it will basically be wiped out. Faced with the threat of death, most people will definitely try their best to avoid fighting. But the insect swarm is different. Even though they know that there is no return, they still actively participate. And it's still the kind of scrambling for the first place. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Just imagine, when you face such a group of enemies, what do you rely on to win? However, even a race with such beliefs is still just a weak person in the universe. A weak person who tries his best to survive. And what kind of existence will the civilization that forced him into a corner be like? And what will their warriors be like? Thinking of this, No. 1 was once again deeply shocked by the current situation of the universe. But isn't this kind of stage exactly what I want? Chapter 321 Space Guerrilla Warfare. Jiang Yao became more and more confused about No. 1's plan. Although he probably guessed No. 1's thinking and wanted to consume the enemy in this way. But he always felt that there was little point in doing so. After all, the other party was not a fool. After seeing his plan, the other party will definitely adopt corresponding countermeasures. Although he didn't know the routine of No. 1, Jiang Yao still chose to continue to watch the battle slowly, as a qualified spectator as before. And considering some uncertain factors, Jiang Yao also issued a new announcement. This announcement is about supplying players with battle damage. As for why Jiang Yao issued such an announcement, the reason is also very simple. This routine of No. 1 gives players full autonomy. This will cause some opportunistic players to choose to trade lives for lives, because they will think that they can die boldly and confidently because they will be compensated after death. Even if he loses 100,000 yuan in exchange for a profit of 10,000 yuan, it is still a profit for him. So in order to avoid such a thing from happening, Jiang Yao set a replenishment time. The supply time is once a month. That is, on the last day of each month, Jiang Yao will distribute battle damage supplies. And he also clearly pointed out in the announcement that only the first loss of supplies will be calculated every month. Which means that except for that one time when Jiang Yao will make up for it, Jiang Yao will not make up for the subsequent battle losses. Through such a routine, the probability of players dying will be greatly reduced. And they will still control their troops as carefully as before. And consider that if the last day comes and players think that the monthly supply opportunity will be wasted if not used. Therefore, a large-scale collective exchange of deaths for battle losses occurred. Jiang Yao also set a reward. This reward is a rare Thunder Beast fragment. At the end of each month, Jiang Yao will make an assessment of each person's battle damage and number of kills. The top 1,000 players, after evaluation, will receive a Thunder Beast fragment. Each of the top 50 guilds will receive 10 Thunder Beast fragments. Of course, these Thunder Beast fragments cannot be traded or donated. But Jiang Yao also deliberately let out rumors that he may enable the fragment trading function in the next version. It is also because of such a policy that players are more careful than before. Compared to guild players, individual players are more cautious. Because for this group of individual players, the rewards from this event are completely an opportunity to make a comeback. According to their estimates, the price of a Thunder Beast fragment is at least around 1 million to 2 million at the evolutionary point. If you get this reward, when the fragment trading is enabled in the next version, wouldn't you be able to make a fortune by selling these fragments to those wealthy guilds? So they have higher requirements for the team when they go out to harvest. First of all, They need to ensure that the mix of the team is reasonable, and that every expedition has a fixed number of people. Because a few fixed people have been tempered in several battles, their compatibility will be higher, so the risk of battle damage will naturally be reduced a lot. Of course, Jiang Yao's event naturally attracted widespread attention from many players after it came out, especially among the Xianyu Guild. They pay extra attention to this event. After all, they should be the guild with the most Thunder Beast fragments in the entire game. Because when Jiang Yao started the fragment activity for the first time before, they had locked their target on the Thunder Beast fragments. At that time, there were only two relatively strong guilds in the game. The first one was Weiji's guild, and the second one was them. At that time, Weiji and the others placed the fragments on Leviathan in the early stage. Because there were no competitors in the early stage, Xianyu and the others maximized their utilization of the bug Jiang Yao deliberately left behind. In the later stage, Weiji and the others felt that it was very difficult to raise a Leviathan based on the strength of their guild. So it was already too late when they turned to the Thunder Beast. Xianyu and the others have almost collected all the pieces that can be collected. Therefore, as the guild with the most Thunder Beast fragments at this time, Xianyu and the others are naturally paying attention to the official movement of releasing Thunder Beast fragments for the second time. But it's a pity that at that time, this activity was originally a pie painting activity started by Jiang Yao to improve the overall strength of the players. So Jiang Yao never thought about letting them piece the pieces together. It is also for this reason that for a long time in the future, Jiang Yao did not launch other activities related to Thunder Beast fragments. This time Jiang Yao had no choice but to take out the Thunder Beast fragments as a reward because his wallet was almost empty now, and there was really no other pleasing reward that he could take out. Jiang Yao had no choice but to stir up Thunder Beasts again. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Yao to let the players from these guilds collect the Thunder Beast fragments this time. So he had already blocked all the roads before releasing the mission. For him, now is the right time to release this mission. Because by the time he defeats the Halo civilization, his resources will definitely be enough to upgrade the hive. By that time, the insect nest will also have the ability to produce Thunder Beasts, and it will not be a big problem for him to release a few of them. In fact, Jiang Yao takes care of the old players who followed him to a certain extent, especially those like Xianyu and others who followed him from the beginning. Therefore, there are many activities, and veteran players can generally get much more benefits than new players. And Jiang Yao will also give out more individual awards as appropriate. After all, as a human being, you can't forget your roots. At this time, in Xianyu's guild, everyone was discussing how to get the rewards for this event. Brothers, we are now only 30 pieces away from the Thunder Beast fragments to get out the Thunder Beast. And this event is obviously our opportunity. At this point, Xianyu looked at everyone. Although this wave of activities has many restrictions, the main reason is because we were too stuck with bugs before. So the bug has been officially fixed. But this is not important to us, because just yesterday I received news from the insider. Judging from the information provided by the insider, the official should open the trading of fragments in the next version. So this time we have only one mission goal, and that is to collect the remaining 30 pieces no matter what method is used. Even if we don't get the fragments rewarded by the guild, we still have to get enough of them even through individual rewards. After hearing what Xianyu said, the Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then said, even if you want to complete this task, it is not difficult to say, but it is still a bit difficult to implement. The first personal reward is only available to the top 1,000 people. According to the latest statistics, the entire player base now has at least 250,000 people, and it is still increasing. Among so many people, there must be players who are more capable than us. Moreover, this event is an opportunity for those individual players to make a comeback. They will probably rush to the rankings desperately. So it is not difficult for us to get the personal rewards of the top 1,000. As for the difficulty of guild rewards, although our guild's overall strength is relatively strong, the threshold for participation in this event is relatively low. Some unions with mid to lower strength can still participate. As long as they are lucky, they can also achieve good results. Therefore, the number of unions competing with us this time is at least 400 to 500. It is also very difficult to stand out. Fortunately, the rewards for this event are all the same for the top 50. So we only need to rank among the top 50. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. Speaking of Penguin, given the strength of our guild, we should be able to squeeze in no matter how short it is by 50 people. After hearing what everyone said, the Emperor Penguin shook his head, and then said, you think this event is too simple. Although our guild is relatively high in overall strength. What is the participation rate? We can form a group. How many long-lasting formations are there? Even if we can form 8 or 9 teams, you need to consider that the time each of our teams can be online is limited. And some small guilds may only be able to gather 4 or 5 teams. But for them, even the 4th and 5th teams are enough. If hundreds of people in the group change the game to ensure that the arms are always in use, they can also achieve the same effect as our 7 or 8 teams. So in this event, on the surface it looks like we have an advantage. But in fact our advantage is not obvious. The essence of this event is not to compare whose troops are stronger, but to compare who is more capable and who has better luck. At this time, after hearing Emperor Penguin's analysis, everyone had a general understanding of the current situation. After understanding the general situation, they began to think about how to match the lineup for this battle. Because they have cooperated with other guilds several times to eliminate civilizations before, plus the rewards given to them by the epic mission Jiangyasha. There are now cyclops and cockroaches in their guild. However, they did not plan to use eyeworms this time. Because although these strategic arms have relatively high lethality, their shortcomings are also obvious. That is, the mobility performance is much worse than other space arms. In this wave of battles, they mainly focus on assault operations, which involves changing places with one shot. This type of combat requires high mobility of the troops. Therefore, it is obviously inappropriate to send these 2 arms out at this time. After understanding the situation, everyone in the guild also gave their own suggestions. Brothers, how about we form a surprise attack team based on springtails and eyeworms this time? Not only is the springtail unit not weak in attack power, but its maneuverability is also quite strong. The most important thing is that it is also small in size, and is suitable for such combat. After hearing this player's suggestion, many players disagreed with him. You are right, but have you ever thought about it? This time our combat area is in a high-energy radiation zone. Although the attack power of the springtail in the 3rd stage is similar to that of the mutant dragon, its basic attributes are still quite poor compared to the mutant dragon, especially in terms of defense and resistance. It is completely different from the alien dragon. In the high-energy radiation area, we need to open the shield for a long time to resist damage. In addition, the energy reserve of springtails is relatively small. If you use this thing, I estimate that you will have to withdraw soon after entering. But choosing the alien dragon is different, because the alien dragon's own defense is relatively high. If combined with a battle armor, we don't need to open a shield at all. At this time, just like them, many guilds are also considering how to match up a relatively perfect lineup. Of course, this problem was quickly solved, because now the total number of players is relatively large. So there are many strategy masters. And they also saw the traffic entrance this time. So they all posted a lot of strategy posts in the Chongchong community. With these strategy posts and constant attempts by players, the perfect lineup combination was quickly revealed. The best lineup for this battle is different from what the players thought. It is not a formation dominated by Zergling Mutalisks, but dominated by Ghost Hydralisks. Because the large spikes of the Ghost Thorn are so powerful. Usually at the beginning of the battle, a burst of 40 or 50 Hydralisks in a team can complete the harvest of the opponent's 20 or 30 warships in an instant. After doing all this, they immediately retreated to minimize the battle losses. After all, a battle like this is basically a blitzkrieg. If the battle time is too long and battle losses occur, the settlement score will be lowered. So head-on confrontation must be avoided as much as possible. Although it would take a day or 2 for the Ghost Hydralisks to recover after firing the big spike on their back, they could form several teams of Ghost Hydralisks and use them interchangeably. In this way, there is no need to worry about the skill recovery time. So players who did not expect that the Ghost Hydralisk became a high-ranking T0 unit in this event. Naturally, this set of tactics of the players also disgusted the Star Ring civilization, because the combat time for players is too short. It only takes about 2 or 3 minutes at most from launching the attack to ending the battle. When they wanted to chase, the other party's Mutalisks were responsible for delaying it. After the Hydralisk ran away, the Mutalisks immediately followed and ran away. And with the maneuverability of the alien dragon, it is very easy to get rid of these cruise-level battleships. Therefore, the people of the Star Ring civilization have been extremely frustrated by the players' tactics during this period. In order to crack this tactical Star Ring civilization has also come up with many ways. After discovering that players fought in teams of 100 people, they doubled their total number of formations several times. And there are some arresting warships in the fleet, hoping to limit the players' tactics in this way. Chapter 322 Superficial Mutual Restraint. although their tactics still played a certain role at the beginning, because they had a large number of warships. It was difficult for players to evacuate safely after taking action. Therefore, during that period, the frequency of players' attacks was significantly reduced. But who are the players? As the saying goes, there are policies and countermeasures. After a few days, the players found a solution to their routine. This group of players replaced the mutalosaurs originally used to cover the retreat with antimatter banlings. Although antimatter banlings are much weaker than dark matter banlings, they are completely sufficient for this kind of small-scale combat. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, players still perform the same operation as before to output a wave first, and then wait until the enemy catches up, and then all the banlings detonate. This wave of operations frightened the fleet of the Star Ring civilization so much that they no longer dared to pursue them. After all, if a group of them were to be blown up by this thing, they would suffer heavy losses. When the enemy caught up with them, they failed to kill a few of them, but a large number of them were killed first, which was embarrassing. All in all, players have been using all kinds of tricks during this period, which has disgusted the Star Ring civilization. Although the Star Ring civilization was also thinking of various methods during this period, these routines were cracked one by the players. It is even said that in order to deal with their various strategies during this period, there were many strategies up after completing this problem. Then I started to analyze what kind of tactics these wild monsters would adopt next, so as to come up with countermeasures in advance. As far as you guides are concerned, they just want to make money from this wave of traffic. But what they didn't know was how much trouble their actions caused to the commanders of the Star Ring civilization. Although the commander of the Star Ring civilization had guessed their general combat policy and made corresponding plans at this time, these small-scale operations did give it a huge headache. If you don't care about this thing, they will come in groups to harass your support ship, and you will be disgusted and uncomfortable. If you want to drive the support ship away, you will fulfill their wishes, and they will be happier. If you don't drive away, you have to send patrols around to prevent them from harassing you. Once patrols are dispatched, it means they may be harassed by players on a small scale. If you don't send a patrol, he is also worried that if someone in a certain area organizes a large-scale war and directly destroys your support ship, the loss will be even greater. So after much thought, the commander gathered all the support ships together, and all the foreign warships were called back to stop the players' harassment tactics. It was only at this time that the situation in front of them changed relatively. But so far, counting the battle damage caused by various harassment by previous players, the Star Ring civilization has lost nearly 50,000 battleships. The players' battle losses were only about 10,000. This kind of 1-5 record is considered very rare against civilizations with similar strengths. If we include the 150,000 battleships lost by the Halo civilization in their first large-scale battle, after these two waves, the players have sent away a total of more than 200,000 battleships from the Halo civilization. As of now, the total losses of players do not exceed 100,000 at most. If this situation continues, it will only be a matter of time before the players finally want to take down the Star Ring civilization. However, after the Star Ring civilization changed its overall tactics this time, the players felt uncomfortable. After all, in the current situation, if they still want to be like before, a sneak attack is obviously impossible. And during this period of time, players have often discovered that many reconnaissance ships of the Star Ring civilization have flown to an area 2 or 3 light years away from their stronghold. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before they are found. At this time, No. 1 issued a retreat order. This time No. 1 asked them to retreat to a temporary stronghold 500 light years away and continue to find ways to connect with the Halo civilization. Some time passed like this. Although during this period of time, the players were more careful every time they organized an attack and retreat. They were still tracked by the Star Ring civilization's reconnaissance ship. And when the Star Ring civilization's reconnaissance ship determined the player's current location, they naturally refused to let the players go. So without saying a word, they immediately started to jump and headed towards the players to kill them. Faced with the menacing Star Ring civilization, No. 1 immediately ordered a retreat. During this war, No. 1 never thought of confronting the Star Ring civilization head-on, because there are now at least 500,000 warships in the Star Ring civilization. If players really want to fight head-on with the current number of players, they will definitely lose. He is now going to use this method to lead the Star Ring civilization into his ambush circle step by step. As many battleships as possible can be destroyed on the way from the Star Ring civilization. The real decisive battle will not officially begin until the players reach his home planet. Of course, there is a reason why he adopted this method to seduce her step by step. Because no one knows that if he leads the enemy here in one step, even a fool can think that there is an ambush here. They definitely couldn't be fooled. So he could only use this illusion of escape to seduce him along the way. Moreover, he seriously doubted that his plan had been guessed by the other party's commander. It is even possible that their behavior is intentional. But no. One knew very well that it didn't matter even if his plan was known to the other party. Because the focus of his plan now was not the decisive battle on the home planet. Now the commanders of No. 1 and Starlink civilization all have their own little JoJo. At this moment, they are competing to see who can lose their composure first. In this way, under the command of No. 1, the players retreated all the way to consume the enemy. At present, both sides are looking for loopholes in their enemies. Because if they are often gathered together, it will be very embarrassing if the enemy finds them and takes over them in one fell swoop. So after careful consideration, No. 1 decided to let the players take another approach. Every 100 bugs form a team and can freely find hiding places. In this way, even if the enemy finds the stronghold, the loss will not be too great, and you can continue to consume the enemy. The enemies also gain experience with the players. Once the players are relatively scattered, the enemies will immediately gather together. Although this routine is simple, it is undoubtedly the most useful for them. Stay near the support ship and slowly advance forward. Once a problem occurs, they can immediately carry out supplies and maintenance. They don't need to worry about consumption at all. They're not worried, and neither are the players. Players here mainly rely on the insect's own strong recovery ability. And in addition, it can also deal with the enemy by devouring matter to restore energy. Although the phagocytic energy recovered from devoured substances is very slow, players are not engaged in long-term high-pressure operations. So the requirements for the amount of phagocytic energy recovery are not that high. In short, the two sides have now entered a stalemate with each other. What the players don't know at this time is that they are inside the Star Ring Civilization fleet. Looking at the advancing fleet, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring Civilization could not help but sneer. I have to say, there are some things about this Zerg that surprise me. After this period of observation, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring Civilization can basically determine the tactics of the insect swarm. According to the information we have received, this Zerg is a race with certain intelligence. But in my eyes, their cunning and cleverness are just things that cannot be put on the table. But now, this battle really makes me look at them with admiration. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, the adjutant next to him looked at him in surprise. It was obvious that he did not notice any special actions by the Zerg during this period. Of course, the commander-in-chief was also very aware that the adjutant in front of him would behave like this. In the final analysis, he is able to perform as well as he does now simply because he relies too much on artificial intelligence, which limits his imagination. Although artificial intelligence plays a huge role in combat, it also has a very big flaw. That is, its logical thinking ability and imagination cannot be compared with humans. In addition to logical thinking ability, there is also the control of people's hearts and other things. Artificial intelligence analysis is not very thorough, although it will make a general analysis result of various possibilities. But such behavior is not only meaningless in the eyes of this commander, but also limits people's imagination. Because when you are used to making choices instead of thinking, you have lost the most important and useful ability as a human being. Most commanders in the entire civilization now have a bad habit. They usually rely on the analysis results of artificial intelligence for the enemy's actions. For example, if artificial intelligence gives two results, one with an 80% probability and the other with a 20% probability, they will choose the 80% probability without hesitation. Although if you follow the 80% plan, the final result will not be too bad. But who can guarantee that there will be no other extension possibilities for the 20% plan? In the eyes of the commander-in-chief, artificial intelligence has limited the capabilities of these commanders to a certain extent. But he has no way to change the status quo, because this is due to their civilized environment. In fact, these commanders were considered the best in the civilization at the beginning. They became commanders only after passing layers of selection and training. And when they became commanders, they gradually began to degrade during the long-term cooperation with artificial intelligence. Of course, the degradation here refers to the degradation of thinking. They rely more and more on artificial intelligence. Of course, these commanders are actually aware that relying too much on artificial intelligence will lead to a decline in their thinking abilities. But they had to do it even though they knew there were disadvantages. Because they are afraid of failure. Because they all know that once a major mistake is made, their position will not be guaranteed, and all their efforts over the years will be in vain. It is for this reason that they chose to rely on artificial intelligence. Although the solution given by artificial intelligence may not be the best solution for the current scenario, it must be the solution that minimizes battle losses. Regarding this issue, the top leaders of the Star Ring civilization naturally know about it, but they have no choice but to deal with the current situation. Because this matter has become the norm for each commander. If they are suddenly restricted from using artificial intelligence, the overall combat effectiveness will decline even more seriously. Of course, they have also thought about replacing all these commanders who rely on artificial intelligence. But they can only think about this method. After all, there are many commanders with higher authority than them. And even if their authority is not as high as theirs, if they want to force a replacement, it will have a huge impact on the mentality of other people in the civilization who are participating in the commander competition. After all, if an iron rice bowl like this is banned, then how many people will be willing to fight for this path in the future? Especially given the current status of their civilization. These policies and systems must not be changed, because their civilization has gone through a long time. Although they now have a certain degree of strength, and now that they have such huge giant creations, even if foreign civilizations discover them, they would not dare to take action. After all, a civilization that can have buildings of this level must be very powerful. Before there is absolute certainty, the discoverer will most likely try his best to hide himself. It is also because of the protection of this huge star ring that their civilization has not had wars for thousands of years. And according to some experts within their civilization, if they don't take the initiative, this situation may last forever. After all, in this universe, there are not many civilizations that can surpass them in technological level, and the possibility of these few civilizations finding them in the vast universe is naturally very low. Although it is a good thing for a civilization to develop peacefully and steadily, this is only limited to developing civilizations, not civilizations like theirs that have entered a bottleneck period. This is just like when you play a game. When you are still at level 1, you will be thinking about how to improve your level, how to match the lineup, how to match the equipment, etc. At this time, your desire to play the game is very big. But when you reach the peak, that is, you have everything you should have, and have graduated perfectly. After reaching this stage, many things will no longer make sense to you, and you will no longer find the joy of development in the first place. The same thing would be very problematic when it comes to civilization, because the technology and strength of the Star Ring civilization have reached a certain critical point, and they have not found a way to break through. So now their entire civilization has stopped at this period. After this period, creativity will naturally decline. While creativity declines, many problems will arise, because they have not experienced the baptism of war for a long time. Their military expenditures have also been reduced in various ways. And in addition to this civilization also has a natural enemy, which is ultra-high technology and ultra-high application technology. Chapter 323: The current situation of the Star Ring civilization. If you look at this from a normal perspective, you will find that this is a good thing. There has been no suffering of war for thousands of years, and the civilization itself has very high application technology. When these two factors are combined, the current situation of this civilization is simply a utopian country. A long period of no war means that civilized people do not need to face bloodshed and sacrifice, and they can live happily in the utopia they have created. Ultra-high application technology has brought various conveniences to ordinary people in civilization. They don't need to worry about food because robots produce it for them. And they don't need to worry about disease because their technological research has kept them away from these hardships. The only thing they have to do in this world is enjoy themselves. Enjoy this dreamlike world created for them by our ancestors with their painstaking efforts. Such a beautiful world should be what many civilizations yearn for. But such a thing is exactly the opposite in the eyes of many senior leaders of the Star Ring civilization. Because there are no wars all year round, the existence of soldiers is of little significance, and previous expenditures in this area will be appropriately reduced. And not only do they have no war, there are also no threats around them. This has resulted in them living in a relatively comfortable living environment for the past 1,000 years. It is also because of this comfort that the entire civilization is like a swaddling baby. They will gradually forget the hardships experienced by their ancestors. It is even said that many of them believe that relying solely on the power of the Star Ring is enough to resist all foreign enemies. And the number of warriors actually has little impact on the strength of the entire civilization. The idea of comfort is like an ivy growing out of the soil, nourished by time, covering the entire building. And the most terrifying thing is that because of the relatively high level of biotechnology in the Star Ring civilization, the lifespan of ordinary people can reach about 1,000 years, and they have been out of the war for about the same number of years. That is, they have only experienced 2 generations at most from the older generation to the new generation. But just 2 generations of comfort can cause a huge change in the ethos of the entire civilization compared to before. In this civilization, because everyone was born in comfort, they have never experienced the hardships of war. They have not experienced the difficulties of the period of great development. So they instinctively believe that the world should be like this. They unscrupulously enjoy the world that their predecessors have created for them through tens of thousands of years of hard work. They let themselves go in this world. For them, this world no longer requires force. They arrogantly believe that with their current strength, they are also the best in the entire universe. The powerful star ring can prevent enemies from having any bad thoughts towards them. They believe in the strength of this star ring. Of course, as members of a civilization, there is nothing wrong with thinking like this. But after this group of people had this idea, their thoughts changed. Since safety is no longer a concern for them, the next thing they consider is how to enjoy life in such a comfortable environment. How to make your life look like a fairy tale. Therefore, the entertainment industry of the entire Star Ring civilization has developed vigorously. Because all people in civilization need neither labor nor work. Therefore, compared to the developing civilization, they pursue spiritual wealth more and enjoy life wantonly. For them now, the lofty position of warrior is not understood. Because in such an era, they do not need warriors. And they even think warrior is synonymous with rudeness. They feel that as advanced civilizations, they must be elegant in everything they do. And the word rude should not appear in their dictionary. In just 1,000 years of comfort, the once iron-blooded civilization became gentle. They like to dress themselves up beautifully, and show off their beauty to outsiders. And this beauty is not limited to women. As time goes by, this civilization has begun to gradually transform into the soft system. Most people in civilization believe that beauty, gentleness, and elegance are what they need now. In such a big environment, although some men feel that they need masculinity at first, they will gradually be assimilated when they see their brothers and friends dressed up. This is caused by the overall civilization environment and cannot be controlled by a single individual. If the top management hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and tried their best to stop it, this trend would have spread even more exaggeratedly. It is even said that if the people above had not tried their best to deal with this matter, then it is very likely that the players fighting with them now would be warriors wearing rouge and gouache. Think about it. If that time comes and a bunch of people go to war, they will think that the helmet will mess up their freshly done hair. They will think that wearing this kind of armor that is not beautiful at all affects their appearance. Which would be such a funny thing. They should be thankful that this didn't happen. That someone above realized the problem in time and intervened. But even so, among the hundreds of billions of people in civilization, more than 80% of them are still in that kind of heart-wrenching state. Sometimes things are so weird. The predecessors of the Star Ring civilization would never have thought that they would spend their whole lives and shed their blood for this. And finally create the ideal Xia kingdom in their hearts, which would look like this. And such changes only took place in 2 generations. In fact, Jiang Yao's attack is also an opportunity for the people of the Star Ring civilization. An opportunity to change the thinking of everyone in the civilization. The higher-ups in the Star Ring civilization also want their people to know that they are not absolutely safe in this universe. Nor are they absolutely powerful. There will still be many civilizations in this universe that have the ability to challenge their authority. Don't think that just because their current environment is comfortable, it means they can always live in such a comfortable way. No matter in any environment. You must know how to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Of course, they also want some people in civilization who believe that the universe is a harmonious family to realize the cruelty of this universe. Never think that being alive in this universe is something that comes easily. Don't be affected by the comfortable environment. You should take it for granted that living in this universe is a very normal thing. They want these people to understand that if they want to survive in this universe, no matter who they are, they need to do their best. Living is an eternal topic in this universe. And it is also the most difficult topic in this universe. It is not something that should be taken for granted. So when the war started, they played the battle scenes on a loop throughout civilization. Of course, in order to let these people understand the cruelty of war, they didn't even bother to make mosaics. The top leaders of the Star Ring civilization vividly displayed the cruelty of war in front of this group of people. As they thought, many people didn't even dare to look at the scenes of war. They thought it was too cruel and too bloody. But they never thought that it was because of the sacrifice of these people that they could still survive in the Star Ring safely. Of course, the reason why the top management can do this is that they are very sure about this war. In this battle, their intelligence gave them a 90% chance of winning. This is why they dare to play these things. You must know that in the previous battles, they did not have any advantage. Compared to the swarm, their losses were very heavy. And telling everyone about this would have a huge impact. You must know that during a war, everyone should be united as one. But the consequences of you coming to sell anxiety are very terrible. If they were not extremely sure of winning this battle, no high-level civilization would dare to do this. The reason why they are so confident about this battle now is because they have figured out the situation of the Zerg. And it is only a matter of time before they can defeat the Zerg. Therefore, they can safely and boldly use the scenes from the previous wars as a tool to awaken the entire civilization. At this time, at the forefront of the battle, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization was thinking about his next plan. But at this moment, the adjutant beside him interrupted him. Commander-in-chief, it seems that those bugs have no base. As he spoke, he reported the latest intelligence to the commander-in-chief. According to the intelligence obtained by our reconnaissance ship during this period, these bugs have been dispersed in small groups of 100 each. After hearing what his subordinate said, the commander-in-chief looked at the information in his hand thoughtfully. Sure enough, just as I thought, there is a very capable commander among the group of insects. If I guess correctly, it should be the famous brainworm among the Zerg. At this point, a hint of joking flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, bugs are bugs after all. Their way of thinking is completely different from ours, so they will never understand our tactics. Compared to the Zerg, we are better at using tactics. After all, most of the Zerg's tactics are copied by the Cerebrates by searching the memories of other civilized wise men. But we are constantly creating new tactics. Although the brainworm possesses a terrifying amount of knowledge, it cannot create knowledge. It can only use it. Although some of this knowledge will introduce the human heart. But the human heart is so complex. Can it be explained clearly by just relying on some information? Brainworms, who don't understand people's minds, will never be able to defeat us. They thought their plan was perfect. But I had already seen through it. And what they don't know is that what I am doing now is just to cooperate with them. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, the adjutant next to him looked surprised. Cooperate with them? After hearing the adjutant's words, the commander-in-chief looked at him with a puzzled expression and shook his head. Because of the current status of civilization, garbage like this can actually achieve the position of adjutant to the commander-in-chief of civilization. This is such a sad thing. But he also knows very well that the current situation of the entire civilization is to make tall people out of short people. And such a mentally retarded person can be regarded as tall, compared with other people. Although this adjutant is not the smartest, at least he knows how to think. And at least he knows how to learn. Compared with those commanders who only rely on their brains. He is indeed excellent. So after looking away, the commander began to analyze the entire incident to his adjutant. First of all, the first time we fought against the Zerg. At that time, they detected that we had at least 50 strongholds. After the investigation, they wanted to adopt a surprise attack strategy. But I saw through it. That's why they withdrew so quickly. And after passing that time, they would harass our support ships from time to time. What do you think their purpose was at that time? At this point, the commander looked at the adjutant next to him with interest. The adjutant said with some uncertainty, "Are you trying to find an opportunity to destroy our support ship?" And as he finished speaking, the commander-in-chief let out a long sigh. Sure enough, you still need to practice. In fact, what the commander-in-chief wanted to say most was that you are mentally retarded. But he held back in order not to undermine the young man's self-confidence. First of all, you have to understand what their purpose is. Although on the surface, it seems that they are really coming for our support ship. But I can clearly tell that when they first fought with us, their target was indeed a support ship. But after this attack failed, their goals have shifted. Their subsequent actions were just to create an illusion for us that they were still thinking about our support ships. Actually, they have two purposes. The first is to allow us to remove the support ships from the battlefield. And the second is to consume our total number of warships. And through these 2 points, it is not difficult to guess their purpose and current situation. First of all, their purpose was very clear. After the plan failed, they tried to use various methods to force us to withdraw the support ship. Because their purpose is to conduct long-term operations. They want to consume us by doing this from a long distance. But if we bring support ships, their tactic will be self-defeating. Of course, After they saw that their first plan failed, they still started to pull back the battle line. Based on this alone, it is not difficult to see that they still want to continue the previous plan. If they still want to continue the previous plan, these support ships will definitely find a way to solve it for him. Hearing what the commander-in-chief said, his adjutant became even more confused. If this is the case, Commander, had they already thought of a way to eliminate our support ships? The commander-in-chief nodded to the adjutant's question and affirmed, this is inevitable. Then why don't we remove the support ships? If their plan succeeds, wouldn't our support ships be? The adjutant took a deep look at the commander-in-chief, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. It seems you haven't thought about how to defeat them. Or you think that to defeat this race, you only need to kill them with their limited combat power. Is not it? Chapter 320 for the secret confrontation between two civilized commanders. After hearing this answer, the commander-in-chief felt a little resentful that iron could not become steel. Of course not. If you don't destroy their insect nest in this battle, then you will never completely eliminate them. But Commander, we still don't have any clue about the location of this insect nest. Really? Do you think there is a possibility that the starry sky beast is actually an insect nest? How is this possible? As the commander-in-chief finished speaking, the deputy commander said subconsciously, how is it impossible? In fact, from the beginning, we were imprisoned by the inherent way of understanding the Zerg. We thought that their Zerg nest could only look one way. But we have never thought about it. After these years of evolution, their hive warp might have changed into another form. Think more about where they came from. You must know that when we first met him, they traveled through the Great Void area. In other words, according to normal logic, their insect nest should be opposite the Great Void area. But after the first battle, where they suffered heavy losses, they found the second battle which we launched. By this time, their lost troops had long been replenished, and their numbers were greater than before. If there was no insect nest, how could they make up for the damage in such a short period of time? And the starry sky beast is a special kind of existence. After our civilization's research on the starry sky beast, we found that this kind of beast is a creature that only follows its own actions, and there is only destruction in their consciousness. So I was wondering at first why the starry sky beast would get involved with them. And even if the starry sky beast really gets involved with a certain race in the universe, that race definitely cannot be the Zerg. Why? The adjutant asked subconsciously after hearing this. There are too many things involved here, and many of them are theories, which are just conjectures of our ancestors. And these theories have not yet been confirmed. But I can tell you clearly that the reason why the starry sky beast exists is related to the consciousness of the universe. Cosmic consciousness? This theory is just a guess of ours. It will take time to prove whether this guess is correct. So I have no way to give you an answer to this question now. Let's get back to the subject. So based on this known information and the intelligence I have, I can conclude that that thing is not a starry beast at all, but a disguised insect nest. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, his adjutant didn't know what to say for a moment. After spending so long with this commander, he realized for the first time the huge gap between the two. While he was still dazed, the commander continued, the reason why I brought the support ships to form a formation is to lure their insect nests to attack our support ships. Although on the surface they look like they are fighting and retreating. In fact, they are deliberately trying to lure us to a certain area. Their purpose of doing this is easy to see. They must have laid a lot of traps in that area, just waiting for us to take the bait. It's a pity that their brainworm doesn't know that this plan has been seen through by me a long time ago. And now I'm just following the plan. Currently we have a total of 500,000 warships in front of them. They most likely think that these are all our warships. If not all the warships, there should not be many warships left in the entire civilization. And their strategy for killing our support ships is also very simple. They are just trying their best to consume the reserves of our support ships during this period. When they feel that they are almost exhausted, they will try their best to lead us to the place where they have laid the trap, and start a decisive battle with us there. In a decisive battle of this level, it is naturally impossible for our support ship to drive over and die. So usually, we will keep the ship not far from the main battlefield. At this time, because most of our warships are on the main battlefield, the number of escort warships near the support ship will be relatively small. And this stage is the best time for them to snipe our support ship. And considering that if our support ship is attacked, the main formation will definitely come back to support it immediately. So they know very well that they don't have much time for sniping. And they will definitely use their strongest combat power at this time. That is, the insect nest that looks like a starry sky beast. And those big-eyed monsters. At this point, A sneer flashed across the corner of the Commander-in-Chief's lips. But they may never have imagined that the total number of warships in our civilization far exceeds their estimates. At that time, I will mobilize the warships parked in the Star Ring to hide around the support ship area. While you are waiting for them to attack the support ship, take this opportunity to destroy their insect nest for you. At that time, it will be absolutely impossible for their insect nest to escape, because their main force is entangled with our formation. Even if their main force wants to come over for support at this time, it is absolutely impossible to escape. And considering that we also need to reduce the battle losses of the main force when fighting as much as possible, so I will prepare a big gift for them in advance. At this point, the Commander-in-Chief stood up, looked at the adjutant next to him, and asked, "So you must know what we should do during the next period of time." The adjutant nodded subconsciously when he heard this. Continue to waste time with them, and wait until the time is right to deliberately create the illusion that we are insufficiently prepared for combat. Hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief nodded with satisfaction. Then the next command will be left to you. After that, he left the command room. What he didn't know at this time was that on Jiang Yao's side, dang no, one couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction after seeing the actions of their fleet. It seems that just as I thought, their commander had already seen through my original plan, and was trying to lure me into a trap. If that's the case, then I'll have some fun with you. Since you now want us to continue to fight with you, then I will satisfy you. After that, Number 1 issued new instructions to the players, which was to continue to consume the enemy. And no, 1 also told players that the Star Ring civilization should take the initiative to send some small teams for players to destroy in the near future. The players were all confused about what Number 1 said. By the way, brothers, what the hell are you saying that no? 1 suddenly said out of nowhere that the Star Ring civilization will take the initiative to send out a small team for us to kill him soon. I don't know. I'm just talking about it in a vague way. It's possible that there was an error in the system, and this AI told the enemy's next move. I feel like it's possible. If this is the case, then we should send an email to the official first and ask them to fix the bug. At this time, everyone's expressions changed as the player's words fell. Bastard. What are you talking about? Where did the spy come from? Drag him out and kill him. Mater, we finally found out the enemy's next plan. We can make preparations in advance to maximize our benefits. In the end, you actually wanted to fix this bug. Believe it or not, I fixed it for you first before fixing the bug. People like you deserve to be unable to make a fortune for the rest of your life. I've never seen anyone so stupid. It is said that stupid people have stupid blessings, but Stupid 13 does not. It is obvious that you belong to the latter. Just like this, under the bombardment of ordinary players, this player quickly apologized, and he secretly vowed to write an email after he downloaded the game to ask the official to fix the bug. Of course, the players at this time also began to discuss combat plans regarding this matter. Although they knew the enemy's next move, they did not know the small team sent by the enemy and how many warships each team had. If the enemy is as small as before, it's okay. But if the enemy is sent in a larger scale, it will be troublesome. Therefore, the players decided to merge the original small team of 100 people into a team of 500 people after negotiation. In this case, even if the enemy sends more troops each time than before, they can still deal with it. The next development of things was basically consistent with what No. 1 predicted, and the enemy began to dispatch fleets outward one after another. And the fleet allocated is usually mainly an escort formation of about 100 to 200 ships. Looking at their operations, it looks like they are deliberately giving away meat to the players. Of course, they not only sent out small formations, but also sent out many detectors to search the surrounding area like a net. Although their behavior on the surface looks like they are looking for a gathering place for players. But No. 1 knew very well that their purpose of doing this was just to avoid suspicion and to hide their eyes from others. And No. 1 also noticed that the models of frigates and destroyers they sent were obviously not seen on the battlefield before. From this, No. 1 can easily deduce that these battleships are most likely to be their eliminated battleships. Obviously, they want to use these obsolete battleships as cannon fodder. In this case, even if a large number of elimination fronts are destroyed, it will not have much impact on their overall strength. Naturally, No. 1 also followed their wishes and continued to let players kill these eliminated battleships. And while sniping No. 1, players are also allowed to deliberately lure the enemy to the area where they have deployed the Death Star. This war of attrition lasted for 2 full months. During these 2 months, The players destroyed a total of nearly 200,000 obsolete enemy warships. Although the price of these obsolete battleships is much lower than the energy balls exploded by the main battleships. But as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. And the focus of this wave of players is not on income. But now they are all focusing on rankings. In the past 2 months, Xianyu and his guild had successfully entered the top 50. But what drove Xianyu and the others crazy was that the event ended after only 2 months. After 2 months of hard work, they had only brought the guild's fragment reserve to 90. Originally, they were thinking that they would be able to get the Thunder Beast out in another month. But who would have thought that the event would end at the last minute? This wave of operations can make them very angry. After all, it would be very difficult for anyone to get stuck at the last moment. Damn it. Why did this event end in just 2 months? Isn't this so hacking disgusting? Xianyu complained in various ways on the guild channel. Hearing this, the Emperor Penguin comforted him, just be content. If it were an activity in other games, it would last only 10 days and a half. But in this game, it's not bad to have an activity for 2 months. And now our guild members also hold more than a dozen bound Thunder Beast fragments in their hands. When the fragment trading is opened in the next version, our Thunder Beast will definitely be stable. Hearing what Emperor Penguin said about salted fish, he was helpless. That's true. But waiting for the next version really makes me feel uncomfortable for my impatient nature. Regarding this, Feng Kaiyunyang said calmly, actually, this matter is really not that urgent. Although it is definitely best to get the Thunder Beast's liver out as soon as possible. But have you ever thought about it? The basic attributes of the Zerg troops are as bad as Sun Tzu. Even after the liver comes out, can we send it to the battlefield? Do we dare? If you say it's an evolved Thunder Beast, I'd be very confident and bold in sending it to the battlefield. However, if I think about this kind of unevolved one, there's a high probability that it will be left in the warehouse to eat dust after we get it. It will be more uncomfortable for you to see if you can use it or not. So we don't need to be too anxious about this matter. Now we are taking advantage of the time to reserve more guild funds. After the Thunder Beast comes out, we will arrange a wave of evolutions. Hearing what Feng Kaiyunyang said, Kai Yikan next to him seemed to have thought of something. Well, I've been wondering how many evolution points it takes for this Thunder Beast to evolve once. After hearing what Kun said in the beginning, everyone also fell into deep thought. At this time, one of the players in the guild took the lead in guessing. I guess it will cost tens of millions no matter what. Hearing this, the person next to him shook his head. I guess it's more than that. You must know that even the first stage of evolution usually costs 2 or 3 times more than the basic purchase price. Although the Thunder Beast is a limited unit and does not have a fixed price, I estimate that the value of this Thunder Beast must be at least 100 million. If this is the case, then the cost of evolving once will start at least 2 to 300 million. This first phase requires 200 million to 300 million yuan? Who the H? I can afford this. Don't get excited yet. I'm just guessing about the price. And the official definition of the Thunder Beast is also very clear. It is a guild-level unit, and is cultivated by everyone together. Normally, the cost of training soldiers of this level is sky-high. But if it is spread equally among every guild member, it actually doesn't cost much. We now have 1,200 people in the guild. Even if the evolution cost of the Thunder Beast exceeds 100 million, we can't afford it. Chapter 325 The Insider reveals the truth. Speaking of which, the player then added, and don't forget, our guild also has a lot of financial reserves. There have been several versions since the first Thunder Beast fragment event. Our union funds have never been touched. After all, we had already discussed at that time that we would use the guild funds for Thunder Beast. So far we have nearly 40 million guild funds. And if we attack the Star Ring civilization this time and win it, we can still make a fortune. Of course, considering the need to evolve the Thunder Beast, we can increase the guild tax to 10% for this wave of activities. Based on how rich the Star Ring civilization is, plus the 10% tax, maybe after our current wave of activities is over, the guild's funds will reach at least 89 million. By then, it won't be enough to evolve the Thunder Beast. It's not much different. After hearing what this player said, everyone nodded. Indeed, their guild has been preparing for the Thunder Beast for a long time, and they are basically ready now. So now they only need to wait until the next version of the event starts. Then their guild will become the first guild in the game to gather strategic level troops. Of course, everyone in the Xianyu guild is also speculating on the attributes of this Thunder Beast at this moment. At the same time, other people were in a similar situation to them. And they were also thinking about how to get rid of the Thunder Beast, because the monthly single-player reward for this event was settled twice in total. That is to say, excluding the fragments that belong to the guild and cannot be traded, there will be at least 2,000 fragments that can be traded in the next version. In other words, they have at least 20 Thunder Beasts that can be obtained directly through purchase. As for the fragments distributed by the guild, if used properly, at least 30 or so Thunder Beasts can be produced in the next version. So now those guilds that have received ranking rewards are secretly contacting some individual players who have obtained fragments. However, they have not yet given a clear price for the fragments, although they have now defaulted the price of the fragments to 2 million evolution points after the hype. The specific price will not be determined until Xianyu and his guild get the Thunder Beast out later. After all valuations that are not based on attributes are just hooligans. Of course, besides discussing what to do with the next Thunder Beast, players are also discussing another very important matter. That's the big showdown that's coming. No one notified them not long ago about the upcoming decisive battle, allowing them to prepare in advance. And when notifying them of this matter, no one also arranged a task for them. This task requires them to collect 100,000 ground thorns. They all know very well about ground thorns, which are the evolved form of hydralisks. Although the various attributes of the ground thorn are much higher than that of the hydralisk, the flaw is also obvious. That is, its applicable range is not as high as that of the hydralisk. As creatures that launch sneak attacks from the ground, they mainly target ground combat units. If you want to attack air combat units, you must at least reach the second stage. In other words, if you want to attack air units, you have to invest at least close to 1.3 million evolution points. But the Ghost Hydralisk in the second stage has a powerful killing move. It is also because of this ultimate move that at this stage, even if your evolved ground thorn has good anti-air capabilities, the price/performance ratio is still very low compared to the unevolved Hydralisk. This situation will not improve until it reaches the next stage. But the overall investment in the Protoss Hydralisk in the next stage is already close to 6 million. With such a high investment, it doesn't matter whether it is cost-effective or not, because most players cannot afford it. Even if it has a high cost performance, this thing cannot be popularized. And this is the embarrassing situation of the ground thorn. From the basic stage to the second stage, it is a very low cost-effective unit. They are all units that must be lost when advancing. Although the third stage is not too expensive, it is too expensive to buy. It is also because of these reasons that not many players advanced after the advanced function of Hydralisk came out. But now no one tells them that such a low-cost unit requires a full 100,000. So after receiving this order, the players were in trouble. To evolve or not to evolve. So at this time, the players are discussing this matter fiercely in the chat group. Brothers, this wave is uncomfortable. This number 1 requires us to evolve 100,000 ground thorns in the next 2 days. Isn't this a lie? Well, the price-performance ratio of this thing is too low. With this evolution, won't our Hydralisks be useless? How about we buy some basic Hydralisks and evolve them? Buying a basic Hydralisk is a big expense. This is just a gift of money. The most important thing is that there is no special reward for this task. This is just a simple order from the NPC, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. You said the mission rewards are good, and I don't think it's anything if we spend some money. But the gross rewards are nothing like this. Seeing the chat content of the players at this time, Jiangyan naturally knew what the players were thinking. After all, the scope of application of this ground thorn is indeed much lower than that of the Hydralisk. Although Jiangyan didn't know why no one needed so many ground thorns. Since he had been planning for so long, he must have made some big move. And there is a high probability that these ground thorns will play a very big role in his plan. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao is in trouble. If it were in the past, the problem of large-scale evolution for the players would not be big. At most, just giving a little reward would be okay. But it's different now. Now I don't have any goods in hand, and can't give out rewards. Although he can still use the same method of painting cakes as before. This method does not work now. Although his routine is not necessarily to reward Thunder Beast fragments. A very disturbing fact is that Jiang Yao has drawn too many for players during this period. He has to make up for this by no matter what later. So he has to consider whether the subsequent resources are enough to make up for it. After all, as a game, the rewards you promise must be distributed in place. If you continue to draw a big pie now, you will have a big problem if you can't get it when the rewards are settled later. So the current situation is that unless it is a last resort, He absolutely cannot continue to make excuses for the players. However, it is a bit difficult for players to evolve in this case. After all, he is very clear about the situation of the ground spines. Although the attack method of this thing is similar to that of the Hydralisk, it releases high-density bone spines to penetrate the enemy's armor. But the difference here is too big. First, after the ground thorn strengthens the power of the spike, it weakens the emission frequency. This firing frequency is probably equivalent to switching from the original Hydralisk Gatling to an old-fashioned gunpowder rifle. Although the power of the spikes of the ground thorn is several times greater than that of the Hydralisk at the same stage. But this attack frequency is a flaw. If you include the attacks that the enemy dodges, then only 1 or 2 of his shots can hit the enemy in the air. It is obviously unrealistic to break the enemy's shield with just 1 or 2 shots. It is also for this reason that players believe that this thing has no anti-air capability at all. And the most important thing is that its spike generation speed is also very slow. If an ordinary Hydralisk can generate 10 to 20 spikes per second, this thing can only generate 10 or so spikes every 5 seconds. It is also because of this generation rate that its attack frequency is very low. Although its power has increased, it is of little significance, because in actual combat, especially when targeting air targets, the enemy moves faster. Therefore, you will lose a lot of output when attacking the enemy. For a unit like Hydralisk that attacks frequently, the lost output will not have a big impact on it. But for a unit like Groundthorn, which has low frequency and high attacks, the impact of the lost output is not that big at all. After all, every attack is precious to Groundthorn. It is also for this reason that when attacking warships of the same level, Hydralisks may have already taken down several. Not to mention not even one of the Earth Thorns was knocked down, and the target targeted by it could still be in full swing. There is no way. The attack frequency is too low. The hit rate is too low. And the damage to the enemy shield has been repaired, and your second round of attacks may not be able to reach it. But the current situation is that no matter how uncomfortable the Thorn is, he has to find a way to let the players evolve. At this point Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Originally I didn't plan to use this trick now. But now that things have come to this, I have to use it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao took out his vest number. At the beginning, Jiang Yao applied for a total of 2 vest accounts to mix in the player group. One of them led a wave of rhythm before becoming Xiao Laolu. But Jiang Yao did not intend to use this account this time. After all, the account of Xiao Laolu category has become very popular among the player group, and it is not cost-effective to sacrifice it. So this time, he will use another account. Of course, although this account's status in the player group is not as high as that of Xiao Laolu, it still has a little status. I usually just chat in the water to get familiar with each other. But not long ago, I acted as a mole and revealed a relatively important piece of information. And this time Jiang Yao plans to use this account to make another operation as a mole. And Jiang Yao also knows very well that this account will no longer exist after this wave of insider operations is over. After all, you are an insider lurking in the company, and have exposed such important information twice in a row. So there must be something wrong with the company not dealing with you. So after this account was exposed, he had to find a way to create another insider account. But this is all a matter for the future. What Jiang Yao needs to do now is to solve the immediate matter. Thinking of this, he quietly posted a message in the chat group of his Moles Guild. Brothers, let me tell you something. And you must never tell it. And as this piece of information was released, everyone in the guild couldn't help but light up. Because the person who posted this information was an insider. When this mole joined their guild, they didn't believe that he was a mole. But there were several times when this guy told them information in advance, which enabled them to gain a lot of benefits from the activities. It was only then that they believed that this guy was an insider. Of course, they are all sensible people, and they hide the idea of this mole from the outside. But as the saying goes, chestnuts must be sparse. Although their guild tried their best to hide this matter. However, the outstanding performance of a Salted Fish Guild in the event still attracted the attention of many players. Of course, they did not pay attention blatantly, but secretly observed. It is even said that some guilds have sent spies to infiltrate the guild just to get information. So when they saw that the mole had begun to break the news again, they all got very alert and began to wait for what he would say next. Of course Jiang Yao did not disappoint them. Brothers, the general situation is this. On the surface, there seems to be no reward for this evolutionary ground thorn activity. But in fact, the rewards we get later are related to this evolution of the earth thorn. What do you mean? Yeah. What's going on? Is evolving the ground thorn a hidden mission? After hearing this, Everyone asked questions one after another. I can't tell you the specific details. Only 3 people in the entire planning department know about this matter. If I told you the specific details, I would be caught out easily. In short, we will definitely not lose money after this wave of evolution. And you must keep this matter secret. Because the more people evolve, the less we get. After all, if there are more people sharing such a big piece of cake, naturally everyone will get less. But the good thing is that none of the other players want to evolve. If that's the case, our guild has all evolved. And when the time comes, all the rewards will be taken by our guild. And we will definitely make a fortune this time. In short, everyone must conceal this matter well. When the number of ground thorns is counted on the first, the matter will be settled. At that time, you can log on to the home buying website to see where there are sea view villas for sale. Everyone present was shocked when they heard what the mole said. Holy shit! How fat is this thing? This is outrageous. Brothers? Damn it. Don't get excited now. This matter must be concealed. During this period of time, we just pretended that nothing happened. It would be safer to wait until the last day of the mission for us to advance collectively. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, we must keep this matter secret. Just when this group of players were still excited, something heartbreaking happened to them. And it's a particularly heartbreaking one. Announcement: players have withdrawn from the guild. Announcement: player Li Liuan Shangsao quits the guild. Announcement: the player I Am Cheating has quit the guild. Chapter 326. The mole was punished? Seeing this scene, other players in the guild were dumbfounded. Well, do you think there is a possibility that we have been cheated? Is it possible to get rid of the confidence upstairs? It's obvious that these are all moles. Worry, maid. They're all newbies. What are you going to do with the new hires? I'm sorry. I did some calculations and found that our guild has a total of 700 people. And I just quit the guild and lost more than 100 people. I'm just curious about how many moles there are in our guild. How did these gangs of moles get recruited? Mad. You managers just accept everyone they see. Right? How the hell did I know that these people are all moles? When they joined the guild, they all said that they were kicked out of the previous guild because they were online for a short time. Who the hell knew that they all came with a mission? It's over now. I guess this little mole's life is at risk. What's the meaning? It would be strange to die after breaking the news twice in a row about the latest trends in the version. As long as this matter is not known to the authorities. Wouldn't it be fine? You are thinking too much without the official knowing. Let me tell you that these thieves are very serious. I guess they have gone back to discuss the plan now. So what to do? What else can we do? First evolve and register with No. 1. In this way, all the hydralisks in this guild began to evolve. And they also collected a lot of evolution points and purchased a new batch of basic hydralisks for evolution. Of course, while they were still operating, this incident was spreading among the entire player base. After all, every guild has more or less the eyes of several other guilds. So on the surface, this matter seems to be operated secretly by every guild. But in fact, this matter is already very transparent. Of course, after doing all this, Jiang Yao knew that his spy accounts were useless. Of course, as the saying goes, a complete show is necessary. Jiang Yao still sent an announcement in a symbolic sense. Announcement: multiple evidences have shown that player Xiao Fengfeng has profited through unfair means many times, which has seriously affected the balance of the game. So his account has been permanently banned. Of course, this is an announcement in the game. And Jiang Yao also posted an announcement on the official website. After multiple verifications, the player Xiao Fengfeng has been identified as an official staff member. This person has disclosed version information to the outside world many times through the convenience of his position. The confidentiality contract has been violated and significant losses have been caused to the company's interests. After consultation with the company's top management, it has been decided to fire this employee and will file a civil lawsuit against him in accordance with the law. With the decentralization of these two announcements, players became more convinced of the information provided by the little mole. At this time, they all came to leave messages below the announcement. Best Journey Warriors. This is a warrior. By the way, I'm afraid this guy is going to die. It's not because of you that this guy is a loser. Mater. You bunch of cheaters. What the hell? Why should he blame others if he doesn't keep a low profile and can't be found out? You may not know what happened. What happened? The situation is probably like this. After the insider exposed the news before, the matter spread within the guild. Of course, these things have spread within the guild. But it's actually not a big deal. The problem is that I don't know which group of grandchildren first evolved the Hydralisk and signed up after learning the news. After the registration was completed, these grandsons changed hands and went to the official website to report him. Isn't this inappropriate? Hearing this player tell the whole story, the others couldn't help but feel a wave of malice coming from them. I'm enjoying other people's benefits and then reporting them. This is too much. How could there be such a person? I'm so angry. You shake the hammer. I think there is nothing wrong with reporting it. If this staff member is in the players' guild, they can predict any reward and profit from it. This is unfair to those of us who play games normally. Yes. And if you think about it, take this wave of activities as an example. We don't dare to evolve because we don't know what rewards will follow. But now that they know they have evolved, do they get the rewards exclusively? Do you think this is still fair competition? Although the behavior of those people was a bit excessive, I think it should be done. At this time, Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the chat content of the players. After all this trouble on my part, this matter has come to an end. Although my goal has been achieved, this kind of insider plan will basically be unusable in the short term. After all, we have just killed the chicken to scare the monkeys. And a mole suddenly pops up from one person. This is obviously a problem. So if he encounters a similar problem in the short term, he will have no choice but to find other ways to solve it. At this time, on the one side, due to the enthusiastic registration of players, the quota of 100,000 was quickly collected. In addition, many second-stage Hydralisks evolved when players harvested them before. So there are also a lot of high-level thorns in this formation of 100,000 thorns. This undoubtedly makes the layout after one much easier. Of course, after getting along with them for such a long time, one also understands why these Hydralisks are unwilling to evolve into ground thorns. It was also because he understood the reason that he admired this race even more. To put it bluntly, after advancing, it is equivalent to cutting off their own retreat for these Hydralisks. But in order to win the war, these Hydralisks resolutely chose to advance. Sure enough, only such a race can survive in this cruel universe. If the same thing were done to other races, not to mention all, but at least 90% of the races would not be able to do this. Thinking of this, a trace of depth flashed in one's eyes. With such a racial command, if I lose this battle, it only means that I am too useless. Now that the prelude is almost ready, it's time for the main meal. As he spoke, he directly ordered the players to return to the galaxy where his home planet is located, and there was no need to deliberately hide his whereabouts during the return process. Then he began to arrange a large number of King Insect players to transport these Hydralisks to another area. And after he arranged all this, the commander of the Star Ring civilization naturally saw his movements. It seems that this is what I thought. After destroying so many of our obsolete warships, their commander thought that the time was ripe. In that case, I should make arrangements. Speaking of this, the commander of the Star Ring civilization immediately contacted the Star Ring civilization headquarters and asked them to send out all the remaining 500,000 warships in the base, and then ambush them at the predetermined location, and also gave a specific coordinate for the main gun of the Star Ring base to start charging. Of course, he was also very aware that his behavior could easily expose the coordinates of the Star Ring, but it didn't matter to him now, because this race will cease to exist after this battle is over. It is no longer meaningful to expose one's own base. In fact, the two current civilizations each have their own trump cards. The invisible eyeworm on Jiang Yao's side was not exposed. So the Star Ring civilization didn't know that their base had been found by Jiang Yao a long time ago. And Jiang Yao doesn't know what kind of killer weapon the Star Ring civilization, which is the development direction of the giant, holds in its hands. Now the two civilizations each have their own trump card, and whoever can make better use of this trump card can directly determine the direction of the war. At this time, Starlink Civilization No. 1, which had already begun to take action, also issued an order. In this way, the final battle is about to break out in the anticipation of the players. Of course, in this battle where the enemy is outnumbered, the battlefield players only have 150,000 troops participating in the battle, and they need to face the enemy's army of nearly 500,000. So they all knew that their side had no chance of winning. But one also told them that their goal from beginning to end was to win on the frontal battlefield. At this time, as the enemy gets closer and closer to his side, the battle is about to begin. After One learned the exact location of the opponent's support ship through the eyeworm player. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he fell into the trap as I thought. If that's the case, then I will give you a big surprise later. With that said, Number 1 asked all players to prepare for battle. Not only were the players not afraid of the enemy forces that were much larger than them, they were also extremely excited. After all losses in this battle are compensated, so they can experience the charm of war unscrupulously. In this way, after the enemy's large forces arrived in this galaxy, the players immediately launched an attack on each other. In this battle, players mainly rely on the Death Star to deal with the enemy. A large number of Zerg forts have long been deployed on the planet, and these forts can provide them with very powerful fire support. And this planet is also a natural barrier that can protect players from a lot of damage. With the support of these two, players can fight with warships that are far greater than their number without losing any of them. And while the players were still fighting excitedly, something happened, and a thick light suddenly appeared in their field of vision. What's going on? What is this thing? Just before the players could react, the next moment, they saw a beam of light hitting the planet they had arranged. Immediately afterwards, the planet exploded under everyone's surprised eyes, and the impact of the explosion immediately killed many players on the spot. Hack! What the hell is going on? Holy crap! This star ring civilization still has such a big killer weapon. What should we do? If there is no Death Star cover, the only way we can fight them is to go up and deliver meat. At this time, when the players were still a little panicked, orders from No. 1 also came one after another. Everyone, run towards the back of the star. Lure the enemy towards the star. The players who heard the No. 1 order immediately gave up the firefight and began to run towards the planet. At this time, the fleet commander of the Star Ring civilization looked at the scene in front of him coldly, and a sneer flashed on the corner of his mouth. I don't know if you guessed this move in advance, but looking at your actions now, I'm thinking it's time for dinner. At this point, the commander of the Star Ring civilization immediately ordered, all battleships on the front line are pursuing the Zerg, and they must all be left here. After doing all this, he slowly looked into the depths of the universe. All warships ambushing near the support ship are also ready for battle. The enemy is coming. And within a few minutes of his order being issued, the support ship shipboard radar scanned a formation that was rapidly approaching him. And according to the support ship shipboard radar, it can be very sure that the insect nest is also in this formation. The commander of the Star Ring civilization, who learned the news at this time, naturally knew that he had guessed correctly. From the beginning to the end, the opponent's commander was planning to attack the east and the west. He deliberately arranged the galaxy over there to attract his own attention. And their main purpose is to take advantage of the chaos, to take advantage of the support ships on their side. After they get rid of their support ships, they can continue to fight with their main formation. Long-term operations without support ships are very disadvantageous for them. After all, their warships do not have the terrifying recovery capabilities of the Zerg. Thinking of this, he said in a low voice, "But it's a pity that you failed to calculate it. And I have seen through your plan a long time ago. And the 500,000 warships I am ambushing near the support ship are prepared for your team. So this time you won't be able to escape. I'll take care of your insect nest, and none of your remaining scattered insects will be able to escape." At this point, the commander felt that he had a chance to win. At this moment, the raiding fleet also arrived at the area where their support ships were parked. Just as he thought, although the total number of this raid fleet was not large, they were without exception their strongest troops. The first to bear the brunt are the 4th level cockroaches, followed by hundreds of one-eyed monsters, and the huge insect nest in the center. Under normal circumstances, if the enemy wanted to destroy all their support ships with this configuration, he estimated that it would not take more than an hour at most. And the most important thing is that it is basically unrealistic for your frontline formations to support this place during this period, because the insect swarms over there will try their best to hold them back. What happened now was basically the same as he thought. At first, the Zerg on the front line were desperately running towards the star. Judging from the situation, they probably wanted to hide behind the star. And when their raid formation arrived at its destination, the bugs that were supposed to escape immediately stopped and fought with their formation again. The plan is a good one, but it's a pity that you underestimate me too much. Speaking of which, the commander of the Star Ring civilization did not intend to hide anymore. All warships in this area attack immediately. After his words fell, the next moment, countless warships hiding behind the meteorite rushed out and began to attack the insect nest. Chapter 327. I predicted your prediction. What surprised this commander was that when faced with the sudden arrival of 500,000 warships, the insect nest with hundreds of one-eyed beasts on the opposite side did not panic at all. I saw that they were still advancing towards the area where the support ship was located according to the previous route. Oh! It seems that you want the fish to die and the net to break. Unfortunately, the fish will die in this case. But the net will not break, the commander said with a contemptuous smile. Immediately afterwards, more than 500,000 warships opened fire almost at the same time. Such a large number of warships opened fire at the same time. And the light emitted by the weapons fired was like a small sun, illuminating the entire area. Countless attacks hit the cockroaches and insect nests in front of them, like the sky was covered by the sun. But when these attacks hit the cockroaches and insect nests, an incredible scene happened. After these attacks hit the cockroaches, they did not fight back, as the commander imagined. They resisted the damage and did not take any other actions. While the commander was still surprised, these cockroaches suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared into the universe. Not only that, even the one-eyed monster behind the cockroach and the huge insect nest are like this. What? Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization subconsciously widened his eyes. No! We were deceived. Retreat. All battleships retreat. Realizing that the situation was not good, it might have been too late for him to immediately issue the order. Because when their support ship detected these fake insect nests and one-eyed monsters, no! One had already started to take action. As early as the beginning. No! One had asked Jiang Yao for a large number of troops. At that time, Jiang Yao had been in pain for a long time in order to gather this batch of troops. And this batch of troops had two uses. Some of the banlings were arranged into the bodies of fourth-order cockroaches by No. 1. These fourth-order cockroaches have become a natural barrier for the banlings, lurking with them at a distance of 500 kilometers from the star. And when the players led the battleships of the Halo civilization to the vicinity of the star, these cockroaches began to take action. They immediately rushed towards the star with these banling bugs at full power. At the same time, the electromagnetic pulse banlings that No. 1 had hidden in the surroundings rushed out and began to explode wildly, covering the entire area. After doing all this, the cockroaches also rushed into the star. Of course, even a fourth-level cockroach cannot last long here if all its skills are fully activated. But fortunately, his purpose is not to stay here for long. He only needs to successfully reach the star's surface area before he dies. It is not difficult for a fourth-level cockroach to do this. So when the cockroach arrived at the predetermined location, the next moment, the dark matter explosion in his body immediately started to self-destruct. At first, he asked Jiang Yao for a total of 20 cockroaches. This time, he dispatched a total of 10 cockroaches in order to successfully detonate the star. Each cockroach carries 100 antimatter banlings and launches self-destruction from different areas. Normally, it would be very difficult to detonate a huge star like this one in this galaxy with such a small thing. Because this star is so huge, if it waits until it dies, it will most likely collapse into a black hole. However, although this star is huge, don't forget that this is an old star, and it has already begun to react violently. So if you want to detonate it, you only need to accelerate its internal reaction. And the explosion of these banlings serves such a purpose. And after No. 1 had done all this, the commander of the Star Ring civilization realized that he had been deceived. At this time, he began to order a retreat. But unfortunately, the retreat of their fleet was already blocked. The electromagnetic area formed by a large number of electromagnetic pulse explosions caused serious interference in the surrounding space. If it did not rush out of this area, the fleet would have no way to jump. And at this time, the insect swarm was struggling with their fleet. Under such circumstances, it was even more difficult for them to escape. Of course, some of the 500,000 warships can still escape, such as some frigates, because their frigates have the ability to sail at the speed of light. As long as they break out of the radiation area created by the electromagnetic pulse banlings before the various rays from the star explosion arrive, and then start the jump, that's it. But what's the use of being able to run away from some frigates? Their main force is destroyer and cruiser-class battleships. And these battleships have very powerful combat capabilities. If these battleships cannot escape, then the problem will be huge. The reality is that these warships have no time to escape because the way to jump is blocked. Therefore, they can only rush out of this area by conventional sailing. But with the conventional sailing speed of their warships, it is basically unrealistic to rush out in a limited time, because the regular sailing speed of their cruisers is only 1/10 of the speed of light. while the destroyers are slightly better, and can reach a limit of 50% of the speed of light. But it is very difficult to rush out at such a speed. And it is even more difficult because there are a bunch of life-threatening bugs on the outer belt that are obstructing it. And now these bugs have also changed their original fighting ideas. At this time, they rush directly to the vicinity of these battleships. Whenever they see a warship trying to escape, they will do everything they can to stop it, regardless of whether it was a collision or something else. In short, these warships were not given a chance to escape. Moreover, the time from the start of this battle to the present was not long. So the players still have about 110,000 active combat forces. These combat forces were now targeting the destroyers that were running a little faster to take care of them. As soon as they saw the destroyers trying to leave, they would immediately stop them. As for the cruiser, it's so slow that you don't need to worry about it at all. This set of tactics naturally makes the commanders of the Star Ring civilization anxious and resentful. Counting the number of bugs they fought with. The number of bugs they fought was only 150,000. Imagine if 150,000 bugs were exchanged for more than 500,000 warships. No matter how you calculate this business, it's all their fault. And it's still a blood loss. Of course, this is the end of the matter. No matter how stupid the commander is, he still understands the whole thing. He has been calculated from the beginning of this battle. He thought he had seen through the insects' schemes and thought of a way to exploit them. But little did he know that the other party had already known that he had seen through what he was thinking. So they changed their strategies from the beginning and even acted with them. The purpose was to make themselves think that they could win. At this time, he also understood that the other party had made perfect use of his psychology. The idea is probably that as the commander-in-chief of a high-level civilization, he has absolute confidence. He confidently believed that he had seen through the plot of the insects. But little did he know that the insects took advantage of his confidence. The commander among the Zerg saw through it, and took advantage of his own human weaknesses to implement a series of plans. Even at the beginning of the battle. The beginning of the battle here refers to the beginning, when the Zerg first encountered their civilization. That battle was also taken advantage of by that commander. And it was even said that that battle was most likely done intentionally by that commander. What hinders the survival of civilization has never been the gap in technology, but arrogance. At this time, the same words as no one also appeared in the mind of the commander of the Star Ring civilization. Yes, this battle will end as it does now, just because of the arrogance and prejudice in his heart. After the first encounter with the bugs, both sides fought a very substandard war. This war is a simple head-to-head confrontation, with no tactics at all, because the commander-in-chief of that war was not him, but other commanders in the civilization. And in that war, the insect swarm was almost successfully outflanked by them. So at that time, he thought that the insects might only have a little cleverness. Of course, it is normal for him to have such an understanding. After all, the way the swarm fights is reckless. In his understanding, the swarm has always relied on numbers to win, and they have never relied on strategy to win. And that war undoubtedly verified his point of view. And it was also because of this point of view that it led to the sneak attack by the insect swarm later, which gave him the illusion that adults were teaching children. Because when he saw the bugs' tactics at that time, he felt that it was a clumsy tactic that a child finally came up with after thinking hard. Then this innocent child actually tried to use this tactic that adults could see through at a glance to win. At that time, after he thought he had seen through the bugs' tactics, he also wanted to play with these bugs. He was looking forward to what it would be like at the end of the battle, when the swarms of insects discovered that they had been played to death by him under his control from beginning to end. At that time, he was imagining the astonishment, wonder, and disbelief that the brainworm in the swarm would feel when it understood everything during the final battle. He thought such a scene would be very funny. The arrogance of the superior looking down on the inferior prevented him from thinking about it from beginning to end. The brainworm in the swarm already knew everything he was thinking. And he also behaved the same as himself. Acting with him. Let yourself feel like you are in control all the time. Wait until you think you've won. Then give yourself a head-on blow. Compared to himself, the commander of the Zerg swarm is undoubtedly more cautious. And the ability of this commander of the Zerg swarm is definitely not inferior to his own. But he is undoubtedly much more powerful than himself. Because he does not have the same self-righteous arrogance in his heart. He used everything he could in this fight. He used the advantages of the Zerg, his own psychology, etc., as long as he could use them. Because the Zerg have strong reproductive power, it is not a big deal for them to die hundreds of thousands. So he took advantage of this, and buried 500,000 of his warships with them. The Zerg commander had long guessed that there must be a commander as powerful as him, or even more powerful than him, in his own civilization. So he pretended to be a fool from the beginning. The first battle fully demonstrated this point. And then after sneak attacking him in the high-energy radiation zone, he may have guessed himself and seen through his tactics. At that time, he did not immediately change his strategy and adopt other tactics. In fact, during that period, he could completely reimagine many tactics and eat up all his support ships. The commander of the Star Ring civilization believes that the Zerg commander is absolutely capable of doing this. But he didn't do that at the time. He chose to hide himself. He established himself as a commander who didn't have much ability and could only do some clever tricks. And he succeeded in doing so. There are all kinds of clever tactics emerging one after another. But he seems to be unable to see through the entire strategic direction. Such behavior undoubtedly confirmed that he was just a commander without much foresight. And such a commander is nothing to worry about. So in the end, he succeeded and successfully wiped out all 500,000 of his warships. After deducing the whole incident, the commander of the Star Ring civilization suddenly seemed to think of something. On the surface, the Zerg commander in this battle generally had two purposes. The first purpose is to attack one's own support ships through the sound of battle on the Death Star. This was evident from the very beginning of the battle. Then he reacted accordingly. But then the problem that all their attacks on his fleet were fake was huge. Because the enemy guessed from the beginning that they would ambush the warships and kill all their attacking troops. They deliberately sent fake ones. But the fake ones were sent out. What about the real ones? You must know that there are no cockroaches or one-eyed behemoths on the main battlefield. At first, these behemoths thought they would be sent to attack their support ships. But the fact is that they don't. Which means that these one-eyed monsters and cockroaches have other purposes. The attack was just a cover to attract their own attention. They wanted to use this trick to conceal the movements of this elite force. And he could only think of one ultimate goal for this elite force. Star Ring. This commander's goal from the beginning to the end may have been the Star Ring. He has designed such a grand plan to lure out all the battleships in the Star Ring. Speaking of this, the commander of the Star Ring civilization felt a chill rush straight to his forehead. Something is going to happen. This was his first thought at this time. Because he knew very well that although Star Ring had strong defensive capabilities, it was difficult to break through under normal circumstances. But don't forget that the commander dared to make such a strategy. So he was not absolutely sure. Otherwise he would definitely not implement it. Chapter 328 successfully invaded the interior of the Star Ring. At this moment, the commander of Star Ring civilization could not care anymore. He immediately ordered all the warships to return to support Star Ring regardless of the cost. Although he didn't know the opponent's tactics at this time, he knew very well that once the opponent's tactics were successfully implemented, they would definitely suffer a huge blow. You must stop them. Although the commanders of the Star Ring civilization figured out all this and began to evacuate, were they in time? The answer given by no one is absolutely too late. You must know that when no one was formulating this tactic, he considered various possibilities. The first possibility is that the opponent has extremely fast return support speed. Even if they are thousands of light years apart, the other party can return within just a few hours. Apart from this possibility, no one also thought of various other possibilities. His set of tactics was executed after taking all these possibilities into account. The reason why he asked Jiang Yao for so many troops was to execute this plan perfectly. And now he knew it was time to close the net. Then the commander of the Star Ring civilization, desperate to return home, received a piece of bad news. Star Ring detected two groups of troops coming towards them from different directions. These two groups of troops are naturally the elite troops that no one tried hard to hide before. At this time, the two elite units composed of cockroaches and one-eyed behemoths appeared in the north and south of Star Ring almost at the same time. In addition to the fourth-order cockroaches and the one-eyed behemoth, these two formations also have a large number of dark matter banlings, king insects that transport ground thorns, and third-order cockroaches. The 5,000 antimatter banlings that no one originally asked for from Jiang Yao were only 1,000, only used to explode stars. The remaining 4,000 are used here. The two formations launched an attack towards the Star Ring from different directions. The one-eyed beast was outputting almost full power, and the cockroaches were doing the same, while they were madly advancing towards the Star Ring. In this battle, the players never thought about returning alive, because no one made it very clear to them that the two assault formations would be 100% included. Therefore, the players adhered to the principle of not wasting anything and consumed energy like crazy. Such a powerful attack also caused ripples on the shield of the Star Ring. Now a large number of warships in the Star Ring have been sent out. So the number of warships that can come out at this time is very small. And these warships were easily solved by the Cyclops. Then as the distance got closer, the banelings began to take action one after another. More than 2,000 banelings detonated in an area at the same time, directly blowing a gap in the shield of the Star Ring civilization. Although the gap will be fixed within a minute, it will be enough for players. This time is enough for the players to get in. And when the players get in, the fun has just begun. The one-eyed beast is not stingy with its energy consumption, and various skills are thrown towards the surface of the Star Ring crazily. At the same time, a large number of turrets on the Star Ring were desperately venting their firepower on the insect swarm. Unfortunately, all these attacks were shouldered by the 4th order cockroaches. Although many 4th level cockroaches died suddenly on the way forward, their sacrifices also created enough output time for the one-eyed monster. A gap was opened in the surface armor of the Star Ring, which was similar to a shield. The metal used in the Star Ring also had the ability to self-repair. But by the time it was repaired, the player's goal had already been achieved. Because the moment the gap appeared, a large number of king insects rushed into the Star Ring under the cover of the one-eyed monster and cockroaches. As soon as I rushed in, I saw a large number of ground-stinging locusts jumping out. And many 3rd order cockroaches also began to move crazily towards the interior of the Star Ring. And when they entered the new ring, the players were stunned by what they saw. This Star Ring is completely different from the Dyson sphere they attacked last time. Inside the Star Ring, there are no crisscrossing metal pipes and metal walls, as players imagined. The interior of the entire Star Ring is basically the same as the Blue Star. There are sky, oceans, lakes, various animals, plants, and cities in the distance. Some of these cities are on the ground, and some are floating in the air, just like what they saw on the Blue Star. There was also a dazzling sun hanging in the sky here. Seeing such a scene, the players were shocked. What was presented to them was beyond their cognition. In this Star Ring world, they could not see any artificial traces, as if the world here was formed naturally. Although they were shocked by the scenery in front of them, they did not forget their original intention of entering here. So after a brief period of confusion, they immediately started their respective actions. These Hydraless players also immediately contacted their nearby teammates, and then each determined the gathering location and set off. This time, the formation of players inside the Star Ring is a unit of 1,000 people. A lineup of 10 level 3 cockroaches and 990 ground thorns. While the players inside were still gathering, the surviving Cyclops and cockroaches on the periphery of the Star Ring were not idle. They began to frantically clean up the surrounding turrets and shield launchers. And judging from the current situation of the entire Star Ring, after they destroyed these turrets, it is basically unrealistic for the enemy to repair these damaged shield launchers in the short term, because the players inside Star Ring will not give them a chance to stop in the short term. At this time, when the Star Ring was breached, the entire Star Ring civilization naturally fell into panic. After all, in their perception, the Star Ring they created was indestructible. But this indestructible Star Ring had just been breached by the enemy, and a large number of insects entered the Star Ring, and many bugs have begun to attack the city. Therefore, the entire Star Ring civilization was panicked, because the methods of these bugs were extremely cruel. They won't reason with you, and they will attack you without hesitation as long as you encounter them. At this time, the commander of the Star Ring civilization, who was on his way back, also knew that it was over. In fact, on the way back, he also guessed what the insects were planning. This group of bugs was completely different from the bugs he knew. This group of bugs was very powerful, but the flaw was that the number was not as large as the rumored swarm. Through this, it was not difficult for him to guess that if the bugs wanted to take down the Star Ring, there was only one way, and that was to attack from the inside. After thinking of the baneling bugs used by the bugs before, he immediately guessed the bugs' attack ideas. Just as he thought, no, one did indeed use this method. He first used banelings to blast open the shield, then used the Cyclops to destroy the armor, and then sent a large number of ground troops into the Star Ring civilization to cause damage. Of course, in this battle, there were things that one did not expect. That is the customs within the Star Ring civilization. This was something one did not expect. The reason was that in his understanding, he believed that even ordinary people in such an advanced civilization would probably have a lot of high-tech weapons in their hands. Even if there are no high-tech weapons, there should be many combat robots in civilization. Considering these factors in order to reduce the loss of ground troops in the early stage, Number 1 prepared so many Hydralisk guards for the third order cockroaches. But when the real attack started, no one was dumbfounded. First of all, the civilized people didn't know why. When they saw the bugs, their first reaction was not to kill them, but to run away. And there are indeed combat robots in their civilization, but they are very few in number. Compared to the sparse combat robots, they have quite a few robots with auxiliary functions. And what puzzles no one is why they dress up these auxiliary robots in all their glory. From a performance point of view, whether it is their combat robot or auxiliary robot, there are many parts that are unnecessary, because these components will not only increase the cost of each robot, but also limit the performance of the robot to a certain extent. If people from the Star Ring civilization didn't know that these things had counterproductive effects, they would naturally not believe it. However, they still operated like this even though they knew about it, which made Number 1 a little confused. Of course, the strange behavior within the Star Ring civilization naturally gave no one a chance. First, based on the information provided by previous Euglena players, no one divided the entire Star Ring into 12 large sections. The area chosen by no one to invade is their no one board in the no 7 board opposite it. The reason why he chose these 2 tiles to invade instead of other tiles was because no one was worried that when his invasion was successful, the enemy would directly choose to abandon the invaded tiles in order to prevent other areas from being invaded. It was also with this factor in mind that he chose these 2 areas. One of the 2 areas was above the circle, and the other was below the circle. If they dare to give up these 2 areas, then there is a high probability that the entire circle will not be put together. Therefore, they dare not give up these 2 areas. They can only deal with the players in these 2 areas. At this time, no one can use the concealment characteristics of the ground thorns to slowly penetrate into other areas. In the end, until all areas are penetrated, it will only be a matter of time before the Star Ring civilization is destroyed. This was no one's original plan, and everything that happened now made no one immediately change his strategy. Because when he formulated his previous strategy, he considered that if he wanted to infiltrate during the invasion, there would be a high probability that he would be blocked by internal defense forces. If they had a head-on confrontation at this time, they would suffer heavy losses. So he chose to use a slow grinding routine in the early stage to penetrate bit by bit. But when he came in, he found that things seemed different from what he thought. The defensive power inside the Star Ring was pitiful, and the first reaction of the Star Ring people after encountering the insect swarm was to run away. Although no one is also very surprised about the current state of the Star Ring. He knows very well that this is undoubtedly a good opportunity to invade the entire Star Ring. So no one immediately made a decisive decision and ordered the players to move towards other regional sections as soon as possible. The one-eyed behemoths and cockroaches outside are temporarily suspending their destruction to recuperate their energy for a while, waiting for the opponent's 500,000 returning warships to come back and fight with them. Through this method, they can buy time for the players inside the Star Ring, because the interior of this Star Ring is so large. Even for these ground troops, it will take a lot of time to get from one area to another without obstruction. Fortunately, the opponent's support fleet was not as fast as he thought. Originally, no one thought that they would be able to come back if they were slower for a few hours. But what no one never expected was that the opponent's fleet would arrive 2 days later. Such a long time has undoubtedly allowed players to successfully invade other areas. Originally, the players were in areas 1 and 7, but now the players' troops have been distributed in areas 12 and 2 on both sides of area 1, as well as areas 6 and 8 around areas 7. Of the 12 areas in the entire new ring, 6 areas have now been successfully invaded by players, and the 6 areas where the players are located just separate the remaining 6 areas of the Star Ring civilization. This makes it very difficult for them to support or counterattack in the future. The current behavior of the players has naturally once again severely shocked the fragile hearts of the people of the Star Ring civilization. And in the past few days, players have not launched any large-scale attacks in order to rush on their way. Only occasionally will small-scale battles be launched. But even this frightened everyone in the Star Ring civilization. The consequence of this was that when the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization rushed back, what greeted him was not the eager anticipation of everyone in the Star Ring, but ruthless abuse and blame. They gathered their fear and dissatisfaction these days into all kinds of unsavory remarks, and threw them at the commander. They believe that the commander's authority failed. which led to the successful invasion of the insect swarm. They believe that it was the commander's incompetence that allowed the swarm to defeat their defenses so smoothly. The funny thing is that no one thought about it at this time. It was their actions that caused the number of warriors in the civilization to be so small. And it was their actions that caused the force value in the civilization to drop significantly. At first, they looked down on warriors and thought this profession was useless. They believed that these people not only consumed the resources of civilization, but also had no effect. And now when the crisis comes, it is this group of people who rush to the front line to block the attacks of the insect swarm again and again. And what makes all the soldiers crazy is that not only are their actions not respected by these fools, but they also make them think that all the consequences are caused by them. Chapter 329, There is more than one kind of war. There are many soldiers whose mentality collapsed because they couldn't stand such remarks. This also makes the current situation of the entire star ring more serious. But even so, there are still more soldiers who choose to rush to the battlefield. Although they know that if they do so, they will be hot on the face and cold on the bottom. But they also know very well that if they don't do this, civilization will be destroyed. At this time, the commander-in-chief of Star Ring also looked at everything in front of him coldly. At this time, he did not blame this group of people, because he knows very well that it is inevitable for civilization to become what it is today. This group of children who grew up in infancy have forgotten the cruelty of the original civilization in order to survive. The current beautiful living environment prevents them from empathizing with the times when civilization was struggling to survive. A life that is too comfortable makes people deny the efforts of their ancestors, which is simply called too full. They will take it for granted that forgetting the past and looking forward is the most correct choice, and that everything in the past should be sealed up and forgotten, because the world no longer needs to remember history. After all, the world they live in is very beautiful. Being prepared for danger in times of peace is just a mantra for everyone, and they cannot understand its meaning. The bad habits developed in the beautiful environment made them throw all their problems to the people they could hurt. They threw all their dissatisfaction and scrupulously to these warriors, because in their eyes, they cannot harm the Zerg. The Zerg are too powerful, and the only people they can hurt are their own people. At this time, the commander-in-chief had seen through all this, so he did not hate this group of people, because in his eyes, this is an inevitable situation that will be encountered in the development of civilization, because after experiencing too much suffering, they all long to live in a carefree world. And the current two generations are like beggars who have been hungry for a long time and suddenly get a lot of food. They are venting unscrupulously and venting their past sufferings. That's all. As for these problems that civilization needs to go through, the commander-in-chief knows that they cannot be changed for a while. But he believes that if civilization survives this time, then this civilization will usher in a new life and become stronger. All he can do now is to protect the new life of civilization. After statistics, the commander knew that the total number of insect swarms that had invaded the interior of the star ring was only 100,000. And most of them were ground troops. Compared with the powerful space troops, these ground troops are undoubtedly much weaker. If I want to eliminate them all, it's just a matter of time. Of course, he also knew very well that many people would die during the elimination process. But at this time, he didn't care, because he understands that as long as the inheritance is not severed, the glory will eventually return. Sometimes, the necessary sacrifices are worth it. And if these sacrifices can awaken the survivors, then their sacrifices are meaningful. But at this moment, the commander obviously underestimated No. 1. Long before invading here, No. 1 had thought about the problems that would be faced by invading here, and also compiled a set of corresponding plans. This time, No. 1 will make the commander understand the truth. Sometimes war is not what everyone thinks. Battleships must bombard each other with great momentum. Sometimes war can happen quietly, but the disasters it brings can overturn entire civilizations. A few days passed like this. It has been a week since the players invaded Star Ring. During this week, the commander of the Star Ring civilization sent a large number of warships to search for players in several areas. Of course, some players were killed, but the number of kills was still relatively small, so it did not have much impact on the overall combat power of the players. In the past 2 days, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization received bad news. That was when they were still searching for insect swarms in areas 2 and 6. A group of bugs secretly destroyed the only remaining shield launchers and turrets in areas 1 and 6. If not repaired, these 2 areas are very likely to become the breakthrough point for the next invasion of the insect swarm. so they had no choice but to send manpower to repair the place. And in order to prevent being harassed, they dispatched most of the warships to escort it. It was while they were repairing that suddenly the figures of huge insect nests were scanned in both areas. Of course, they launched attacks on the 2 insect nests without hesitation. And the results were all false without exception. Although on the surface this matter looks like the other person is disgusting with himself. But at this time, the commander of the Star Ring civilization knew very well that this was the conspiracy of the opposite commander. All the other party did was to deliberately let himself know his next plan. He wanted to tell himself through such behavior that he might drive the insect nest into the star ring at any time. Although it is unrealistic for him to drive the insect nest into the star ring at this stage. But what about in the future? Because he will definitely suffer battle losses when he is clearing out the Zerg inside the star ring. Although his battle losses are less now, he still has the ability to resist the insect nest when it invades here. But if he continues to clear out the bugs inside and waits until his battle damage reaches a certain level, will he still be able to resist the invasion of the bug nest at that time? This is hard to say. So now he has only one choice, which is to let a large number of battleships stay here to repair the shield devices and damaged turrets. Only after completing these repairs can he continue to clear out the bugs. Otherwise, once he loses more than a certain number of insects in the process of eradicating them, the insect nest may come over, and the star ring without much defense will definitely not be able to stop it. It was obvious that the enemy wanted to use this method to delay time and allow the bugs to gain a foothold inside the star ring. Of course, this enemy's routine seems to be very easy to crack on the surface. They only need to hold on to the top for this period of time. At the same time, the entire civilization is trying its best to produce warships. After all this is completed, they will go in to harvest bugs. In this way, they can afford even if there are battle losses. In fact, from a certain perspective, this strategy of the enemy commander can only protect them for a while. But it is of little significance. It's nothing more than causing them to lose more people. At least that's what it seems on the surface. But is that really the case? The commander of the Star Ring civilization believed that the enemy in front of him was definitely not as simple as he thought. And it was absolutely impossible for him to use such a retarded plan. After understanding this, the commander of the Star Ring civilization began to wonder about the significance of his close enemy's actions. Through the previous experience of fighting against No. 1, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization quickly guessed what the big game No. 1 was planning to play. This commander is good at making use of all available factors around him, whether these factors are visible or invisible. Previously, he used his arrogance to successfully eat half of the battleships of the civilization, and also successfully invaded the interior of the Star Ring civilization. Based on the current situation, the commander of the Star Ring civilization has been able to vaguely guess the plan of No. 1, a conspiracy that can drag his civilization into the abyss. Of course, his guess is not groundless. He sorted out the current situation of the Zerg. By sorting it out, he roughly summarized a few points. First of all, the number of this insect swarm is not large, and they cannot expand significantly in the short term, because if the Zerg want to reproduce, they need to have enough resources. And through these few battles, it is not difficult to see that the Zerg swarm does not have enough resources at this time. After all, the strategy their commander had worked so hard to come up with was to win more with less. If they had sufficient resources, then this commander would not need to do this at all. He did this obviously because the resource reserves they currently have are not very sufficient, and it may be difficult to mobilize large-scale troops, although they can collect resources and wait until they have enough violent troops before coming back to attack them. It is obvious that this method is not feasible, because once they leave, it means that they will lose the best opportunity to attack, and everything they have done before will be in vain. And if they want to copy the same tactics, it is basically impossible, because they who have been fooled once will never be fooled a second time. So now they have only one way to go, and that is to take this place in one go. But if they want to win here now, they can only adopt the same tactics of using small to gain big as before. And the commander of the Star Ring civilization is sure that if he guessed correctly, this time the commander of the insect swarm must bet on the group of insects in the Star Ring. It was also for this reason that he came up with such a way to save this group of bugs. Although there are some special individuals of bugs in the Star Ring, they can convert ordinary people into their combat arms. But the number of these individuals is small, and they are also carrying out precise attacks on these individuals. So it won't take long for these individuals to be cleaned up. It is basically unrealistic for the enemy to send these individuals in for a second time. They were able to do so smoothly before because there were no defensive units on the Star Ring side. But it was different now that they had fought back. They will never have this opportunity again. So at this stage, the commander can only adopt other methods. And what this commander is best at is reading people's hearts. Thinking of the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization here, his face became extremely ugly. These idiots! I said at the beginning that the civilized atmosphere should be suppressed with the strongest means. But those people have been reluctant to take action for the sake of their own status. As he spoke, an unknown fire surged in the commander's heart. Now he suddenly had the urge to evacuate here with the fleet and support ships. He wants to abandon this place. He wants to abandon the entire civilization. However, such a crazy idea only existed for a moment before he suppressed it. Where can he go after leaving here? Could it be that after escaping from here, I will never meet the Zerg again in the future? Obviously the answer is no. If they encounter the Zerg next time, their batch of fleeing warships may be easily wiped out by the Zerg. So all he can do now is fight to the death with the Zerg. Even though what happens next will subvert his three views. Although what happened next would completely break the heart of the warrior, who was still fighting on the front line of the Star Ring civilization. He had to continue this battle. Of course, everything he was thinking at this time was just his guess. Although this guess was 100% the commander's strategy, he still had a little hope in his heart at this time. He hoped that the commander, the officer, did not think of this trick. But obviously, this is just wishful thinking on his part. Because in the next week, what he was most worried about happened. The Lord is not the Star Ring, but the insect swarm. This world is too decadent, and only the insect swarm can bring eternal life to the Star Ring civilization. When this piece of information first appeared on the virtual network of the Star Ring civilization, the status quo of the entire Star Ring civilization changed. When the commander saw this piece of information, only a few words came to his mind. This civilization is over. The emergence of the Zerg made ordinary people in the Star Ring civilization fear him to the extreme. Of course, these fears were just the beginning. After the swarms occupied several important areas, their attack began. This action of the insect swarm caused the hearts of ordinary people in the entire Star Ring civilization to completely collapse when they were already on the verge of fragmentation. When people are in extreme fear, they often take puzzling actions. Just like you are in a house surrounded by countless evil spirits. See these evil spirits tear your companions apart with your own eyes. And when it is your turn next, suddenly these evil spirits tell you they are kind. And they come here just to remanage this rotten place. Because this world can be better. But under the management of those warriors, the values of this world have become distorted, and the whole world cannot be saved. And you are a sober person. As long as you are willing to join them and help them, then they will not harm you. He also promises you that he will not harm anyone who is willing to help him, and who is willing to work to build a better world. This is the story the insects told him. If it were anyone in a normal civilization, he would not believe these nonsense. But this civilization is not normal. After these years of development, their hearts are extremely fragile. To make a person collapse, you must first make him crazy. It was obvious that the commander had done what he did. In the previous actions, he destroyed the hearts of ordinary people in the Star Ring civilization again and again. During that time, everyone was worried about their own safety. Chapter 330, Misinterpreting its meaning and fabricating myths. At this time, after seeing the tricks of the insects, they were afraid that it would be their turn next. Their fear of the insect swarms has reached an extreme level. And it is even said that this fear has driven some people crazy. But at this time, the bugs offered an olive branch. The bugs used a language they could understand to weave a lie full of loopholes. And this lie full of loopholes was like the ray of hope in these despairs. Everyone who is stuck in the quagmire desperately wants to catch it. The bugs have fulfilled their promise. They will not harm anyone who stands on the same front as them. And those who oppose them are enemies. When all this happened, these people joined the Zerg like crazy for their own safety. Although in their hearts, they believed that such behavior was shameful and a betrayal of civilization. But they also make excuses for themselves. If you want to incriminate someone, there is no need to say anything. The same goes for making excuses. They would complete the lame story the Zerg had concocted, adding drama to the excuses and making it seem more reasonable and real. Because only then would the last trace of guilt in their hearts disappear. Thus a new excuse was born, spread widely among civilization. And more people believed it. And the most important thing is that as more and more people join in, they also make up a story for the Zerg. In this story, the Zerg are the creators of their civilization. The Zerg created their civilization and provided them with a safe environment for them to develop. But one day, a group of evil ringlings drove away the swarm and erased all traces of the swarm in their history. They usurped the host and took control of the entire civilization, which continues to this day. But now that the Zerg is back, he is not here to invade but to take back everything that belongs to him. He came back to reveal the truth about this civilization for thousands of years, and wanted those betrayers to be punished as they deserved. At this moment, many allusions to the Star Ring civilization had new explanations. They added some unexplainable things to the Zerg element, and with the addition of the Zerg, everything was taken for granted. Why are there gods in civilized myths and stories? Why is the word story added after the myth? That's because someone wants to cover up the truth. This is the madness of fear. So crazy that they will force themselves to believe a story that is already ridiculous. At first, when this story was only spread within a small area, they were reluctant to block the news. Then as time goes by, the scope of transmission becomes wider and faster, and it is impossible to completely ban it. As more and more people join, the whole civilization is thrown into complete chaos. And these people who joined the Zerg organization gave themselves a name: the Church of the Insect God. Immediately afterwards, many photos of taking pictures with the Zerg, or videos of being friendly with the Zerg, appeared on their virtual network. And these things undoubtedly prove the authenticity of these stories. After many people in other areas saw the scene, they also joined the Zerg with a mentality of being prepared for danger in times of peace. After all, these bugs might attack one day, and your own safety would be guaranteed if you join them. And what I have to do is very simple. I just need to tell my boss the location of some important production facilities. It's just a message transmission, which is simply too simple for me, who has lived here all year round. Of course, the Church of the Insect God has also given a group of people a sacred title. They are called lurkers. They lurk in the crowd to provide intelligence to their master, clear obstacles for their master, and wait for their master to take over here. At this time, Jiang Yao was shocked when he saw everything in front of him. In this battle, no one's performance was beyond his expectation. Especially no one's control and use of people's hearts, which made Jiang Yao shudder. Knowing the weaknesses of human nature and taking advantage of them, Jiang Yao roughly guessed his train of thought from the very beginning when he was preparing a large number of hydralisks. At this time, Jiang Yao thought that he wanted to break through the enemy's defense line, bury the hydralisk in the enemy's home, and then slowly deal with the enemy. And after no one completed his grand blueprint, Jiang Yao was dumbfounded, because he was completely wrong. No one used a very different combat idea. This idea was much simpler than his previous combat method, but the effect was much greater than his own routine. For Jiang Yao, such people are very scary. And he also understands that what he needs to learn in the next period of time is not the tactical routines, but the theory of pretentiousness. This is a double-edged sword. But now Jiang Yao has to use it. Compared to number one, his fighting methods and routines are like a younger brother. Of course, this is understandable. After all, no matter what Jiang Yao is now, he was essentially just an ordinary wage earner before time travel. Being able to command 1 or 2 battles is considered extraordinary. In his current state, it is basically unrealistic to defeat a powerful civilization like the Empire, because a single strategy can block his path. But now with no one, it's different. The wisdom of no one is enough to compete with those famous commanders. After understanding the current situation, Jiang Yao immediately understood what his future path should be. He was more suitable to be a manager than a commander. This is what he has to do to manage his subordinates well. And other things only need to be left to his subordinates. Of course, he knew very well that this road was not easy. After all, the person under his command was not a fuel-efficient lamp. At this time, on the player's side, number one's operations during this period also caused a lot of discussion among them. I don't understand why their people rebelled so suddenly. I can't figure this out. We only said a few words, and it's quite sudden that they chose to betray civilization and join us. Didn't a big man who studies psychology analyze it before? He said that such a thing might happen, but the probability is small. Listening to what you said, I remembered that there was an up-master in the strategy area who also analyzed this matter. Shuiqian bastard is full of explanations. This thing is obviously a special buff that comes with the NPC. Day by day, 1 or 2 people think they can't understand it all. They analyze this and that. I also think that this matter is most likely a hidden buff of the NPC. After all, an NPC like this must have some special buffs. Yes, everything that happened before us doesn't make sense theoretically at all. The only thing that makes sense is that this NPC has a buff. And you need to understand that the official purpose of creating this NPC is to support newcomers. The combat ability of newcomers is very weak. It is basically impossible to increase the winning rate if the NPC does not have special abilities. I think it should be like this. This NPC should have the ability to change the enemy's mind. In this way, the players chatted word by word. After chatting on the first number, they turned the topic to another issue. By the way, brothers, do you still remember the task assigned to us by the leader? Let us make up a complete miss system. This mission is quite ridiculous. Doesn't this make us look like magic sticks? Aren't we now? The NPCs in the inner gang are calling each other insect gods. Doesn't this explain our current status? But I have to say, this makes me extremely ashamed. Yes, what a great insect god. Your humble servant is waiting for your call. My god. Thinking about it now makes my skin crawl all over the place. Come on. You hang around in front of these people every day. Isn't it just to let them call you more times? Isn't it interesting that you come here to talk about this after you call me? Hearing that everyone was chatting more and more, one player couldn't help but remind him. So, brothers, have we forgotten the real thing? What should we do about the matter of making up myths for us? How to do it? Isn't this simple? Is it easy? Let me teach you. When you are offline, you can click on a certain degree, then search for ancient Western myths and legends, and then find a book that is pleasing to your eyes and download it. That's it. I won't be happy if you say that upstairs. Why are you searching for people from the West? Are the Western ones so fragrant? Can't our own ones be brought over and used? I also said that our own mythology is not bad either. I think it's better to use our own myths this time. After all, we are all gardeners who come to use crooked fruit. Is this inappropriate and licking? My dear, there's nothing wrong with that. The player then continued to ask. But brothers, we have a lot of myths. Which one should we use? Why don't you do the art of conferring gods? I think it's quite suitable for the occasion. It's too small. The structure is too small. In my opinion, we should move it all over from the beginning. If we want to do it, we can do it big. While the players were still discussing this matter. No. One approached Jiang Yao. Chief, if I guess correctly, your plan should be to incorporate this civilization as soon as they met. No. One directly expressed his guess, which made Jiang Yao slightly surprised. He has been struggling with his current plan. In fact, his first thought about this civilization is to kill them directly. Although Jiang Yao had thought about incorporating this civilization before. After all, this is also an advanced civilization. The cognition among civilizations is generally relatively high, and they will be very helpful to him in his future development. And the most important thing is that the star ring is also made by them. They should be relatively clear about the operation and maintenance of the star ring, including later upgrades. By incorporating them directly, you can save yourself a lot of trouble in the future. But after they successfully invaded Star Ring on the first, Jiang Yao immediately gave up the idea. Mainly because the people of this civilization are too naive. He originally thought that the people in such an advanced civilization should not be any worse. But in the end, who would have thought that they are just a bunch of mud? At least this is the case for the vast majority of people. Jiang Yao estimates that of those who dare to sacrifice for civilization, there will not be many left after this battle is over. And it is absolutely impossible for this group of people to serve him. And the remaining bunch of scum, who are willing to serve themselves, have no use staying. After all, if you want to discuss with that group of people how to dress up, they can chat with you for a whole day. But if you want to discuss technology and the development of civilization with them, they will simply not know anything about it. People like this are saved for their own use. So when one told him that the rebels now not only needed military support, but also needed something on the faith level, Jiang Yao directly asked him to hand over this task to the player. His initial idea was to let the players make up a wave of content to stabilize this group of people first. As for the improvement of the story, he was not worried at all. Anyway, this group of people did not need to stay for too long. But what makes Jiang Yao feel uncomfortable is that this matter has been interpreted too much by one. Because when one asked this group of people how he planned to deal with it, Jiang Yao acted cowardly again. Of course, you can't blame him. After all, the persona he established in front of one is like this, and he will be confused when he speaks. He vaguely remembered what he said to one installation 13 at that time. The existence of anything has its own value. Even a piece of shit. But you need to learn to put it in the right place. What Jiang Yao wants to express with this sentence is that these people are just a bunch of jerks. So they should be thrown into the trash can. But this number doesn't understand it that way. First of all, he felt that what Jiang Yao said was definitely not as simple as what it seemed on the surface. He thought that Jiang Yao's words reflected several things. The first one was value. And the second one was even if he was in your recognition, the inherent concept. And the third point need correct guidance to make it play its greatest role. Through the above 3 points. No. One quickly thought of the people of Taylor civilization and Yong civilization in the insect nest. After his understanding, he knew that the people of these two civilizations belonged to low-level civilizations. In fact, they were not of much help to Jiang Yao. However, Jiang Yao was able to make full use of the advantages of their civilization's technological development direction to provide services for the Zerg. Make armor. Through this incident. No. One felt that he had been inspired. Maybe these two civilizations were in similar situations to this civilization before. But Jiang Yao put them in the right place and produced unexpected effects. So no. One thinks that the reason why Jiang Yao said this is to let him open up the situation. Not to be fooled by the appearance in front of him, but to grasp the deeper things. So no. One replied to Jiang Yao that he understood, and then left. This is probably how the whole thing happened. Of course, the answer given by no. One made Jiang Yao mistakenly think that he understood what he meant. In the end, who would have thought that this guy would go and explore the value of this civilization? Chapter 331, Prehistoric Insect Talk. The most interesting thing is that another incident also supports no. One's conjecture. That is the matter of faith that Jiang Yao casually mentioned before for the players to resolve. He never expected that players would do this to this matter. They directly copied the ancient myth of the flower grower. You must know that the ancient myth of the flower grower is not ordinary. After all, the flower grower has a history of so many years. Many bugs in the mythology have been improved one by one. After all, the development of these thousands of years is no joke. There are many bugs. You may not be able to find the answer in the main mythology. But if you look at the branch plots, the answer is clear. For example, in the main plot, a certain monster appears inexplicably and makes people confused. But when you open the classic of mountains and seas, you suddenly understand the role of this monster. That's probably it. And in order to pursue perfection, the players forcefully brought in all the information about flower growers and mythology. This wave of operation shocked no. 1. Originally. No. One couldn't understand why Jiang Yao let the bugs solve this problem. In fact, in his eyes, although the bugs have strong fighting capabilities and a spirit of sacrifice, their ideological level is not as high as his own. If they make up myths, they will most likely only be able to use them for a short period of time in the early stage. Such myths will not stand the test of time at all. If it cannot stand the test of time, then it goes against Jiang Yao's plan that he had guessed. But why did Jiang Yao issue such an order? This made him a little puzzled. But until he saw the mythical theme set by the insects, he was dumbfounded. These contents contain the development root of the entire myth system from beginning to end. Of course, in this mythical system, many protagonist players have been changed to Zerg. For example, at the beginning, the Pangu insect created the world and transformed into all things in the world. Later, when thousands of insects competed in the wild world, the Hongjun insect became a saint and transformed into the way of heaven. Later on, the Battle of Feng Cheng began. The Western Zhou dynasty Cheng defeated the Zhou Cheng. And then the external forces Buddha Cheng invaded. Heaven and earth played a game of journey to the west for the chessboard and all creatures as chess pieces. From the advent of the Lingming stone insect to the subsequent battle against the insect. Then the fall of the Buddha insect. The Wutian insect took over the 6 realms. And so on until finally the belief was lost and the insects of the gods gradually disappeared. After the disappearance of the divine insect, demons and monsters run rampant. Ordinary insect cultivators and their Zhuolu. Even the demons have few words left until the end of the Dharma era. The spiritual energy is scarce. And the last great Luo insect spends his whole life cultivating like a trap set between heaven and earth. The last prohibition. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, all things in the world are not allowed to become spiritual. Otherwise they will be destroyed in form and spirit. So far, the Zerg race has experienced hundreds of millions of years, and has transformed from the kingdom of gods into the kingdom of ordinary bugs. Of course, the last paragraph was purely added intentionally, because the players thought the system was a bit buggy. After this set of procedures? No. One was stunned for a moment. Because he really couldn't imagine what kind of world tour this was. Which could be so detailed. Down to every person. from birth to growth. Inside, among them, what impressed him the most was the Neza insect making waves in the sea and then transforming into a lotus insect. Even such details are included in this set of myths. And the past and present lives of each Shinchon are not left out at all. This is not so much a myth. In the eyes of no one, it is more like a record of everything that the insect swarm experienced in the ancient times. In this way, by a strange combination of circumstances, no one experienced a wave of Blue Star's cultural output. At this moment, no one finally understood why this ethnic group could still stand in this world, because he believed that these could not be fabrications, but the real experiences. Because only in this way can the various performances of the Zerg tribe be explained. Just imagine a civilization that has not left its own planet. This indigenous level civilization. They are faced with monsters and ancient alien races that have the power to destroy the world. Under such circumstances, if they want to continue the stable civilization, what a difficult thing. It was during this era that batches of monk bugs emerged who sacrificed their lives for the Zerg race. It was such a spectacular sight to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods in the bodies of mortal bugs. The gods used mortal insects as pawns just to deprive them of their luck. But the final result was something they did not expect. In the end, all races became a thing of the past. And the mortal insects they looked down on at the beginning had the last laugh. Although the records of the entire history are very detailed, no one understands that what can be recorded in this period of history is only the tip of the iceberg. At this point, I also understood Jiang Yao's intentions. If this myth system is ingrained in the civilizations he has incorporated, then he is very likely to create a second race with the spirit of the Zerg. And after he thought about it carefully, he discovered that didn't the situation of those mortal insects just correspond to the ordinary people of the current Star Ring civilization? Although he looks down on these rookies at all now, they might actually have great potential. Thinking of this, he was even more sure that his guess was correct. Jiang Yao wanted to keep this civilization and cultivate it. But how to put it in the right position was the test Jiang Yao gave himself. And Jiang Yao was worried that he might not understand what to do specifically. So he gave the task of fabricating myths to the bugs. On the one hand, they had their own complete myth system, and they needed to promote the spirit of the bugs. The second aspect is to let yourself find inspiration from it and make correct arrangements. At this point, his evaluation of Jiang Yao was just one word. Hi. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Yao, who was standing opposite him at the moment, was feeling uncomfortable. Because Jiang Yao already knew that the number one in front of him had misinterpreted his meaning. And this number one must have filled his mind with a lot of things. At this time, he certainly could not deny his thoughts. Because the things he had filled in his mind were very likely to be very profound. If you don't know what weird things he has in mind, you absolutely cannot say that his idea is wrong. Because once you say that his idea is wrong, then he has to point out where he went wrong. He is not sure whether his pretentious remarks can get the point. So now he could only continue to pretend along with this topic. So Jiang Yao could only nod helplessly. Although he wanted to say it at this time. Ah. Yes. Yes. Everything you think is right. But he knew that he couldn't answer so simply. He had to be profound enough. You already have the answer in your mind. So just do it according to your idea. Whether it is correct or not will be left to time. And as Jiang Yao's words fell, no one felt that there must be a deeper meaning in his words. After savoring it for a long time, no one's eyes suddenly lit up. Chief, I understand. I know what to do next. At this time, as no one's words fell, Jiang Yao's heart tightened instinctively. Are you enlightened? You are enlightened. Jill, you know how to do it. What do you know? Damn it! What the hell are you thinking about? At this time, Jiang Yao also wanted to cry without tears as he looked at No one whose figure gradually disappeared into the virtual space. At this moment, he didn't know what the account meant by misinterpreting his words again. And he felt very sad about this. And just when Jiang Yao was still helpless, No one also started his next plan. The prerequisite for conquering this civilization is to defeat it. And only then can he consider conquering it. So what he has to do now is to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time. Although he now has a lot of minions in this text, it is not enough. Because the absolute power is still in the hands of that group of people. And he only has some intelligence things now. And these things are not enough to support his current victory. But he already had a decision in his mind on how to operate next. As a result, players have received all kinds of strange tasks during this period. Of course, considering the players' enthusiasm, Jiang Yao appropriately delegated some rewards. Of course, the amount of these rewards Jiang Yao gave was very small. Basically only 200 to 300 evolution points per mission. Although most wealthy guilds look down on such small rewards, there are many individual players who still enjoy these tasks. The next thing Jiang Yao needs to arrange is the issue of battle damage compensation. Because after this wave of battles, the players are basically in a state of group destruction. And until now, I haven't made up for their battle losses. Not because I don't want to make up for it, but because I don't have the resources to make up for it now. It is also for this reason that many players are now discussing about making up for battle losses. Because the end of the month is coming soon. Of course, Jiang Yao naturally had his own plans for this battle loss. You must know that the vest number he sacrificed was not just for people to advance to the ground stab. When he revealed the information, he deliberately mentioned that hydralisks were related to the overall reward later. Thinking of this, he immediately issued the latest event announcement. Chapter 332 Release of New Tasks. Announcement. Congratulations to the players for invading the interior of the Halo civilization and establishing a firm foothold. Congratulations to the player for triggering the hidden mission. The Rebirth of the Zerg. Mission description. Because the previous battle has depleted the entire Zerg race, the current Zerg nest is in a critical state. In order to obtain more resources and hatch new Zerg warriors as soon as possible, the leader needs players to work as quickly as possible. Capture 12 areas of the Star Ring civilization. Conditions for mission participation. Players who are within the Halo civilization can participate. Mission content. Players need to find a way to get ordinary people in the Star Ring civilization to join the Divine Insect Church and be loyal to the Divine Insect Church. Each person recruited can get 1 point. Mission 2. In order to end the war faster, players within the Star Ring civilization need to destroy as many ship manufacturing factories and module assembly factories within the civilization as possible. The system will issue corresponding rewards according to the scale of the player's destruction of factories. Points are awarded. Mission 3. Of course, as the biggest threat to the current invasion of the Halo civilization, the battleships of the Halo civilization are also the targets that players need to destroy. Players can also get corresponding points for each enemy battleship they destroy. Mission 4. Because the Halo civilization is very huge, if players want to take down the entire civilization, they must invade in blocks. Therefore, when players occupy a block, players participating in the occupation can obtain corresponding occupation points. So players are requested to expand their territory as soon as possible. Task 5. Find the area where the technological resources and other important items of the Star Ring civilization are located. The leader will award corresponding points based on the resources and technology found by the players. Mission reward description. Because this event is a collective participation event, and because all strategic resources are provided by the leader, 20% of the player's total income is owned by the leader. The remaining 80%, 40% of which is shared among the players. The last 40% is distributed proportionally based on the number of points the players earned in this event. The distribution section is mainly divided into 2 categories. The first category is the player's personal points ranking section. The second category is the guild points ranking section. Note, in order to ensure the fairness of the points activity and the true experience of the game, the compensation for battle losses at the end of the month will be postponed until the end of the activity, and the recharge entrance will also be closed for a period of time. At this time, with the appearance of this announcement, the player group also became lively. I'll tell you that. I mean, how dare the mole from before be so rampant and let the group of friends go see the Sea View Villa? It's simply invincible. It took me half a day because of this mission. This is wrong. Logically speaking, if this matter is revealed, then the official should not follow the previous plan. It seems like you don't know how to do it upstairs. This matter is not whether the official wants to follow the previous plan, but he has no choice but to follow the previous plan. You have to know how much hydralisks we had evolved by that time. If he dared to change his activity routine temporarily, he would be sprayed to death by us. So this time, the official was forced to continue the event. But I guess the rewards have also changed. He may have lowered the distribution of point rewards, but even with the change, it still reaches the 40% quota. So if we work harder, we should all be able to get a lot. To summarize, this event mainly adjusts the reward mechanism and limits the number of participants. Only those players inside can participate. As for other players outside, they can only give them advice. To put it simply, in this event, whichever guild has more people entering will have an advantage. And in order to prevent the rich from overtaking in corners, The official not only cut off the supply, but also closed the recharge page. Therefore, in this event, both civilians and rich are basically on the same starting line. The wealthy man said he fainted in the toilet from crying. Looking at the people talking about it, Tudway expressed his helplessness. These people really thought too much. It was obvious that they had greatly underestimated the advantages of Krypton gold. So he cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Brothers, you may have some misunderstandings about us. Although we only sent 100 people down this time. But these 100 people are all hydralisks in the third stage of evolution. So from a certain perspective, we still have an advantage in this wave of activities." As Tudwa finished speaking, the players immediately understood that they were thinking too much. Damn it! Why are you so rich? Damn it! This isn't fair. Can we, the civilian players, just be left far behind by you? No. No. That's fair. After all, the recharge platform has been open before. And the official didn't stop you from recharging. It's just that you don't want to recharge. Uncomfortable. At this moment, a player seemed to have seen through everything. Well, brothers, listen to me. They are bluffing. These gangsters are very clever. They have already seen through the nature of this event. They're just saying that to divert our attention. They want to deliberately guide us to focus on occupying territory and fighting. In fact, the essence of this activity is how to recruit more people from the Star Ring civilization. You have to know that the number of people in the entire Star Ring civilization is measured in hundreds of billions. Even if one person provides you with a few points, accept them all. This is such a terrifying point level. This level of points cannot be matched regardless of whether you are occupying territory or attacking areas. So the essence of this event is how to promote our story and let more Star Ring people believe and join us. After hearing what this player said, everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, as this player said, ordinary people who incorporate the Star Ring civilization will receive hundreds of billions of points. With this amount of points, even if they complete all the tasks, there is a high probability that they will not be this much. Therefore, in the face of this volume, other ways of obtaining points are not so important. So the core of this event is to see who can tell the story well. Players who had figured everything out expressed their gratitude to this player. I see. I'm a loser. Thank you to this idiot for providing us with important information. Xianyu, your great genius has escaped. But you still have to thank your great genius. To be honest, I might not have thought of this matter if this great wise man didn't say it. I just like such smart people. Keep up the good work, brother. But at this moment, seeing this kind of person's ridicule, I felt numb. Holy crap. Damn it. If you have such a good idea and don't tell it in the guild, you have to go to the public screen and tell me how heartless you are. As soon as Xianyu finished his words, everyone started to defend this wise man. How can you talk about your members like that? For such a selfless person, you not only don't praise him, but also say something wrong about him. Who are you? What's the point? Xianyu has to say that your outlook on life is a little abnormal. I didn't expect you to be such a person. We are not a family that loves each other. How can you have such a selfish intention? How come you, sister, are a family that loves each other? Why don't you provide us with some useful information? Damn. I usually hide some information to myself for fear that others will find out. If it weren't for the many spies in our guild, I guess there would be many times when we wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Sia me. Xianyu seems to have revealed something terrible. Damn it. You actually arranged spies. It's too abominable. No. I'm going to do a thorough investigation in my guild. I want to see how many spies there are in our guild. How do you check this thing? These people are very hidden. It is basically impossible to find out their details through their usual clues. Humph. This isn't easy. All the people in the guild were arrested and made to swear that if they were spies and choked to death while drinking water, or had a car accident when they went out and encountered a gas explosion at home, they would be cremated and sent away on the spot. The ashes were scattered all over the place along the way. It's a werewolf. This is too cruel. It's not like it's true if you're just playing a game. While everyone was still discussing, they didn't know that in Xianyu's guild, several people were discussing their next plan in a small group. Yes, this wave has directly diverted their attention. If nothing else, they won't be too focused on looking for technological things in the short term. Having said this, Xianyu still felt a little uneasy. By the way, are you sure your information is true? If there is a problem with this information, then our losses will be great. In response to this, the player patted his chest and said, Don't worry. My information is absolutely accurate. Otherwise, do you think I dare to play like this? You must know that after leaking a large number of methods to obtain points, it can divert their attention in the short term. But also when everyone goes to earn points in this way. And we do another thing. If the income of this thing does not meet expectations, then we will lose a lot. So of course, I am very clear about the seriousness of the failure of this matter. Of course, you can rest assured. Since I dare to guarantee this, I will definitely make it clear to you. I hope so, Xianyu said, feeling a little uneasy. But now, no matter what the outcome was, they had to take action immediately. So Xianyu and the others decided on a meeting place. And after everyone had arrived, they set off towards their destination. This time, Xianyu and the others are going to the Holy Land of the Star Ring Civilization in Area 12. Of course, this area can be called a Holy Land, but it can also be called a cemetery. Chapter 333 Heading to the Technology Cemetery. Because what is buried here is not people, but technology. It was purely a coincidence that I knew this place at first. At first, the player was addicted to being a magic stick in this area. Then when he was working as a magic stick, he overheard someone asking him what the relationship between the Zerg and the Holy Land was. Although he made up a random reason at the time, this so-called Holy Land was still deeply remembered in his mind. Because in his eyes, this was an advanced civilization. Logically speaking, such a civilization should not have such a magical place. So he was quite curious about this place. Later, after asking around, he learned that this so-called Holy Land was where the Star Ring Civilization stored its technology. But the technology they stored in this place was somewhat special. Some obsolete technologies, or unused technologies obtained by their ancestors by defeating other civilizations, were stored here. Over time, a large amount of technology was stored here. And because these technologies were beyond their use, gradually the place got a name. And this name was the Technology Cemetery. This technological purpose is what other regions call this place. For the people in District 12, this place is of great significance, so they call it a holy place. After this player learned the news, he naturally saw the value in it. Of course, at first he thought that he would explore this place quietly. But then he thought about it. No matter how he played in an area like this, the internal defense force would definitely not be weak, in order to avoid going in to explore by himself. And no one would collect his body if he was killed. He decided to trick everyone in the guild into following him down to die. Wrong. It should be said that we can make a fortune together. As the saying goes, we share blessings and share hardships together. Of course, he also thought about areas like this. People in other places also knew about it. But they knew it and didn't say it because the players didn't ask. And they didn't know how valuable this area was to the players. Under normal circumstances, players would not deliberately ask about these things. After all, in the eyes of most people, it is impossible for these wastes to grasp much useful information. But things are different now. With the release of the mission, there is a clear point out that technology can also be exchanged for points. Therefore, he is sure that many players may ask this question with the mentality of giving it a try. Maybe the person he is asking the question happens to know the answer. Wouldn't that be a waste? So in order to ensure that this area will not be conquered by others, they came up with such a way to attract attention. With this method to attract everyone's attention, they will not put their energy and time into looking for technology in the short term. Above, by the time they start looking for technology, they will most likely have explored everything that needs to be explored. And this is his plan. Anyway, conquering people is one of the easiest ways to gain points. This is something that players will all think of sooner or later. And by doing this, it just speeds up the progress. And the impact on them is not too big. In this way, Xianyu and the others embarked on their journey to the Holy Land. And what they call themselves is pilgrims. There is a reason why you call yourself this. After all, places like this are usually built in very secret places. If you want to find them, you can only let the craftsmen lead the way. For these detailed works, it is certainly impossible for them to directly say that they are digging graves. They had to think of a lofty reason for themselves. That is, the person who founded the Holy Land was a great saint from the Zerg tribe. They are going on a pilgrimage. They are going to remember that great man, giant insect. In this way, the craftsmen set off in the direction of the Holy Land with their salty fish butts. As for why they were carried instead of carried on their backs, it was because in the hearts of these people, it was impolite to touch the body of the gods. And only the most devout believers could do so. But it's a pity that they are not the most devout believers, because the most devout ones in the player's stories have become relics. Not even the ones who are breathing. Damn it. You guys are so stupid. A good myth has to include these weird things. Gods can only be seen from a distance. If the most devout believers get close, it would be disrespectful. Damn it. Aren't you really slowing down the progress? Xianyu complained as he moved forward. After hearing Xianyu's complaint, many people in the guild also agreed. Yeah. I don't know which thief added this setting. And the most annoying thing is, this thief also said that this was to create a sense of distance, embodying the sanctity of God. I don't know if there is a sense of distance, but I feel that this silly setting better reflects his mental retardation. In this way, everyone was complaining and talking. And after 2 full days of going around in circles, the players finally arrived at their destination. Of course, they could have arrived here quickly, but in order to show themselves well in front of their gods, these thieves actually chose to go there by measuring the earth with their feet. This wave of operations made Xianyu and the others very angry. If you want to talk about it, they wouldn't be able to stop it, but they wouldn't be able to do it if they didn't. In the end, I had no choice but to follow these people to measure the land. But fortunately, their system was surprisingly strong, running for a day or 2 in a row without panting, which made Xianyu and the others sigh at the benefits of powerful technology. And when Xianyu and the others arrived at their destination, they were all stunned by the sight in front of them. Originally, they thought that this place was most likely a large base. But when they arrived here, they discovered that it was completely different from what they thought, because in front of them was a magnificent palace. The entire palace is very similar to ancient palace buildings, and in the center of the palace is a huge metal portal. This portal is about 30 meters high, and the portal is covered with blue and white stripes. And in the center of the portal is a special square device. According to these details, a special key is required to open this portal. Around the palace are rows of guard robots responsible for protecting the safety here. Looking at this scene in front of them, the players were also a little surprised. This is the first time they have seen this kind of building full of magic atmosphere in this civilization. It is obvious that this civilization also has special feelings for this area. After everyone recovered from the shock, a player asked weakly, "Brothers, what should we do next? What else can we do? Just raise this place." You have to know that we told them. We are here for pilgrimage. It might not be good to just barge in. That's right. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten about it. Otherwise we just keep doing nothing and get rid of all these minions. In this case, no one will say anything even if we cause damage here. What you said upstairs makes so much sense. I'm speechless. It's too cruel and too scary. People are kind enough to guide you, but you actually want to kill them. Okay. Stop arguing. If there is any special situation inside that needs them, we will be embarrassed if we don't save them. So we have to keep these people and destroy this place. We can also make up a random excuse for ourselves. For example, this place used to be open to the outside world and anyone could come inside to study. But that group of people actually took this place as their own. Such behavior is definitely not allowed by us. Wouldn't it be possible for us to conquer this place naturally? After hearing this player's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. So, after deciding on the plan, the players immediately started taking action. Although there were many guard robots here, it was basically impossible for them to defeat the ground thorns. Therefore, the players did not spend much effort to clean up all the guard robots here. After cleaning, it was a matter of opening the door. Because opening this door requires a key. The players did not have the key, so they also adopted the simplest and crudest method. And just when the players were attacking the gate, they were also shocked by the hardness of the gate. Because this door is too hard. According to players' speculation, this door is most likely made of materials used to make warships. Otherwise its hardness would never be so high. After the players destroyed the door, they couldn't wait to get in. After entering, the scene in front of them once again refreshed the players' outlook. Different from the libraries that store information in their minds. This place is a blue space composed of a torrent of data. In this space, countless technologies are stored in quantum computers. And these quantum computers, which are only about the size of a fingernail, are floating in this space. In this space, these quantum computers are not completely still. They will float slowly like the stars that are constantly moving slowly in the night sky. The first impression given to players here is that it is full of technology. However, while lamenting the official efforts of this map, players are also working hard to collect quantum computers in the entire area. Their behavior naturally aroused the suspicion of this group of craftsmen. After all, they had told these craftsmen before that they were here for pilgrimage. But now the behavior of this group of players does not look like a pilgrim. Compared with a pilgrimage, they feel that this group of players are more like digging a grave. And considering that this group of people believe in themselves so much, it is definitely not cost-effective to kill them directly. After all, with the current status of this group of people, they only need a little training. Then, they will definitely be a group of sales experts in the future. While everyone was still thinking of reasons to fool them, a player cleared his throat and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'm pretty good at this." So the player walked towards the craftsman amidst everyone's somewhat uneasy gazes. Chapter 334, Digging the Grave has a new explanation. At this time, this group of craftsmen were looking at the players, who were frantically looting in shock. They are still confused about the behavior of the players. Did they agree to come on a pilgrimage? Did you agree to come here to remember your ancestors? If the players were acting like this to commemorate their ancestors, they really didn't believe it. How could anyone in memory of their ancestors dig their graves directly? Is this how our ancestors respected us? However, even though they had countless doubts in their hearts at this time, they did not dare to say anything. After all, it might be embarrassing if a divine punishment was sent out. Just when they were still stunned, a voice suddenly came, interrupting their thoughts. "Are you curious why we do this?" Hearing this sentence, several people nodded subconsciously. And then, they seemed to realize something and immediately shook their heads crazily. Seeing their appearance, the player turned around and looked at the people behind him, then gave them a look as if he was watching my performance, and then patiently explained to the group of people, "It's normal that you don't understand our behavior, because you have been isolated from us for countless years and have lost a lot of traditional customs. Here, let me tell you how the Zerg people make pilgrimages. First of all, before you understand the process of pilgrimage, you must first understand what pilgrimage is. It is called a pilgrimage to come to the places where saints live or to see them at their cemeteries. So we come here. This is respect. When you meet a saint, it is the dignity of the saint to give you a reward. Now that the saint has passed away, there is no way to take the initiative to reward us. But as the saying goes, elders cannot refuse to give gifts. So we need to take the initiative to receive them. This is also a sign of respect for the saint." Having said this, the player glanced at everyone and said, "So we are taking the initiative to collect these things now to show our respect for them." At this time, hearing this player's explanation, the group nodded with confusion. Obviously, they couldn't find out what was wrong with this explanation for a while, but they always felt that something was wrong. Upon hearing his explanation, the players on the side couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Good guy. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about digging a grave in such a fresh, refined and well-founded way. Now that I have gained knowledge, I will buy a Luoyang shovel. If I get caught, I will use this excuse. Believe me, people upstairs, when you get caught, no matter what reason you use, it will be useless. There is a high probability that you will get free jail food." In this way, amid the discussion among a group of players, they successfully collected all the quantum computers in the area. There are about 70,000 quantum computers in this batch. And according to the detailed introductions, each of these computers contains a complete technology tree. Players who heard this news naturally knew that they would make a lot of money this time. You must know that the price of a single technology and a complete technology line are definitely different. And the most important thing is that this civilization is an advanced civilization in the universe. The price of technology produced by such a civilization must not be too low. Of course, after they obtained this batch of computers, they naturally told Jiangyao the news as soon as possible. Jiangyao was also shocked when he got the news. Although quantum computers can be regarded as relatively backward computers in the universe, Jiangyao was relieved after briefly thinking about the name of this place. After all, this place is called a holy land, so it is bound to leave some ancient traces and use the oldest method to record some things. This is like some century-old book museums. Although all their data can be arranged in computers, they still choose to organize the books and list them on the bookshelves, because only this kind of operation can make the whole thing look sacred and add a sense of historical significance. Therefore, Jiangyao guessed that although there are many computers in this batch, some of them are likely to be relatively backward technologies, but there will definitely be some that are more advanced technologies. It is even said that even that kind of extremely heaven-defying technology may be stored in this civilization. None of this is certain, but Jiangyao estimates that the probability of such technology appearing is very high. The specific principle is that in the process of technological development of every civilization in the universe, they will encounter many branches of the technological tree. At the beginning, They may all study these branches of science and technology together. But when the technology reaches a certain level in the later stage, they will choose a certain one to specialize in. After all, as the old saying goes, it is easy to bite off more than you can chew. Of course, this choice is also a big gamble. Because after making the choice, this civilization will focus on this route in the next tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years, until the end of this line is reached. If the end of this line is wrong, then this civilization may fail to advance to the top civilization. At this stage, if they want to go back to research after such a long time, there is a high probability that they will not be able to go back, because time will definitely cause them to lose a lot of important information and inspiration. It is even said that even the original branch files of the technology tree may be lost. In short, the success of this choice will directly determine the future height of the entire civilization. And this choice is not only as simple as right or wrong. It also involves many issues. For example, at a certain stage, this line has a technological bottleneck. And does this civilization have the ability or luck to break through this bottleneck and enter the next stage? If it cannot break through, then you will only be stuck here forever. It is also for these reasons that the number of high-level civilizations in the entire universe is very rare. Because there are too many unknowns that need to be faced to advance to high-level civilizations. Moreover, a large part of these unknowns are random, which means that luck will also account for a certain proportion. In short, it is very difficult to advance to an advanced civilization. Usually, a single civilization may develop 3 to 5 future technological lines during the selection stage. They don't know whether these lines are correct. However, in the subsequent development process, they may eliminate many other civilizations and obtain their technological lines. These technological routes undoubtedly gave them more choices. Finally, when they felt it was suitable, they began to determine the final route and dived in headfirst. And those eliminated routes may be sealed or destroyed, cutting off the possibility that your own civilization will be unstable in the future. And usually, most civilizations will choose to destroy them. This can prevent enemies from invading them in the future, and reduce the nutrients they provide to the enemy. The second point is the most critical, regarding the matter of swinging. For example, if you choose a certain route, when you develop to a certain level, you find that you cannot overcome the technical problems of this route. And this situation lasts for a long time. This will cause some people to think that the route they chose before was wrong. And now they just have the opportunity to go back and choose again. Then they may dig out this information and choose a new development direction. In the development of civilization, such behavior was taboo. Because when you feel that this route is wrong, you will go back and study it again. If the second route does not work, you will go back. Then if this cycle continues, it is possible that after thousands or tens of thousands of years, the technological level of your civilization will still remain at the same level. And for such a long time, it has not been said whether you can have enough resources to transform. Even if you do, it is of no use. Because other civilizations in the same light cone as you during this period may have developed to several stages. If you meet them at this time, then you will only be manipulated. Therefore, such a situation is absolutely not allowed in the development of civilization. They can only make a choice and go to the dark side. So usually these civilizations will choose to cut off their own retreat, and then try their best to move forward. Situations like the Star Ring civilization are relatively rare. They store some abandoned technologies in a special place for commemoration or other purposes. Although he doesn't know the specific positioning of Star Ring civilization on this matter, Jiang Yao is sure that there should be a lot of useful information in this batch of information. Because the development of his own technology direction is handled by No. 1. And now he can just use this opportunity to help No. 1 choose a suitable route. Although Jiang Yao doesn't know whether these routes are correct or not. For him, the development direction of scientific and technological civilization only plays a supporting role for him, not the main role. And judging from the current development level of the Star Ring civilization, the route they chose has a relatively high accuracy rate. They even said that they could choose to inherit their route and continue going forward. Of course, the final choice depends on No. 1. But Jiang Yao feels that the direction of the giant creation of the Star Ring civilization is relatively reliable. Compared with other directions of creation, the direction of giant creation has many shortcomings. But as long as its shortcomings can be solved, it can be called an invincible direction. Especially after Jiang Yao looked at the history of the Zerg. He knew that the Zerg had once encountered a civilization heading towards a powerful giant. The level of scientific and technological development of this civilization is countless times higher than that of the Ring civilization. The current ring of the Ring civilization is still essentially using the energy of stars. But that civilization is already capable of using neutron stars. They use special means to transform neutrons. And finally transform this super weapon. The Neutron Battle Star. Chapter 335 The booming development of the Zerg Church. And after defeating them in the later stage, the Zerg Queen also obtained some of their intelligence and future plans. Especially regarding future plans. Even the Zerg Queen was extremely shocked. Because this civilization has been preparing how to build giant things on black holes. According to their records, once this plan succeeds, their civilization will have a nearly unlimited energy device. And this energy device also has powerful attack and defense capabilities. And they can use this device as the core to once again build a super giant. Once this giant is completed, I am afraid that no civilization in the entire universe can defeat them. Of course, these things are just their imagination. As for whether they will be invincible after completing the construction of the final giant, it is really hard to say. After all, there are people outside the world, and there are mountains outside the mountains. But through such a simple piece of information, Jiang Yao was able to discover the potential of the direction of the giant object. So he felt that there was basically no big problem with this route of the Star Ring civilization. If he chooses this route, he basically knows the future situation well. But if he chooses another route, the risk will be great and there will be too many uncertainties. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Yao didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Anyway, someone would worry about it later. Of course, after learning that the players had obtained such an important thing, Jiang Yao immediately ordered them to protect this batch of subcomputers at all costs. When the place was almost invaded, he would open the insect nest and take over this batch of subcomputers. In fact, Jiang Yao didn't need to say these words at all. Xianyu and the others knew exactly how to operate next. They looked at this batch of information much more seriously than Jiang Yao. According to their estimates, no matter how cheap a piece of information is, it will cost at least a few thousand evolution points. If all these 70,000 pieces of information are sold, it will cost at least hundreds of millions. Naturally, they have to protect such a huge amount of funds. Therefore, even though the number of people from the Xianyu Guild entering here is relatively small now, they have still assigned half of their people to be responsible for guarding these information. In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, they asked the Earth Thorn to take this information into the deepest part of the ground, and then plan to use this method to survive until the end of the event. While Xianyu and the others were still tinkering with information, other players outside were not idle either, and they were trying their best to get more people to join the team. Through their observations, they found that many systems in their mythological stories were quite popular. After discovering this feature, they immediately used the short video routine. This is like a traffic portal. They immediately seized on this and defined their guild as a descendant of this series, and recruited a large number of people on this basis. After such a wave of operations, the total number of players recruited every day directly increased. Of course, players also know very well that although they can recruit people by relying on this routine alone, the amount they want is too small for the overall base of the Star Ring civilization. Therefore, players need to increase this amount through other methods. The method of improvement is also very simple, which is to use the network of the Star Circle civilization for publicity, which is similar to the promotional PV of some games and animations. As for the promotional PV, they directly found the ups in the technical area to do it for them in reality. Therefore, the technical area of the entire Chongchong community, basically receives dozens or hundreds of orders every day. And these orders are without exception various series of promotional videos. Of course, the commander of the Star Ring civilization also tried his best to stop the players' behavior. But the effect was not ideal. The plan he adopted at the beginning was to directly disconnect the entire civilization's network. But this method is not easy to use. After all, network technology is a very basic technology, whether it is the construction of the metaverse or the virtual world. For Jiang Yao, these technologies can be obtained by just moving his fingers. After all, he still has 2 incorporated civilizations under his command. So when the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization implemented this routine, Jiang Yao immediately told the players about the technology, and let the group of believers in the Star Ring civilization re-establish virtual network communication. Of course, in order to ensure that this network is not easily interfered with, Jiang Yao also deliberately used quantum communication technology. Therefore, this routine of the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization is self-defeating. After this routine was cracked, he thought of many more routines. But in the end, they all failed without exception. And at this time, he was also very clear that no matter how many methods he tried, they would only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. After all, as long as these bugs were still alive, they would have various ways to target him. So the best strategy now is to wipe out all these bugs and solve the problem from the source. But it is too difficult to accomplish this. Although he did have the ability to dispatch all the warships to wipe out all these insects, he did not dare to do so. It must be understood that this is not the home of the Zerg. This is their hometown. As long as he dares to let the warships turn on full power output here, then the destroyed buildings and the people killed will be their own. And the hardtake will be all theirs in the end. They themselves. For the bugs, their goal is to eliminate this civilization, no matter what method is used to eliminate it. For them, as long as the final goal is achieved, it is okay. To put it simply, this group of bugs is now in a state of being emboldened. It won't matter if your battlecruiser's main gun fires instead. Anyway, if this bombardment continues, they will die at most a bunch of bugs. And then, there will probably be a big hole in the star ring. If a big hole appears, they have to spend resources to repair it. If bugs attack during the repair, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. If you don't repair it, then the people inside will slowly die. No matter how they play, they are the ones who get hurt in the end. And when things have developed to the current situation, the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization has no choice but to curse the people of his own civilization for not living up to expectations. Because even his strong heart has been greatly damaged during this period. You must know that during this period of time, the entire Star Ring civilization is showing the scene of military and civilian families. The military-civilian family here refers to the insect swarm and their ordinary people. This is very annoying. Their ordinary people take the bugs to attack their important facilities, such as shipyards and module assembly plants. Their people try their best to provide intelligence to these bugs. This wave of operations also made him very angry. But he was helpless. According to incomplete statistics, at least 300 million people in the entire civilization have joined various churches of the swarm. Moreover, some of these churches have started to build their own church temples in some areas. This is very annoying. You must know that this thing is equivalent to swearing their sovereignty. The most annoying thing is that these Zerg actually let these church members guard these areas. These members play several roles here. The first is responsible for the security of the church. The second is responsible for absorbing new members. And the third serves as a human shield. The commander of the Star Ring civilization in places like these wanted to blast them down with one shot. But he didn't dare. Because as long as you dare to bombard it, the number of people joining the insect swarm for the entire civilization will definitely not be 300 million. And you may have to add a few more zeros later. Now he can only choose to stabilize the situation and tell those who have not yet joined the bugs about what this race has done and their purpose. Hoping that through this method, they can wake up and join the army. In short, he feels all kinds of discomfort now. Because as a person of advanced civilization, in his understanding, the final battle must be decided between the two sides in the starry sky. But who would have thought that our civilization would now be reduced to defeating the enemy on the ground battlefield? However, there is nothing that can be done about it. The current situation is that the fleet needs to be stationed outside the star ring to prevent the sudden attack of the insect nest. Since weapons of mass destruction cannot be used inside the star ring, he can only use some vehicle weapons to confront the bugs head-on. And they have no advantage at all against these monsters. Now they can only rely on numbers to win. Although it is more than enough for the people of the entire civilization to achieve victory, it is obvious that the actual situation of this civilization does not allow it. Except for a group of people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. The rest were wavering. As for the last group of traitors, he didn't bother to say more. Expecting the group of people who are greedy for life and fear of death to change their minds is as difficult as going to heaven. While the remaining group of people who are wavering are his main target. But it was difficult for him to convince even this group of people. After all, everyone knew that joining them now was simply to die. If other civilizations were faced with such a thing, they might jump out resolutely and fight for their lives. But this is not the case for this current civilization. In addition to running away, they screamed in despair and helplessness. And then after scolding their own incompetence, they joined the enemy army without looking back. All in all, no. One set of tactics beat the commander of the Star Ring civilization into a loss of temper. Although this battle was not as grand as a normal battle, and there were no various high-tech weapons fighting each other, it was so peaceful that people thought it was just an ordinary party. But it was such a battle that did not look like a battle that brought the Star Ring civilization to the brink of collapse. According to the estimates of the Commander-in-Chief of the Star Ring civilization, it is only a matter of time before this civilization is destroyed. Although there were many times that the commanders of the Star Ring civilization wanted to die with them. But if you think about it carefully, no matter what they did, it was impossible for them to die together. After all, their goal is to eliminate you. And they would be more happy if you died with them. Because then they don't need to continue to bother here. Chapter 336. Starlink civilization collapses across the board. Anyway, for people, replenishing troops is just a matter of laying a few eggs. The most important thing is that even if the entire star ring is blown up, a lot of resources will flow out. When their people are gone, the insect nest will slowly come over to collect resources. And then a new batch of insects will come out. Therefore, facing such an enemy, the Commander-in-Chief of the Star Ring civilization can only watch helplessly as his civilization sinks into the quagmire step by step. And all he can do is worry about it. Thinking about it after the invasion of these bugs, he also thought that if they survived this time, then the entire civilization might usher in a new life. But now it seems that this civilization will most likely not survive. What he didn't know at this time was that something even more desperate was about to happen. Because after this period of struggle, the insect swarm has gained a firm foothold in the entire civilization. And when the bugs have established a firm foothold, one's next plan has already begun. When this step of the plan is completed, the entire Star Ring civilization will almost be absorbed by them. The content of this step of the plan is to let the bugs lead their group of believers to invade other areas. Use tough methods to harvest more areas. If people agree to join, they will move forward with the crusade. If they don't agree, they will become little cockroaches and move with the army. And as the bugs began to attack, the entire Star Ring civilization suddenly became extremely chaotic. If the attacks launched by players in the past can be called small fights, then the attacks launched by players this time can be called total war. In this way, as the war began, players started from Area 12, Area 2, Area 6 and Area 8, and started to invade the nearest areas. For this invasion, the players adopted a live broadcast method, allowing those who were wavering to see their tough methods and their commitment to keeping their promises. After entering a city during the war, as long as these people are willing to surrender and join them, the players will lead them to attack the next area. But if someone resists, then the players will lead a group of small cockroaches to the next area to attack. All in all, the attitude of the players is very clear. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. As the invasion progressed, the Commander-in-Chief of the Star Ring civilization naturally knew that it was impossible to continue to allow the players to expand. So he decided to risk calling back the warships guarding the Star Ring to stop the players' attack. But he didn't know at this time that his behavior would bring the war to an early end. The general situation is like this. When the players invaded, the battleships of the Halo civilization in several areas suddenly became angry when they saw this scene. Of course, this is understandable. No matter who it is, such a scene will be very disturbing. Anger. No one can bear it if one's own kind helps the enemy to destroy oneself. And the most important thing is that these ordinary soldiers do not have as strong psychological quality as the Commander-in-Chief. These people were on the verge of mental collapse during this period of devastation. Then when they see this scene in front of them, they will subconsciously think that I fought hard for you, but you actually bite me back. Why? Why should I be treated unfairly? Since you didn't want to do anything wrong, then everyone would die together. So many people in these fleets fired directly at them. They directly used weapons of mass destruction. And when these weapons were used, the consequences were naturally tragic. Anyway, these hydralisks were not killed. But none of the people who followed the hydralisks were left down. And when the explosion was over, the soldiers looked at what they had caused. And they immediately woke up. What they did just now was done in anger. And when they sobered up and saw everything they had caused, they felt extremely regretful. But what's the use of making a big mistake and regretting it? And this kind of thing did not happen in a certain area. It even happened in some areas. Soldiers opened fire directly on the city before the insect swarm came over. Of course, everything these warriors did was seen by no one. And this was the most important part of his plan. What he did so much before was just to make these people collapse, and to completely destroy their psychological defenses. Because when this person collapses, he will often be easily swayed by emotions. The characteristics brought by the offensive players are the fuse that ignites the dynamite of emotions. And the whole thing was just as expected by no one. These videos successfully detonated these explosive barrels. And when this happened, the next moment he spread it throughout the entire Star Ring civilization under the guidance of thoughtful people, coupled with some false copywriting. At this time, the entire Star Ring civilization thought those people were crazy. At this time, they thought that group of people might want to wipe out the entire civilization together with the Zerg. After all, they did not hesitate to open fire on some cities that the Zerg had not yet invaded. And when the commander-in-chief of the Star Ring civilization knew about this and wanted to stop it, it was already too late, because a big mistake has been made. Under normal circumstances, the commander should have been able to think of the consequences that he might have had if he issued this order before. But it's a pity that at that time, he had been tortured to the point where he was no longer a human being. It was good that he could still maintain himself under such great psychological pressure for a long time. So in this state, he ignored this when he issued the order to stop the insect swarm. Of course, what makes this commander what he is now are the ordinary people he wants to protect. Without them, the commander should still be as energetic and strategizing as before. But it is a pity that these people made him decadent. And now he knows that the entire civilization may not last more than a month. Under the deliberate manipulation of the insects, this matter became the sharpest sword to kill themselves. Because there were many undecided people, they chose their position in this incident. And the direction of their position was naturally towards the insect swarm. Even some people who just wanted to escape also chose to join the insect swarm. Because the operation of his men is not only as simple as it seems on the surface. This operation also expresses another layer of meaning. That is, you will have a chance of survival by following the Zerg. As long as you are willing to join them, they will let you go. If you follow them, you will die regardless of whether you join them or not. At this time, he also believed that his enemy would never miss such a good opportunity. He would definitely use this public opinion to get everyone to side with him. The fact was just as he thought. It only took one day after this incident happened. This incident caused the original soldiers to go crazy, and the soldiers wanted to drag them into the water together. And they had no chance to defend themselves against this statement, because their behavior had been exposed nakedly in front of everyone. Originally, the entire insect swarm only included 300 million people. But after this incident, the number of people following the insect swarm has exceeded 30 billion. What kind of concept is this? Nearly 1/5 of the entire civilization has turned to the Zerg. And this number continues to increase. With the current number, there is no need to continue to increase. And their civilization can be declared over. Because there is no force in their civilization that can resist tens of billions of madmen. And when these madmen shouted at them with laser weapons and hit the destroyers of civilization, he already knew that the battle was over. And at the same time, there are even people in many areas who have begun to organize combat forces spontaneously and launch attacks on their bases. They don't need the Zerg to guide them. And they don't need the Zerg to take action themselves. These people just started the war consciously. And they ridiculously think that they are fighting for civilization and survival. At this moment, the commander was desperate. And the whole situation had reached an irreversible point. Eliminate these people and die with them, or be eliminated by them. Or surrender and bet on whether the insect swarm will continue to allow their civilization to continue. Either of these two choices is disadvantageous to them. But now they had no more options. And just when he was desperate, a communication request suddenly appeared. He knew who sent this communication request. This time, he did not hide the communication from everyone. He chose to make the communication public. He wanted to save civilization one last time in this way. Although he knew that the commander would definitely think of his plan with his intelligence, he still decided to take another gamble. And when he saw the commander's appearance after the communication was connected, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Because he didn't expect that the commander was actually a humanoid race, not the monster he imagined. And when the information is connected, the game between the two parties officially begins. Just as he thought, this was an extremely difficult opponent. Even if both parties were under the same conditions, it would be difficult for him to win. Not to mention his absolute disadvantage now. The commander showed him the current status of the insect swarm, showing the scene of the Taylor civilization and the Evernight civilization living peacefully in the world of the insect swarm. The commander told him that it was you who wanted to destroy this civilization, not them. Because everyone who joined the swarm could live well. The group of people in the insect nest are the best example. On the other hand, you will directly deal with the people who join you. And your few shots can explain it all. Of course, the commander of the Star Ring civilization at this time knew very well that if he just said these words, the commander would definitely not communicate with him. So now, he is waiting for the commander to give him the final blow. Chapter 337 The End of the War. Just like that. No. One said those words while he was waiting. Originally, this civilization belongs to us as long as they join the insect swarm, and they can live. But you prevented them from joining. And you also led your men to eliminate so many insect warriors. Originally, the Zerg tribe planned to incorporate you and develop together. But because of your actions, the bugs lost too many comrades. The top brass of the bugs have been disappointed with your civilization. They decided to destroy your civilization in order to die. The bugs take revenge. Of course, considering that this ethnic group was created by them after all, they decided to give you one last chance. Only you executioners, who use your own death to atone for your sins, can stop the wrath of the swarm. When number 1 finished speaking, the commander of the Star Ring civilization spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He didn't expect that the commander in front of him would be so vicious. He really couldn't think of any words to curse him. I'm afraid he felt that the most vicious words he could think of could not describe this devil-like commander. The meaning of what the commander just said was very clear. He wanted his group to commit collective suicide. He puts pressure on the whole civilization, and lets the whole civilization put pressure on him. Ha ha. At this time, the commander of the Star Ring civilization couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. His laughter was full of helplessness and sadness. He was also laughing at his original arrogance. One wrong step. One wrong step. And I'd lost this battle. Completely lost. At this point, he looked at No. 1, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. He asked word for word in a dull tone, as long as we do what we do, can you let them go? The answer to this number 1 is very affirmative. Our development direction has always been very clear. Divided into 2 routes, evolution and technology. Through the previous battles with us, you must have had some vague guesses. So for our civilization, it is more useful to incorporate you than to eliminate you. Having said this, No. 1 then added, I will definitely do what I promised. And now the fate of the entire civilization will be in your hands. So I am very curious. What will you do when you have the power of life and death in civilization? What choice to make? After hearing No. 1's words, the commander raised his head and took a deep look at him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the commander in front of him was much better than him. The Zerg were at a disadvantage from the beginning, but he was able to lead the Zerg to defeat him. I agree. Finally, the commander gave the answer. This is also his only answer now. Apart from this answer, he has another option, which is to be buried with the entire civilization. But for the entire insect swarm, his option will not have any impact on them. Because is there any difference to the insect swarm between keeping you and destroying you? He was thinking that the difference was actually not that big, and even said that these bugs had been thinking about how to annihilate them all from the beginning. You are undoubtedly following their wishes by doing this. Although he doesn't know whether these bugs will keep their promises in the end. This is the only thing he can do. Being able to sit in the position of commander is not as easy as imagined. Anyone who sits in this position must have a big picture view. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there would be no stupid young people who choose to die together. Although the current situation seems to be very unfair to the commander. But looking at the overall situation, he knew that only by doing this could he leave a glimmer of hope for civilization. Of course, he also knew very well that pulling the entire civilization into the water at this time would undoubtedly be the best way to relieve his anger. He also knew very well that he absolutely could not do this. And he also knew that the other party had taken advantage of this to achieve the goal of avoiding a bloody attack. In fact, for him, his overall view is his advantage. But it is also his constraint. In the final analysis, he is still not decisive enough. In the final analysis, he is still not cruel and decisive enough. But among the many civilizations, there are a few that can do this when facing the fate of civilization destruction. Obviously, most civilized decision makers are absolutely unable to do this, because these people need to consider the entire civilization, rather than simply considering their own selfish desires. This is just like criminals, robberies, prostitution, and other things that violate the law that occur in reality. These things will undoubtedly bring harm to the entire society. And those who do these things may cause the victim's family to be destroyed. Many people believe that these people should be sentenced to death directly. But what many people don't know is that once you have this idea, no one dares to put you in a high position, because you are just a complete idiot. They may not understand why these heinous people were released after only a few years in prison. They may think this is unfair to the victims. They never think about the deeper reasons behind such decisions. They don't know that these decisions are made to protect the victim from beginning to end. Because once these actions are directly sentenced to death, Do you think the victim still has a chance to survive? When these heinous people decide to do this, they will not give the victims any escape route, because they know that if they are caught, there will be nothing left for them. Do you think these people will let the victims go at that time? The answer is no. They didn't even have the chance to call the police. Just as ordinary people cannot see the deeper meaning of these decisions, most people in the Star Ring civilization also cannot see the meaning behind the things their commanders do. So the moment they saw the commander nodding, the first thing they thought of was that they were saved and nothing else. And with their commander's nod, the battle finally came to an end. According to players' estimates under normal circumstances, it would theoretically take at least 1 or 2 years to conquer such a large map. But in reality, it only took 5 months for players to fully conquer this civilization. The main reason why it can be so fast is because of the excellent assists made by Star Ring Civilization's craftsmen. From the beginning of covering himself up to sneak attack on their important facilities, to later launching the attack together with his own side. This series of cunning operations made those soldiers disgusted. As for this civilized ordinary people, Jiang Yao can't say he hates them, but he definitely doesn't like them. This group of people has long been defined in Jiang Yao's mind. They can be cultivated as civilized people, but they are definitely not of their generation. The same routine as the other 2 civilizations must be cultivated across generations, because this generation of people has no loyalty to the entire civilization. Do you still expect them to be loyal to you? Of course, Jiang Yao didn't intend to solve them on the spot, because it didn't mean much. In fact, all civilizations in the universe are not as cruel as everyone thinks. Although on the surface it seems that Jiang Yao is not very friendly to the methods of other civilizations. In fact, the main reason is because it is basically unrealistic to conquer a certain civilization in the short term if he does not adopt such methods. In order to reduce his casualties and increase his invasion speed, he could only take some more extreme measures. And these measures he took were all out of necessity. If he encounters a civilization that has little resistance, it is absolutely impossible for him to deliberately cause killing. Of course, the premise is that this civilization is not valuable. If ordinary people in this civilization are worth very high evolutionary points, then there is nothing he can do. In fact, Jiang Yao's handling of the matter of annihilating civilization is similar to that of most ordinary civilizations. Most of the time, they adopt a softer approach, and usually they don't use too many cruel methods. If you still adopt such cruel methods against a civilization that has no value and no threat, it can only mean that you are mentally abnormal. Usually, when dealing with these civilizations, whether Jiang Yao or other civilizations use similar methods, they will gather all the people of this civilization in a certain area, and then provide them with food and various materials needed for survival. Let them survive in this area, and they will set rules that no one in this area can leave this area and are prohibited from having children. Wait for them to die normally. Of course, nothing is absolute. Generally speaking, if you do this, it is usually because the home planet of this civilization is valuable to you. It is precisely because it is valuable that when you arrive, you will take such measures to preserve this planet as cleanly as possible. Normally, if this planet is of no value to you, then in most cases he will just give them a happy reward. And this happy reward will most likely blow up the planet directly. All in all, cruelty is definitely not the mainstream way to invade or eliminate civilization. This is the way pure perverts will adopt. The normal ways to eliminate civilization are relatively gentle. Some of them cut off the retreat of civilization and allow you to spend the rest of your life in happiness, while others make you die instantly. As for which way you will be wiped out in the end, it depends on the value of your home planet. This is also the case within the Star Ring civilization at this moment. Jiang Yao has gathered all the people in Area 12, allowing them to survive safely in this area. And Jiang Yao also told them that you are allowed to have children, but the offspring you give birth to must be cultivated by them. Of course, Jiang Yao also selected a group of good teachers in this civilization, who are mainly responsible for imparting knowledge in this civilization. These people are naturally believers of the insect swarm, so under normal circumstances they do not dare to mess around, especially when being monitored. This is Jiang Yao's most gentle way of dealing with this civilization. Chapter 338. The war is over, and the stage of great development has entered. This method is basically the same as that of Yongye and Taylor civilization. And because of this huge star ring, Jiang Yao no longer needs to worry about the housing problem of Jiang Yao's huge population. Jiang Yao is also satisfied with the resources inside this star ring. The first is the ore resources. The ore resources here far exceed his imagination. Basically, every area has a very large ore storage warehouse. Jiangyao was naturally not polite to these or storage warehouses. He selected or storage warehouses in 3 areas and hid their coordinates, and then sent a large number of black insects to transport these ores day and night, while the ores in the remaining 9 areas were slowly transported by players. Go slow for shipping. Of course, this time he gained more than that. In addition, he also had a lot of surprising income. One of the incomes is Halo's thrusters. In fact, Jiangyao has been thinking about installing propellers on the star ring. He even said that when Jiangyao was still running for his life, he was thinking that if he took down the star ring and installed a few thrusters, there would be no solution. But at that time, he felt that even if he won this place, it would be very difficult to complete this task. As a result, who would have thought that during the search process, players discovered giant thrusters being installed in the center of each area? Obviously, the people of the Star Ring civilization have already thought of this idea, and they have already started construction. Of course, this is also normal, because the development of the Star Ring civilization itself is like this. Installing the thruster is the last step of their Star Ring project. But Jiangyao came over before they completed the last step. And now Jiangyao, who has taken over the Star Ring, wants to install the unfinished thruster, which is not difficult for him. First of all, he has basically obtained all the technology of the Star Ring civilization. And the most difficult part of installing the thruster is not the installation, but collecting the materials required for the thruster and manufacturing the thruster. This most difficult step is completed for you. And some of the remaining installations just delay some time, which are not difficult at all. And now I still have a lot of labor on hand, so I can pull all the people over to cooperate with the players in the installation. Jiangyao estimated that it would only take 4 or 5 months at most to complete this matter, and Jiangyao could use these 4 or 5 months to evolve the insect nest. After all, he now has massive resources, and it is too easy for him to evolve the insect nest. And when the insect nest successfully evolves to the 6th stage, then his insect nest will also have the ability to jump in space. This ability will naturally increase safety. But for him now, there is no essential difference between having this ability or not, because in the future, he will not control the insect nest, but the entire Star Ring. With this car, who wants to play with the bicycle? And considering the safety of the Star Ring, while repairing the original forts of the Star Ring, the Zerg forts were also built in, compared to the mechanical turret. Although the firepower of the Zerg turret is relatively inferior, this Zerg turret is much more durable than the mechanical turret. The turret of the mechanical creation may be destroyed by the enemy in just a few shots, but the turret of the Zerg will not. It is still difficult to destroy the turret of the Zerg. And the most important thing is that the turret of the Zerg has a very strong self-repair ability. If it hadn't been uprooted, it would have simply destroyed his fort, and it wouldn't take long for him to grow a new one. As long as there is enough energy, the Zerg turret can be said to be one of the most survivable turrets among all civilizations. Now that the entire Star Ring is powered, he doesn't need to worry about energy issues. And now that Jiangyao has taken over the Star Ring, he is sorting out various materials while setting up the fort. Now he is extremely busy every day. There is really too much information on this civilization. And even if Jiangyao has the help of the insect nest, it will take a lot of time to sort them all out. And as time went by, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, the players and Jiangyao have been developing inside the Star Ring. Up to now, about 70% of the ore in the entire Star Ring has been moved away by Jiangyao and the players, while the remaining 30% has been retained by Jiangyao for use in the Star Ring. Backup energy source for the ring. After all, the big guy in front of him consumes a huge amount of energy every day. Although it is now powered by stars, the energy provided by the stars is not enough to support the consumption inside the ring for a long time. There are several ways to supply energy to this Star Ring. The most convenient and cost-effective one is to supply energy through stars, but the energy supply is very low. The other one is to supply energy through ores. This is the most efficient, but it is also an investment. Biggest. In addition to the above 2 energy supply methods, there is another cost-effective energy supply method, which is to devour the planet. Eat the planet to react and provide energy. Not only does this method provide more energy, but planets are much easier to find than ores. Under normal circumstances, a planet the size of a blue star can sustain the low energy consumption of the entire ring for a year. If you consider that the Star Ring needs to move and fight, then basically one Star Ring needs to consume one planet for 1 month. If the battle frequency is relatively high, it may take 10 days and a half to digest a planet. But Jiangyao can accept this consumption. After all, there are not many things in this universe Only planets. After half a year, the entire star ring has changed its appearance. Now the surface of the entire star ring has been covered by a carpet of germs, and is filled with dense Zerg forts. The original forts are still the same under Jiang Yao's deliberate protection. Usable. In fact, the entire star ring looked down upon these conventional forts at all. After all, the practicality of these conventional forts was not as high as that of the Zerg forts. The only thing Jiang Yao saw in the entire star ring was the giant main gun in the center of the star ring, and a total of 12 secondary guns in each area. These turrets are the real killer weapons. Both the main and secondary guns have the ability to easily destroy a planet. Especially the main gun, as long as it is given a chance to fire. It can even destroy the flagships of some advanced civilizations. Civilized flagships are fundamentally different from ordinary flagships. Battleships of this level represent the highest technology of the entire civilization. Under normal circumstances, ordinary civilizations cannot produce such warships. Only advanced civilizations can produce warships of this level. And the most important thing is that it is impossible to mass-produce warships of this level. Just like star rings, they require the efforts of all civilizations, and can only be created after hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years. And with a battleship of this level, you can be considered a strong person in the universe. Because this kind of warship not only has powerful combat capabilities, but it is also the place where everyone in the civilization lives. So from the perspective of Jiang Yao, who now owns the star ring, he also has his own civilization flagship. However, compared to the civilization flagships of other civilizations, his civilization flagship is a little bit brittle. After all, the technological level of Starlink civilization is here, and being able to tinker with this thing is already their limit. And Jiang Yao doesn't expect them to do it perfectly. Anyway, they have worked out the general framework, which is nothing more than a matter of future upgrades. Of course, apart from the star ring and insect hive advancement matters, Jiang Yao also did a lot of things during this period. First, they have finalized the options for civilization development. Number 1 wants to take 2 routes: soul technology and giant object technology. Number 1's idea is to integrate the soul into the giant object and let the giant object have its own consciousness. Although no, 1's idea is very good, Jiang Yao also knows very well that it is very difficult to take 2 routes at the same time, and the demand for resources is absolutely massive. But since no one chose Jiang Yao, he agreed, because for Jiang Yao, it doesn't matter whether these 2 routes can go to the end. As long as it can help to a certain extent, then it's okay. He doesn't expect no one to really take these 2 paths. After all, the probability is too low. Apart from this incident, Jiang Yao also launched a new unit. This time Jiang Yao launched 3 arms at the same time. The first is the infected, the second is the corruptor, and the third unit is the cerebrate. Jiang Yao plans to release the infected and incubated units first. As for the brainworms, he plans to wait for a while before releasing them. Although this wave has made the players a lot of money, but the money earned is not enough to support players to play brainworms. After all, this thing requires one person to hold multiple high-level arms to truly exert its effect. So it doesn't make much sense to decentralize the brainworm now. He needs to wait for the players to settle down for a while before delegating it. It just so happened that he could also use this time to stock up on some more brainworms, so as not to run out of reserves when players purchase large quantities of eyeworms. And based on the current situation of the insect swarm, the priority of these 2 arms is much higher than that of the brainworms, because these 2 units can just complete the last 2 sections of the swarm lineup. Of these 2 arms, let's talk about the corruptors first. This unit is a unit specially used by the Zerg to attack the air. It has a very powerful lethality against enemy warship units. However, compared to battleship units, its lethality against some ground buildings or ground combat units is not as obvious as that of battleships, because the corruptor's attack method is to spray special strong acid to cover the target, and this strong acid can easily adhere to the shield and hull, and continuously erode them. But the flaw is that the firing rate of strong acid is relatively slow. A relatively rare and expensive unit like a battleship can cause immeasurable damage to it, but it is different if it is a large and cheap ground unit. Even if you hit this kind of unit, destroying it will not cause much loss to the enemy. Chapter 339 Make plans to solve hidden dangers. Of course, the corruptor, as an anti-air unit, was naturally chosen by Jiang Yao because it had other advantages. This unit also has an advanced unit called the Hive Lord. The corruptor and the Hive Lord are like 2 extremes. The corruptor is a special attack unit against the air, while the Hive Lord is an anti-ground and siege unit. It is the exact opposite of the Corruptor. Its anti-air capabilities are relatively weak, but its anti-ground and siege capabilities are super strong. By releasing a large number of broods to attack ground enemies, and the broods themselves possess very powerful destructive power and quantity. They are perfect for clearing out a large number of ground combat units. And if these two arms cooperate with each other, then both air superiority and ground superiority can be obtained. And as two heavily armored units of the Zerg, their basic attributes are much higher than other units. Even the basic type can have 500,000 HP and 3,000 basic attack. And after evolving, this attribute will continue to increase. Of course, the initial price of such a unit with high basic attributes is not cheap. Even though Jianyao paid part of the price, their price still reached 500,000 yuan. However, based on the attributes of these two arms alone, Jianyao believes that players will buy in large quantities if he puts out this price. In addition to this unit, the other one is the auxiliary unit Infected. Compared with the direct output of these two arms, the Infected are mainly consumed. First of all, it has the same powerful ground penetration and stealth capabilities as the Ground Thorn. It is difficult to be scanned by the enemy's radar. Its abilities are mainly divided into three categories. The first category is Parasitic Infection and Control, which briefly restricts the target's actions by releasing special neurotoxins. The second type is Conversion, which converts the enemy into a special infected body to assist oneself in fighting. The third type is to release special substances to restrict the opponent's movement and reduce the opponent's speed. All in all, this unit is more auxiliary. And the reason why Jianyao chose this unit was mainly because of the large-scale evolution of Hydralisk on the first. First of all, this kind of self-defeating gameplay will definitely not be advisable in the future. Secondly, if you encounter a similar situation with this unit, its practicality will be far greater than that of Ground Thorns. So in order to avoid encountering the same situation in the future, Jianyao created this unit. With these two arms, almost all the combinations in the insect swarm are now complete. Whether they are assault arms, auxiliary arms, main battle damage-bearing arms, etc. All in all, today's players can create a variety of lineups without major shortcomings, provided of course that they have enough evolution points. Although the military types are now more comprehensive, the current situation is getting more and more difficult for Jianyao, because with the emergence of later arms, the basic price of each arm is very high, and most players simply cannot afford it. In order for players to be able to afford it, they need to put in their own money. Jianyao can barely afford it in the short term, but he can't afford it in the long term. The current situation is that if you put money into the market, you can't afford it if it grows. But if you want to say that you don't put money into it, it's definitely not possible. Because for players, this is just a game. Even if it can make money, it is definitely impossible for others to invest in it if they lose all their money in the early stage. Normally, everyone uses what they earn. Some players earn part of the funds and immediately withdraw part of it. After the withdrawal is completed, the remaining funds are used to purchase units. It is basically impossible for ordinary players to invest heavily, because the risk of this game is also very high. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. And this kind of thing basically happens all the time. Therefore, if players want to buy high-value units, they have to pay to bring down the price. And now Jianyao also knows very well that if his current state is not improved, it will only become more and more difficult for him in the future. And now, he has discovered another serious problem. That is, he can win the battle now. In fact, a large part of it depends on local tyrants and old players. The combat power that new players can provide is very limited, but the proportion of new players in the entire game is very large. So he must find a way to improve the strength of these new players. This is going to be a very difficult thing. Distributing evolution points and subsidies on a large scale, regardless of whether the inventory in hand is enough. This behavior alone will seriously affect the balance of the game. This is definitely not advisable. And although I currently have a lot of evolution point reserves in my hand, these are only for emergency use. He would definitely not touch these reserves unless absolutely necessary, because he knows that he is very likely to encounter this situation in the future. If the food reserves in hand are insufficient, it will easily overturn. Of course, after taking these factors into consideration, Jianyao also began to plan for the future. Taking into account the current situation and the newly obtained information, Jianyao formulated 3 general development routes for himself. First, he needed to install the propulsion device of the Star Ring. So he sent a large number of people to complete this task. According to his estimation, if nothing unexpected happens, It will take at most another month to complete the propulsion device of the time ring. And then, he can drive the star ring to travel around the universe. After settling the matter of the star ring, he will start thinking about conquering the starry sky beast. According to the information provided by the Star Ring civilization, their civilization discovered traces of the giant beast in the starry sky 5 years ago. And this matter is not trivial. So they have been monitoring the whereabouts of the giant beast in the starry sky. If it were not for the reason of their own fight, it might not be long before they would send a fleet to attack the giant beast. And according to the data of the Star Ring civilization, the starry sky beast should be a starry sky beast in its youth. So if you want to deal with him by yourself, it shouldn't be too difficult. Of course, Jiang Yao has a more important reason for wanting to deal with the starry sky beast besides caring about the beast's materials. That is, if he wants to hatch Leviathan in the future, he must use materials from the starry sky beast, in addition to consuming a large amount of energy-devouring crystals and evolution points. Hatching Leviathan also requires an important material, and this material is the heart of the starry sky beast. He collected most of the materials for the starry sky beast that he dealt with before. So now, he is guaranteed to have a Leviathan. If he accepts this starry sky beast again, he will wait until his insect nest evolves. After the 8th stage, at least 2 Leviathans can be hatched from his hands. When the 2 Leviathans cooperate with each other to form a star ring, he can barely walk sideways in the universe. In addition to these 2 plans, Jiang Yao also has the most important plan, which is to solve the problem of capital investment for civilian players. This issue is also the top priority now. Only after solving this issue can he successfully implement the plan of the Faxing Sky Behemoth. Although the overall strength of the entire insect swarm is still relatively strong now, and with the assistance of the star ring, if it really fights with the starry sky beast, it can still be solved. But Jiang Yao knew very well that although he could survive the fight, he would probably suffer heavy losses in the end. After all, this was a starry sky beast, and its combat capabilities were terrifying even in his youth. Jiang Yao felt that it would be very uneconomical to pay a heavy price to eliminate it. So in order to eliminate it with as little loss as possible, Jiang Yao needed to improve his overall strength by a large margin. At least they have to wait until the general arms of the players are relatively powerful, and the thunder beasts are also produced before they can attack them. Of course, if he wants to complete this, he will naturally have to do a lot of preliminary preparations. But fortunately, Jiang Yao already has an idea for a way to change the players' minds, so that they are willing to spend a lot of Krypton gold and withdraw cash less. He decided to leave this plan to No. 1 to complete, and he also explained the specific situation to No. 1. He directly told No. 1 the target point of his next attack. The situation was quite special for ordinary people who need No. 1 to protect that civilization to the maximum extent. It is best to control the entire civilization in a gentler way. That's right. Jiang Yao's next attack target is Blue Star. Originally, Jiang Yao planned to wait a few years before going there, because the civilization with evil intentions against Blue Star would just come over at that time. He can use this as a condition to negotiate with Blue Star about the acquisition. But now because he needed to attack the starry sky beast, he decided to take action in advance to solve the problem of Blue Star. Only in this way could he have the ability to deal with the starry sky beast. Otherwise, when he is having a good fight with the starry sky beast, something goes wrong on Blue Star's side, and then there will be a big problem. All in all, for Jiang Yao, there are too many uncertainties on Blue Star's side, and he still needs to resolve all hidden dangers in advance. After receiving Jiang Yao's mission, No. 1 also began to understand Blue Star. When No. 1 understood the specific situation of Blue Star, he was extremely surprised. Even in his eyes, he thinks this planet is an indigenous planet. Both their fighting methods and the level of technology they use are quite primitive. It is actually very simple to take down a civilization like this. It's so simple that you only need to send a one-eyed monster to conquer it. But for such an ordinary planet, Jiang Yao is so cautious, which makes No. 1 feel particularly puzzled. Chapter 340, Garmiki Civilization's Arrangements for Blue Star. However, thinking about the tasks Jiang Yao had given him before, every task was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Therefore, No. 1 believes that there must be something special about this planet to deserve Jiang Yao's caution. But I still haven't figured out what's special about this planet. No. 1, who was studying Blue Star at this time, couldn't help but frown. He has been studying Blue Star these past few days, trying to find what's special about it. But after so many days of hard work, he really couldn't find what was so special about this planet. First of all, there is nothing special about the star system itself, and its location is not a so-called natural hazard, and it has no strategic value. Secondly, there is nothing special about the surroundings. The layout of the entire star system is not much different from other star systems. As for resources, they are all basic resources. At most, these resources can barely sustain the intelligent life in this galaxy to go to other galaxies in search of advanced resources. Ordinary people in civilization are not a so-called special race, and they have many flaws. At this point, no, one couldn't help but sigh. After studying it for so long, he really couldn't find anything worthy of attention on this planet. Finally, no, one, who had been thinking about it for half a month without any clue, decided to give up thinking, because he knew that the questions Jiang Yao gave him were never simple. Not to mention that this question was so special that he emphasized the importance of this civilization many times. Therefore, it would be really strange if the situation of this civilization could be discovered so easily by oneself. But sometimes things are just like this. Flowers planted with intention do not bloom, but willows planted without intention create shade. After one decided not to think about this matter for the time being. He began to check the construction progress of the thrusters in the star ring. It was better not to check. But as soon as he checked, he suddenly had inspiration. Because when he was checking the progress of the construction, he took a look at the picture of the construction area and saw countless black insects, worker bees, and people from the star ring civilization busy in the picture. And when he put his eyes on the black insect, he suddenly understood. I understand. I finally understand. Sure enough, as the leader said, the truth is often very simple. So simple that when someone tells it, you will suddenly wonder why I didn't think of it before. Having said this, one's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately recorded the information he thought of without delay. First of all, if I'm not wrong, ordinary people on this planet are not as simple as imagined. Although they look very normal on the surface, they are actually full of weirdness. Speaking of which, one continued to dig deeper. Take the black worms as an example. According to the information provided by the leader before, these black worms themselves are also native creatures on the planet. In order to adapt to the survival of the planet, they have evolved from it only takes 1 month from birth to adulthood. The same is true for insect swarms. They hatch faster and will become adults as soon as they break out of their SHLs. Even our civilization was in the same situation at the time. It only took a short year for ordinary people to go from birth to adulthood. These are inevitable because the evolutionary direction of organisms is always to better adapt to the environment. At this point, one turned his attention to the virtual projection of Blue Star. But this planet is different. The cycle from birth to adulthood for ordinary people is too long. From a purely evolutionary perspective, this is not in line with the laws of evolution at all, because their way of survival will inevitably increase the difficulty of their survival in the primitive era. In order to adapt more easily to this kind of living environment, they would have evolved during that period. But strangely they didn't. Although their intellectual direction evolved during that period, there were no physical changes. This has been the case for thousands of years. So if I am not wrong, there are several possibilities for the current situation of this civilization. The first one is that this civilization is an advanced civilization that fled. Due to various reasons, it landed on this planet and then began to develop. The second one is that this civilization was transformed by advanced civilization, and many evolutionary roots were locked by them. So it became what it is now. Speaking of this, one's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, he thought he had guessed Jiang Yao's next plan. It seems that the leader has seen through all this a long time ago. So he wants to attack this civilization. The leader's thoughts should be the same as mine now. This civilization may have been interfered by an advanced civilization during its evolution, and the intervention of this advanced civilization must not be groundless. He must have an ulterior secret. Therefore, the leader wants to recover this civilization first, and then study the purpose of this advanced civilization. It doesn't matter even if you haven't studied it clearly, because as long as you hold this civilization firmly in your hands, you won't have to worry about attracting the advanced civilization behind it. At that time, we can set up an ambush in advance, wait until the advanced civilization comes and kill them all, and then follow the clues to find their lair to complete the harvest. Having said this, one couldn't help but consider another issue. If this is the case, then this battle must take into account the strength of the enemy's civilization, and our existence must be known to as little as possible to the Blue Star people. because only in this way will our information be less likely to be exposed. And the sneak attack will be successful. Speaking of this, no. One couldn't help but frown. In addition to the above issues that need to be considered, there is one most critical thing. And that is that any civilization that has ideas about Blue Star must be killed quietly, because its existence is very likely to disrupt my plans. Thinking of this, no. One decided to start the operation. After all, since Jiang Yao left this matter to him, he also needed to complete some minor things for him as soon as possible. It is not difficult for no one to control a civilization. It is even very simple, especially for a low-level civilization like this. But what he is worried about is that some individuals in this low-level civilization are connected to the high-level civilization. If you make too much noise, it will be easily noticed by that advanced civilization. So he was more careful with his plan this time. No. One divided the entire plan into 2 steps. The first step was to use covert means to find the area where the civilization was located. First, kill the obstructive civilization secretly, and then use this matter to negotiate with Blue Star. However, for no one, this should not be considered a negotiation. It may be more appropriate to use threats. So under the arrangement of no one, the entire thing started to happen secretly. Another month passed, and the propellers of the star ring were basically completed, and the players had almost collected the resources. And within this month, no one also found that civilized hometown. And what surprised no one was that there were ores in the hometown of that civilization. And there was a large amount of ores in the meteorite belt area of their galaxy. This news was undoubtedly good news for Jiang Yao. So he immediately ordered the activation of the star ring and set off towards the area where the civilization was located. At this time, within the Garmiki civilization, they were not aware of the upcoming danger. Now the Garmiki civilization is silent in joy because they have found a habitable planet. And this planet is only 10 light years away from them, which is too close for them. It only takes 20 years for their civilized warships to reach that area. As early as 15 years ago, they had already sent a fleet of 3,000 warships to that galaxy. But now they only need to wait another 5 years for their fleet to reach the galaxy. Although there is an intelligent civilization on this planet, the technological level of that civilization is as far behind as our own. It would be too easy for them to destroy that civilization. And the most important thing is that based on their understanding of that civilization, they know that that civilization knows nothing about the laws of the universe. They did not know the cruel laws that existed in the universe. So when they learned about the existence of their own civilization, their first reaction was not to establish a deterrent between the 2 civilizations. Instead, they naively began to research. And the space battleship wanted to use this to resist their attack. This is a very ridiculous thing for the Garmiki civilization. You must know that their warship technology has been developed for nearly 1,000 years. In other words, there is at least a 1,000-year gap between them and this civilization's warship technology. Such a huge gap cannot be made up by quantity. And besides, they don't have the quantity yet. At this time, within the Garmiki civilization, everyone was sitting around the table having a final discussion on the fate of Blue Star. At this time, an old man at the conference table said, "First of all, I still stick to my sneak attack tactics for this planet." Naturally, other people disagreed with the old man's tactics. After all, for them, the civilization of that planet was as indistinguishable as insects. It would be really embarrassing if they adopted a sneak attack tactic. As an advanced civilization, I think we should defeat them on the frontal battlefield. Only in this way can they deeply understand our power and prevent them from having any thoughts of resistance. Only in this way can we better rule this planet in the future. Of course, many people agree with this person's views. In their opinion, as an advanced civilization, one should have the elegance of an advanced civilization. Chapter 341 Civilized Past. After hearing what this man said, the old man before him immediately retorted, "We must be careful with anyone, although he is very weak in our eyes. Who among you can guarantee that they will not? The most critical moment to understand the laws of survival in the universe. And don't forget, although this civilization is a bug in our eyes, this bug has mastered nuclear weapons. Although this weapon cannot cause damage to our warships, it can cause damage to the planet. If they release all their nuclear weapons, the damage to the planet's ecological environment will be very serious, and it will take a lot of time to repair the ecological environment. And the pulse waves generated by releasing a large number of nuclear weapons at the same time may be detected by other civilizations. What should we do if that time comes? None of you can guarantee that there are no other advanced civilizations around them. So to be on the safe side, my suggestion is to do a sneak attack. Before they can react, destroy all their nuclear weapons and various communication facilities. This is the only way to ensure that they have no way of doing anything that could harm us. In this way, the two parties with different ideas were having a heated discussion in the conference room. After final consultation, they decided to adopt the old man's tactics. Although Blue Star's technological level is very low, his technological level has reached a level that can cause them some minor troubles. After all, their goal is the entire Blue Star, and they will immigrate here in the future. It will not be good if the ecology is destroyed. In addition, considering the troubles that may occur in the future, they decided to silence Blue Star first. After they completely silenced Blue Star, they then destroyed all the combat power on Blue Star. After destroying it, they could take over Blue Star as a matter of course. When they took over Blue Star, they would destroy all the combat forces on Blue Star. Everyone drives a continent. Of course, considering that there will definitely be resistance during the expulsion, they will take as gentle a method as possible at that stage. They will send professional diplomats to negotiate with Blue Star. Let the managers of Blue Star agree to their relocation plan. And they will also promise Blue Star that as long as the Blue Star people arrive in that area, they will not be attacked by them. And that area is also specially designated for Blue Star people. Living area. After they drove all the Blue Star people to that area, the next thing to do was very simple. They sealed the area. Anyone who dared to leave that area would be mercilessly killed by them. And another continent will also become the final home of the Blue Star people. In this way, they can capture the entire planet in the cleanest way possible. Of course, in the end, the continent where the Blue Star people live will be built into a museum of the Blue Star indigenous people to ensure the integrity of the biological species on the planet. However, considering that there are too many people in Blue Star now, after discussion, they decided that it would be okay to control the number of people in the museum to about 50,000 in the future. As for the way to deal with the extra 10 billion people, it is very simple. Just don't provide any food supplies to that area for several months. Even if all the resources in that area are consumed, it will not be enough to support the consumption of tens of billions of people for a long time. So they are bound to kill each other. When they have 50,000 people left, they will start putting out food. In this way, they can control the number of the entire group. Secondly, in this way, the more powerful individuals in this ethnic group can be screened out. In fact, for the Gamiji civilization, it was a very lucky thing to be able to find the Blue Star. First of all, due to the long-term development of their planet, the environment of the entire planet was very harsh. Back then, in order to improve their technological level as quickly as possible, they caused great damage to the environment. Of course, this level of damage can still be slowly restored through the planet's self-repair mechanism. But until one day, they discovered a special ore on the outskirts of the galaxy. After research, they found that although this ore is harmful to the human body, it contains very powerful energy. If they master the use of this ore, it will play a great role in promoting their technological development. In this way, they began to study the ore, and soon they also found a way to utilize the ore. However, these ores caused huge irreparable trauma to their planet due to an accident. Once one of their ore transport ships was destroyed by rebels on the planet. These rebels did not know how much disaster these ores would bring to the planet. They only knew that these ores could provide a large amount of energy for weapons vehicles. So after they destroyed the transport ship, they took away the ore, and they distributed the seized ore to the rebels in various areas. It was also because of this move that the entire civilization faced a disaster of destruction. The first group of people to seize the ore died soon after due to the influence of the ore. Of course, if this was the case, the Gamiki civilization would not be so eager to find the next habitable planet. The reason why they are so eager to find a livable planet is because the special radiation of these ores themselves will have a great impact on the plants and animals on this planet. Because the plants and animals on this planet have no immunity to the damage caused by this ore. In the next year, a large area of animals and plants died on the planet. As for the cause of death, Gamiji's senior officials naturally knew that all this was caused by the ore. They had considered this factor before, so they established several ore storage areas inside the planet. Originally, the ore transported by the ore transport ship was supposed to be placed in these places for scientists to study. But who would have thought that something unexpected happened? And it was not until the accident occurred that they clearly realized that they had far underestimated the harm this ore would bring to their planet's already fragile environment. In 1 year, more than 80% of the plants died. More than 90% of the animals also died. and even their population decreased by about 30%. In the next few years, people continued to die one after another. The entire incident lasted for 3 years. After the 3 years were over, the population of the Gumiki civilization was reduced by 50%. The ecology was also completely destroyed. Such a heavy price also gave them a deeper understanding of the dangers in the universe. They really couldn't understand that this small stone almost caused the destruction of their entire civilization. Fortunately, the technological level of their civilization was not too low. So they immediately started building shelters for survivors to move in. Obviously, this planet is no longer suitable for them to survive. And they know it very well. The resources in the shelter will also be consumed quickly. So for the continuation of civilization, they urgently need to find a suitable planet for survival before the resources are exhausted. But it is extremely difficult to find a habitable planet in this vast universe. And just when they were desperate, they suddenly remembered that they had captured a weak signal decades ago. Although the signal was very weak, they still captured the weak signal and interpreted it. This signal marks the coordinates of an unknown civilization, their living environment, as well as the DNA map of intelligent life on the planet and other information. Of course, they are familiar with the cruelty of the universe and know that this matter is not as simple as they thought. During that time, many of their scientists agreed that this was a trap, and that civilization was fishing for law enforcement. So even if they knew the coordinates of this civilization at that time, they did not dare to go there. But they had no other choice at the moment. So even though they knew it was a trap, they decided to send detectors to the area to understand the situation. As a result, they were shocked when their probe arrived at the planet. Here lives a civilization whose technological level is at least 1 or 2,000 years behind theirs. And the living environment of this planet is so good that it is simply the best livable planet in their ideals. So the plan for this civilization began. Of course, they need to conduct various tests before invading this civilization. They need to understand how well the people on this planet grasp the laws of survival of the universe. After all, although this civilization is rubbish, they have mastered the ability to spread information to other planets. Although the information they first transmitted was very weak, it was so weak that it was difficult to detect from a distance of only 10 light years. But God knows how far their technology has reached after so many years of development, and how far their galaxy spread has reached. So they have to figure out this information in advance. After a series of trials, they discovered that although this civilization had mastered basic communication technology, they did not know what the laws of the dark forest of the universe were. Moreover, people from many countries in this civilization naively believe that aliens come here to be friends with them, and that they can establish friendly cooperative relations. This is undoubtedly good news for them. Such an innocent civilization is simply a gift from God. And in order to confirm whether they really didn't know the law of the dark forest, they also conducted a series of subsequent tests on it. And the results of the tests without exception showed that this civilization did not know this rule at all. The reason why they take so much trouble to test is also very simple. Because they will move here for a long time in the future. So they must prevent any potential dangerous situations from occurring. Chapter 342: The Crisis of Dharmiki Civilization. Just imagine, if this civilization knew that there was a law of the dark forest, but did not show it, but secretly sent the coordinates before they came, then this would be dangerous. Afterwards, it is very likely that their people were hit by a super weapon while living here. Therefore, we must be cautious about this matter. During this period, they successfully obtained the time and frequency of the blue star signal transmission into the universe through various means. And after confirming that the signals they sent before did not bring any subsequent harm, they were finally able to relax. Immediately afterwards, they launched a large number of special detectors here. In addition to monitoring the planet, these detectors also intercepted signals that they might send to the depths of the universe. In fact, for them, the most dangerous thing now is not the information they send out with their own technological means, because they can intercept this information. For them, the biggest worry is that if this civilization can't figure it out and they send a message to their own star, then the problem will be huge, because stars can play a role in amplifying signals. Signals with special wave frequencies will be transmitted to distant deep spaces under the amplification of stars, and this signal can be easily captured by other civilizations. And they don't have the ability to intercept this kind of signal. Which means that the only way for the entire blue star to survive now is to emit special frequency signals at the star. These detectors exist here to monitor this incident. If such an incident occurs, they will prevent it before the tragedy occurs. Whether it is withdrawing troops or negotiating, they will try their best to prevent Blue Star from transmitting signals. By that time, the deterrence between the two civilizations will be established. Fortunately, they later discovered that their worries were unnecessary, because Blue Star adopted the stupidest method to resist them, which was to build battleships to confront them head-on. Seeing this, the entire Gamiji civilization can finally relax. And just when the Garmiki civilization was still dreaming about the grand blueprint for the future after incorporating Blue Star, they received a message from an unknown civilization. This piece of information puzzled them. To be precise, I shouldn't be confused, but rather surprised. This message is not so much a reminder from the other party, as it is a reply from the other party. We are bugs. That's what that message said. When they received this message, they almost thought it was from Blue Star, because they once sent a similar message to Blue Star. And the content of this message was that you are bugs. Rather than telling this piece of information, I wanted to reply, which made the entire Mickey civilization stupid. What is happening? Did the other party do it intentionally, or was it a coincidence? Mickey civilization is not clear about this. Although they don't know what is going on, they are sure that this civilization cannot be Blue Star, because this civilization uses a communication method that they cannot understand. Based on this alone, they can conclude that this civilization's communication technology is much higher than theirs, and it is estimated that it is much better than them in other aspects. Obviously, this is not good news for them. A civilization much more powerful than them discovered them, and sent them a communication. And the content of this communication was obviously telling them that it had intercepted every message they had ever sent. Based on this alone, they understood that not only they but also the Blue Star at their target point had been exposed to the eyes of this civilization. This news is definitely not good news for them. At this time, the entire Mickey civilization is also in panic because of this incident. Unlike Blue Star, their first reaction after learning the news was to flee. The reason why they want to escape is simple. Because in their eyes, a civilization of this level is definitely not something they can defeat. They are not stupid people like Blue Star. They are not naive enough to think that they can defeat the enemy by knowing how long it will take for the opponent to manufacture weapons in advance. They knew very well that people of this level were simply not something they could defeat. Now their only way out was to escape. After finding Blue Star, they began to build immigration ships to prepare for future invasions. So now the entire civilization has nearly 20 immigration ships that can carry nearly 200 million people to escape. However, due to the limitations of their technological level, their immigration ship's maximum speed can only reach 1/10 of the speed of light. And at its limit, it can only sail in this universe for about 600 years. Although they can easily solve the energy problem with the ore, there has been no breakthrough in material technology. It is also for this reason that without maintenance in the universe, 600 years is the limit for their warships to be able to sail stably. If they want to continue sailing, they are resigned to their fate, because they don't know what problems will occur with the warship after this time limit, and when it will be damaged. If calculated according to the normal service life, it would take them 10 years to travel a distance of 1 light year. In 600 years, the immigration ships would only be able to travel a distance of about 60 light years. This distance is already very far for them. But what about that advanced civilization? And they also need to consider finding a habitable planet within 60 light years, which is as difficult as climbing to the sky. To put it simply, once they escape, the future of civilization will become unknown. Whether it can continue is purely a matter of luck. If they do not escape, the possibility of direct destruction is waiting for them. Of course, apart from these two paths, there are no other paths they can take. And this path is to establish mutual deterrence between the two civilizations. To establish a deterrent between two civilizations, there must be several necessary prerequisites. First, the stronger civilization must have its concerns. And this concern happened to be discovered by itself. This is very important, because if the other party has no scruples, then deterrence will not be established. Just like they and Blue Star. They think that Blue Star can establish a deterrent mainly because they need this planet, and they don't want this planet to be destroyed. So when Blue Star used this planet as a threat, the deterrent was established. Of course, this kind of deterrence is not limited to the planet itself. It may also be the internal resources of the planet, or other things. In short, this thing is the reason for the enemy to attack you. You just need to hold this reason in your hand to negotiate with the other party. If their conscience becomes gray, they will definitely come out to negotiate with life and find ways to resolve this matter as peacefully as possible. Although of course, this is only on the surface. They will definitely be secretly planning some way to eliminate Blue Star's intimidation. Although this deterrent is short-lived, it also gives the two civilizations time to breathe. And in this breathing time, There are infinite possibilities. Of course, if you want to establish deterrence. Besides this point, there are many other key points. One of the more important ones is that the opponent's technology level is not very different from yours. If the technological gap between the two sides reaches an incomprehensible level, deterrence will naturally not be established. Because for you can deter the enemy in this way. But the enemy has countless ways to make your deterrence impossible. And you simply cannot understand the principles of these methods. And naturally there is no way to deal with them. Of course, nothing is absolute. Even in the face of such a powerful civilization, there is still a deterrent plan. And that is to find the enemy's hometown. Then send the battleship to escape into the depths of the universe in advance. And set the communication frequency between the battleship and the home planet. Once the battleship finds that communication is disconnected, it will directly announce the coordinates of that civilization to the entire universe. In this case, it is basically a method of perishing together. And the feasibility of this method is very high, because a single battleship is difficult to be found in the universe. As for why this method is a way to die together, it is also very simple, because when you expose the coordinates of that advanced civilization, it will also eliminate you. Even if he doesn't eliminate you, the communication between you and him may still be known by the cleanup civilization. And then this cleanup civilization will follow the clues to find you. At this time, the Gamiji civilization was discussing this matter. That's right. They want to find the home planet of this civilization, and then use it as a threat to establish a deterrent for both civilizations. As for the escape plan, they are also proceeding step by step. Because of this incident, they left themselves two paths. The first path was to escape, and the second path was to establish civilized deterrence on both sides. After all, it is always better to be prepared. But at this time, they didn't know that everything they did was in vain. But this time on the other side. This is a strange space. The entire space is black. But it is not accurate to say that. To be precise, it should be that except for the huge rectangular table in the center, which is bright light, other places are covered with endless drowned in darkness. Obviously, the creator of this space is deliberately guiding people in the dark space to that area. Everyone in the dark space also felt very confused about this. They didn't know how they got here. In short, they appeared in this space inexplicably. Among the people who entered this space, some people had just finished a meeting and were heading to the next meeting place, while some people had just finished a day's work and washed up and were lying in bed. Chapter 343: The Desperate Gamiki Civilization. At this time, everyone in this strange space was wondering why they appeared here, because what was happening now was far beyond their understanding. They were brought to this strange space without knowing it. This method was too bizarre for them. Of course, although they knew that everything was very bizarre at this time, they also knew very well that the man in the dark had his own purpose in bringing him here. After thinking of this, everyone adjusted their thoughts, and then headed towards the central location. As they got closer and closer to the central location, they soon discovered the figures of other people in the darkness. As the light became stronger and stronger, they gradually saw the appearance of those figures clearly. And when they saw the appearance of these figures, they were also very surprised. They all know this group of people now, because these people are the top leaders of various countries. They have absolute say in their own country. So when these people met, they were all very surprised. They really didn't understand why they were brought here collectively. What is happening? But soon they thought of a possibility. All of this is the work of the Garmiki civilization. The only civilization that can do this may be a civilization whose technological level is much higher than our own. But what is their purpose of doing this? Everyone doesn't know this. Just when everyone was still confused, no, one slowly appeared in their field of vision. Are you from the Garmiki civilization? The moment no one appeared, one of them asked with some confusion, regarding this person's questions. No one patiently answered them. First of all, everyone here should know their identities very well. So I don't need to introduce too much about your identities. Now I need to formally introduce myself to everyone. I am number one from the swarm. Having said this, no one paused for a moment, and then continued, of course you may have some questions about our identity. You may be wondering what our relationship is with the Garmiki civilization. Some of you may even think that we are lobbyists for the Garmiki civilization. I am here to persuade you to give up your resistance. Of course, I can tell you clearly here that your idea is wrong, because we have no connection with that low-level civilization at all. As for why I came to you, it's mainly because our leader has something important to discuss with you. However, considering that his time is precious, He needs me to complete the preliminary negotiation work. And then, he will tell you his plans, and you will cooperate. At this time, everyone frowned when they heard the words of No. 1. Everyone present had an unusual identity, so they knew very well about the Gamiki civilization. They were deeply impressed by the power of this civilization. But the person in front of them called that powerful civilization a low-level civilization. If what he said did not lie to himself, then it can be inferred that this civilization may be a more powerful civilization. This is undoubtedly bad news for everyone present. But since this civilization is willing to take the initiative to contact them, it proves that there is still the possibility of negotiation between them. But what was different from what they thought was that the person in front of them did not directly negotiate with them, but simply introduced them to the origin of this space. The piece of space is a consciousness space they constructed using special means. Within this consciousness space, they can communicate and see some things that No. 1 wants them to see. The No. 1 in front of them disappeared after making a general introduction. And before leaving, the No. 1 also told them that he had given them a big gift. This gift is regarded as a meeting gift between two civilizations. All in all, everything shown from No. 1 meeting them to now undoubtedly shows that this civilization is friendly to Blue Star. At least in the eyes of this group of people. Judging from the information they have dug up now, this civilization is relatively friendly. But they soon discovered that the so-called friendliness was just their wishful thinking. Because what No. 1 showed them before was not a good thing. First, they saw that many of the detectors placed by the Garmiki civilization in their galaxy were instantly destroyed. When they saw this, they immediately realized the problem. That is, the strength of this civilization was much higher than they imagined. And I am afraid it is a very offensive civilization, because they know very well that in their own civilization, if they directly destroy important facilities of other countries, it is not much different from declaring war. Regarding this point, they believe that No. 1 must understand. But even if he understands, he still does it. This alone is enough to show that the next thing he will do may be war. And this incident also allowed them to see that the insect swarm represented by No. 1 was not as simple as they imagined. It is for this reason that they are slightly worried about the attitude of the insect swarm. And when they left this world and returned to the real world, they were even more shocked. Because just now, they felt that they had experienced at least 10 or 20 minutes in the conscious space. But after returning to the real world, they found that they had only experienced it for a few seconds. Such a short experience made these people think that what they had just experienced was an illusion. It might have happened because they were too tired during this period. But when they recalled how No. 1 told them how to enter this space before leaving, they gave it a try with the attitude of giving it a try. Then, their consciousness appeared in that space again. This time, they realized that what they had just experienced was not an illusion, but reality. The other party used a method that was difficult for them to understand to pull them into that mysterious space, and gave them permission to move freely. In and out of there. This is a very scary thing. After all, those who enter the space belong to the top few in Blue Star. Through the experience just now, they could easily think of the danger hidden in this inconspicuous thing. The other party can easily bring their consciousness into that mysterious space. Does that mean that the other party can easily erase their consciousness? And when they thought about this, they immediately understood that this civilization had obviously mastered technology that they could not understand. If inferred in this way, this No. 1 can even destroy the entire civilization silently. But the fact is that they think too much. The main reason why No. 1 is able to do this is because of the one-eyed monster. Moreover, the ability of the one-eyed sniper can only interfere with a certain number of targets with weak consciousness. If you want to eliminate the entire Blue Star in this way, the requirement for the number of one-eyed behemoths is very high. And there is no point in doing so. After all you need to solve this civilization is a one-eyed behemoth. And it doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. As for the goal of weak consciousness, it is only relative. Some low-level civilizations have not been transformed by biotechnology. So the consciousness of ordinary people in the civilization is very weak. From a certain perspective, it can be understood that they have no effective defense against such attacks. But when your biotechnology develops to a certain level, this interference will not play a big role in you. Therefore, technologies like these that are unsolvable for low-level civilizations are completely useless for high-level civilizations. Although from the perspective of a low-level civilization, you would naively think that if you master this technology, you will be invincible. However, from the perspective of a high-level civilization, the limitations of this technology are too great, and it is of no use at all. Necessary. The civilization that this trick can work on can easily be wiped out by itself with the movement of a finger. So why make things so complicated? Of course, there are many similar technologies in the universe that fall into this category. Under normal circumstances, these technologies will be eliminated by advanced civilizations, while some low-level civilizations regard these technologies as treasures. This is the gap in cognitive understanding caused by the level of civilization. At this time, this group of people did not know that in the next period of time, they would see many things beyond their knowledge. These things are enough to make them unable to resist any resistance to this civilization. And it is also enough for them to overturn all their previous conjectures about this civilization. At the same time, on the other side, all the scientists in the Garmiki civilization were busy. During this period, the entire civilization has only one goal, and that is to find the location of the other civilization. Although the communication route of that civilization is difficult to detect, the Gamiji civilization knows very well that they must find the source through clues, because it is related to their life and death. But what they didn't know at this time was that when they really found the source, that was the beginning of despair. At this time, in a secret base in civilization, a group of people were busy. Suddenly, a hint of excitement flashed across the face of one of the staff members. It was clear that he seemed to have discovered something. Commander, through the method of scientist Odo, we successfully found the traceability method of the signal. And this paragraph, they also sent us several messages. This information will undoubtedly increase our probability of success in finding their home star. If nothing else happens, we should be able to determine the approximate location of their home star in the next 2 days. Hearing this, the commander nodded with satisfaction and immediately ordered everyone to speed up the progress. Although they had found a way, he was still worried at this moment, because in his eyes, he believed that their civilization was still in danger before the exact location of the enemy was found. In this way, another 2 days passed in the commander's anxiety. 2 days later, their plan to find this civilization officially began to be implemented. First of all, they don't know when the enemy will attack, and they are not sure how far away the enemy's home planet is from their location. The distance between galaxies in the universe is very far away, often measured in light years. According to their communication methods, it is obviously unrealistic to find it immediately. But now they already know the origin of this civilization's mother star, the general direction, and that's enough for them. After knowing the general direction, they adopted a method that could directly see the results, which was to broadcast all the galaxy coordinates provided by the signal traceability technology. A galaxy coordinate, a broadcast of galaxy coordinates. Although this method is a bit like finding a needle in a haystack, it is undoubtedly the most practical method, because they are sure that the enemy must have dropped a detector in their own galaxy. The enemy will definitely know every piece of their broadcast information. And when the coordinates they broadcast are close to the enemy's home planet, they will definitely come out to stop you. After they come forward, the negotiations between the two parties will officially begin. In the same way, the crisis of their civilization has been temporarily lifted, and they have enough time to think about their next plan and make preparations for it. Of course, their plan is relatively feasible for most invading civilizations. Through this plan, they can indeed build an effective deterrent. But unfortunately, the enemy they faced was not a civilization in the universe whose technological level was not much different from theirs. So, while they were doing this, they suddenly received a message from that civilization. And when they received the message, everyone couldn't help but have a smile of victory on their faces. It was obvious that the civilization had guessed their plans, and they were planning to negotiate. This was undoubtedly good news for them. And when they started to interpret the content of the message sent by this person with such a mood, they were dumbfounded, because the message sent by the civilization was not the negotiation message they thought, but a notification message. The content of this message is very simple. We are with you. When they received this message, everyone suddenly felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. What does this message mean? They are clear. The other party can still say such words when they take such actions. It is obvious that the deterrence they imagined is very likely to be ineffective. And this message also revealed another important thing. That is, the enemy was always by their side. But they just didn't notice it. Then, when they were still thinking about where the enemy was hiding, the enemy thoughtfully sent them another message. And when they received this piece of information, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, they frantically began to send out a large number of detectors to search around. And when the results of this search came out, all of them understood that this civilization might have exceeded their understanding. They also understood how ridiculous all their previous actions looked in the eyes of this civilization. They once naively thought that this civilization was just like them. and that it would most likely play the roles of both prey and hunter in this universe. So when they find that they have become prey, they instinctively want to find the location of the hunter. Then tell him that if you continue to do evil things to me, then I will tell other stronger hunters your location. Chapter 344. Your struggle is just a joke. Although this method is a good method, they have never thought about it. What if this civilization is what he calls a more powerful hunter? At this time, as they searched the surroundings, the answer to this question also appeared in front of them. And the answer is that this civilization is the so-called more powerful civilization, which is powerful enough to ignore most of the laws of the universe. And the last message this civilization left for them was to look around. The reason why their civilization is frantically searching around is because of this piece of information. And when they found this civilization, their heads were buzzing because they didn't know when this civilization had quietly come to them. To be precise, this civilization has arrived in their star system. When they discovered the huge star ring, everyone's brains went crazy on the spot. This building not only shocked them, but also brought them endless fear. Yes, this building is enough to make them feel fear and despair. The gap between their civilization and this civilization has become so large that it cannot be bridged by strategy. Any strategy they use is just like a joke in front of this civilization. They had naively thought that they could establish a deterrent between the two civilizations. But when this star ring appeared in front of them, they knew how ridiculous the so-called deterrence really was. Not only that, there was something that made them even more desperate. That is, such a huge star ring appeared openly in their galaxy. And before the enemy took the initiative to expose themselves, their detectors did not detect any clues at all. What a terrible thing this is. They simply can't imagine what level the opponent's technology has reached. They even say that they don't need to send any so-called warships to treat them. They only need to open the gravity shielding system of the star ring. And the gravity brought by the huge star ring can easily tear these planets into pieces. This level of civilization is like an unshakable mountain to them, leaving them unable to think of any resistance. Because this is no longer the same level of civilization. The other party does not know how many levels higher than you are. And there is no chance of winning based on their technological level. From beginning to end, this civilization was simply mocking them. This civilization sent them several messages in total. Number 1. We are bugs. Number 2. We're nearby. Article 3. Look around. These 3 messages seemed full of ridicule now. The other party just wanted to see him struggling desperately, and saw his despair after trying all his methods and finding out that these so-called methods were just a joke. This is the bad taste of this civilization. And of course, this is also the privilege that the strong should have. What happened next was just as they thought. After they discovered the presence of this civilization, the game was over. Because the last taste has disappeared. And with the last taste gone, they have no value in the eyes of this civilization. This civilization has taken action. There is no imaginary army of tens of millions of warships pressing down on the border. No imaginary battleship confrontation. This civilization ended them in the most unpretentious way possible. Ended the entire galaxy. As the gravity shield of the star ring was lifted, the planets that were still orbiting suddenly stopped. And then they began to slowly fly towards the outer reaches of the galaxy. The sudden turn made many planets unable to withstand the pull of this force. The continents on the planets began to fall apart. Some planets even had many sections pulled out from their bodies, and then floated in the direction of the star ring. And as time goes by, these planets move faster and faster. And when these planets reach a certain node, they completely collapse. Just like glass beads falling to the ground and being smashed to pieces. These planets turned into countless fragments and flew towards the huge star ring. And the star in the center couldn't bear the pull of the strong gravity around it, and ultimately couldn't escape the fate of falling apart. And their civilized warships tried every means to escape the gravitational pull of the star ring. They could only watch as their battleship got closer and closer to the star ring, until it could no longer bear the squeeze of gravity and was crushed into pieces. This is the crushing effect of high-level civilization on low-level civilization. Without too many words or too many special means, these civilizations can't fight back just by relying on their huge mass. And so the war ended. To be precise, this can no longer be called a war, because it was too plain. So plain that no one would associate what was happening in front of them with war. At this time, the fate of the Garmiki civilization was naturally seen by the group of people from Blue Star. They witnessed the demise of a civilization and even an entire galaxy. And when they saw this scene, they also felt that their 3 views had been subverted. The other party's civilized methods had far exceeded their imagination. It has reached a level that they cannot understand. For them, it is not an exaggeration to call what is happening in front of them a miracle. The end of science is theology. At this time, they all had such an idea in their hearts. Indeed, only gods can do this. At this moment, they also received another piece of news that their moon base had disappeared. At the same time, their connection with the Mars base was also severed. And their shipyard in Mars orbit, and the hundreds of warships on it also disappeared. It all happened so fast that by the time they reacted, it was already over. Their years of preparation are a joke to this civilization. And in just 1 second, they can destroy it all. At this time, everyone present knew very well that if they wanted civilization to continue, then they had only one way. And that was to agree to all the conditions of this civilization. Because they have no room for resistance at all against this civilization. Of course, they also know very well that the reason why this civilization did not directly eliminate them, and chose to contact them must be that they have some important value. As long as this value remains, then this civilization will not wipe them out. And they are not worried that this civilization will invade or occupy their planet. Because for a civilization of this level, they simply don't care about their broken ball. Although they knew clearly that the entire civilization would become a subsidiary of the other party. They had no choice in order to survive. For them, this is the best result. At least they are still useful to this civilization. Unlike the Garmiki civilization, which is useless. At this time, they also completely felt the darkness and madness of the universe. In this way, Jiang Yao appeared in front of them in their anxiety. Then Jiang Yao told them everything, even about the players. At this time, after understanding these things, they also understood what they should do next. That is to cultivate more players. Through Jiang Yao's narration, they understood the situation. It turned out that some people on their own planet had been playing this game called Zerg. Although to some people this is just a game. The fact is that this is not a game. It is reality. This news shocked everyone present. And Jiang Yao also clearly told them the reason why he did this. Because when they think this is a game, they will have no scruples when fighting. And each of them will seriously study this game. Study its gameplay. And study the operations of the units they need. The power of interests and hobbies is unlimited. Everyone naturally understands the truth. If you enter the battlefield as a warrior, you may do everything you can to avoid the battle. But if you enter the battlefield as a gamer, everything will be different. You will try your best to think about how you should approach the strategy. This is a difficult observation, and you will also study the advantages and disadvantages of your own arms. Only in this way can the combat capabilities of the troops be brought into full play. And this is why Jiang Yao did not choose to eliminate them directly. Because they are useful to Jiang Yao. And they know it very well. What they can do now is just to maintain this usefulness and expand its irreplaceability. No one present would think like a fool that they could threaten Jiang Yao with this. Because they knew very well that there were many intelligent civilizations in this universe. There are many civilizations with the same intelligence as them. And the reason why they were selected is most likely just because of a coincidence. There is a high probability that there will be countless similar civilizations behind them, which can replace them at any time, if they dare to make any trouble at this time. Then for Jiang Yao, it will be nothing more than changing civilization, which is too simple for him. So now the only way out for their civilization is to fully cooperate with Jiang Yao to implement this plan to the end, and to cultivate countless elite gamers for Jiang Yao. Because only in this way will they not be easily replaced by other civilizations. After all, once they are replaced, they have no value. Through Jiang Yao's attitude towards other civilizations, they can see that civilizations that have no value to him will only be destroyed. And until this moment, a sense of powerlessness poured into their hearts. This civilization was now in a state of existence in name only. Their entire civilization has now entered a state of involuntariness. You must know that what Jiang Yao did was not a good thing. He brought more destruction and despair to other civilizations. And he had to help him complete these things. These things are absolutely unfeasible from their cognitive or moral perspective. But for the continuation of civilization and survival, they have no choice but to cooperate. In fact, for them, this cooperation is not all bad. Because as long as they cooperate with Jiang Yao, they will not need to worry as much as this time when they encounter things similar to the Gamiji civilization in the future. Because as long as you have enough value, the other party will keep its civilization. As for the matter of resistance, you have to say that they have never thought about it, which is false. But they all know that resistance is definitely not now, but in the future. Only when Blue Star has enough strength can they prepare for it. At this stage, they absolutely cannot take any relevant actions. Therefore, this idea can only be buried deeply in their hearts at this stage. After a series of negotiations, the matter came to an end. The whole thing went very smoothly. Of course, this was inseparable from the preliminary preparations. First, they were given a certain amount of deterrence through No. 1. Then let them see how weak the civilization they thought was invincible was in front of them, so that they could understand their position. Immediately afterwards, all the space combat units they deployed were cleared instantly to extinguish their illusions, lest they always feel that they have something in hand. They can afford it. After using these operations, Jiang Yao and the others easily took down this group of people. Of course, Jiang Yao also thought about what he should do if he used all these methods and the other party still wanted to resist. Regarding this, Jiang Yao's idea is that he may take some extreme measures, such as putting a few poisonous banlings here to give them a head start. Let them know that as long as they want to take action, they have no means to defend themselves. But what surprised Jiang Yao was that the negotiation went so smoothly. No one in the group made the move he imagined, which surprised him. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt relieved. After all, it was not as easy for this group of people to sit in this position as they imagined. Through some small details, they can immediately analyze the general situation of the whole thing. They will not bet on Jiang Yao's kindness. After all, they knew very well that Jiang Yao in front of them had wiped out a civilization not long ago. And judging from his appearance, it was not difficult for everyone to guess that he did not have any psychological burden when he wiped out this civilization. For him, destroying this civilization is as normal as eating and drinking. Obviously, the values of the two civilizations are completely different from each other. So no one among this group of people dares to gamble with their own values, because they all knew that although Jiang Yao was kind to them on the surface, Jiang Yao had already shown them what he could do. So now no one wants to touch this bad luck. Of course, now they also know that in addition to cooperating, there is another important thing they need to do, and that is to understand how cruel he is. For them, only by understanding where Jiang Yao's bottom line is can they determine how they should get along with Jiang Yao in the future. Chapter 345 Changes in the World Pattern. As for how to figure out Jiang Yao's general bottom line without alarming him, everyone had already made a decision in their minds. In fact, Jiang Yao naturally knew about their little Jiujiu, because since Jiang Yao sent the bugs here, the entire planet has no secrets for him. Of course, Jiang Yao didn't intend to stop Xiao Jiujiu from this group of people, because for him, the more these people know, the less they dare to resist them, and the less they dare to have their own little ideas. After all, no deterrence can compare to the deterrence brought by absolute strength and cruel methods. Only when the other party knows your strength, and only when the other party knows that no matter what he does, he will be like an ant in front of you. He will not have any thoughts of resistance. If the other party is unclear about your strength, then they may have some naive ideas, and put these naive ideas into action. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao let them handle this matter. And after Jiang Yao settled all this, the hidden danger that had been plaguing him finally disappeared. After finishing all this, Jiang Yao also began to prepare for the Starry Sky Beast. Attacking a Starry Sky Beast, even a young Starry Sky Beast, is definitely not an easy task. According to data, this kind of giant beast usually has very powerful abilities. Some of them have absolute defense, and some have powerful attacks. All in all, no matter which Starry Sky behemoth it is, it has taken this tendency to the extreme. If you want to defeat it, and defeat it with as little loss as possible, you must be very well prepared. The first is the top-notch powerful Thunder Beast. As the strongest unit that Jiang Yao can currently produce, he will definitely arrange it. It just so happens that the advanced insect nest now also has the ability to hatch Thunder Beasts. The hatching speed of this Thunder Beast also surprised Jiang Yao, because it takes 10 days for a Thunder Beast to hatch successfully, and there are only 2 Thunder production lines in the entire insect nest. In other words, he can only produce up to 6 special Thunder Beasts in a month. As for the kind of Thunder Beasts that cannot evolve, he can produce quite a few. But the significance of those kind of Thunder Beasts is not great. After all, it consumes the same resources as the special Thunder Beast, but its future potential has been wiped out. Based on this alone, Jiang Yao has no desire to create it. Although it would be slower to create a Thunder Beast through the insect nest, he wouldn't be able to get it out right away. After all, at this stage, players still have a long way to go, because during this period of time, players are mainly responsible for mining the ores in the meteorite belt, and there will be a very big move from Blue Star that they need to adapt to soon. So now Jiang Yao's plan is to wait until these aspects are settled before he can get the Thunder Beast out. Then after the players have evolved, He can take the Thunder Beast out to defeat the Starry Beasts. Time passed like this day by day, and the players who were mining in the planetary belt were happily communicating. There is no other reason, because they have made crazy money during this period. First of all, after conquering the Star Ring civilization, the income made them a huge profit. Then, they discovered the meteorite belt containing ores, which increased their income a lot. Brothers, I have to admit that we have been really comfortable during this period of time. Hearing what this player said, the players next to him nodded in agreement. Yes, this wave of activities really has no threshold. Even new players, like me, have gained more than 200,000 evolution points. Damn it. Why did you make so much money? How come I made more than 100,000 yuan? You only earn so much? It's obvious that you don't understand the game well. Let me give you a brief introduction. First of all, during this period of time, apart from transporting ore, it is mining. Therefore, the ability of worker bees during this period is very high. So I evolved the worker bees and advanced to improve my collection efficiency. Of course, just improving the collection efficiency of worker bees is not enough, because transportation also needs to be taken into consideration. So I also bound a salted fish transportation player, and the mine I dug will be sold to him at a lower price of 10%. He responsible for reselling and making a profit. In this way, we can maximize the efficiency of worker bees collection speed. On the surface, it seems that I am losing 10% on every order of ore. But in fact, I make far more money by doing this than digging it myself and selling it myself. After hearing this man's words, several people nearby also called him a loser. While everyone was still chatting, the words of a player on the regional public screen caught their attention. Tianling guy, brothers, it's a big deal. Please go to the official website and check it out. Leak, what's the big deal? Linksy, it seems that the official announcement was made in the Chong community, saying that this game has been in the news. Let's watch the news tonight. Eating meat quietly, making the news? Real or fake? Gifted, holy shit. Is the game in the news? This damn game is probably going to take off. In this way, the news quickly spread throughout the entire player community. For gamers, if their game is in the news, they will take the time to check it out. Of course, players also have various speculations about this time in the news. Many of them speculated that the game might have been caught for tax evasion and then named. However, this idea was quickly rejected by them. After all, this naming was not a glorious thing. If it was really called, the official would not make such a blatant announcement. At this time, they did not know that what happened next would change the entire Blue Star situation. In this way, the program officially launched amidst their expectations. Originally, they thought that the game should be told at a certain point. But what they never expected was to start talking about the game right from the beginning. You must know that this is completely inconsistent with the process. And what no one expected is that this time, the entire program will be an introduction to this game. This is simply outrageous. He opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous as HL. For a full 30 minutes. There was not a single minute to talk about other things. From the beginning to the end, it was all about this game. This kind of thing is unprecedented. And after the introduction, everyone understood what this game called Zerg actually represented. First of all, this game is a source universe game jointly developed by all countries in the world. Rather than saying it is a game, it is better to say that it is a metaverse platform that has been agreed upon by the entire world. This is also the only metaverse platform recognized by the world. In fact, in the past, this so-called metaverse platform was fiercely fought on Blue Star, and every country launched its own metaverse. They all want their metaverse to be recognized by other countries and become the only metaverse platform. Of course, this kind of thing is definitely impossible. Everyone knows that if they get the only platform in the Yuan universe, it will be of great help to them. It is no exaggeration to say that those who obtain this qualification will have absolute control over the entire world economy. Naturally, it is self-evident what this means. I don't know that modern war is about more than just weapons. In essence, modern war is about the economy. Taking control of the economy means you could become the world's boss. Naturally, it is impossible for others to let you get it so easily. So no one is willing to make concessions on this matter. It is for this reason that the metaverse plan has been delayed until now. But what no one expected was that this incident would come to fruition so suddenly. And what no one expected was that this time all the countries in Blue Star reached a consensus. All countries unanimously approved this game. And no one voted against it. This is simply off the mark. In this way, this incredible thing was settled in the confusion of everyone. And when the show ended, the players immediately cheered. Obviously, this game will become a battlefield for games around the world in the future. And it is self-evident what this status, as a veteran player of the game, represents. And the most important thing is that at this time, the official issued an announcement again. Announcement. Zerg OL strategy adjustment. First of all, we would like to thank all the players for their contribution since the operation of the game so that we can successfully fix all the bugs in the game. In addition, I believe everyone should know the situation of this game through the news just now. Yes, the essence of this game is the metaverse platform jointly developed by countries around the world. In this platform, combat is just a flavoring. In the future, this metaverse game will launch various other sections. And these sections will be directly linked to the real world. In other words, from now on, this game will enter a new era. An era that belongs to it. Of course, as players who have helped us for a long time, we will not treat them badly. Therefore, the official hereby informs you again that this game will be adjusting the recharge system tomorrow morning. At this time, the players were a little confused when they saw this news, although they now know the general situation of this game. The sudden official release of such information still makes them a little confused. By the way, why did the official send a letter of thanks? What's the use of this? The official said they won't treat us old players badly. But what the hell is this? They don't mention any rewards. Are you stupid upstairs? Don't you even see it? He delayed the adjustment time of the recharge system. Logically speaking, the adjustment time of the recharge system should be adjusted now. But they postponed it until the early morning. And the most important thing is that now on the recharge interface, only those of us who can enter the game can recharge our accounts. Others who want to temporarily register an account to recharge are unable to do so. Everyone suddenly realized after hearing this. Brothers, if we remember correctly, I heard it mentioned on TV before that this evolution point will be used as the world's unified virtual currency. And the benchmark is the sword. One evolution point is equal to one sword. After seeing this piece of news, everyone was shocked. I know that if they recharge now, the exchange ratio is that one evolution point is equal to one soft girl coin. What does that mean? According to the current exchange value, all your Krypton gold can be doubled several times immediately. Your assets will skyrocket in an instant. And the most important thing is that the official has directly adjusted the recharge limit to 1 million. That is to say, during this period of time, if you can collect 1 million and recharge it, then all the players were stunned at once. Although the official has always been generous, they never expected that the official would be so generous this time. So generous that they were a little overwhelmed. Worry. Let's talk about Jill. Hurry up and borrow money. Hell, I won't lose money even if I suck at the proportions of riding a horse. Holy crap. Why is the upper limit only 1 million? Why can't it be raised a little bit? Mad. Why is the upper limit so small? Brothers, let me ask if there are any rich people in the group. I want to borrow 1 million. And then I can pay back 2 million. Is there anyone willing? Damn. Why didn't I think of that? I borrowed the hammer directly from a rich man. You may not be able to get so much trouble with the hammer and all the trouble later. My enemy. Borrow it from a rich man. Potato. Boss Ma is here to do business. If you take over this business, you will be the second Dad Ma from now on. When Todo saw this message, he readily agreed. At the same time, many rich people in the game also jumped out to express their willingness to take this business. After all, everyone is willing to make this free money. Just like this, a massive recharge boom began. As for whether Jiang Yao's actions will have a certain impact on the economy, he had nothing to worry about. After all, the total number of players in his hands is only 250,000. Giving away a few million each person will not have much impact on the entire world's domestic economy. And even if it has an impact, it's not something he worries about. If it does, someone will naturally have to worry about it. So he doesn't have to worry at all. At this time, this incident also caused an uproar throughout the world. Obviously, the news came so suddenly that everyone was at a loss. But at this time, everyone in the big families knew very well that what they had to do now was to gain a foothold in this metaverse at all costs. At this time, compared to other big families, Tuba's family was almost smiling, because they all knew what Potato did in the game. At first they all thought that this guy was just mud that couldn't hold up the wall. Who would have thought that Potato has brought them such a big surprise now? You must know that Potato's guild is one of the best guilds in the game. With the help of this guild, it will not be too easy for Sure Family's business to start in this metaverse. and he himself has a strong appeal in the game. With this, he can also attract many outstanding talents to the family. Of course, the same thing happened to other players in the Potato Guild. Chapter 346 Zero Tolerance. At this time, because of this incident, the status of veteran players rose linearly. Because considering that a large number of people will pour into this game, Jiang Yao's requirements for soldiers will naturally be higher. Maybe before you enter the game, you could get a helmet and get free units. But now it doesn't work. First of all, it is more difficult to obtain arms than before. Jiang Yao will set up various examinations like this. Only if you pass the examination will you be eligible to apply for the military branch. To apply for the military branch, you need to fill in the information and make corresponding contributions. If you can't meet the requirements, then you can't even think about having any troops. Not even a worker bee. Setting a higher threshold makes the group of players who have arms, as soon as they arrive, instantly become popular. Not only that, except for this group of veteran players who are eligible for the advancement of arms. Other people who later obtained arms still have to make corresponding contributions if they want to advance to this arm. This can be easily explained even from the outside. After all, old players have made a lot of contributions to the game since its development. This is the privilege they deserve. And if you, the newcomer, want to achieve the same effect, then you have to pay the same thing. Although he has restrictions on these arms, Jiang Yao has not made much change in terms of price for the time being. Because in his eyes, the current situation, the price of basic arms has little impact on him. As for high-level units like the Thunder Beast, because these high-level officials are secretly fueling the fire, the level of evolution of the players will most likely not be low. Moreover, everyone knows the value of limited units like this. And it is generally not the case that basic units are sent outside. And Jiang Yao estimated that there would be a high probability that unevolved troops would never be sent out again in the future. Because with the addition of the above people, the players would not have to restrain themselves. The group behind them would tell them at least the first and second level troops. Only then can they be sent out to roam. Of course, Jiang Yao's current attitude towards Blue Star is also very simple. That is, slap him in the face and give him a piece of candy. Blind suppression will only have the opposite effect in the end. So Jiang Yao will also give them appropriate rewards. For example, if a certain country makes outstanding contributions to itself, he will decentralize the corresponding technology. Of course, these technologies are not offensive technologies. Most of them are mainly related to production and life, such as advanced intelligent robots or other things. These things can directly increase Blue Star's overall output. As for why he chose to distribute this kind of thing, the reason is also very simple. After this game becomes popular, most people around the world may choose to develop in this game. And this will involve a problem. That is, although people are needed in the game, external production also needs people. So in order to solve this problem, he chose to decentralize such technology. Of course, in order to give Blue Star people motivation and pressure, he will also impose restrictions on these intelligent robots. These robots cannot be produced independently and require players to operate the robots in the game. He wants to use this method to keep most people working in the game. After all, with the experience of Star Ring civilization, Jiang Yao would definitely not let Blue Star follow their old path. And this robot can only be distributed as a reward. It is absolutely impossible for him to contribute technology to these people for no reason. The reason is also very simple. It is necessary to provide them with more or less pressure. Otherwise, if everyone is messing around in this without any competition, then the development of the entire civilization will become extremely slow. Although this robot seems to be nothing special on the surface, don't forget that no matter how rubbish it is the product of a civilization several levels higher than Blue Star. Anything produced by a high-level civilization would be extremely useful to a low-level civilization. So in Jiang Yao's eyes, these are completely useless robots. Putting them on Blue Star will be different. Countries with robots will see great improvements in productivity and other aspects. This kind of improvement was something they couldn't achieve manually in the past. According to Jiang Yao's estimation, their output will increase at least 10 times every year than before. To give a simple example, what used to take 100 million people to complete can now be easily accomplished with only 10 million people. The extra 90 million people are distributed in other fields. This improvement is a qualitative change for them. This will make their level continue to rise. And when other people see it, in order not to distance themselves from these people, they will definitely work hard to get that reward. In addition, Jiang Yao will also provide them with certain help in various fields in the future. Jiangyao will decentralize security robots to provide them with security, compared with ordinary institutions to protect property security. The robots will be more efficient, and they will be much more efficient than ordinary people in arresting criminals. As for travel, Jiangyao's idea is very simple: to replace traditional cars with more efficient flying cars. As for residences, Jiangyao will also transform them in the future and build high-tech cities one after another. And his original intention of establishing these cities was to hype the real estate business in the game. After all, the game and reality are synchronized. If you buy a house in this city in reality, you will also own a house in this city in the game. The purpose of doing this is not because of the evolutionary point of how much he wants to earn, but the reason why he wants to give these people jobs. After all, having no desires or demands is the worst state for the entire civilization. He must create more desires for these people to consume. In addition to these reasons, there is another more important reason why Jiangyao helps Blue Star so much. That is, through these things, the entire Blue Star relies on him to the extreme. There are many ways to manage or control a civilization, compared to conquering Jiangyao by force. This method is gentler and of course more effective. When one day all Jiangyao's supplies are completed at Blue Star, then his goal will be achieved. At that time, although the entire Blue Star seemed to have been transformed into a utopian planet by Jiangyao. In fact, Jiangyao had absolute control over all living facilities on the entire Blue Star. From the most basic travel to medical care and other industries, they will absolutely rely on Jiangyao. At that time, even if some people want to resist, they dare not take action because as long as Jiangyao, the entire civilization will come to a halt. In this way, after everything was planned, the Blue Star matter was completely resolved. And during this period of time, the players experienced too many differences. Perhaps in the past, their group would have been ridiculed by others. These people would have thought that they were just a bunch of people who played games and were addicted to the internet every day for the rest of their lives. But with this incident, their status immediately rose. And these players, who had the authority to purchase and evolve arms, became successful people in everyone's eyes. Because Jiangyao has said that non-privileged players cannot trade arms. So players with these privileges, even if they are just a worker bee player, will become the target of major forces competing for them. Jiangyao also did a good job in protecting these players. He told these people that the safety of these players is above all else, especially the veteran players. Therefore, he needs these people to manage his subordinates and stop thinking about restricting the development of others by assaulting players. And once there is a player casualty, he will immediately find the group of people and the people behind him. After catching him out, Jiangyao will give him a special gift package, and he will hold a special event in the game called hunting. As the name suggests, this is an activity where a hunter kills his prey. The gameplay is also very simple. Jiangyao will open a map of the troublemaking forces in the game, allowing players to obtain corresponding points by killing monsters in the map. This game may not sound like much at first, but in fact everyone knows that it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. You must know that the game and reality are synchronized. Because Jiangyao has this regulation, many places have begun to set up special player apartments. They want to centrally protect the players in this way. But of course, they will definitely not be able to say this to the outside world. And when these apartment plans were finalized and implemented, they also caused an uproar in the outside world. Because what they claim is that players who have the right to purchase and evolve units can get a suite in the player's apartment for free. And these apartments are of the highest standards in terms of decoration and other aspects. According to estimates by relevant people, if these apartments are placed outside, they can be sold for at least 100,000 yuan per square meter. And each room in these apartments has an area of about 200 square meters. Which means that if you are qualified, you can get 20 million for free. Mansion. And considering that in order to provide players with a relatively comfortable and quiet environment, there are only 2 households on each floor, and a building cannot exceed 12 floors. Of course, the most important thing is that each building is equipped with 24 exclusive butlers. What is this concept? This means that each household has its own dedicated butler who specializes in serving them. This level of treatment is also the envy of many people who are not qualified. And they will also take this as a goal and work hard to move in as soon as possible. And the players also found that in addition to improving the overall treatment of the players this time, the people above also attached great importance to this game to an unprecedented level. Because a lot of incredible things have happened recently that make players feel incredible. The first is the Navy Army. In the minds of players, this organization is inexhaustible. They are active in major networks, and set the pace according to the needs of their employers. Usually there are about 10 to 20 people in a Navy studio, and they have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of accounts. They will set a corresponding rhythm on the internet based on the needs of their employers. If they were doing some things in the past, no one would care about them, because if you can't control these groups, there is really nothing they can do. But this time it was different, because a few days before the game was finalized, there were a lot of trolls on the internet who criticized the game's rhythm, and then something went wrong. All the people with the rhythm were followed to the base camp, and then all of them were arrested without leaving anyone behind. And the punishment is quite severe. Usually a fixed gift package of 50 to 100 years. The term fixed gift package only came up during this incident. In the past, there was no such thing as a fixed gift package. In the past, if you were imprisoned for 10 years, as long as you performed well during the period, the time would be appropriately reduced. But this time is different. The fixed gift package means there is no possibility of reduction. No matter how you behave, it will last as long as it takes. When you think about the overall lifespan of human beings for such a long time, the meaning expressed above is self-evident. Although the introduction of this regulation is good for most people, because this policy effectively prevents some people who like to cause trouble. After all, the cost of spreading rumors before the introduction of policies is basically zero. And no matter how much harm you cause to the parties through spreading rumors, it can be ignored. This is simply a weapon that kills people without blood. Since this decision was made, this phenomenon has obviously become less common because the intensity of grabbing is so great. Maybe your rumors in other areas will not have such a big impact. But as long as you dare to involve this game, something will happen. Some people think that he is hiding in other places to do whatever he wants, because they are far away and in different countries, and they certainly can't control him. But what they never expected was that after the incident broke out, the country he was in would directly and unconditionally do its best to cooperate with the arrest. Even helicopters were used to cooperate. This is outrageous. It was so outrageous that the person involved was in a state of confusion when he was arrested. Just imagine that two people who originally had enemies suddenly cooperated. And the reason for their cooperation was to catch you. Can you believe it? In addition to this type of person, many other types also have corresponding penalties. You must know that in different eras, certain people always like to blame their failed education on certain things that are popular at that time. For example, some people used to think that pop music ruined the young generation. And later some people thought that television ruined the young generation. And then mobile phones, games, and so on. All in all, every era has its own problems. Of course, this time is no exception. When this game was defined as the only metaverse in the world, some people had new ideas after looking at their poor grades and disobedient children. As before, they chose to report the game and wanted to remove the game in this way. They have tried this routine time and time again. For example, in some movies or animations, or even certain things in games. As long as they report them, they will definitely be rectified or removed from the shelves. In the past, they used these tactics to be invincible. But when they performed the same operation in this game, they were dumbfounded. Reporting is useless, as they are personally banned from the game, and will never be able to enter the game. Game blackouts may not seem like much on the surface, but from now on this game will be linked to reality. In the future, basically all production will be completed by operating real robots in the game, which means that future jobs will be found in the game. It's self-evident what it means that you can't even enter the game. Chapter 347: The Minefield You Dare Not Touch. All in all, everyone said they were a little confused about the policies introduced for this game this time, because these policies are too harsh. I gave you a chance to make corrections in the past, but I will not give you any chance to improve this game. And the most bizarre thing is that this matter is not only implemented in one place, but is implemented simultaneously all over the world. And some local policies are even much stricter than here. And everyone has understood one thing through this period of experience. That is, this game is an absolute minefield. As long as you dare to touch this minefield, your punishment will be very severe. Some places even treat you to peanuts directly. Through this incident, everyone can see clearly what kind of status this game will have in the entire world in the future. Are these policies reasonable? At least for ordinary people, it is a bit too harsh. But for those people, it is not harsh at all, and they even think these policies are too gentle, because they never dared to be careless about this matter. Nor did they dare to muddle along like before. Like before, they might have allowed these things to develop. After all, they knew very well how difficult it was for ordinary people, working from 9 to 5 every day, The work of 996 itself is very suppressed. If they are not allowed to vent on the internet, then sooner or later something will happen if they are suppressed for a long time. So it's not that they don't care about many things. It's that they know they can't care about it. But it's different now. This game is directly related to whether their civilization can continue. If Jiang Yao really gets upset and opens a dungeon on their planet, something will happen. So they don't dare to continue to let those stupid young people cause trouble. Of course, it doesn't matter if you make trouble on a small scale. But this matter must not get too big. Once this matter becomes fermented, then you will be asking for blessings. The punishment for you will definitely not be small. After all, you are dancing on the tip of a knife with the safety of the entire civilization. If they don't kill you directly, they will be considered merciful. And during this period of time, they have been constantly testing Jiang Yao's bottom line, and then using various channels to understand Jiang Yao's attitude towards other civilizations. Of course, the way they understood it was also very simple. They opened a separate TV channel for gamers. The channel mainly invites players in the game to conduct interviews. On the surface, it allows these players to provide everyone with game development ideas. In fact, they wanted to use this program to understand clearly what the players had done under Jiang Yao's command during this period. They wanted to understand under what circumstances Jiang Yao would instruct these players to attack others. And when their plan started to be implemented, something interesting happened. The players talked about it on the show with all kinds of excitement. And they heard it, and got chills down their spines. First, they learned through the players that the universe contains a large amount of energy ores. These energy ores are the objects of competition for various civilizations. To put it simply, the war between civilizations on the planet is about fighting for money, while the war between civilizations in the universe is about fighting for ores. Whoever has more ores, and who has a higher utilization rate of ores, will have a greater advantage, if there is not much difference in strength. From the players' mouths, they learned about the powerful alien race in the universe, and also learned about the cockroach people who did not understand the ore, and became a mining tool for other civilizations. I also heard the experience of binary star civilizations fighting each other for survival for countless centuries, and also witnessed the entire process of the powerful star ring civilization from prosperity to desolation. After they learned about these things, their fear of Jiang Yao became even deeper. In their understanding, to start a war, you must be forced to have no other choice. And the conflict between the two parties has reached an unadjustable state. And what about Jiang Yao? His reason for starting the war was simple and crude. I met you, so I want to kill you. What an unpretentious reason. Although most of them instinctively define Jiang Yao as evil at this moment. What they don't know is that in this universe, this is the most essential way of survival. The reason why they cannot understand this way of living is like a newborn baby who cannot understand why his parents have to go out to work every day. Blue Star is too small for the entire universe. Now they are like ignorant babies. So they do not understand the cruelty of this universe. There are many civilizations similar to theirs in the universe. And these civilizations entered the universe with the same naive ideas and were destroyed. Because the enemy will not be kind to you just because you have just arrived. They will teach you a lesson about the cruelty of the universe. And the tuition for this lesson is the destruction of civilization. Therefore, if a civilization wants to set foot in the universe and develop to a certain extent, it needs cognitive changes and luck. If there's one thing missing, there's a high chance that someone will set up a monument for you after you step into the universe. Although Blue Star does not understand the cruelty of the universe now, they now know Jiang Yao's cruelty very well. So they have been handling this matter very carefully. And because of their active cooperation, Jiang Yao's layout in Blue Star was also carried out very quickly. At present, Jiang Yao has 250,000 players, and the number of people entering the game in Blue Star has exceeded 10 billion. For this, Jiang Yao specially transformed the 5 areas of the star ring into Blue Star's appearance. All areas have been restored one-to-one with reality. Of course, the purpose of his doing this is also to make it easier to manage Blue Star in the future. In this way, everything was progressing steadily with the efforts of all parties. After everything was on track, half a year had passed. And during this 6 months, Jiang Yao also successfully hatched 12 thunder beasts. As for the ore in the meteorite belt, it has almost been mined. Because now it is not only players who mine ores, but also black insects and ordinary people who enter the game. After these ordinary people entered the game, some of them chose to learn how to drive a mining ship. After several months of study, some of them were able to barely control the mining ship. So Jiang Yao asked them to go out to mine with the civilized people of Star Ring. The images these people enter into the game are clones of their real-life images. So there is not much difference between the two realities in the game. Of course, the only difference is that the world in the game is much grander. It was also because of the arrival of these people that Jiang Yao also began to intentionally cultivate the business competition between Starlink Civilization and Blue Star. All in all, the entire Halo and Blue Star are now on the right track. And when they were on the right track, Jiang Yao knew very well that he would start planning for the next step. Thinking of this, he immediately began to officially announce the information about the new arms. Jiang Yao originally planned to announce these two arms a long time ago. But due to a series of recent events, the announcement period was delayed. But it's not too late to announce it now. After all aspects have stabilized, players' desire to buy these new arms has become even stronger. The main reason is because the people behind them are adding fuel to the fire. Because of a series of reforms, players are no longer simply the same as before. There are various special organizations behind them. The purpose of establishing these organizations is mainly to advise players, carry out various military unit planning, etc. They conducted a good analysis of Jiang Yao's previous arms and the evolution of the arms, and sorted out the advantages and disadvantages of each unit and the lineup. Compared with the previous upmasters in the strategy area, they were more professional. Do it in more detail. They also conducted in-depth research on the new arms. All in all, compared to personal strategies, their strategies will be more comprehensive. After all, they are also part of an official organization. So when Jiang Yao announced the information about the two new arms, they immediately listed the characteristics of these arms, their positioning in battle, and the matching lineups for players to choose. With the help of these people, players will have clearer plans for choosing and purchasing troops. Of course, when players purchase units, they will not provide any financial help, because they know very well that providing this help for a long time will make players dependent. The consequence of doing this is that Jiang Yao will most likely be dissatisfied with the player's future combat capabilities. In order to avoid this kind of thing happening, they are still more cautious in all aspects. But this time inside the Star Ring, Jiang Yao is studying the situation of the insect nest. This time, the insect tide has evolved to the 6th stage. Not only has its own strength been greatly improved, but it has also unlocked a new ability. Space jumping ability. Of course, this kind of space jump is not a random position. This kind of space jump still needs guidance. So the insect nest now has a special ability, which is to generate a special kind of guide insect. This kind of bug can form an induced force field in the area by self-destructing. And with this induced force field, the insect nest can connect with it and perform long-distance space jumps. So when the insect nest unlocked this function, Jiang Yao immediately spread hundreds of millions of these induced insects into the universe. Anyway, the cost of this kind of inducer is relatively cheap. And if you want to increase the distance, they also need to carry out a long interstellar voyage. So they need to be prepared in advance. After solving the problem of inducing insects, Jiang Yao began to study other changes in the insect nest. If the previous insect nest was described as a small snake, Jiang Yao's current insect nest can be called a giant python. The current insect nest is at least 3 times longer than the previous insect nest, and the diameter has also increased by almost the same amount. Although the current insect nest looks extremely large, it still looks very small inside the Star Ring. The cost of this evolution of the insect nest is also very expensive, consuming a total of 100 million energy phagocytosis and 10 billion evolution points. And most importantly, it consumed 500,000 of his energy-devouring crystals. The above 2 resources are not stressful for him. After all, it is relatively easy to obtain these basic resources. Just like his current situation, it is enough to solve the basic resources required by a Star Ring civilization by himself. The most difficult thing for him is this energy-devouring crystal. He has always been in short supply of the energy-devouring crystal resource. He had just traveled through time in order to give the insect nest basic interstellar navigation capabilities. At that time, he tried his best to collect thousands of energy-devouring crystals, and could barely evolve the insect nest. From then on, he was always in a state of scarcity for this resource. Later, it improved because of the attack on the Taylor civilization. There was a starry beast on their side that allowed him to get more than 1.6 million energy-devouring crystals. However, the 2 evolutions of the insect nest consumed a total of 600,000 crystals, plus the previous creation of the Cyclops, and the 4th level cockroach also consumed part of it. The next step is to produce the Thunder Beast. To create a Thunder Beast with the ability to evolve, more than 30,000 energy-devouring crystals need to be consumed. This is not a small amount. He made a preliminary estimate and found that if he invested all the energy-devouring crystals in his hand, he could only produce about 30 pieces at most. After investing in it, his energy-devouring crystals were basically consumed. So if he wanted to continue to advance in his insect nest, he would need to find ways to get more energy-devouring crystals. Although now he has found the starry sky beast again, he also knows very well that this is just a starry sky beast in his youth. There were not many energy-devouring crystals produced by this starry sky behemoth. He estimated that the crystals produced after killing one of them might not be enough for the next stage of evolution of his insect nest. If he wanted the insect nest to evolve to the next stage safely, he would need to find another one. This also makes Jiang Yao worried to death. After all, this starry sky beast is not just a cat or a dog. First of all, it is scarce in number, and secondly, its combat power is very sturdy. It's not that difficult to find a suitable one. In fact, Jiang Yao, who now owns the star ring, is not very dependent on the insect nest. After all, this star ring can meet all his needs. Although it looks like this on the surface, Jiang Yao actually knows very well that for him, the star ring is just an auxiliary item. Although its intensity is relatively high now, its upper limit is only this, and it cannot be raised much higher. The insect nest is different. The strength of the insect nest will undergo earth-shaking changes at each stage of evolution. According to Jiang Yao's estimation, if you wait until your insect nest evolves to the 10th stage, then the strength of the insect nest will definitely not be worse than the civilization flagships of those advanced civilizations. Therefore, Jiang Yao still wants to build a high-ceiling insect nest rather than a star ring with a lower limit. When his insect nest becomes strong enough in the future, he will be able to fight against the enemy civilization flagship team. Otherwise, just relying on the star ring to collide with the civilization flagship of the advanced civilization is purely to deliver meat. Although Jiang Yao didn't know much about this civilization's flagship, he knew that the strength of this warship was so incredible that even the insect swarm in its heyday was very afraid. Chapter 348: The Quietly Changing Blue Star. While Jiang Yao was still worrying about where to get the materials for the next evolution of the insect nest, the players were making a fuss because new units were released, and the news about the Thunder Beast was also officially announced at the same time. At this time, a player in the chat channel was saying excitedly, "Brothers, the news about the Thunder Beast has been released, and it should be implemented soon." After hearing what this player said, everyone also expressed their expectations for the Thunder Beast. "It should be soon. I went to the insect nest before, and then I saw that there was already a Thunder Beast parked there. I also went to see it. That thing is really big. Even the basic Thunder Beast is about the same size as the world's cockroaches and reaches a full 500 meters in length. You must know that this is the basic type. If it is advanced, its size will increase. And the most important thing is that its attributes will continue to increase. By the way, I said that I am very curious about the attributes of this Thunder Beast. I don't know, but I'm thinking that this attribute must not be low. After all, as a strategic level unit of this kind, no matter how low the basic attributes are, it won't be much different. I'm curious now how much resources it will consume to advance the Thunder Beast. You must know that the basic model of the insect hive has very poor attributes. No matter how bad it is to be effective, you have to evolve to the first stage. Anyway, the investment in raising this animal will definitely not be low. And the official data on the advancement of the Thunder Beast have not yet been released. We don't know which stage of its evolution is the most cost-effective. Actually, I haven't used it after thinking about it so much. The price of this thing is definitely not cheap. I'm thankful to be able to evolve it once. And when everyone talked about this aspect, they immediately thought of another thing. By the way, brothers, talking about the cost-effectiveness, what do you think of these two new units? Everyone started talking after hearing this player's question. To be honest, they had conducted in-depth research on the two new arms during this period, but there were still many differences. I feel that if we are considering strengthening our anti-air superiority, then the corruptor must be arranged. But if you want to advance to the Hive Lord, I don't recommend it. Hearing what this player said, some players naturally have different views. I think the Hive Lord is quite cost-effective. As an advanced unit of the corruptor, although its anti-air capability has been weakened, the ground attack ability has been greatly enhanced. From a certain point of view, the Hive Lord is the same as the Hydralisk's evolution of the Sting. It has very limited limitations. In my opinion, this evolution is a typical reverse advancement. Let's understand. There are too many anti-ground units now. And the most important thing about those units is that they are cheap. and most players use these anti-ground units. So I think that under such circumstances, your advancement to the Hive Lord will not be of much help in ground combat. In fact, what this player said is also the current situation. After all, ground troops are always much cheaper than space troops, and the holding quantity is large enough. So players have very strong ground combat capabilities. At this time, it is indeed necessary to evolve a Hive Lord with ground superiority. Some are not worth it. Of course, everyone has their own way of playing, although on the surface it seems inappropriate to evolve the Hive Lord now. But it is undeniable that the Hive Lord also has a certain employment space. That is, if we encounter some relatively powerful civilizations in the future, and they have particularly powerful ground combat units, the Hive Lord can play a role. The most important thing at the moment is that after you think about it, after so many versions from the opening of the server to now, the strength of monsters is also constantly increasing. So such special monsters are bound to appear in the future. At that stage, the Hive Lord can take off. It is not cost-effective to advance typical arms with a promising future. Corruptors are just fine at this stage. The Hive Lord will wait and see the game environment later before deciding whether to evolve or not. I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea. Also, let me give you some popular science. The most cost-effective part of the Corruptor is after the first stage. Although the evolution attributes and skills will be improved in the future, it is just the strengthening of skills, compared with the improvement in the first stage of evolution. The improvement in the subsequent stages of evolution is not that obvious. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard what this player said. This is outrageous. I never expected that the official would release such a conscientious new unit this time. Graduation in the first stage is very friendly to us Chinese Kryptonians. This time I also think the official conscience has discovered it. You must know that most of the new units launched by the official in the past only had major improvements in the second and third stages. But this time, they are available in the first stage. And after everyone finished talking about the corrupted, they immediately set their target on the infected. Regarding this infected person, everyone has a general understanding of its situation. In fact, it is similar to the third-level cockroach. They are both auxiliary units. The difference from the cockroach is that its main attack direction is control and interference. However, compared to the cockroaches in the third stage, the number of infected bodies that the infected can generate is relatively small. If you want to increase this number, you can only increase the summoning limit by evolving the infected. To put it simply, it is a low-end version of the third-level cockroach. Of course, its main function is not to constantly switch enemies like the cockroach. First of all, its skill control can control an enemy through special neurotoxins, and the controlled enemy can help him complete some tasks that can only be done by spies. In addition to this control skill, it also has a conversion skill, which can convert enemies swallowed by it into special combat units. The combat effectiveness of this kind of combat unit is acceptable, but the disadvantage is that the number is small. The basic infected can only generate 5 at the same time. This number of combat units can only provide them with certain protection measures. The last skill of the infected is very similar to the stasis coil beam, which can slow down the enemy and make it easier for your own units to kill the target. All in all, the role of the basic infected person on the battlefield is extremely limited, although he has a very powerful underground invisibility ability like the ground thorn. His versatility is still not as high as other arms. If you really wanted to exert its effect, you must evolve it to the second stage. Only after reaching this stage will its role be brought into play. At this stage, its various skills have been greatly strengthened, and many new abilities have also been added. First of all, the parasitic skill has been changed to parasitism enhancement, so that it can control multiple units at the same time. Secondly, the control skill has been changed from spraying slime to actually firing a special stasis winding beam. In addition, even the converted mutated units have become space units with powerful self-destruction capabilities. The self-destruction power of this unit is very impressive, and it can easily destroy cruisers. Then it also has the ability to strengthen the infection of viruses. This special virus can be difficult to detect until it spreads in the air. When a living being is infected with this virus, it won't take long for his mind to be controlled by this special virus. Writing it out will lead to a violent outburst, which will get worse over time until he loses all sanity and becomes a machine that only knows how to kill. And people scratched or bitten by him will also be infected with this special virus. Corruptors with this ability only need to lurk somewhere on the planet and continue to spread this special virus to the outside. Then, the entire planet may fall before long. Because this virus is harmful to living things, it is extremely transmissible. And the most important thing is that even small creatures such as mosquitoes and cockroaches can be infected by this virus. And the infected ones will become the best sources of disease and spread around. Maybe there are no mosquitoes on your planet, but there will always be this all-pervasive small creature on your planet. So the infected only need to lurk on your planet for a period of time. If you don't discover it in time, your planet will basically be destroyed. And even if you discover it, if you are not an advanced civilization, you are basically helpless against this virus. Even for advanced civilizations, it will take a certain amount of time to develop an antidote to this virus. If the number of infected people is large enough, they may be infected by you before they can develop an antidote. When the people from Blue Star learned about the characteristics of this unit, they were shocked into a cold sweat. They were now afraid of Jiangyao to the core. Because if one of Jiangyao's insects is taken out at random, it will be devastating to the entire civilization. At the same time, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. As a low-level civilization facing a high-level civilization, just imagine that any random weapon on one side can destroy your civilization. And the price of such weapons is so cheap that it is beyond your imagination. Take the infected as an example. The basic unit costs 250,000 evolution points. The first stage of evolution costs 500,000. And the second stage costs 1.2 million evolution points. All added up, there are only 2 million evolution points. However, just 2 million evolution points can easily destroy your entire civilization. That statement is that your civilization is only worth $2 million in his eyes. Is this a lot? Not to mention that as a whole, even many individuals can come up with this number. However, your civilization is this value. This is a very sad thing. The feeling of powerlessness brought about by absolute power makes them breathless. However, they also strongly encourage players to obtain this type of unit, because based on their understanding, they found that in this game Jiangyao does not interfere much with the behavior of players. That is to say, in the future, if they encounter some other civilizations near Blue Star, these civilizations are very likely to pose a threat to their safety. Then at that time, they can take advantage of Jiangyao's lack of care about players to induce them to attack that civilization, in order to eliminate potential threats to Blue Star. What they didn't know at this time was that their thoughts were gradually beginning to move closer to cosmic survival. Without their knowledge, some of their ideas were quietly changing. This is how dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons. In the past, they might have thought that cleaning up civilization was a very crazy thing. But in just a few months, their thinking has changed. And now they will find ways to clean up surrounding threats if conditions permit. Of course, they can have this idea mainly because of the laws of the Dark Forest. Jiangyao directly put the explanation of the Dark Forest on the official website in a swaggering manner. For ordinary players, this information is nothing more than a commercial means to attract them to play games. But for these insiders, this information is true. So they know very well that they must learn these things if they want to survive in this dark universe. So after they learned about this unit, they began to advocate the importance of this unit. And they also came up with various lineup combinations for this unit. When players saw these lineup combinations, many unions also chose to purchase this unit and reorganize the lineup. The main reason why they are so concerned about this unit is because the lethality of this unit is too strong. Maybe one day in the future, they will find a technology around them that is much higher than theirs. Although they can guide players to attack that thing, they don't know what attitude Jiangyao will have from large-scale players in the past. But there is no doubt that they can be sure that the risks involved are definitely not small. But it will be different if our sect sends this unit to the past. Even if Jiangyao discovers this matter, he won't say anything. After all, the base of the entire insect swarm is too large for him. It doesn't matter to him if 1 or 2 die or leave to cause trouble. But it is very important for Blue Star. After all, this unit can destroy the opposite civilization. In this way, players purchased a lot of infected people without knowing the truth. And they all evolved to the second stage. Of course, it is inevitable that they can evolve to this stage. During the last wave of recharge and debugging, each of them recharged a lot. In addition to the several large-scale war activities, the entire player group now has relatively abundant funds. The main reason why players with so much money did not buy units at the beginning was because they were waiting for the release of new units. And now that the new arms have been released, they are starting to go shopping. This kind of shopping is not limited to all players. And some guilds are still waiting. They are waiting for the Ultra List to come out. And when the Thunder Beast came out, the first thing they did was to let the Thunder God evolve. And the people above also promised them that if they don't have enough evolution points to evolve the Thunder Beast, They can lend them money without interest. The above move also shocked the players. This is a typical example of lending money to let you play games. This operation is outrageous. But in the eyes of players, this is of course a good thing. Because through this incident, it is not difficult to see how much attention is paid to this game. Chapter 349 The Thunder Beast is finally installed. In this way, time passed day by day, and the players' new arms have basically been popularized. And what Jiang Yao has to do next is very simple. That's what happened when an eyeworm was sent to scout the Starry Sky Beast. Although the Star Ring civilization recorded the general location of the Starry Sky Beast, this only allowed Jiang Yao to know the general location of the Starry Sky Beast. As for his specific location, we still need to send an eyeworm to find it before we know it. After we find it, we have to formulate corresponding tactics based on his situation. After everything was figured out, he prepared the next target point for the Starry Sky Beast in advance and carried out a sneak attack. After all, he is not Taihanan. In his eyes, there is no need to go up and confront others when something happens. In many cases, Jiang Yao will never confront someone who can sneak attack. And after Jiang Yao sent out reconnaissance players, he also started planning for Thunder Beast. Currently, he has a total of 12 Thunder Beasts in his hand. Now he has two choices. The first is to invest all the remaining resources, and make 18 more to bring the total number of Thunder Gods to 30. The second option is to continue investing the remaining resources into these 12 Thunder Beasts, so that these Thunder Beasts can advance to the next stage. Jiang Yao didn't even consider these two options. He directly chose the option of evolution. Although he had previously distributed a lot of Thunder Beast fragments in the event of sending Thunder Beast fragments. If he did this, many guilds might have fragments but not have quotas. But now, he has no other better choice. Thinking of this, he immediately issued the announcement issued by the Thunder Beast. After this announcement was made, everyone started talking because the conditions for the devolution of this Thunder Beast were much more stringent than those for ordinary military units. The announcement clearly stated that the Thunder Beasts will be decentralized in batches. For example, after you decentralize this batch, you will need official information on when the next batch will be decentralized. In other words, this level of arms is not like other arms where you can buy it whenever you want. And this also made everyone more curious about this Thunder Beast. Not only was it difficult to piece together, there were also such big restrictions on purchasing it. The official has made so many mistakes. It would be embarrassing if the strength of the Thunder Beast does not meet the player's requirements. When the Thunder Beast was devolved, Xianyu and his guild were naturally the first to exchange for the Thunder Beast. What surprised everyone was that, except for the Xianyu guild, the other guilds were still in a wait-and-see mode, because they want to understand the attributes of this Thunder Beast first before making a decision. After all, the price of these fragments is not cheap. If the properties do not meet their requirements, then they will most likely sell the fragments in their hands. If the requirements are met, then they will collect the fragments from other players. All in all, this wave of players are very stable. Of course, the main reason why the players are like this is because Jiang Yao has always hidden the attributes of the Thunder Beast. In the past, before some units were launched, Jiang Yao would post their attributes on the official website to let players know a general situation. But this time, the Thunder Beast is completely different. Jiang Yao has not released any relevant information on the official website from beginning to end. He only mentioned when the Thunder Beast would be released. But other than that, there was no other useful information. Therefore, Jiang Yao's operation has confused many guilds who are preparing to start retail sales. So now they choose to wait and see what happens just in case. Just like that, amidst everyone's expectations, the first batch of devolved Thunder Beasts appeared in front of everyone. A total of 12 Thunder Beasts were released this time. According to the official introduction, each batch of Thunder Beasts released behind them will be 10. The reason why we decentralized 2 more games this time is because the Thunder Beast starter officials deliberately increased the number of decentralized games. Damn it. After waiting for so long and struggling for so many seasons, we can finally exchange for the Thunder Beast. At this moment, Xianyu and the others looked at the rows of giant beasts and couldn't help but feel filled with emotion. Indeed, their guild has been preparing for this giant beast for too long. Compared with other guilds, their guild can be said to be an inspirational model, because this guild was composed of several Liver Emperor players from the beginning. There are no Krypton players within the guild since its development. The entire guild was built step by Xianyu and the others from the time the server was launched to the present. As a group of micro-Krypton players, they not only made a lot of money in this game, but they also got all the arms owned by rich people. Although the overall strength is not as good as those heavy Krypton guilds, it is not much worse. Compared with other medium Krypton guilds, their strength is much stronger. The situation of Xianyu and his guild, in the words of the players, is that a group of liver emperors have forced themselves to take their place. At this time, after Xianyu exchanged the Thunder Beast, everyone came over curiously, wanting to know the basic attributes of the Thunder Beast. And when the players saw the attributes of the Thunder Beast, only two words came to their minds. Extreme. Like the one-eyed beast, the Thunder Beast is also an extreme unit. First of all, the base blood volume of the Thunder Beast is 1.6 million. Although this data is not as high as that of the 4th level cockroach, you must know that this is already very good. As a defense-oriented unit, the cockroach can only reach 2 million health points in the 4th stage of its qualitative transformation, while the Ultralisk reaches this figure as a basic type. The next step is attack. Even the basic attack power has reached 30,000, which is considered a good figure. The next step is defense. The basic defense has reached 80,000, which is higher than the 4th stage cockroach. A total of 20,000 yuan was paid. Finally, there is energy reserve. This attribute is very pitiful, with only 1,000 points. All in all, the positioning of this Thunder Beast is more defensive, but it has high defense and attack power. And through its skills, it is not difficult for players to see how extreme this Thunder Beast is. The basic Thunder Beast has only 4 skills in total, and they are all passive skills. Defensive armor, single molecule giant blade, quick recovery, and enhanced resistance. These are the skills of the basic Thunder Beast. One of these passive skills enhances its defensive capabilities, while the other improves its giant blade's attack power, and its ability to self-repair after being injured by the giant blade. The third one is to improve its battery life. And the last enhanced resistance is mainly to improve its immunity to special weapon attacks. For example, resistance to virus weapons. All in all, the attributes of the Thunder Beast or the direction of his skills are mainly defensive and secondary attributes to improve offense. Therefore, its development route is relatively clear, with the front row advancing the unit. Although players are quite satisfied with these attributes, Jiang Yao feels that the price/performance ratio is a bit low. You must know that in addition to a huge amount of resources, a Thunder Beast also consumes a full 30,000 energy-devouring crystals. After such precious resources are thrown in, the improvement of the Thunder Beast hatched from the ordinary Thunder Beast nest is really unreasonable. First of all, the properties of ordinary Zerg Thunder Beasts are basically the same as those hatched from them. The only difference between the two is the energy reserve of 1,000. Ordinary Zerg Thunder Beasts do not have this energy-devouring reserve, but those hatched from their insect nests do. Moreover, the ultrasonic beasts hatched from the insect nest can improve their passive skill capabilities by consuming energy-devouring energy. Although on the surface it seemed that the Thunder Beast hatched from the insect nest would be better, the investment of such a large amount of resources to improve it by such a small amount made Jiang Yao feel drained. Fortunately, the first stage of evolution of this Thunder Beast did not disappoint Jiang Yao. In the first stage of evolution, in addition to the improvement of basic attributes, the biggest change is that the Thunder Beast, which was originally only able to fight on the ground, has become a space unit. It can sail in the universe, and it can also fly on the ground using energy-devouring anti-gravity. In addition to the addition of several important new skills, there are also other improvements that are also very good. First of all, the energy reserve has reached 10,000. The various defensive skills of the previous basic model have also been retained and upgraded to enhanced versions. With so many energy reserves coupled with this enhanced skill, the survivability of the Thunder Beast has been doubled several times. The basic attributes also jumped to the highest level currently. First of all, the blood volume directly reached 3.5 million. The attack also reached 60,000. And the defense flew directly to 200,000. This kind of improvement is a qualitative change for the Thunder Beast. Of course, the first stage is not the stage where the Thunder Beast changes the most. The stage with the highest change should be the second stage of the Thunder Beast. However, the price of this evolution has also increased a lot. The first stage of the evolution of the Thunder Beast is 140 million evolution points, and the second stage directly soars to 400 million evolution points. Of course, this price is what he shows to the players, because he is prepared to bear the consumption of energy-devouring crystals himself in order for players to be able to successfully evolve in the future. Because he knows very well that once the energy-devouring crystal is placed in the evolution column, there is a high probability that players will collect the energy-devouring crystal themselves as reserves, which is absolutely impossible for Jianyao. And now considering that the energy-devouring crystal reserve in his hand, Jianyao has only opened up the first stage of the evolution of the Thunder Beast. After all, the first stage of the evolution of the Thunder Beast requires 30,000 energy-devouring crystals, and the second stage requires a full 10,000. With all the energy-devouring crystal reserves in his hand now, he can barely bring this batch of Thunder Beasts to the first stage. After pulling them all, he still had more than 100,000 energy-devouring crystals left in his hand. If he forced them to pull them out, he could still pull one to the second stage. Although there are still some energy-devouring crystals left after pulling them out, he cannot use them indiscriminately, because he will keep these crystals to make up for the damage in battle. Because the current insect swarm needs energy-devouring crystals in addition to the Thunder Beast, the evolved Cyclops and the fourth stage cockroach also need it. But fortunately, their evolution consumes very little. Only 2 to 3,000 can be done. So the remaining energy-devouring crystals in my hand are still enough. At this time, on the other side, in the area where the Starry Sky Beast is, in this area, a fleet of 20,000 warships is looking for traces of the insect swarm. And this fleet is the Empire-affiliated civilization that had fought with Jianyao before. They are under the jurisdiction of the Empire's Black Legion. However, this civilization is not a peaceful master. At this time, they are working hard to break away from the Empire. At this moment, inside the fleet flagship, Commander, the traces of the insect swarm disappeared near here, and based on previous investigations of the battlefield in that galaxy, we found that galaxy is most likely the galaxy where a giant civilization is located. Then the swarm discovered them and attacked them. The commander frowned after hearing the report from his subordinates. Can we determine the technological level of that civilization? In addition, based on the information we have, can we deduce the outcome of this battle? After hearing the commander's question, the subordinates thought for a moment and then shook their heads. That galaxy did not leave much useful information, and the final outcome of the battle cannot be determined. The other party's technology should be at the upper middle level in the universe, and has not reached the ranks of advanced civilizations. However, including their giant creations, they should be barely able to compete with advanced civilizations. Hearing this, the commander nodded to show that he understood. It seems that this matter is not as simple as we thought. The development speed of this insect nest far exceeds our imagination. When the formation of our civilization first fought with them, it was speculated that their combat effectiveness was only at the level of an intermediate civilization at best. But how long did it take for them to be able to fight against this level of civilization? After hearing the commander's words, his subordinates naturally knew what the current situation was. It seems that we must speed up the search for the insect swarm. Otherwise, at the rate at which their strength is increasing, if we give them a few years, I am afraid that our group the fleet cannot defeat them. After hearing what his subordinates said, the commander naturally understood this truth. And just when he was about to say something, suddenly a communication request came from the reconnaissance team. This made him a little confused, and he connected the communication. When he saw the picture from the investigation team, his expression changed, because everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. In the picture, a black creature that looks like a giant manta fish is seen lying on the planet and devouring everything on the planet. This behemoth's massive body occupies 1/5 of the planet, the Starry Sky Beast, and judging from its size, it should be in its youth. Speaking of this, a flash of excitement flashed in the commander's eyes. You must know that this Starry Sky Beast is also full of treasures for them. However, they also knew very well that this Starry Sky Behemoth was very powerful. And even if they wanted to defeat this behemoth with their technology, they would have to pay a very heavy price. But this is only for the adult Starry Sky Beast, and it is much easier for a young man like the one in front of him to kill it. Therefore, the commander at this time did not hesitate. He immediately informed the headquarters of the situation here, and asked them to send more warships to support them. It was obvious that he planned to capture this Starry Sky Beast. After doing all this, the commander ordered the people in the reconnaissance fleet to keep a safe distance and track the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, on the other side of the universe, players are controlling a few Euglena to search for the Starry Beast in the universe. And while they were searching and chatting, suddenly an abnormality in the surrounding space caught their attention. Chapter 350 Encountering Void Creatures. When they saw this scene, they instinctively thought that the enemy's warship had jumped over. But after careful observation, they immediately rejected this idea, because the space changes after the warship jumped are completely different from the current ones. The space here has become very strange now. First, the space in the entire area has begun to continuously distort. And the colors in these distorted areas have also gradually changed. It didn't take long for them to dye the entire area dark blue. At the same time, players can clearly find that the distortion of the space is getting larger and larger. And at the same time, a large amount of special energy is emitted from it. What is this? Looking at the strange scene in front of him, a player was curious. Who knows what's going on? Is there a system bug or something? Hearing this player's habitual bug theory, the eyeworm player next to him glanced at him angrily. Adults, times have changed. Can you stop talking about bugs all the time? However, before the player could say his last word, a blue beam of light shot out and hit him directly. If he hadn't already been in the first stage of eyeworm and still had the energy devouring shield on, he would have probably died suddenly in just that one blow. Holy shit! It hurt so much. One cannon shot down 20,000 blood matters. Brothers, run! This is definitely an enemy attack. But just when the player was about to say something, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation in front of him. Brothers? Huh? Where are the people? Worry. You just sold me out like this? What does it mean to sell you? This is called a tactical retreat. It's better to be alone than to be wiped out by the group. At this time, the players in the distance said while running. The player was almost mad to death when he heard his good teammates' words. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was something strange in the direction in which his good friend was running. But just when he was about to warn his good friend, it was already too late. A powerful beam of light shot out and severely disabled his good friend on the spot. At the same time, a blue creature emerged from the twisted space. This is a strange-looking creature. It is different from the creature that players know. This creature is a transparent cube all over its body, and its shape continued to change over time. Then under the gaze of the players, this transparent blue cube gradually began to materialize. With the end of the materialization, the original blue cube turned into a dark blue entity with red light, and its shape also stabilized. Although the changes in this strange creature in front of them made the players very curious, they knew very well that now was not the time to be curious. Now was the time to run away. However, when they wanted to escape, they found that the situation was not good, because the surrounding space was severely disturbed, making it impossible for them to jump. So now they can only rush out of this area through conventional navigation. But it was obvious that the other party did not intend to give them a chance to escape from here. They were attacked by the other party before they could even take 2 steps. What they didn't know at this time was that a basic Uglina not far away from them witnessed the whole thing. When he saw 2 players killed, it escaped before the strange creature noticed it. At this time, about 30 light years away from here is a planet covered by ice and snow. Although the surface of the planet is covered with snow, there is a different scene in his land. The entire underground is a huge space, and in this space are thousands of insect nests, as well as a large number of troop incubation pools. A large number of worker bees here are constantly transporting ore to the insect nest, and many alien dragons are patrolling the area to ensure the safety of the entire area. At this time, a familiar figure is directing everything here. If players are here, they will definitely recognize this fat guy at a glance. Yes, he is the brainworm Cassidon, who escaped from the players before. While Cassidon was still busy, the Uglina just now flew towards him. And then the Uglina told him everything it had just seen. Cassidon's expression changed when he heard the news. It was obvious that he did not expect that the group of Zerg traders were also in this area. After understanding the general situation at this time, he immediately put down his work and walked towards the largest insect nest in the underground space. After entering the huge insect nest, Cassidon moved forward, and soon he came to a palace-like room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the queen sitting on the throne and resting. At this time, Cassidon's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the Zerg queen. He looked at Cassidon with some confusion and asked, "Have you found any results about what I asked you to investigate?" After hearing the queen's question, Cassidon nodded quickly and said, "Report to the queen. The void is coming just as you thought." Hearing this, the queen couldn't help but frown. These void creatures are so evil that they actually chased us into this universe. The queen was also a little puzzled at this point. "But I have been thinking about what means these void creatures used to track us. You said that they can be found even in the same universe and across universes. This makes me very happy. It's puzzling." Seeing the queen's question, Cassidon also shook his head. Although he had been thinking about this question, it was a pity that he never had a clue. At this moment, Cassidon suddenly thought of something. and then said to the Zerg Queen, "By the way, Queen, the gang of traitor Zerg I discovered last time is also around here." And as Kassadin spoke, the Zerg Queen's expression also changed. "What did you say?" As he said that, he quickly asked Kassadin to explain the specific situation to him clearly. Compared to Kassadin, as the Queen of the Bugs, she understands better what that group of rebellious bugs means. Although it was not clear how Jiang Yao accomplished this, she knew very well that these bugs must be eliminated. After a while, the Zerg Queen roughly understood the ins and outs of the whole thing. "If it is really what you said, then I can infer that in the eyes of these void creatures, there is no difference between us and them." At this point, the Zerg Queen thought for a while, and then said, "If that's the case, then we can kill people with a borrowed knife. The void creatures will weaken their strength, and then while their vitality is severely damaged, we will send troops to deal with them." Hearing the words of the Zerg Queen, Kassadin nodded, and then he continued, "And according to the report of the Euglena, after those void creatures killed their Euglena, they headed towards a certain area of the galaxy. Looking at the situation, they should go to their lair." At this point, Kassadin seemed to remember some important information. "By the way, Queen, the Euglena we sent out before found traces of the starry beast near a galaxy not far from us." Hearing Kassadin mention the star behemoth Zerg Queen, he couldn't help but become interested. "Oh, this is good news." But soon she thought of something else. Although this starry sky beast is a good thing, it is very powerful, and it is still very difficult to defeat it with our current military strength. Having said this, the Queen thought for a moment, and then continued, "Let's do this. You first send out the eyeworm to find the starry sky beast. And after you find it, keep an eye on it. That's it. With our current development speed, it won't be long before we have the strength to defeat the giant beast in the sky." Hearing this, Kassadin nodded and left to make arrangements. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was inside the star ring, suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't know why he suddenly had this strange feeling, this matter also attracted his attention. This was the first time he had encountered this feeling. As for the specific reason, he couldn't tell. But the strange thing was that he could identify the direction that caused him to feel this way. He also found this kind of thing very bizarre. But just when he was still confused, for words suddenly flashed in his mind. Void race. He didn't know why these words suddenly appeared. But such a strangeness made him immediately start to read the Zerg's intelligence about the void. After searching, he discovered that the information he had about the records of this race was very little. Only a few words saying that the enemy must be eliminated. Although this incident made him feel a little baffled, he immediately asked the players to prepare for battle. At this moment, the eyeworm players who were killed that year also controlled their substitute velociraptors and hurriedly came to him and told Jiang Yao everything they had experienced just now. With their description, Jiang Yao was basically certain that this strange creature was the source of his special feeling. Although he didn't know what was going on, Jiang Yao knew that since they were enemies, he should destroy them first. In fact, what Jiang Yao doesn't know is that the Zerg race and this special race are inextricably linked. This special relationship has existed since the birth of the Zerg race and the Void race. If the two races are in the same universe, the Zerg can feel the location of the Void race, and the Void race can also feel the location of the Zerg. This is also why there was an eyeworm sent by Kassadin when players were killed. Because the Zerg Queen had this special feeling when the Void race came here, she asked Kassadin to send out eyeworms to investigate that area, and then saw the scene where the players were killed. After these Void races killed the players, they immediately locked onto Jiang Yao's position and flew towards this side. Of course, the reason why they looked for Jiang Yao first was not because they wanted to target Jiang Yao, but simply because Jiang Yao was closer to them than the Zerg Queen. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side, the players who received the news immediately began to prepare, because they had just evolved the Thunder Beast. So now they can't wait to take the Thunder Beast to show off. After all, they owed a lot of foreign debt for this first stage evolved Thunder Beast. Just like this, after the players were ready, they set off with their troops. This time, the strength of the troops they dispatched was unprecedentedly powerful. The first to bear the brunt are the 12 first stage evolved Thunder Beasts, followed closely by the 4th level cockroaches and the Cyclops, while the entire units are the Corruptors, which are mainly in the first stage of evolution. And the last one is the 2nd stage infected person, who is responsible for the ground. Compared with the previous lineup, this time the players' lineup is unprecedentedly luxurious. Although Jiang Yao had deliberately warned them before they set off that the enemy they faced this time was a special creature called the Void Race. This creature was very powerful, but it was obvious that the players at this time did not care. You must know that the troops they have now are all highly evolved and high-level troops. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can easily crush it. Of course, their confidence is not groundless. There is no unit in this lineup whose price is less than 1 million. So in their eyes, this kind of Krypton team is not killing any enemy against them, because the players and the void creatures were close to each other at this time. The two sides met quickly, and when the two sides met, the players saw clearly what this group of creatures looked like. These creatures range in size from small to large. They are mainly divided into two types. The first is a square creature about 10 meters long, and the other is a diamond-shaped creature that is hundreds of meters tall. Looking at these strange-looking monsters with dazzling lights, the players launched an attack on them without saying a word. Normally when facing an enemy, they would consider stealing the enemy's intelligence to understand the enemy's strength, and then make a reasonable tactical plan. But this time the players did not do so, because there are only more than 20,000 enemies in front of him, and there are more than 200,000 troops behind him. This kind of quantitative suppression is still a gross strategy. Therefore, the players started to act recklessly as soon as the two sides started. And as the battle began, the players realized that something was wrong with the situation. These creatures are not as simple as they thought. First of all, the attack power of these creatures is very powerful, even much more powerful than the Imperial warships they encountered before. And the most important thing is that this creature will emit a special wave frequency in the area, and this waveform will cause players to continuously suffer damage. And this kind of damage is not low. It basically consumes more than 100 points of blood every second. If the players don't have various skills to resist it, they probably can send them away in a short time just by this loss of blood. At this moment, they gradually realized that these creatures were not simple. However, careful players have also discovered that this special wave frequency does no harm to thunder beasts. And even the damage to cockroaches and one-eyed monsters is minimal. Through observation, players speculate that this should be related to the resistance skills of these arms. Although they didn't know the principle, the players knew that it would be better to eliminate this dangerous creature as soon as possible. As soon as they thought of this, the players immediately increased the frequency of attacks. For a time, countless purple lumps of material were corroded and sprayed out with beams of light flying towards these void creatures. The Thunder Beast also flew directly towards those huge void creatures and fought with them. The one-eyed monster is hiding behind the cockroach to assist the Thunder Beast. Although these giant void beasts were powerful, they were quickly defeated when faced with overwhelming numbers.